This is a languid individual with no desire to strive, who has not caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Yet, a good-for-nothing, nurtured by a system, experiences a remarkable turnaround. This is the tale of a slacker rising to the occasion. A delightful gift package, one each day, be sure to collect them. Chapter 1. A tinge of aversion. We shall sleep together and indulge in delightful dreams. In a dilapidated rental unit within the urban village, a young man is soundly asleep when suddenly the phone rings. He groggily picks up his phone and places it against his ear. "Lin Feng, come to my house for dinner tonight. I've already spoken to my parents." "Your house? I'm not prepared for that." Upon hearing his girlfriend's voice, Lin Feng abruptly leaps from his bed, intending to refuse, unaware that the call has already ended. "Whether you wish to come or not, you must. Otherwise, you shall not seek me in the future. That is final." Beep, beep, beep. Lin Feng wears an expression of helplessness. His girlfriend is exceedingly willful, her demeanor akin to that of a pampered heiress. She makes decisions unilaterally, leaving Lin Feng with no opportunity to voice his opinions. Now that he has finally secured a rare moment of respite, unexpectedly, he is commanded to dine at his girlfriend's home. What to do? He suddenly feels a sense of aversion towards his girlfriend, Lu Xiaoqing. This girlfriend of his is becoming increasingly unreasonable. After 4 to 5 years together, Lu Xiaoqing has consistently acted according to her own whims, leaving Lin Feng feeling emotionally drained. Nevertheless, Lin Feng, hailing from humble rural origins, values this relationship dearly. For a country boy like him, merely having a girlfriend is a considerable achievement. Should he choose to break up now, given Lin Feng's circumstances, he would likely remain single for a lifetime. There truly seems to be no alternative. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoqing and Lin Feng share a childhood bond, having become romantically involved after meeting in university years ago. Besides, Lin Feng and Lu Xiaoqing have been together for 5 to 6 years. After such time, one would naturally form an attachment, even to a dog, making separation difficult. Lin Feng tolerates these minor flaws in Lu Xiaoqing. After a swift wash-up, Lin Feng prepares to venture out to the nearby alley for fast food. One must know that individuals like him, the solitary single dogs, grow weary of home-cooked meals and must indulge in the occasional takeout. After all, a meal only costs around 100 yuan. Just as he is about to step out, a voice suddenly resonates within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine check-in system." Ding! The system is now activating. At that moment, Lin Feng stood frozen in place. Divine check-in system. What on earth is this? After a brief interval, the electronic voice in his mind resonated once more. Ding! The punch-in system has been activated and is currently at the service of the host. What on earth is this? A system? Lin Feng wore a perplexed expression, and then recollected some content from certain novels featuring intelligent systems, where acquiring a system enabled an underdog to triumph, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Intrigued, he promptly glanced at the system's description. The divine punch-in system, as the name implies, allows the host to check in at designated locations indicated by the system to receive grand reward packages. Note, the punch-in system refreshes daily. Failure to check in will result in missed opportunities. Subsequently, feeling as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, Lin Feng beheld an image in his mind. Host, Lin Feng. Today's punch-in location, Angel's Covenant Company, Limited. Lin Feng exclaimed, "What on earth? It seems to be true. Have I really acquired a system?" He burst into laughter inwardly, realizing that this system was indeed genuine and not merely a figment of his imagination. With exhilaration coursing through him, Lin Feng immediately stepped out and hurried towards the designated punch-in location. Angel's Covenant Company, Limited, located in the newly developed area of Deep Sea City, is a company specializing in fine jewelry. Lin Feng had seen numerous advertisements for this establishment. Typically, Lin Feng would hesitate to even take the bus, but today he spent several dozen yuan on a taxi, and shortly thereafter arrived at the development area square, spotting Angel's Covenant Company at first glance. As he approached the Angel's Covenant Jewelry Company, the system indeed proved effective. Ding! Today's punch-in successful. You have obtained the position of chairman of Angel's Covenant Company, Limited, with 100% equity. Note, the transfer contract and relevant documents are being delivered by the authorized agent, Wang Xuanbiao. Please be on the lookout for them. What on earth? Have I truly succeeded? Upon witnessing the image in his mind, Lin Feng displayed a look of incredulity. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lin Feng received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? Yes, who is this? Oh, my name is Wang Chuanbiao, the external agent for Angel's Covenant Company. You have a transfer contract and related documents that require your signature. May I deliver them to you now? I am right downstairs at Angel's Covenant Company, so it is convenient. Oh, please hold on, Mr. Lin. I will be right down. After hanging up, Wang Chuanbiao, dressed in a suit and tie, hurriedly gathered the relevant documents and dashed downstairs. He had not anticipated that the position of chairman would change hands in a single day. It was known that they had convened a shareholders' meeting just yesterday, and everything had proceeded as usual. Yet today, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed to Lin Feng. One could only imagine the magnitude of Lin Feng's capabilities. He might very well be the head of a renowned publicly listed company. Outside, Lin Feng, having just entered the lobby of Angel's Covenant Company, noticed a middle-aged man in a black suit rushing towards him. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Feng. Are you Wang Chuanbiao? Indeed, that is I. Wang Chuanbiao, slicked back hair, observed that Lin Feng appeared to be in his early 20s, prompting him to cast a few more glances. However, he did not dare to be remiss and promptly guided Lin Feng to the VIP reception room. There, he produced several contracts and smiled at Lin Feng, saying, Mr. Lin, this is the equity contract. You hold 100% of the shares in Angel's Covenant. Once you sign, the company will formally transfer into your name. This one is the legal representative contract, and this one is... Are you saying that I'm the primary owner of this company? Lin Feng could not help but inquire. Precisely, you have the authority to directly adjust all personnel positions within the company. I understand. Lin Feng beamed with delight, particularly upon seeing the company's valuation, which left him wide-eyed. Although Angel's Covenant Jewelry Company was not particularly large, its valuation reached 800 million. The daily net profit was approximately 7 to 800,000, which was extraordinarily impressive. In other words, Lin Feng's current net worth had already reached 800 million, and he could effortlessly accrue 7 to 800,000 every day. This was utterly exhilarating. After signing several contracts, the equity transfer was completed, and Lin Feng officially became the big boss of the company. Very well, Mr. Lin. Everything is finalized. You may have the company president adjust the personnel positions. No need. Let the operations continue as they have been. I am not too familiar with the workings of this company. Everything shall remain unchanged, including you, who will still serve as our external agent. Chapter 2. A surge of excitement in his heart, feigning calmness. Lin Feng spoke, eliciting a broad grin from Wang Chuanbiao, who was concerned that Lin Feng might soon undergo a significant transformation. Remaining here would allow him to earn tens of thousands each month. A far better situation than working for a company outside. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Lin Feng declared before rising to depart. Wang Chuanbiao accompanied him to the door with an exuberant smile, his warmth palpable. Once outside, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him, and promptly made his way to an upscale Western restaurant. Meanwhile, at a modest residential complex in Deep Sea City, Lu Xiaoqing's home buzzed with tension. Lin Feng's family still owes us money. He is about to graduate, and the Lin family's economic situation has improved. Old Lu, you should bring this up and remind him. I don't want to be left daydreaming. Lu Xiaoqing's mother, Wang Qin, shouted from the kitchen. Why do you keep bringing this up? The Lin family has also faced difficulties these past few years. They must be financially strained. Moreover, this is the first time Lin Feng has visited our home since he grew up. It would be inappropriate to mention it, Lu Jiangwo replied from the kitchen. However, his words seemed to ignite Wang Qin's frustrations. Inappropriate? Have you forgotten that we lent them 150,000 yuan? They haven't even discussed the interest, and now, after 5 or 6 years, they've only repaid 50,000. I could have earned thousands in interest if I had deposited that money in the bank. Wang Qin interjected, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Jiangwo. You must remind Lin Feng about this. I refuse to let it appear as if we owe them. I understand, Lu Jiangwo said, not daring to argue with his fierce wife. I married you, a man of humble means, and endured hardship for over a decade. Now that we've finally moved to the city, we're still living like country folk. Do you think you've treated me fairly, Lu Jiangwo? Wang Qin began to rant. They had once been neighbors with Lin Feng's family in a county in South Guangdong province. with Lu Xiaoqing and Lin Feng sharing a childhood bond. After Lu Jiangwo spent most of his life working in Deep Sea City, he finally managed to buy a house in the suburbs. However, Wang Qin's demeanor had since become increasingly materialistic, severing ties with Lu Jiangwo's former rural friends. It could be said that his wife had entirely cut off contact with their circle of modest companions. Lu Jiangwo, who was not one to engage in disputes, had endured this for years. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoqing emerged from her room. "Mom and Dad, can you each refrain from speaking so harshly? If this continues, our neighbors will complain." At this, Wang Qin ceased her tirade against Lu Jiangwo. With a beaming smile, she pulled her daughter onto the sofa. "Xiaoqing, I heard Lin Feng has been interning for over a year at a Fortune 500 company. I wonder how much he has saved up. Have you two discussed marriage yet? Also, has Lin Feng mentioned the 100,000 yuan his family owes us? You should gently remind him, so we don't seem indebted to them." "Mom, why do you keep bringing this up? You'll only embarrass Lin Feng," Lu Xiaoqing replied, taken aback by her parents' materialistic tendencies. As they had not even hosted Lin Feng for a meal, yet were already interrogating her. "How could we not mention it? That's 100,000 yuan. I could earn several thousand in interest if it were in the bank for a year. Don't forget to calculate the interest when he comes over, or we'll lose out." Wang Qin disregarded her daughter and husband's feelings. "And when he comes tonight, don't forget to ask him to bring me a face mask. It better not be a cheap one. My skin can't handle inferior products." "I understand, Mom. I'm going back to my room," Lu Xiaoqing said, unable to bear the conversation any longer. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was enjoying his lunch at an upscale Western restaurant. Upon stepping outside, he received a text message. "Industrial and Commercial Bank, April 8, 2020, 1326. An amount of 1,875. 500 yuan has been transferred to your account, ending in 666. Your balance is 1,876 for 112 yuan. Just as Lin Feng was pondering this, he received a call from Wang Chuanbiao, who informed him that the 1.8 million yuan was the company's dividend for the past 2 months. To think that Lin Feng would one day find himself in such a position, with savings exceeding 1 million, was beyond his wildest dreams. He had never imagined accumulating such wealth, not even from his father's lifetime savings. Earning more in a few months than an average person would in a lifetime, Lin Feng finally grasped the exhilarating sensation of affluence. Entering the restaurant during lunchtime, Lin Feng noticed the establishment was bustling with well-dressed professionals in suits and ties. His casual attire, a pair of flip-flops and a cheap t-shirt, inevitably drew stares from onlookers. Due to the lunch rush, nearly every table was occupied. After scanning the room, he settled into a seat by the window. Almost immediately, a waitress approached him with a menu. "Good afternoon, sir. May I take your order?" The waitress, a striking young woman in professional attire, regarded Lin Feng with a hint of disdain, likely assuming he was just another impoverished patron seeking to escape the heat with a cold drink. However, as Lin Feng perused the menu, a couple approached the hostess. "Excuse me, why are there no tables for two? How are we supposed to eat?" Upon recognizing the couple, the waitress's demeanor shifted entirely, becoming respectful and eager to please. "Ah, Mr. Chun, of course, we have a table available for you." The middle-aged man, Mr. Chun, worked at a nearby company and was a valued member of the restaurant, enjoying preferential treatment. The waitress glanced around and found only less desirable seats available, which Mr. Chun would undoubtedly refuse. Turning to Lin Feng, she asked, "Sir, would you mind swapping seats with Mr. Chun? This area is reserved for VIPs." "VIP area?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. There was no sign indicating such a section. The preferential treatment granted to Mr. Chun was evident, and Lin Feng recognized the waitress's bias against him. It was obvious she judged him solely by his appearance, neglecting the fact that other well-dressed patrons were seated by the window as well. Why bother arguing? "Here's 100 yuan. Just move to that table," Mr. Chun said, tossing a bill onto the table and addressing Lin Feng in a commanding tone. Having brought his girlfriend out for a rare dining experience, Mr. Chun was not inclined to skimp on comfort. Chapter 3. Courteous exchanges. As the crowd noticed manager Lu's arrival, all eyes turned toward him. This esteemed manager was renowned in the community, known for his collaborations with various companies. Many of the business leaders present felt compelled to show deference when addressing him. Moreover, he was Mr. Chin's superior, so Mr. Chin dutifully greeted him with respect. Manager Lu strode in with an air of authority, seemingly indifferent to the greetings he received, and made his way directly to their table. The restaurant manager and staff dared not express any dissatisfaction. After all, Manager Lu held the power to negotiate with their boss, rendering their status insignificant by comparison. "Manager, are you dining here as well?" Mr. Chin could not help but inquire, noticing his superior's stern demeanor. Lu, the bank president, cast a sweeping glance around the room, and his eyes sparkled with recognition as he approached Lin Feng with utmost respect. "Are you Mr. Lin Feng?" He inquired. Yes, I am, Lin Feng replied. Did Wang Chuanbiao send you? Indeed, I am Lu Jingyuan from the construction bank. President Wang informed me that you required some cash. So I have come personally to deliver it. Lu Jingyuan and Wang Chuanbiao were close associates, and their collaboration with Angel's Promise Company yielded substantial profits each year. Upon learning that the ownership of Angel's Promise had changed, he took the opportunity to deliver the cash himself and to meet the new proprietor. To his surprise, upon seeing Lin Feng, he was astonished at the youthfulness of the man before him, which exceeded his expectations. He mused that Lin Feng might very well be a wealthy heir from a prominent family. Excellent, let us proceed. Lin Feng instructed as he gestured for Lu Jingyuan to open the briefcase filled with cash. At that moment, Supervisor Chun and the manager were utterly dumbfounded. Why is President Lu being so courteous to Lin Feng, even bowing in greeting? What is going on? Just as Supervisor Chun grappled with this confusion, Lin Feng seized a stack of 100 yuan bills from the briefcase and flung them towards Chen's face. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp notes cascaded through the air as Lin Feng boasted. You think you're rich? Earning 50,000 a month, huh? You must think you're impressive. Kneel before me. I am the one who provides for you. The stacks of cash hitting his face left Supervisor Chun in a daze, his cheeks stinging with humiliation. The restaurant manager and the staff stood in astonishment. This was 1,000,000 yuan being thrown at Chun. The onlookers were shocked, realizing they had misjudged Lin Feng. He was indeed a man of wealth, capable of casually tossing around 1,000,000 yuan. An air of embarrassment enveloped the room. The crowd turned crimson as they recalled their earlier remarks about Lin Feng being a pauper, wishing they could sink into the ground. If Lin Feng was considered poor, then they were nothing but ants in comparison. He could effortlessly produce 1,000,000 in cash, while they toiled for a meager monthly salary. Where is your bravado now? Lin Feng taunted, hurling a weighty stack of money onto Supervisor Chen's head. Weren't you just so confident? Why not display your entire fortune? With a thud, the heavy coin struck Chen's face, turning it a deep shade of humiliation, yet he dared not resist. After all, Lin Feng was a wealthy magnate, and with President Lu observing, he could only endure the scorn. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about this situation? After a moment, President Lu ventured to ask. Your subordinate possesses a lack of discernment and misguided values. I merely wish to teach him a lesson, Lin Feng replied. Mr. Lu, I trust you to handle this matter? In light of your standing, I shall leave it in your capable hands, Lu agreed, observing Lin Feng with keen interest. Lu was well aware of Lin Feng's potential connections to a wealthy family, possibly worth billions. Future opportunities for collaboration with Lin Feng were abundant, and he was determined to ensure Lin Feng was satisfied with the resolution of this incident. To curry favor, Lu addressed Supervisor Chen directly, stating you, with your lack of insight, are to report to the finance department this afternoon to settle your wages. You need not return to work. What? Chen's face drained of color upon hearing Lu's decree. No, please, give me another chance. I was wrong to insult Mr. Lin. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy. His earlier bravado evaporated. Mr. Lin, please grant me another opportunity. I was mistaken. I shouldn't have disrespected you. President Lu, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. He was willing to forsake his pride to save his job, especially since he had recently purchased a home, relying on his salary to meet his mortgage payments. An opportunity? Lin Feng smirked at the pleading Chun. I have plenty of money to do as I please. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to throw money at me. This was Lin Feng's method of retaliation. Chen's spirit shattered at those words, his eyes losing their luster. Mr. Lin, do you wish to keep this money in our bank? Or, let it remain with you? I foresee numerous future collaborations, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well, Mr. Lin. Safe travels, Lu responded, a smile gracing his lips at Lin Feng's remark about future opportunities, indicating that Lin Feng held a favorable impression of him. Once Lin Feng departed, the others felt a pang of envy. Lin Feng was the true embodiment of wealth, while Supervisor Chun was merely a facade of bravado, lacking substance. As for your conduct today, I shall report it to your superior. You would do well to reflect on your actions, Lu admonished, turning to point a finger at the restaurant manager's chest. You ought to seek employment elsewhere. How dare you offend Mr. Lin? Truly, a case of poor judgment. The restaurant manager had thought he could escape unscathed, but now felt the weight of Lu's scrutiny. If Lu mentioned this incident to their boss, his position would be in jeopardy. In an instant, the restaurant manager and the servers' faces paled at the realization of their misfortune. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight within. The sensation of wealth was exhilarating. The scenarios he had only seen on television were unfolding in his own life. Tossing money at others felt extraordinary. After a quick meal, he returned to his rented apartment and played a few games, unknowingly passing the time until 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 4. Increasingly realistic. It was now time to head to Lu Xiaoqing's home for dinner. In the outskirts of Deep Sea City, in a neighborhood named Jinxiu, a taxi came to a stop at the entrance. Lin Feng stepped out, took out his phone, and called, "Hello, Xiaoqing. I'm at the neighborhood entrance. Which building and unit do you live in?" On the other end, Lu Xiaoqing received Lin Feng's call and quietly asked, "Did you take a taxi or rent a car?" "I took a taxi." "Why? Why didn't you rent a car?" "You're making me look bad," she replied, slightly displeased upon hearing he had taken a taxi. "Just wait, I'll come down to meet you." After hanging up, Lin Feng felt a bit exasperated. Lu Xiaoqing was becoming increasingly materialistic. At that moment, he truly hadn't intended to rent a car. It seemed wasteful. Why spend 300 yuan on something that could be accomplished for 50? Was it merely for the sake of appearances? Shortly after, Lu Xiaoqing arrived at the entrance and, upon seeing Lin Feng with a bag in hand, said, "Lin Feng, it's a relief you didn't forget to bring a gift. Let us go inside." As they walked, Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Lin Feng's attire and her expression shifted. She felt disappointed in her childhood friend. Lin Feng's casual clothing was simply too informal. "Lin Feng, haven't you considered my feelings? Couldn't you wear something a bit more appropriate? Even a second-hand suit would suffice." "Xiaoqing, I'm still a student. I don't need anything overly formal," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng timidly inquired, unable to muster any assertiveness in front of Lu Xiaoqing. "You're already in your senior year and interning. Can't you be a bit more serious? Are you truly oblivious or just pretending?" "Sigh, never mind. Just keep your words to a minimum when you come to my house later." Facing Lu Xiaoqing's reprimand, Lin Feng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Before long, the two arrived home. "Mom and Dad, Lin Feng is here," he called out. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Even before stepping inside, Lin Feng was the first to greet them. In his memory, Wang Qin had always been somewhat petty and vain. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoqing poured herself a glass of water and plopped down on the sofa, visibly irked. Still simmering over Lin Feng's lack of decorum, Wang Qin noticed Lin Feng's arrival, scrutinizing him with a disapproving glance, her expression far from pleasant. "Lin Feng, take a seat. The tea is over there. Help yourself," she said dismissively. It was evident that Wang Qin had formed a negative first impression of Lin Feng. After all, his attire was rather inexpensive, totaling no more than 200 yuan, giving off the impression that he was not of affluent means. This greatly disappointed Wang Qin, who had high hopes for him. "Xiao Feng is here. Hurry, sit down, don't be shy. Your uncle will finish this dish shortly," called Lu Jiangwo from the kitchen. At that moment, Wang Qin snapped at Lu Jiangwo, "Just cook the food. There's no need for all this chatter." Once Lin Feng was seated, Wang Qin wasted no time in asking, "Xiao Feng, what are your plans after graduating from university?" "I don't have any concrete plans yet. I'll take things as they come," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Had he not encountered the system earlier that morning, he would likely have been looking for an internship at some company, but now, he found no necessity to work for anyone else. He was his own boss. However, Lin Feng was reluctant to reveal his wealth in front of his girlfriend and potential future mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing let out a sigh, her frustration mounting. While Wang Qin shook her head and pressed further, "How much savings do you have now? Do you own a car? When do you plan to buy a house?" "Aunt Wang, I don't have much saved up at the moment. I find public transport quite convenient, so I don't need a car right now. And I have no plans to buy a house," Lin Feng replied honestly. This response ignited Lu Xiaoqing's anger. Lamenting that her boyfriend truly lacked the ability to communicate effectively. "Lin Feng, with no aspirations and no money, how do you expect to marry my daughter?" Wang Qin could no longer restrain her disapproval. "I initially had high hopes for you, considering I watched you grow up, and we were once neighbors. But you still cling to that rural mindset. I doubt you are worthy of my daughter." Lin Feng remained silent, surprised to see how materialistic Wang Qin had become after all these years. The reality of her expectations was disheartening, and disappointingly, Lu Xiaoqing had yet to speak a word in his defense. Just as Lin Feng prepared to retort, Lu Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. "Let us eat. The meal is ready." Wang Qin shot Lin Feng a glance before returning to the task of serving dinner. Lu Xiaoqing, fuming, seemed at a loss for words. Her feelings towards Lin Feng growing increasingly unfavorable. This boyfriend of hers had nothing to offer and couldn't even disguise his humble circumstances. What a shameful situation for her. "Xiao Feng, come to the table," Lu Jiangwo beckoned, noticing Lin Feng still seated on the sofa. "All right, Uncle Lu," Lin Feng replied with a smile. The dining table held little in the way of appealing dishes. Apart from a fish and some lean meat soup, the rest were vegetarian options, indicating a lack of preparation to host Lin Feng. "How are your parents, Xiao Feng?" "I haven't seen them in ages," Lu Jiangwo inquired with a warm smile. "Thanks to you, Uncle Lu, they are doing well." Just then, Wang Qin nudged Lu Jiangwo, who looked momentarily surprised as he caught her eye. Nevertheless, he quietly resumed sipping his soup, and Wang Qin couldn't help but murmur under her breath, "What a coward." Turning her attention back to Lin Feng, she stated, "Lin Feng, You're about to graduate. Hasn't your father mentioned that your family owes us 15,000? If you're financially stable, let him know, so we can settle this. Wang Qin's declaration cast an awkward shadow over the dinner table, causing Lu Xiaoqing's face to flush as she struggled to find words. Lu Jiangwo smiled weakly, taken aback that his wife would bring this up in front of Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, there's no rush, if old Lin. Lu Jiangwo, you're quite wealthy now, aren't you? Wang Qin interjected sharply, cutting him off. We're gearing up to start a business and need funds. 15,000 is no small amount. It's been nearly a decade, and with interest, we're owed several thousand more. Do you think you're the world's richest man with all that money? You useless coward. If you're too shy to ask, I won't hesitate to bring it up. Lu Jiangwo fell silent, cowed by his wife's rebuke, while Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the debt his family owed Lu Jiangwo, and he calmly replied, Aunt Wang, I will discuss the money with my father later. We will settle it soon. That would be best. Don't assume we lent you money out of obligation. It should be repaid with interest, or we stand to lose considerably, Wang Qin stated pragmatically. Lu Xiaoqing, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, Mom, I'm just speaking the truth, Xiaoqing. You may not understand the importance of money now, but you will in time, Wang Qin said earnestly, leaving Lin Feng feeling increasingly despondent. Was it truly this harsh? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Aunt Wang, Uncle Lu, it's me, came a voice from outside. Wang Qin's eyes lit up as she sprang to open the door, revealing a well-dressed young man with slicked back hair and a bouquet of roses. Xiaoqing, good afternoon. Zhang Yu greeted, handing the flowers to Lu Xiaoqing, who nervously set aside her bowl and chopsticks. Zhang Yu, what brings you here? Today is Auntie's birthday, so I brought some gifts to celebrate, the charming Zhang Yu replied, pulling out a delicately packaged gift box and presenting it to Wang Qin. Happy birthday, Aunt Wang. This is a limited edition perfume I had a friend bring back from France. A modest gift, but I hope you like it. Wang Qin's face broke into a wide smile as she accepted the gift, eagerly unwrapping it. Zhang Xiao, this perfume must be quite expensive, right? Not too pricey. Just over 20,000, Zhang Yu said nonchalantly. 20,000. Wang Qin beamed, quickly stashing it away as if it were a treasure, delighted at the extravagant gesture. After all, that amount represented several months' worth of wages from their fruit stall. Zhang Yu's generosity was truly astounding. Please, take a seat and join us for a meal, Lu Jiangwo invited Zhang Yu. Feigning modesty, Zhang Yu replied, I wouldn't want to intrude. I'm not hungry. Oh, we are all friends here, so there is no need for formality. Lu, hurry and prepare the lobsters from the fridge to entertain young Master Zhang. Wang Qin urged Lu Jiangwo into the kitchen. At that moment, Zhang Yu finally noticed Lin Feng, casting a condescending glance as he inquired, and who might this be? He is my classmate, Lu Xiaoqing stammered, avoiding eye contact and failing to acknowledge Lin Feng's status as her boyfriend. He hails from a rural background, so no need to concern yourself with him. Young Master Zhang, please take a seat and enjoy your meal. Wang Qin guided Zhang Yu to sit down. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu maintained his air of grandeur, extending his hand with a smug smile. Hello, I am Zhang Yu. Oh, I am Lin Feng, came the reply. Even Lin Feng, despite his simplicity, could discern that Zhang Yu was attempting to flaunt his wealth before him. However, he chose to disregard the gesture. Observing this, Zhang Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, then withdrew his hand with a chuckle. May I inquire where your esteemed friend is currently employed? I am nearing graduation and have no immediate plans, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Should Lin Xiao find himself employed in Deep Sea City in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I have some connections here and might be able to assist you. His insinuation was unmistakably clear. If Lin Feng were to navigate this place, it would undoubtedly be at Zhang Yu's behest. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. You are too kind. Young Master Zhang. Lin Feng, refrain from speaking. With your trifling background, you are even unworthy of cleaning the toilets at young Master Zhang's residence. Since Zhang Yu's arrival, Wang Qin had ceased to afford Lin Feng any courtesy or respect. Soon, the seafood was served, and Wang Qin enthusiastically served Zhang Yu while neglecting Lin Feng entirely, leaving him feeling isolated. Lu Xiaoqing remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. By the way, Lin Feng, you must not have had much seafood before, right? Such delicacies are rare in the countryside. You should indulge a little. Suddenly, Zhang Yu nonchalantly pushed half-eaten lobster towards Lin Feng, which left Lin Feng expressionless. Was Zhang Yu attempting to humiliate him? Offering him a half-eaten lobster was indeed audacious. What was merely a seafood meal hardly qualified as a delicacy. However, Lin Feng did not react with anger. Instead, he responded with a calm smile. Is your mind still unwell? Have you never tasted a delicacy? Lin Feng. What do you mean? Young Master Zhang is merely expressing concern for you. Do not mistake kindness for ingratitude. Wang Qin's displeasure was evident upon witnessing Lin Feng's audacity in speaking to Zhang Yu. Did he not realize the peril he was courting by offending Zhang Yu? Furthermore, Lin Feng's insult, suggesting Zhang Yu's mental state was compromised, was undeniably rude. Zhang Yu's expression soured. Am I mistaken, Lin Feng? You, from a rural background, have relied on Xiaoqing's support just to complete your university studies, yet you pretend to be affluent? He gestured toward the seafood. Do not accuse me of looking down on you. With your pitiful appearance, you likely cannot muster even 100 yuan. What face do you have to put on airs before me? Indeed, Lin Feng, you have no standing to compare yourself with young Master Zhang. Apologize at once. Wang Qin chimed in, eager to assert her authority. She had already envisioned Zhang Yu as her future son-in-law, considering Lin Feng as someone she could easily discard. While Lin Feng might be Lu Xiaoqing's nominal boyfriend, who would not wish for their daughter to marry a more accomplished and affluent man, Zhang Yu was destined to be their family's future son-in-law. Why should I apologize? Lin Feng replied coldly with a smile. Lin Feng, could you cease causing trouble? Do you not feel embarrassed enough already? At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing could no longer contain her frustration. She stood abruptly, pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I could overlook your lack of ambition, but your utter lack of self-awareness is truly disappointing. Xiaoqing, you still dare to speak? Look at what you've done. You've angered my precious daughter, and I will not let this go. Wang Qin, filled with ire, launched into a torrent of criticism against Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu reveled in the situation, finding it delightfully gratifying. You may be a university student, Xiaoqing, but you are still a city girl. Lin Feng, you are merely a country bumpkin and do not deserve her. Anyone with a modicum of self-awareness would understand their place. Zhang Yu continued to flaunt and mock. As for me, I am different. Those of us from the city are leagues ahead of someone like you, who will never catch up. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin stepped forward to kick Lin Feng while he was down. Did you hear that, Lin Feng? Zhang Yu speaks the truth. Chapter 6. Insult. 100 yuan? Lin Feng chuckled at the sight of the bill. Give me another 100, and I'll leave this place immediately. Supervisor Chen assumed Lin Feng was dissatisfied and tossed another 100 on the table. However, Lin Feng did not accept the money. Instead, he fixed Chen with a bemused gaze. Feeling insulted, at that moment, Chen's girlfriend glanced at Lin Feng with the eyes of one regarding a beggar, then turned to Chen, pouting. You claim to be a big company supervisor, yet cannot even secure a table for us. Look at him. He is standing there. His legs must be sore. Chen's anger flared at her words, and he threw 5 crisp 100 yuan bills onto the table. 500. That should cover 2 meals. Take the money and scram. Sir, please yield your seat to Supervisor Chen. After all, you cannot afford the food here. It would be better to take some money home for rent and lie down. The waitress, eager to curry favor with Chen, began to deride Lin Feng as well. Am I someone who cannot afford rent? Lin Feng found her words amusing. As the commotion drew the attention of several nearby office workers, they watched with keen interest. You still want to vacate your seat? I'll offer you 2,000. Leave immediately. Chen was thoroughly enraged. This boy was insatiable. To impress his girlfriend, Chen was willing to part with 2,000 yuan in cash. Though it pained him to do so, he felt it necessary to maintain his dignity. Why should I give up my seat? I was here first. And this spot belongs to me, Lin Feng. Today, you may go elsewhere. Lin Feng's stance was resolute. Had this been in the past, Lin Feng would have gladly accepted any money offered as an insult. He would have welcomed it with open arms. But now, Lin Feng was not in need of such trivial sums. With nearly 2 million in savings and a net worth of several hundred million, being offered 2,000 yuan to relinquish his seat was a blatant affront. Lin Feng, now affluent, would not fall for such tricks anymore. Go fetch your manager. Seeing Lin Feng's obstinacy, Chen was incensed. This destitute boy dared to challenge him, clearly unaware of his own insignificance. The waitress hurried off to fetch the manager. And soon a well-dressed restaurant manager approached. Sir, could you please vacate your seat for our esteemed guest? The moment the manager arrived, he demanded Lin Feng yield his seat, without even a second glance. Lin Feng's attire was far too shabby, leading the gathered crowd to dismiss him as a person of wealth. Moreover, with the influx of those seeking air conditioning, Lin Feng was merely categorized among them. Do you hold us in contempt? Lin Feng rose to confront them. It is not contempt. It is simply that we have never regarded you at all. Sir, please do not overestimate your own importance. The waitress, with an air of superiority, sneered at Lin Feng. This remark ignited Lin Feng's fury. However, as a paragon of virtue in this century, he adhered to the principle of enduring what he could. All right, I, Lin, shall remember this. Just wait and see. Lin Feng pointed at Manager Chen and said, You enjoy flaunting cash, do you? Very well. You, young man, are you still unsatisfied with 1,000 in cash? The manager fawned over Manager Chen. Manager Chen is the head of the construction bank, earning 50,000 a month. Tossing you 1,000 is akin to handing a beggar a mere coin. If you don't leave soon, we shall call security. 50,000 a month is a lot. Lin Feng could no longer tolerate their disdain. Today, he would play along with their antics. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Darling, look quickly. This poor boy claims he will play with us. Manager Chen's fiery girlfriend stifled her laughter. Do you really think that wearing flip-flops and baggy shorts makes you an internet landlord? Don't make me laugh. This fellow truly did not know his place. Not satisfied with 1,000, greed knows no bounds. Exactly. Such insatiable youngsters will soon learn the harsh realities of the working world. They are worth nothing. The naive youth is indeed naive, taking up space in the air-conditioned room and thinking he has a right to be here. The manager hurriedly urged him to leave. This high-end establishment is not meant for people like you. Kindly escort him out. Many dining white-collar workers turned their heads, voicing their intent to expel Lin Feng. Although many of them hailed from rural backgrounds, they worked in offices in deep-sea city and had already considered themselves urbanites, thus looking down upon Lin Feng. The poor boy. The upper class never tolerated any riffraff mingling with them. Seeing the consensus among the patrons, the manager shrugged and smiled. Sir, you see now? Take your 1,000 and leave. Go find another place to enjoy the air conditioning. This is not where you belong. You look down upon me. Lin Feng pulled out his phone. I will make you regret this. Ha ha ha, regret? Please, do try, they mocked. The manager and Manager Chen exchanged amused glances. This boy was still putting on a brave face. Lin Feng dialed a number. Hello, this is Lin Feng. Could you bring me some cash? Mr. Lin, how much do you need? Wang Chuanbiao, receiving Lin Feng's call, immediately set aside his lunch. Not much, just 1 million. That should suffice. 1 million. Wang Chuanbiao was taken aback. What? You don't have it? No, Mr. Lin, just a moment. I will have our partner bank prepare it for you. Please send me your address. All right, thank you. No problem. Wang Chuanbiao wiped the sweat from his brow after hanging up, soon receiving Lin Feng's address. Meanwhile, Lin Feng hung up, and everyone looked at him with amusement. This fellow was pretending to be affluent, claiming someone would bring him money. This is too funny, they scoffed. Are you calling your pig-headed friends to scrape together a few thousand to humiliate me? Manager Chen laughed at Lin Feng's serious demeanor. If it's just a few thousand, I advise you to spare yourself the embarrassment and go home to do your homework instead of trying to save face. Manager Chen was correct. How could he compare himself to Manager Chen? A pathetic loser. The manager added fuel to the fire, fervently praising Manager Chen. Suddenly, 3 burly men in bank uniforms hurried in, the middle-aged man carrying a black briefcase. Bank president, what brings you here? Upon seeing him, Manager Chen quickly welcomed him with a smile, while the restaurant manager had already rushed over, bowing to greet. Welcome, President Liu. Chapter 7, Unmasked. A lack of ambition is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is not recognizing one's own limitations. Zhang Xiao, at just 25, has already become the market manager at Angel S Agreement, while all you do is come to my house for meals. Wang Qin's words were especially humiliating, delivered without any disguise. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused momentarily. Angel's Agreement? Isn't that his own company? Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Lin Feng felt a flicker of joy and walked into the lavatory. You shouldn't speak to Xiao Feng like that, Lu Jiangwo interjected awkwardly, only to be met with Wang Qin's scorn. Inside the restroom, Lin Feng dialed another number. Wang Chuanbiao, is there a market manager named Zhang Yu in our company? Zhang Yu. Let me check right away. After a brief moment, Wang Chuanbiao responded, Boss, Zhang Yu is merely a lowly intern, not a market manager. What is the matter? From now on, he is no longer part of our company. Terminate his employment. Understood, boss. Lin Feng's command was decisive, and Wang Chuanbiao responded promptly, indicating Zhang Yu must have crossed Lin Feng, an insignificant intern, truly unaware of his precarious position. After concluding the call, Lin Feng exited the restroom. At that moment, Wang Qin was rummaging through the gifts Lin Feng had brought, finding that the bag contained nothing but local rural specialties. You Lin Feng, are you serious? You dare bring these shabby items as a present for my birthday? Look at Zhang Xiao, and then look at you. This pathetic appearance is what you consider a gift? Wang Qin tossed the local delicacies out the door. You think you can compare to Zhang Xiao with your meager offerings? At the dining table, Lu Xiaoqing's expression darkened further as she turned to Lin Feng, her voice tinged with disappointment. Lin Feng, do you even care about me? You know today is my mother's birthday, yet you treat me like this? I am not treating you poorly. These are sincere gifts for your mother, Lin Feng protested. You needn't say anything further. You have truly disappointed me. Lu Xiaoqing's face turned pale with anger, and Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to console her. Xiaoqing, don't be upset. Lin brother is just a country boy with little money. He has already done his best. We cannot expect too much from him. Right, Lin brother? Zhang Yu finished with a smirk aimed directly at Lin Feng. He took pleasure in belittling Lin Feng in front of Lu Xiaoqing, feeling an inexplicable sense of superiority. I remain grounded, while some choose to boast and exaggerate without a hint of shame. Lin Feng's tone shifted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu, his eyes glimmering with amusement. You think I like to boast? Zhang Yu's demeanor soured immediately as he produced the key to his Audi from his waist and adjusted his tie. Lin Feng. You cannot speak recklessly about what you don't understand. Haha, clearly just a lowly intern, yet you boast of being a market manager. And one who has already been fired at that. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa. What should I say to you, Zhang Yu? This is what we call a dead chicken propping up a pot lid. I was fired? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, you are truly amusing. Zhang Yu maintained his composure. I earn 30,000 a month. You are simply envious and are trying to slander me, right? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, is this not enough embarrassment for you? What exactly are you trying to accomplish, still here talking nonsense? His girlfriend, Lu Xiaoqing, admonished Lin Feng, utterly disbelieving his claims. His prospective mother-in-law, Wang Qin, also regarded him with disdain. Zhang Xiao's pocket change earns more in a month than your entire family. What courage do you have to slander him? I haven't slandered him. Nor am I envious. I speak the truth. Just then, Zhang Yu's phone rang, revealing a call from the company's vice president, with whom he had a very good relationship. To demonstrate his status at Angel S agreement, Zhang Yu deliberately put the call on speaker, announcing loudly, "Hello, Vice President. What can I do for you? Zhang Yu, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are no longer my assistant. Return to settle the accounts and leave the company." On the other end of the line, the vice president was drenched in sweat, having just faced a reprimand from the general manager, who chastised him for his lax management of subordinates, nearly putting his position at risk. What? Zhang Yu was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Am I mistaken? Look, he is merely a dismissed assistant. At that moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity, causing Zhang Yu's face to flush with embarrassment. Xiaoqing, I. Zhang Yu felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Zhang Yu, did you hear that? The voice on the phone continued to unleash a torrent of scolding. In a bid to salvage his job, Zhang Yu hurriedly dashed out. Vice President, please listen to me. This Zhang Yu was indeed more wronged than a victim of injustice, having been exposed by the inept Lin Feng, and now finding himself inexplicably jobless. This sudden calamity left him bereft of tears to cry. Wang Qin and Lu Xiaoqing looked on in bewilderment, while Lin Feng reveled inwardly, stating, Zhang Yu is nothing but a hypocrite. Am I wrong? You still dare to speak? Even as an assistant, he is far superior to you, a good-for-nothing drifter. Wang Qin persisted. His family background is 1,000 times better than yours. What have you to boast about? Heh, Aunt Wang, I am aware that I am not exceptional, but you need not harbor such biases against me. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. Do you truly regard me as worthless in your eyes? You, a good-for-nothing, do not even deserve my consideration. The blunt-speaking Wang Qin retorted. Go home and ask your father to repay the money your family owes us. Not a single cent of interest can be spared. No need to trouble my father. I have 200,000 here, 150,000 as principal, and the rest is interest for you. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, and upon hearing this, Wang Qin scoffed derisively. This Lin Feng, how audacious, truly shameless. Lin Feng, not only do you lack ambition, but you have also learned to lie. You can produce 200,000? I'll eat dung to prove you wrong. In her mind, Lin Feng was merely a spineless wretch who had come to the city from the countryside to study, having borrowed tuition from neighbors far and wide. Could he really come up with 200,000? She wouldn't believe it, even if her life depended on it. Just as Wang Qin finished speaking, Lin Feng pressed a few digits on his phone, and soon, a notification chimed on Wang Qin's device. Ding dong. Could this waste truly have transferred the money to me? I refuse to believe it. Cursing under her breath, Wang Qin glanced at her phone. If you dare to play tricks on me, just get out. However, upon a closer look, her expression shifted to one of shock. For Lin Feng had indeed transferred 200,000 to her bank account. In an instant, Wang Qin's demeanor turned exceedingly grim. She had just claimed that if Lin Feng could produce 200,000, she would eat dung. Now, she was thoroughly slapped in the face. Chapter 8, Departing with Grace. Aunt Wang, I have transferred this 200,000 to you, so there's no need for you to eat dung. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Although I hail from the countryside, I am a person of dignity, not someone you can humiliate at will. Having said this, he turned to leave, and at that moment, Lu Xiaoqing, her face a mask of astonishment, rushed forward. Lin Feng, aren't you going to finish your meal before you leave? Lin Feng had just produced 200,000. Surely there was some secret behind it that Lu Xiaoqing needed to uncover. Otherwise, she would not be satisfied. No, I am disappointed in you. Just as you are disappointed in me. Lin Feng turned, leaving without a shred of compassion. I am tired. This is how it ends. With that, Lin Feng strode away. Moments later, Wang Qin snapped out of her excitement. Where did that waste go? If he has left, then so be it. After all, the 200,000 is already in hand. Ha ha ha. It must be from old Lin's money. They must feel guilty towards us, hence the extra 50,000. Witnessing his wife's demeanor, Lu Jiangwo felt a profound disappointment, sighing, "You all have been too harsh on Xiaofeng. Lu Jiangwo, could you please keep quiet? When I asked you to speak earlier, you hesitated. Were it not for marrying a spineless man like you, would I have to endure this suffering?" Wang Qin's voice soon filled the dining table, and Lu Xiaoqing, unable to eat any longer, retreated to her room, tears streaming down her face. "Lin Feng, it is all your fault that today turned out this way. If it weren't for you, my parents would never have argued. We are truly incompatible." She contemplated finding an opportunity to break up with Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng walked along, bitterly chuckling to himself. Indeed, as Lu Xiaoqing matured, her temperament increasingly resembled that of her mother, Wang Qin. She had become unreasonable and vain. "Had I remained a penniless wretch today, I fear you would not only have betrayed me on the spot, but would have also insulted me, correct?" Reflecting on the care and devotion he had once lavished on Lu Xiaoqing, Lin Feng felt a pang of bitterness. He had been so naive back then. She had secretly been seeing Zhang Yu while he remained blissfully unaware. Society is indeed harsh. Without money, even those closest to you may turn against you. Upon returning home, Lin Feng drowned his sorrows in alcohol. The next day, upon awakening, an exhilarating notification surfaced in his mind. Today's check-in location, Shenfeng Car Dealership. Shenfeng Car Dealership? How intriguing. Lin Feng quickly tidied himself up and rushed out. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Shenfeng Car Dealership, the largest and most upscale dealership in the heart of Deep Sea City, frequently showcasing various luxury vehicles. Lin Feng had seen numerous reports about Shenfeng Car Dealership on television. As he approached, his phone rang. At a glance, it was an unfamiliar number. It must be the contact person. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" A polite male voice inquired from the other end. Lin Feng acknowledged, and the caller promptly stated, "May I ask where you are now, Mr. Lin? I have some dealership contracts that require your signature." "I am almost at Shenfeng Car Dealership." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Very well, please hold on a moment. I will return shortly." On the other end, after hanging up, Chen Dehai hurriedly prepared the contracts and other documents, getting into his car to rush to Shenfeng Car Dealership. After all, he was the manager of Shenfeng Car Dealership and had received an urgent call early that morning regarding the transfer of ownership to a new proprietor he had yet to meet. This left him in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stepped into Shenfeng Car Dealership, where a service staff member in a black uniform approached him immediately. She glanced at Lin Feng, instinctively revealing a look of disdain. Nevertheless, she habitually inquired, "Hello, handsome, do you have a car in mind? Would you like me to introduce you to some?" Lin Feng replied with a glance, "No need, I'll look myself." "Oh, all right." The attractive salesgirl scoffed internally, turning away while rolling her eyes. She muttered under her breath, "Clearly just another country bumpkin here to enjoy the air conditioning and free snacks." She had encountered many like Lin Feng before, entering to pose as a wealthy second generation, only to leave without making a purchase. Moreover, Lin Feng's attire was so ordinary that he couldn't even be bothered to dress up. She saw right through him instantly. Lin Feng paid no heed to the salesgirl's judgment and began to explore Shenfeng Car Dealership. Before long, he marveled inwardly. Indeed, Shenfeng Car Dealership is worthy of being the premier dealership in Deep Sea City. What a display of luxury vehicles, Ferraris, Audis, BMWs, Porsches, Maseratis, and an array of esteemed brands, all showcased in the Shenkei's dealership. It is evident that the influence of this establishment in Deep Sea City far surpasses that of the so-called for major dealerships. Almost every luxury car brand has entrusted their sales to Shenkei's, a testament to their formidable prowess. Lin Feng's gaze eventually settled on a brand new Mercedes. This particular sports car, famed for its green beastly allure, boasted an exquisite design and an astonishing speed of 318 kilometers per hour. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 in a mere 3.6 seconds, embodying the epitome of the new generation of luxury supercars. Lin Feng, having the opportunity to closely examine such a magnificent vehicle, couldn't help but caress its smooth surface, reveling in the sensation. At that moment, a voice interrupted his admiration. "Sir, please refrain from touching the vehicles here. I kindly ask you to step away from this sports car." It was the same saleswoman from earlier. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "In a moment, this car will be mine. What harm is there in trying it out? Are you jesting, sir?" The saleswoman replied with an air of superiority. "If you aren't purchasing, kindly leave. You should depart after feasting." She clearly doubted Lin Feng's financial capability to afford such a Mercedes. Just then, a middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain and a portly physique approached. "Kid, keep your distance from my car. I have my eye on it, and I wouldn't want you to scratch it." Upon seeing this man, the saleswoman quickly adopted a flirtatious demeanor, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, what a surprise. You should have informed us of your arrival. Please, come inside." This Mr. Zhou, a billionaire, often frequented the dealership to mingle with the attractive saleswomen. He approached the car, barking at Lin Feng. "Kid, don't dirty my car, get out." The authoritative tone irked Lin Feng. "What is this nonsense? You haven't even purchased the car yet. How can it be yours?" "Because I intend to reserve it. I have ample funds, and I doubt anyone else can afford it," Zhou boasted, looking down on Lin Feng. "Is that so? I apologize. But I have my sights set on this car first. I intend to reserve it." Lin Feng stood his ground. "This model is the latest release. And there is only one in all of Deep Sea City. It is truly magnificent, and as a man enamored with sports cars, I refuse to relinquish it to Zhou." "You intend to reserve it?" Zhou laughed heartily, mocking Lin Feng. "Kid, even if you sold 10 kidneys, you wouldn't be able to afford this car. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." He then instructed the saleswoman, "Get rid of this guy. I am in a good mood today, and I don't want it spoiled. Otherwise, I want tea by the car." The saleswoman, realizing the potential loss of a lucrative commission, approached Lin Feng with a dismissal. "Sir, I must ask you to leave immediately. Please do not hinder my work." "What? I said this car is mine. Do you truly believe I cannot afford it?" Lin Feng was taken aback by her blatant snobbery. It seemed the world still favored appearances. Dressed so simply, he was subject to derision. "That is not my intention. However, this sports car costs over 2 million. You simply cannot afford it," she retorted, her demeanor frosty. "Please exit at once, or I will summon security." "First of all, I am not here to cause trouble," Lin Feng replied, feeling disgruntled. "Secondly, this car is mine. I intend to reserve it. Even if your superior were to arrive, I expect at least some respect." Lin Feng had not wished to engage in conflict, but this woman's arrogance and condescension warranted a firm lesson. "Huh, kid, you truly are oblivious to your own insignificance. Perhaps you can fool others, but causing a scene at Shenkei's is like lighting a lantern in a toilet." Zhou chuckled, folding his arms in amusement. The head of Shenkei's was a formidable individual, one whom even Zhou had to appease. Lin Feng's disruption would undoubtedly provide entertainment when the head arrived. Security. The saleswoman, having lost patience, summoned the guards, insisting, "Throw this troublemaker out. He is here to stir chaos." Soon, 2 security personnel approached, intent on escorting Lin Feng out. He was momentarily stunned. "Are you truly this unreasonable?" "Reasonable?" Zhou scoffed. "Let me enlighten you. In this world, wealth is the ultimate truth. I possess the means to purchase this Mercedes, while you, a mere pauper, lack the right to even be here." Lin Feng nodded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he made his exit. Zhou, smirking, taunted, "Kid, I drive a Mercedes and charm beautiful women. You are only fit for picking your nose." Once outside, as Lin Feng contemplated returning home, an Audi pulled up in front of him. A rather dapper middle-aged man stepped out, greeting him. "Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Feng. I apologize for the wait." As Lin Feng lifted his gaze, the man introduced himself. "I am Qin Dehai, the head of Shenkei's. I called you earlier." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Dehai observed Lin Feng, noting his youthfulness, appearing even younger than in his photographs. It seemed the future belonged to the young. "You must be the heir of a prominent group," he thought. With utmost respect, Qin Dehai addressed Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, there are matters that require your attention. Please, allow me to escort you inside." He gestured invitingly, yet Lin Feng remained unmoved. Noticing Lin Feng's displeasure, Qin Dehai inquired, "Mr. Lin, what seems to be the matter?" "Oh, I was merely perusing the dealership when your staff had me ejected." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. "What?" Qin Dehai's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Lin, please hold on. I will rectify this immediately. Come inside." Thus, Lin Feng followed Qin Dehai back into Shenkei's. Inside, the saleswoman was currently showcasing the coveted Mercedes to Zhou. Upon noticing Qin Dehai's entrance, her face brightened with a smile. "Director, this sports car just arrived and has already been reserved. Mr. Zhou mentioned he would return in a few days to collect it." "Which Mr. Zhou?" Qin Dehai's expression darkened. The saleswoman, puzzled by his lack of praise, replied, "It is Zhou Jin, Mr. Zhou." Just then, Zhou Jin approached, and upon seeing Qin Dehai, he greeted him politely. "Director Chun, long time no see. I am Zhou Jin. We met previously, and I am here to reserve this supercar." "I had no idea it was you, Zhou the Fat." Qin Dehai's face soured. "We are no longer selling this car. I insist you leave immediately." Zhou Jin stood there, bewildered, pondering what offense he had committed against Qin Dehai. He knew full well that Qin Dehai was closely connected to his superior and could not afford to offend him. He meekly queried, "Director, what is the meaning of this?" "Director, Mr. Zhou, enough of your words. You are dismissed. Settle your wages and leave this place." The beautiful saleswoman wished to defend Zhou Jin, but she was left speechless by Qin Dehai's remarks. "Branch manager, what have I done wrong? You 2 reckless fools dared to humiliate Mr. Lin. It was you who instructed the security to expel him, wasn't it?" Qin Dehai reprimanded, as Lin Feng approached from behind, walking leisurely. Mr. Lin? Zhou Jin caught sight of Lin Feng, his lips curling in confusion. Who is this? Let me inform you that from this moment forth, Mr. Lin shall be the new owner of Shunfeng Auto Dealership. How dare you treat my boss with such disrespect? Chen Dehai's anger was palpable, and the gravity of his words struck Zhou Jin and the beautiful saleswoman like a bolt from the blue, leaving them frozen in shock. What? The beautiful saleswoman pointed at Lin Feng, her expression one of disbelief. Are you saying he is our new boss? Goodness, this. Zhou Jin was so taken aback that he could hardly find his voice. Lin Feng, the new owner of Shunfeng Auto Dealership, was astonishingly young. It was common knowledge that the dealership's valuation exceeded $1 billion, and to think that the youthful Lin Feng could acquire it. Did this imply that his worth surpassed $1 billion? The beautiful saleswoman nearly fainted. Both she and Zhou Jin were promptly ejected from Shunfeng Auto Dealership. It was vital to recognize that they had offended Lin Feng, who had already purchased the most prestigious and expansive car dealership in Deep Sea City at such a tender age. Chapter 10. Settled. The youth is indeed formidable. Ding. Successful check-in. Achievement unlocked. Shunfeng Auto Dealership. At this moment, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, indicating his acquisition of the dealership. Inside the office, Chen Dehai respectfully presented the contracts and documents for Lin Feng's signature, and shortly thereafter, everything was finalized. Mr. Lin, shall I take you on a tour? Chen Dehai greeted him with a smile. No need. I have already seen enough, Lin Feng replied as he rose to leave. Suddenly, a line of numbers appeared in his mind. This store refreshes a luxury car every 3 days. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, almost bursting into laughter from astonishment. A luxury car every 3 days meant each one could be as splendid as that Mercedes. Such opulence was exhilarating. By the way, branch manager, does that green Mercedes outside have a license plate? Lin Feng inquired excitedly. Yes, of course. Please get it registered. I would like to take it for a spin later, Lin Feng stated before exiting the dealership. Chen Dehai nodded, pondering the extraordinary character of his new boss. However, as long as he was amiable, it was preferable to the previous owner, who seldom visited the dealership. He stepped outside and instructed several employees. You all, handle the registration, check the systems, and warm up the vehicle. Yes, sir. They hastily complied. Outside, Lin Feng arrived at a more upscale restaurant for lunch. It was already 11 in the morning, and he could not afford to let hunger linger. Although it was merely a 4-star establishment, the luxury cars in the parking lot indicated that many affluent patrons frequented this venue. This was Lin Feng's first time in such a place. Hello, sir. Here is the menu. As he settled in, a beautiful waitress approached, offering him a sweet smile that stirred his heart. What is the most expensive dish here that can still leave one unsatisfied? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the waitress momentarily paused before responding. Sir, our restaurant's specialties include abalone, fish fin, bird's nest, and caviar. Very well, I shall have one of each. Ah, you want all of them? The waitress was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's extravagance, knowing that ordering each item would be quite costly. Sir, perhaps you won't be able to finish so much. Why not start with the abalone? Lin Feng glanced up at her, noting not only her beauty but her prudent nature as well. However, it seemed she was new and not adept at upselling customers. Smiling, Lin Feng replied, All right, let's go with your suggestion. By the way, what is your name? My name is Nie Yunju. Nie Yunju, what a lovely name. Lin Feng nodded, and the waitress walked away. After a few minutes, a commotion erupted behind Lin Feng. The sound of shattering dishes echoed, followed by a furious voice. Are you blind? Sir, I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. Quit your nonsense. You just ruined my $5,000 suit. What are you going to do about it? A patron was berating the waitress, who turned out to be Nie Yunju. While pouring coffee, she had accidentally spilled it on the customer after he inappropriately touched her, causing her to flinch. Sir, if you hadn't acted in such a manner, I wouldn't have made a mistake, Nie Yunju retorted, feeling frustrated but intimidated by the man's aggressive demeanor. Zhang Yu, who was among a group of old friends, smiled slightly. He had not anticipated encountering such a beautiful waitress and entertained lewd thoughts. No need to be nervous, you're so pretty. Just wait for me outside after your shift. A $5,000 suit is nothing. If you accompany me for a few drinks, I won't file a complaint. What do you say, lovely? The onlookers recognized Zhang Yu's intentions toward Nie Yunju. However, it was not uncommon for attractive waitresses to associate with wealthy individuals, often engaging in social activities outside of work. Thus, no one was particularly shocked. Lin Feng, however, noticed Zhang Yu's bullying of Nie Yunju and turned to observe the unfolding situation. I don't want to. Nie Yunju weakly refused Zhang Yu's proposition. Oh, you don't? How amusing. You little tramp. Zhang Yu's companion threatened angrily. Zhang Xiao doesn't lack money. How about an extra 10,000? What do you take me for? 20,000. Another man interjected without batting an eye. I don't want it. This isn't my fault. Why am I being blamed? Nie Yunju protested, nearly in tears from the pressure. Oh, 20,000 ISNT enough? You really overestimate yourself. Zhang Yu finally lost his patience. 20,000 was his maximum offer. Although Nie Yunju was beautiful and seemed somewhat naive, she wasn't worth a higher price. To him, 20,000 could easily secure a tall, glamorous model. Bring your manager over here. Zhang Yu commanded, and shortly after, the restaurant manager approached with a smile. Young Master Zhang, what seems to be the problem? She ruined my $5,000 suit, and I want to hold her accountable. How do you propose we handle this? Zhang Yu frequents this establishment, enjoying the status of a distinguished guest, well known to the restaurant's manager who dares not offend him. Upon hearing this, the manager turned toward Nie Yunju, unleashing a torrent of scolding. What have you done? You excel at nothing but causing chaos, and you dare to offend young Master Zhang? Hurry up and apologize. Nie Yunju felt a surge of indignation, the manager's authoritative presence overwhelming her. Just as she was about to issue an apology, Zhang Yu intervened. Apologize? He scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? This suit of mine is worth 50,000. Surely your manager's monthly salary doesn't even reach that amount. With a sinister grin, he pointed at Nie Yunju. Today, you either fire her or compensate me for my suit. At his words, everyone turned to look, realizing that Zhang Yu, thwarted in his pursuits, was intent on crushing her. Such was the realm of the wealthy, where power and money reigned supreme. The manager, unblinking, declared, Nie Yunju, you're fired. Gather your belongings and leave this place at once. Hearing this, Nie Yunju's face trembled with rage, tears threatening to spill. She had only been interning for less than a month and desperately needed the income to pay her rent. With payday approaching, being dismissed would spell disaster. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait, I have something to say. With that, Lin Feng strode toward them. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened. It was this fool who had caused his unwarranted dismissal last time. Encountering Lin Feng here, Zhang Yu was determined to reclaim his dignity. So it's you. What a surprise that we meet again, he said, a smile playing on his lips, intent on making Lin Feng's life miserable. Zhang Xiao, have you found a job? What brings you here for leisure? Lin Feng replied with a casual smile, instantly causing Zhang Yu's expression to sour. This guy dared to bring that topic up again. And who might you be? The restaurant manager scrutinized Lin Feng as he approached, but upon noticing Zhang Yu's evident disdain, he regarded Lin Feng as an adversary. After all, pleasing Zhang Yu was paramount. I'm her friend. Lin Feng gestured toward Nie Yunju, leaving her astonished. Her friend? So what? Zhang Yu sneered. Lin Feng, do you enjoy seeking the spotlight? You don't intend to say you're going to compensate her, do you? 50,000. Can you even afford that? I doubt your entire family earns that much in a year. Zhang Yu reveled in revealing Lin Feng's background. Laughter erupted among the patrons. Realizing Lin Feng was from a rural background, lacking family connections, yet craving attention. Yunju, are you certain the fault lies with him? Lin Feng ignored Zhang Yu's jibes and turned to Nie Yunju, who nodded affirmatively. Good, then you need not pay. With her confirmation, Lin Feng spoke coolly. Kid, you think you can stir trouble? Who do you think you are, daring to lecture in front of young Master Zhang? Here to mooch off free drinks? The manager eyed Lin Feng warily, as if he were a thief. Haha, I agree with the manager. He must be here to mooch drinks. There's no way he can afford to dine here. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. And Lin Feng, you think you can just say she doesn't need to pay? Who do you think you are? Manager, why aren't you throwing him out? The manager, now furious, realized Lin Feng was indeed a freeloader. Pointing at Lin Feng, he barked, get out of here immediately. You have no right to speak. How about this? We call the police and have them check the surveillance. If it's Yunju's fault, I'll pay the 50,000, Lin Feng said with a grin. At this, Zhang Yu's expression shifted, and he clenched his teeth. Fine. It's just a suit worth 50,000. Today is my birthday, so I want to pursue it further. Lu manager, just throw him out. But let this young lady stay. I want to hold her mistake against her. Zhang Yu spoke with feigned nobility, secretly pondering that if the authorities intervened, his own transgressions would be exposed, ruining his reputation. The manager nodded, fully compliant with Zhang Yu's wishes. Kid, have you had your fill of drinks? If so, get out of here at once, or I'll break your legs, Lu manager threatened, fully convinced Lin Feng was merely there to sponge off the establishment. Zhang Yu and his companions exchanged wicked smiles, as if to say Lin Feng was out of his league. I have money and can do as I please. Lin Feng, however, felt his temper rising. These people were indeed shameless. Just as he was about to explode, a portly figure approached from behind. Who are you threatening to break legs? Boss, this kid is causing trouble here. I'm about to throw him out, Lu manager said, instantly lowering his tone upon seeing the newcomer. You insolent fool. Shut your mouth. The rotund figure raised his hand and slapped Lu manager across the face, leaving everyone in shock. Lu manager stood bewildered, clutching his face in confusion. Why had his boss struck him without reason? The newcomer was none other than Zhou Jin, a minor shareholder of this four-star restaurant. He had witnessed the commotion and, upon recognizing Lin Feng as the new owner of Xinfeng Auto, realized he had previously offended him regarding the sports car issue and had been chased away by Qin Dahai. Now, seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jin wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to Lu manager. "B-boss." Lu manager recoiled, shrinking back as if he were a frightened child. Utterly perplexed by the sudden assault. "Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Are you blind? Where's your brain?" Zhou Jin seethed with anger. "Do you think I condone such behavior toward our guests?" "Boss, I. Lu manager, feeling his legs weaken, hastily bent to apologize to Lin Feng. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin." Though he wasn't fully aware of Lin Feng's status. Anyone acquainted with Zhou Jin surely held significance. Zhang Yu and his companions were momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Lin Feng's connection to Zhou Jin. "This kid is just too fortunate. You should be apologizing to Yunzhu, not me." Lin Feng smiled lightly. Lu manager quickly turned to Nie Yunzhu, offering his apologies. Dazed, she ultimately chose not to hold a grudge against him. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" Zhou Jin approached Lin Feng respectfully, a smile on his face. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's a trivial matter. I can't be bothered. Let us consider this incident closed." "Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Lin." Zhou Jin praised. The expressions on Zhang Yu and his companions' faces were incredibly grim as they settled the bill. They cast a resentful glance at Lin Feng, with Zhang Yu particularly wishing he could eliminate Lin Feng on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng departed the restaurant, having lost all appetite. "Mr. Lin, thank you. May I have your contact information?" Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, Nie Yunzhu approached him, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. "Sure, no problem. Great. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Nie Yunzhu said, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Outside, upon exiting, Lin Feng encountered Zhang Yu and his entourage, who were just pulling out in their Audi. Spotting Lin Feng, Zhang Yu immediately rolled down the car window and taunted. "Hey, kid, you're lucky today? No car, huh? Want a ride? I'll charge you half the fare, haha." One of the wealthy companions laughed. "Zhang, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? You know he's from the countryside. Expecting him to have a car is just rubbing salt in the wound, huh? Haha, this is hilarious. Here, kid, take these 2 coins for the bus fare." Another tossed 2 coins onto the ground, grinning as he humiliated Lin Feng. In their minds, Lin Feng could never afford a car. However, at that moment, a magnificent roar of an engine resonated through the air. The melodious hum of a powerful engine filled their ears, and in the next instant, a vibrant green, brand-new Mercedes appeared before them. "Whoa, this model is the only one in Deep Sea City. Who on earth bought it? It's even more impressive than my Audi. I want to take that sports car for a spin." Zhang Yu and his companions gaped at the vehicle in astonishment. To their utter disbelief, the Mercedes pulled up right in front of Lin Feng. A staff member from Xinfeng car dealership stepped out. "Boss, your car is here." "What?" Zhang Yu and his friends were left slack-jawed as they witnessed the driver hand the keys to Lin Feng. "Thanks for your hard work." Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, taking the keys and entering the driver's seat. He then rolled down the window and cheerfully addressed Zhang Yu. "Apologies, but I'm not accustomed to driving an Audi." With that, Lin Feng tossed a stack of coins at Zhang Yu's face. "Here's 10 times your bus fare. No need to thank me." Just as Zhang Yu was about to explode, Lin Feng's car sped away, leaving him in a state of rage. Damn that kid. How infuriating. Chapter 12, Grudges. Zhang Yu trembled with anger. He never imagined that the only Mercedes in Deep Sea City would belong to Lin Feng. "Don't be upset, Zhang. That car is probably rented. He's just putting on a show," one of his friends reassured him. "Exactly. He's from the countryside with an ordinary background. And with no job, there's no way he could afford that supercar." Hearing his friend's comforting words, Zhang Yu felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, he had previously dispatched someone to investigate Lin Feng, discovering that his family situation was quite average. The car must certainly be borrowed or rented from a friend. "Lin Feng, next time, I'll make sure you regret it," Zhang Yu vowed fiercely. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reveled in the luxury of his high-end vehicle, taking a few laps around the city, thoroughly enjoying the exhilarating performance of the sports car. The premium configurations justified its hefty price tag. As Lin Feng cruised past Xinfeng car dealership, a figure suddenly darted out in front of him. He slammed on the brakes, only to see the beautiful saleswoman he had offended earlier that morning rushing forward. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. I was wrong," the saleswoman pleaded. And Lin Feng felt a twinge of exasperation. He had anticipated that she would wait for him for hours. "What do you want?" he asked. "I can make it up to you. Just forgive me. I'll do whatever you ask," she replied earnestly. Then, without waiting for his response, she opened the passenger door and slid into the seat beside him, her long legs clad in stockings extremely alluring. Dressed in her uniform, With fiery red lips and a captivating face, she exuded an undeniable charm. Recognizing her intentions, Lin Feng decided to drive her to a high-end hotel. An hour later, Lin Feng emerged from the hotel, replaying the earlier events in his mind with a sweet smile. He had to admit, the saleswoman was quite impressive, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, exuding the allure of a married woman. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Lin Feng, it's Monkey. Do you remember me?" "Monkey?" Lin Feng recalled and chuckled. "Ah, it's you. It's been years. How have you been?" Monkey was Lin Feng's best friend from high school. When Lin Feng had first moved to Deep Sea City from the countryside for school, he was looked down upon due to his family's poverty, and few wanted to befriend him. However, Monkey was the only one who stood by him, helping Lin Feng in many ways, even buying him a school uniform with his pocket money. After graduating, Monkey had mentioned going into business with his father and had lost contact with Lin Feng. Now that this dear friend was reaching out again, Lin Feng felt a genuine joy. "I'm doing well. By the way, there's a high school reunion tonight at Huajing City KTV. You remember to come, all right? I have some things to take care of, so I'll hang up now. I'll be waiting for you, brother." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he heard the sound of the line disconnecting. A high school reunion? Truth be told, Lin Feng was reluctant to attend. After all, he had no fond feelings for his former classmates, many of whom had looked down on him and bullied him back in the day. He had no desire to see them again. However, since Monkey had specifically invited him, he decided to go, considering it had been 4 to 5 years since they had last met. Such an opportunity was rare. Lin Feng drove his Mercedes back to his rental apartment, remaining low-key and not flaunting his billionaire status. After all, modesty was Lin Feng's style. During this time, he noticed a message from his girlfriend, Lu Xiaoqing. "Lin Feng, you jerk. If you don't apologize to me in person, we're done. You don't deserve me." Reading her message, Lin Feng shook his head and chuckled. "Do you really think I, Lin Feng, am a sycophant?" He then proceeded to play games, ignoring Lu Xiaoqing's message. In the past, Lin Feng had tolerated all of Lu Xiaoqing's demands, going above and beyond to please her whenever possible. He had truly been like a devoted sycophant. As a result, Lu Xiaoqing had become increasingly unreasonable, taking advantage of him and treating Lin Feng as a free resource, making his life quite suffocating. However, Lin Feng was no longer that sycophant. He had repaid the debts owed to Lu's family and saw no reason to continue groveling. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, Lin Feng realized it was getting late and drove his sports car to Huajing City. This area was brimming with entertainment venues. The expenditure is not trivial. A luxurious KTV private room costs at least several thousand yuan. With drinks and other expenses included, the total easily surpasses 10,000. For gatherings like class reunions, where attendance is abundant, the expenses can be quite staggering, ranging from 50 to 60,000, and even exceeding 100,000. Lin Feng had never frequented such establishments. He parked his car in the underground garage and discreetly entered the KTV. It appeared that his high school classmates were faring quite well. Reserving a private room here was truly remarkable. Observing the opulent interior architecture, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the fact that, at their age, they were merely in their 4th year of university, undertaking internships. Ordinarily, one would expect people to patronize more commonplace KTVs, yet his classmates, still in their internship phase, were able to enjoy such luxury, which implied that they were undoubtedly doing well. Fortunately, Lin Feng's current status was also commendable, with a net worth of approximately 2 billion. Room 208. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. Inside the lavish private room sat numerous young men and women, all of whom were his former classmates. They were engaged in lively conversation when they noticed Lin Feng's arrival. "Oh, isn't this our classmate Lin Feng? Long time no see. Hey, Lin Feng, you're here too? Wow, you're still as low-key as ever. You seem quite frugal." As they observed Lin Feng's presence, they couldn't help but make snide remarks. A glance around revealed that everyone was clad in designer attire, adorned with gold watches, while the women flaunted various luxurious handbags, exuding a fashionable allure that bore no resemblance to that of university students. They resembled successful professionals and affluent socialites instead. "Lin Feng, you've arrived. Come over here." At that moment, a figure rose to greet Lin Feng. It was none other than the familiar Monkey. Upon seeing Monkey, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Thus, he was pulled to a seat beside him. Just as Lin Feng settled down, an old classmate, the elegantly dressed Lu Xiaoyan, suddenly expressed her disdain. "Why do you smell so bad? It's like the scent of a public bus. Could you sit a bit further away?" Lu Xiaoyan, who had always held herself in high regard and often bullied Lin Feng during their school days, displayed her snobbishness. Noticing Lin Feng's modest attire, she immediately judged him to be of lesser means, prompting her disdainful comment. This remark drew the attention of many, who turned their curious gazes toward Lin Feng. In response, Monkey defended Lin Feng. "Lu Xiaoyan, why must you be so vocal? I think Lin Feng is just fine." Huh. Perhaps it's your sense of smell that's at fault, Lu Xiaoyan retorted coldly, rising to distance herself from Lin Feng. A man among them chimed in with a mocking laugh. Lin Feng, you truly haven't changed over the years, still as understated and full of charm. His name was Wang Wei, who had frequently teased Lin Feng in the past. This statement prompted a chorus of laughter from the group, clearly at Lin Feng's expense. Lin Feng remained unfazed. He understood that tonight would certainly involve a fair amount of ridicule from this bunch. He had prepared himself mentally for such jests. His sole purpose for attending was to reconnect with Monkey. The others held little significance for him. As for their opinions of him, he found them inconsequential. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate their reactions, Monkey said with a hint of guilt. Lin Feng offered a slight smile. It's all right. I'm not perturbed by their mockery. His demeanor was gracious. Today's Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. He deemed it beneath him to engage in petty squabbles with these working-class individuals. Thus, after a while of conversation, the group effectively sidelined Lin Feng and Monkey. Only Monkey remained to share drinks and reminisce about the past. After some time, the door to the luxurious private room swung open once more, and a handsome man entered. Long Xiao has arrived. Long Xiao is finally here. Brothers, pour him a drink. Wow, Long Xiao is as dashing as ever, his charm undiminished. Why did you arrive so late? Come, take a seat. Chun Xianlong, the wealthiest second-generation heir among their high school classmates, had always commanded a following due to his ample pocket money during their school days. Among the male students in Lin Feng's class, 2/3 were sycophants to Chun Xianlong, with Wang Wei at the forefront, his chief lackey, essentially a professional flatterer. Upon Chun Xuanlong's arrival, Wang Wei's expression was particularly animated, and he quickly rose to welcome him. The group instantly gravitated towards Chun Xianlong, eager to hear his opinions and insights. Even many of the female classmates gazed at Chun Xianlong with starry eyes, for he truly embodied the ideal of a leading man from television. As the handsome Chun Xianlong entered, he casually adjusted his tie, showcasing his Rolex watch. When he sat down, he placed the keys to his BMW on the table, smiling as he said, "Heh, I had some matters to attend to at the company, so I arrived late. I hope you'll excuse me. Now, let me toast to everyone as an apology." Chun Xianlong raised his glass and toasted to the group. There's no one quite like Long Xiao in terms of etiquette. Indeed, he was a figure from high society. Everyone gave him the respect he commanded and raised their glasses in unison. To drink with Long Xiao was considered a stroke of fortune. They downed their drinks. Wang Wei and the others were adept at flattery, and upon hearing their praise, a smile crept onto Chun Xuanlong's lips. Meanwhile, Monkey, seated beside Lin Feng, also raised his glass and approached Chun Xianlong. Long Xiao, I toast to you. This left Lin Feng perplexed. He expected Monkey to curry favor with Long Xiao. However, he was not overly surprised, as Monkey, being a businessman, had his own approach to social interactions. Given Chun Xianlong's status, there might indeed be potential for collaboration between them. Thus, Lin Feng found himself isolated in a corner, as he had never established a close relationship with Chun Xianlong. In the past, Chun Xianlong had coerced Lin Feng into doing menial tasks, such as washing clothes and running errands. Encountering Chun Xianlong again brought those memories to the forefront. But he chose to ignore them for the sake of the reunion. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. At that moment, Chun Xianlong seemed to have noticed Lin Feng seated in the corner. He deliberately raised his voice. Oh, who is this? Isn't this the one and only Lin Feng? He feigned forgetfulness about Lin Feng's name, scratching his head while pointing at him. Wang Wei, with a mischievous glint in his eye, stepped forward. Long Xiao. This is Lin Feng, the only impoverished student from our class. TSK. Oh right, Lin Feng. Chun Xianlong slammed the table. I remember now. Your name is Lin Feng. Isn't it? He then turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's been ages since we last met. Since we have this rare opportunity, let me buy you a few drinks. Everyone knew that Chun Xianlong intended to make Lin Feng the butt of the joke. A spectacle was about to unfold. In response to Chun Xianlong's words, Lin Feng pretended not to hear and replied, I'm sorry, but I don't enjoy drinking. Upon hearing this, Chun Xianlong's expression soured. As the most successful individual in their class, he felt insulted by Lin Feng's blatant disregard for his social standing. Unable to contain himself, he refrained from immediate retaliation, while Wang Wei seized the moment to confront Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're disregarding Long Xiao's status. Do you not hold him in esteem? I must inform you that this private room tonight is entirely funded by young Master Long. He has declared that all expenses for this evening will be attributed to him. As he spoke, the crowd immediately gathered around, showering young Master Long with fervent compliments. Lu Xiaoyan and several other elegantly dressed young women hurriedly nestled beside him, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Such wealthy individuals require a bit of flattery. Wang Wei continued to taunt Lin Feng, saying, Aren't you going to raise a toast to young Master Long? I don't drink, Lin Feng replied. his disinterest evident, leaving the conversation hanging. You. Wang Wei was about to erupt when Chun Xianlong raised his hand, saying, "Let it be." He has never had the opportunity to indulge in such expensive foreign liquor. Since he chooses not to drink, I won't press him. With that, his gaze became increasingly menacing, likely contemplating how to deal with Lin Feng later. Meanwhile, Monkey stood nearby, feeling a twinge of concern for Lin Feng, regretting inviting him tonight. Subsequently, Chun Xianlong produced high-end cigarettes for everyone, deliberately skipping over Lin Feng as he distributed them, leaving Lin Feng the sole individual overlooked in the room. Laughter erupted as everyone turned to Lin Feng, with Lu Xiaoyan mockingly remarking, "Country folk will always be country folk, they just don't blend with us city dwellers." Indeed, young Master Long remains as generous and magnanimous as ever. Several female classmates seemed eager to leap into young Master Long's bed. Just as the conversation was heating up, Wang Wei suddenly called for silence. "Everyone, let us raise a glass to young Master Long, who has just been promoted to manager of the Angel S Agreement branch." At this proclamation, envious glances were cast toward young Master Long. Wow, Angel S Agreement. It's a renowned jewelry company in our city. Young Master Long truly is a talented young man, deserving of his success. Congratulations, young Master Long. I'll drink to that. Upon hearing of Long's promotion, the crowd's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is well known that Angel's Agreement is a significant company, specializing in jewelry, and securing a managerial position within its branch signifies considerable achievement. Chun Xianlong raised his glass with a subtle smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. He relished the compliments, enjoying being revered by others. In truth, his ascent as manager of Angel S Agreement was primarily due to having a father who served as the company's president. His father's influence facilitated his promotion. Upon hearing the name of the company, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. It turned out that Chun Xianlong, by a twist of fate, was one of his employees. His eyes glimmered with realization. At that moment, someone turned to Wang Wei and inquired, "Brother Wang, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself, adorned in designer labels. After young Master Long, you're probably the most successful among our classmates." The crowd redirected their gaze toward Wang Wei, who was also dressed impeccably, in a suit costing upwards of 10,000 yuan, something most ordinary white-collar workers could not afford. Hearing the question, Wang Wei smiled humbly and replied, "Heh, I'm merely a junior assistant at a small restaurant." "What restaurant?" "The Crown Restaurant." "The Crown Restaurant?" Lu Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise, quickly pressing for more details. "That's a 4-star establishment." "My goodness, Brother Wang, you're quite impressive. My boss often dines there. It's an upscale restaurant." "Wow, Brother Wang, you're amazing, truly successful." Gasps of admiration filled the room as they regarded Wang Wei with envy. To be an assistant to the general manager at the Crown Restaurant is indeed a promising position, likely earning at least 30,000 yuan a month. That establishment is a high-end venue that aligns with international standards. It's nothing special. Young Master Long is the real deal. We'll still need his support going forward, Wang Wei said, modestly shifting the focus back to Chun Xianlong. Only Lin Feng chuckled quietly to himself, realizing that the Crown Restaurant was indeed the venue he had patronized earlier that day. The owner, Zhou Jin, was a rotund man he knew well. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes brightened as she turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Lin Feng, what do you do for work now?" The others looked at Lin Feng with keen interest, eager to hear his response. Lin Feng, taken aback by their sudden curiosity, replied nonchalantly, "I'm currently a freelancer." A freelancer? Isn't that just a euphemism for being unemployed? Someone laughed. Haha, after a few years of university, you've certainly picked up some clever phrases. Lin Feng, how about you come work at my company? I can arrange for you to clean the restrooms. Another chimed in, and laughter erupted, with Chun Xianlong encouraging Lin Feng to join their company for menial tasks. Chapter 14, infuriated beyond measure. Let us not discuss Lin Feng anymore. It's normal for someone just graduating to still be job hunting. I believe he won't remain stagnant for long, Monkey interjected, defending Lin Feng. At that moment, Chun Xianlong's expression soured. He turned to Monkey with a sardonic smile, saying, "Monkey, do you truly feel sympathy for someone like Lin Feng, who is utterly useless?" These words instantly thickened the atmosphere, as Chun Xianlong had openly labeled Lin Feng as worthless. Monkey hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining from offending Chun Xianlong, especially since he had his own interests at stake. He had established a small studio that collaborated with the Angel S Agreement branch, and tonight, he was here to curry favor with Chun Xianlong. Otherwise, his fledgling studio would face closure. His fate was thus entwined with Chun Xianlong's whims, making him cautious about offending him. The crowd continued to regard Lin Feng as a source of amusement, looking down upon him as a failure. It's just a drink. After all, who can't afford that? Amidst their laughter, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. What did you say? Chun Xianlong asked, his expression turning serious. I merely remarked that it's just a drink. Is it really necessary to flatter so excessively? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Noticing that everyone else wasn't doing particularly well either, needing to curry favor over a mere round of drinks. Boom. His words ignited a firestorm. All eyes turned toward Lin Feng, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming tense. Wang Wei, the chief sycophant, immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Lin Feng, say that again. Who do you think you are? Do you realize what you just said? How dare you oppose young Master Long? Exactly. That drink alone could cover your entire month's salary. Are you pretending to be someone important? Others chimed in, mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, but my daily earnings could probably afford you a drink until you drop. What did you say? Wang Wei slammed his hand on the table, agitated. Chun Xianlong raised his hand, his demeanor solemn. Haha, Lin Feng, you said it yourself. Tonight's bill is on you. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? You make it sound as if I can't afford it. Lin Feng stood up defiantly. Very well, Lin Feng, since you insisted, I'll call the KTV owner. Let me inform him about this arrangement. Chun Xianlong pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello, Manager Wang. I have a friend who will be coming to settle the bill at the front desk shortly. Please ensure he doesn't run off. Upon concluding the call, he hung up the phone and cast a sinister grin at Lin Feng. If you fail to settle the bill, prepare to crawl in here and punish yourself with 3 cups and 10 kowtows. Do you dare to wager? A wager? Lin Feng replied, noting Chun Xianlong's confident demeanor. What if I can afford to pay? Impossible. Lin Feng, you worthless fool. What will you use to settle the bill? Will you scrounge together a few coins? Wang Wei exclaimed, disdain evident in his tone. Lu Xiaoyan and others gazed mockingly at Lin Feng, clearly reveling in his embarrassment. Chun Xianlong raised his glass, stating, If you truly have the means to pay, I shall drink 3 cups in penance, about 10 times, and even address you as grandfather if you wish. Is that so? Very well. Lin Feng responded, rising to his feet without hesitation. Beside him, the monkey rushed to dissuade Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you really shouldn't. Trust me. This modest sum is well within my capacity to cover. With that, Lin Feng exited the premises. Ha ha ha, let him brace for humiliation, daring to bet against young Master Long. This meal will cost at least 100,000. Let us see how he settles it. They laughed amongst themselves. Lin Feng, a mere rural lad, had only recently begun his internship, entirely reliant on his girlfriend for living expenses. Surely, he could not muster such a sum. Lu Xiaoyan will never hold him in esteem, a man who can only live off others. Once Lin Feng left, Wang Wei and the others erupted in laughter, while Lu Xiaoyan deliberately nudged Chun Xianlong, attempting to garner his attention. Outside, Lin Feng approached the front desk. Room 208, how much is the bill? I wish to settle it. You must be young Master Long's friend, replied Manager Wang, who had been waiting, his gaze filled with contempt as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Noticing Lin Feng's attire, he estimated it barely totaled 200 yuan. Coupled with young Master Long's earlier instructions, Wang's demeanor towards Lin Feng was exceedingly hostile. The total is 129,888. Given your appearance, I'll let you off the 8 yuan. Just pay me 129,880. Manager Wang's nose was held high, and he stationed several KTV security guards at the entrance to prevent Lin Feng from escaping. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes. Manager Wang, this hardly seems fair. Are you targeting me? Who has the time to target you? Do you even warrant such attention? Manager Wang retorted, his arrogance unabated. With your kind, 9 out of 10 are merely here to show off, only to slink back to young Master Long to pay the bill. Am I wrong? Oh, so you share this opinion too, Lin Feng replied, unfazed. It was evident that Manager Wang and young Master Long were colluding to humiliate him. That's precisely what I believe. Kid, if you lack funds, hurry back and bow to young Master Long. Don't waste my time like a fool. Get lost. Manager Wang crossed his arms, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly. At that moment, a voice boomed from outside. Who the hell instructed the security to block the entrance? Clear the way. A man clad in a suit, adorned with a large gold chain, accompanied by 2 other suited men, stormed in. Angered by the sight of his KTV being obstructed by security, he was none other than Ning Guotao, the behind-the-scenes owner of Huajing City KTV. Ning Guotao's fury prompted the small security personnel to hastily step aside, not daring to breathe. Inside, upon hearing the owner's voice, Manager Wang quickly abandoned Lin Feng and rushed forward. Good evening, Mr. Ning. Ning Guotao disregarded Manager Wang, instead turning to his esteemed guests with sincere apologies. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, please. The 2 individuals accompanying him were Wang Chuanbiao, the external agent and co-leader of Angel's Covenant Company, and Zhou Jin, the proprietor of Crown Restaurant, both of whom had been invited that evening. Ning Guotao had a vested interest in their relationship, as they were close associates. The unexpected obstruction at his establishment infuriated Ning Guotao. What is the meaning of this? Who were you cursing just now? Do you harbor grievances against me? He directed his ire at Manager Wang. Manager Wang hastily explained, Boss, I wasn't cursing you. I was referring to that troublesome kid. He gestured toward Lin Feng. He can't pay the bill and is attempting to dine and dash, so I had to intervene. Who dares to dine and dash here? Ning Guotao's displeasure was palpable as he turned his attention to Lin Feng. Behind him, Wang Chuanbiao and Zhou Jin also looked over, their expressions shifting upon recognizing Lin Feng. Chairman? Wang Chuanbiao stepped forward. Chairman, what brings you here? What transpired? Zhou Jin joined in, smiling as he flattered, Brother Lin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's truly an honor. Oh, Brother Wang, is this the young chairman of Angels Covenant you mentioned? My, what a remarkable figure he is. Ning Guotao's eyes lit up as he approached Lin Feng with a bow. Days prior, he had heard from Wang Chuanbiao about their company being acquired by an exceptionally young and enigmatic heir. He had longed to meet this mysterious figure, and now, realizing this young man was acquainted with Zhou Jin, it confirmed his extraordinary status. Boom. Meanwhile, Manager Wang felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Lin Feng responded with a calm smile. I merely came to attend a class reunion, but my classmates feel I'm rather out of touch and disdain me. Chapter 15. A startling revelation. It appeared that Manager Wang also held some grievances against me. What? Ning Guotao's expression darkened. He turned to Manager Wang, demanding, what is happening here? Speak the truth, or I'll break your bones. Understanding his boss's temperament, Manager Wang trembled and promptly recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing this, Ning Guotao was infuriated. This was his territory, and allowing Lin Feng to be left with a bad impression was intolerable. Wang Chuanbiao then inquired, is the Chun Xianlong you mentioned the deputy manager of Angels Covenant's branch? Yes, indeed, Manager Wang confirmed. It seems this Chun has grown quite bold, daring to allow his son to act recklessly before our chairman, Wang Chuanbiao remarked, displeased. Ning Guotao, sensing the discontent in the air, addressed Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for this situation. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution. Someone, escort all those rascals out immediately. Tonight's expenses will be charged to Qin Xianlong. Mr. Lin, please step into the VIP room. I wish to extend my apologies. Very well. Lin Feng entered the VIP room to enjoy some tea. In room 208, Qin Xianlong and his companions were drinking and smoking, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's return. Moments later, the door swung open. You lot, get out of here, came the voice of the KTV's security captain. What is going on? Qin Xianlong rose, inquiring, friend, I know Manager Wang. You must have mistaken us. Misunderstood? The security captain inquired. Are you Qin Xianlong? Indeed, that's me, deputy of the Angels Covenant branch. Indeed. You are correct. Come, throw them out. Hey, hold on. What on earth is happening? Brother, I am Qin Xianlong. What is going on? A group of individuals was unceremoniously expelled, leaving Wang Wei and his companions utterly bewildered. It was only after being thrust outside the Huajing City KTV that Wang Wei, brimming with indignation, expressed his thoughts to Long Xiao. Could it be that Lin Feng, that rascal, intentionally provoked the manager here, inciting our expulsion? Damn it. Qin Xianlong cursed vehemently. It must be so. I was wondering why we were ejected without reason. What a disgrace. It's all Lin Feng's fault. I knew he was unreliable. He's ruined us. The next time I see him, I shall kick his rear. The group shared a significant amount of discontent. Even the monkey harbored a degree of disappointment towards Lin Feng, realizing he had truly led them astray. At that moment, Manager Wang emerged from within. Qin Xianlong quickly approached him, asking, Manager Wang, we were just thrown out by the security here. You must seek justice for us. How dare you speak? Manager Wang retorted. Qin Xianlong, you've caused me trouble as well. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job. With a resounding slap, he struck Qin Xianlong hard across the face. If I see you again, I will strike you again. Manager Wang had just been dismissed by his boss, losing his lucrative monthly salary of 30,000. Manager Wang, what is happening? I haven't done anything. Qin Xianlong and the others exchanged perplexed glances. Just then, Lin Feng, along with Ning Guotao and a few others, emerged from the entrance, engaged in jovial conversation. Long Xiao, that fellow has come out, Wang Wei alerted. And Qin Xianlong immediately seethed with anger. How dare he toy with us? Let us demand an explanation from him. The group marched towards Lin Feng with great fervor, while Manager Wang called after them, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Xianlong and his entourage confronted Lin Feng. Only the monkey, concerned for Lin Feng's safety, rushed ahead, urging, Lin Feng, you must flee. Lin Feng, you useless fool, stand still. Qin Xianlong shouted, blocking Lin Feng's path. You were supposed to pay the bill, and now you've nearly led us to ruin. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, disregarding Ning Guotao, Wang Chuanbiao, and Zhou Pongzi. Lin Feng, you must accept your defeat and apologize to Long Xiao. Wang Wei added fuel to the fire. At this moment, Ning Guotao, Wang Chuanbiao, and Zhou Jin exchanged glances before Ning Guotao angrily spoke. Who are you to speak to Mr. Lin in such a manner? Who am I? I am Qin Xianlong. Known as Long Xiao, he boasted, nose in the air. And who might you be? You are just an old man. Mind your own business, or you'll regret it. Unbeknownst to Qin Xianlong, Ning Guotao was the hidden owner of the Huajing City KTV. Oh, so you are Qin Xianlong, the newly appointed deputy manager of the Angels Agreement branch, are you? Wang Chuanbiao inquired. Qin Xianlong crossed his arms, surprised. You recognize me? It seems you're not entirely blind. Having heard of Long Xiao's reputation, you should quickly show him respect and leave this place. Wang Wei began to assert his authority, but suddenly fell silent as his gaze landed on Zhou Jin. His voice faltered as he recognized Zhou Jin, a minor shareholder of the Crown Restaurant, effectively a boss in his own right. Wang Wei, who was merely Zhou Jin's assistant, felt a rush of fear. Damn it! Did I give you the courage to act this way? Zhou Jin, known for his fiery temper, noticed his subordinate among the crowd and without hesitation, delivered several resounding slaps to Wang Wei. The sound echoed loudly, leaving Wang Wei reeling. Meanwhile, Qin Xianlong, Lu Xiaoyan, and the others were left dumbfounded by the spectacle of someone striking Wang Wei before their eyes. Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. Wang Wei exclaimed, covering his face in shock. I didn't realize you were here. Please give me another chance. What? Mr. Zhou? Wang Wei had been navigating the Crown's four-star restaurant, and it dawned on him that this man was his superior, implying he was indeed the owner of the Crown Restaurant. The others trembled in fear. However, Qin Xianlong remained unfazed, for he had no dealings with Zhou Jin. At that moment, Wang Chuanbiao spoke up. Qin Xianlong, I hereby officially inform you that you have been terminated from the Angels Agreement branch. Leave at once. What gives you the right to dismiss me? Do you think I can be so easily fooled? Qin Xianlong laughed, unaware of Wang Chuanbiao's formidable status. Is Long Xiao someone you can slander so easily? Scram. His sycophantic entourage threatened Wang Chuanbiao. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Qin Xianlong, you truly are mistaken. This order comes directly from me. You have been dismissed. Your order? Qin Xianlong was amused by this claim. Lin Feng, take a moment to look in the mirror. Do you believe you can dismiss me? Ha ha ha. You truly are laughable. I earn 50,000 a month, which is more than your entire family does in a year. What are you pretending to be? With that, the group erupted into loud laughter. Lin Feng, why don't you apologize to Long Xiao? We can't afford to offend him, the monkey advised. But Lin Feng waved him off with a smile. I'm sorry, but I truly am your superior. You have been terminated. Huh, still pretending, Qin Xianlong scoffed. Useless. You think you're really Long Xiao's boss? You'll be unrecognizable after I'm done with you. His entourage roared in agreement, promising to teach Lin Feng a lesson. At this moment, Wang Chuanbiao could no longer contain himself. Qin Xianlong, you better understand who I am. With that commanding shout, Qin Xianlong seemed to recall something. As Wang Chuanbiao presented his identification badge, Qin Xianlong was nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 16, The Five-Star Hotel. The badge bore the title External Manager and Legal Advisor of the Angels Agreement Headquarters. At the sight of Wang Chuanbiao's name, Qin Xianlong's complexion turned ghostly pale. Wang Chuanbiao was a legendary figure within the Angels Agreement, a former executive president with substantial influence in the company. Although Qin Xianlong had never met him, he had heard tales of Wang Chuanbiao's renown, someone only his father would have the privilege to meet. He was a genuine power player within the Angels Agreement, holding a position on par with the president, rumored to act on behalf of the chairman. Advisor Wang. Qin Xianlong's gaze faltered as he quickly bowed. Advisor Wang. I was wrong. I did not mean to oppose you. Enough said. Do you know who you are speaking to? Mr. Lin is your father's superior. Tread carefully. What? Upon hearing Wang Chuanbiao's words, Qin Xianlong's eyes widened in shock. The others, equally astonished, leapt to their feet. Their faces were painted with disbelief. Could it truly be that Lin Feng was the chairman of the Angels Covenant? Impossible. No, Advisor Wang, you must be joking, right? A flicker of doubt still lingered in Qin Xianlong's mind. Just then his phone chimed. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was his father calling. Hello, Dad. What do you need? You little rascal. How have you offended Advisor Wang and our chairman? Speak up. What on earth has happened? You must give me an explanation. His father unleashed a torrent of verbal wrath, leaving Qin Xianlong utterly alarmed. Dad, I'll explain later. I'm in a bit of trouble right now. You have to help me plead my case. Advisor Wang is right in front of me. Shut your mouth. I've just been fired, all thanks to you. Just wait until you get home. I swear I'll make you wish you never were born. His father's words were a storm of fury, leaving Qin Xianlong in despair. Dad, you've been fired too? Now do you believe I'm your boss? Lin Feng interjected, a triumphant smile on his face. At that moment, Chun Xianlong felt as if he had taken a sedative, his face drained of color. He quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Lin Feng, no, Mr. Lin, please give me another chance. I'm your classmate, and my family has debts. I can't be without a job. President Lin, I'm begging you. His family had been heavily investing in real estate lately, leaving them with considerable loans. Without his father's substantial income, they would face ruin, losing everything, even their very shirts. Old classmate. Huh, get lost, Lin Feng declared, looking down at Chun Xianlong with an air of superiority. Do you know who he is? He asked the owner of Huajing City KTV. Do you think you're worthy to shout in front of so many esteemed predecessors? Upon hearing this, Chun Xianlong's face turned ashen, while the others immediately bowed in apology, terrified as if they had just received the most dreadful news. The owner of Huajing City KTV, rumored to have a notoriously fiery temper, offending him was worse than crossing paths with underworld figures. Everyone was utterly astonished, pondering how Lin Feng could possibly know such prominent individuals. Clearly, Lin Feng's status was far beyond what they could compare to. Regret washed over them. They had just mocked and insulted Lin Feng alongside Chun Xianlong, and now they were in dire straits. You little brats thought you were so tough just now, huh? Finally, it was Ning Guotao's turn to act. With a commanding shout, a group of security personnel surrounded Chun Xianlong and his cohorts, delivering a thorough beating before tossing them out. Please, Lin Feng, I'm your classmate. Lin Feng, spare me. I was wrong. Dozens of security guards advanced, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Chun Xianlong and the others. However, the women and the monkey were spared, as Lin Feng had taken pity on them. Lin Feng, I never would have imagined this from you. The monkey gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. There will be a time to discuss my matters later. I understand your predicament, and I hold no grudges, Lin Feng replied, aware that the monkey had been ingratiating himself with Chun Xianlong due to some unspoken difficulties. Here's 1 million. Take it to resolve your issues. Is that enough? Lin Feng pulled out a bank card and handed it to the monkey, who looked utterly astonished. Lin Feng, aren't you worried I won't pay you back? Since I've chosen to trust you, I won't regret it. Besides, you're not that kind of person. All right, thank you so much. Once I sort my affairs, I will repay you as swiftly as possible. The monkey was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. To Lin Feng, 1 million was but a trivial sum, and he regarded it as a perfectly normal gesture. Soon, Chun Xianlong and Wang Wei's group were unceremoniously ejected. Zhou Jin approached Wang Wei, adding, You dare offend Mr. Lin? Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Mr. Zhou, I have an objection. Bring it on. Keep beating them. Hey, Mr. Zhou, I have no objections. Please, no more. Thank you all for tonight. I will remember this favor, Lin Feng said, clasping his hands in gratitude to Ning Guotao and Zhou Jin, who quickly insisted it was nothing. We hope to have your support in the future. With nothing more to discuss, the trio departed, citing other engagements. Once they left, the monkey bid farewell to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, would you like a ride home? I have a car. No, it's fine. You go ahead. Let us stay in touch. Okay. The monkey left, touched by the gesture. Meanwhile, Chun Xianlong and his companions found themselves in a wretched state. Dragon young master, let us splash him with water in your Audi. I bet Lin Feng doesn't have a car. Wang Wei plotted, and the others nodded, eager to take revenge. Lu Xiaoyan, too, felt aggrieved on Chun Xianlong's behalf. Dragon young master, I want to ride in your car. I want to show off in front of him. All right. Encouraged by his companions, Chun Xianlong regained his confidence and waited by the Audi for Lin Feng to emerge. Suddenly, Lin Feng drove out in a Mercedes-Benz worth over 2 million. Hey, an Audi. Not bad at all. Lin Feng deliberately rolled down his window, casting a glance at the waiting Chun Xianlong. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief. My heavens. The latest Mercedes-Benz. The only one in the entire deep sea city. Oh my, it completely eclipses Dragon Young Master's Audi. As everyone marveled, the alluring Lu Xiaoyan spotted Lin Feng's car. She immediately turned to him and asked, Lin Feng, could you give me a ride home? Her eyes sparkled enticingly. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Of course. Yay. Hey, Lu Xiaoyan, didn't you say you wanted to ride in my car? Chun Xianlong attempted to intervene, but Lu Xiaoyan swiftly slapped him twice. I have options, and I don't need to ride in your shabby Audi. Go dream. With a bitter expression, Chun Xianlong felt utterly defeated. Lin Feng, I want to ride in your car too. Me too. It's far from me. Could you give me a lift? Thus, the most attractive and popular girls in class clamored to ride with Lin Feng, a bank clerk, a stunning nurse, and even someone else's wife. All right. The car can only fit 4 people. The rest will have to wait for next time. Lin Feng relished the moment, waving goodbye to Chun Xianlong and his group. I'm off now, bye. Watching Lin Feng leave with the beautiful girls, Chun Xianlong and his friends felt utterly despondent. This was too humiliating. How had Lin Feng become their superior? Especially Wang Wei, who had fawned over him and lost his job in the process. Regret washed over them. Had they shown Lin Feng a bit of courtesy earlier, perhaps they could have received his favor. That night, Lin Feng drove to a 5-star hotel. Chapter 17. The storm of graduation in an instant. The 4 most beautiful classmates from the 4 classes had all succumbed to Lin Feng's charm. Previously, they were untouchable goddesses. Individuals so lofty that Lin Feng felt he lacked even the right to speak to them. Each one of them exuded an air of nobility and superiority. Yet now, one by one, they willingly climbed into Lin Feng's car. The sensation was indescribably delightful. However, that night, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Particularly striking was Lu Xiaoyan, whose legs seemed to stretch over a meter in length, truly a model in every sense of the word. Despite her beauty, Lin Feng resolved not to invest any emotional attachment. It was merely a fleeting amusement. The following day, Lin Feng rose early to check the total expenditures from his private room the previous night. The presidential suite amounted to 23,000. The charming front desk attendant smiled sweetly as Lin Feng instructed, "Please send the bill to my room later. My ladies have yet to awaken." With that, he drove away with a flourish. When Lu Xiaoyan and her companions finally stirred, they were infuriated upon seeing the bill. Especially distressing for the married woman, Xie Xiaoli, was the realization that splitting the cost meant over 5,000 each. Her husband earned just over 6,000 a month. This predicament was disastrous and impossible to explain. "Lin Feng, you scoundrel. After spending the night with him, you expect us to foot the bill? How infuriating." The women were on the verge of madness. They had anticipated that Lin Feng, being affluent, would generously bestow tens of thousands upon them as a form of support. Instead, he vanished early, leaving them to cover the costs. What utter disdain. Back in Lin Feng's rented apartment, he returned early in the day, finding the clock-in system had not yet refreshed. Ah yes, his parents were still in debt to relatives for building their new home. It was imperative to clear that debt first. Besides the money previously borrowed from Lu Jiangwo, a severe flood last year had destroyed their house. In order to construct a modest 2-story villa, his father had borrowed significantly from relatives, amounting to over 200,000, and it remained unfurnished. Thus, Lin Feng's parents bore a heavy burden, a source of sorrow for him. He dialed his father's number. "Hello, Dad. Xiao Feng. How's your internship going?" Lin Huayan, on the other end, immediately inquired about Lin Feng's work. Lin Feng replied, "It's going well. I've just closed a significant deal, and my boss rewarded me handsomely." "That's wonderful. Save some of it. You'll need it for your bride price for Xiao Qing," Lin Huayan reminded him. Lin Feng's heart ached upon hearing his father's words. Though their circumstances were modest, his parents showered him with unconditional love. He was acutely aware of his father's burdens, working over 12 hours a day for a meager salary, while also repaying substantial debts. The pressure was tremendous, yet his father insisted Lin Feng need not worry about them. After a moment's pause, Lin Feng said, "Dad, I've already repaid Uncle Lu the money we owed. We are no longer in debt to them." "What did you say? Is that true?" Lin Huayan was skeptical but recognized Lin Feng's honesty. "Yes, it's true. You can ask Uncle Lu if you doubt me." Lin Feng smiled and added, "By the way, how much do we still owe other relatives?" "About 100,000. But don't concern yourself. Your father will manage it within 3 to 5 years. Dad, I've earned quite a bit lately. I'll send some money to you shortly to clear our family debts." Lin Feng abruptly interrupted his father, leaving Lin Huayan astounded. "All right, I must get to work now." "Okay." On the other end of the line, Lin Huayan remained incredulous. Was this son of his truly speaking the truth? He immediately contacted Lu Jiangwo to verify the situation and was astonished to learn Lin Feng had indeed settled their account and even provided an additional 50,000. Upon hanging up, Lin Huayan was left in a state of disbelief. Just then, he received a text message from the bank. Upon reading it, he exclaimed, "Goodness gracious! What has you so worked up?" grumbled Wang Xiaoyan, glancing disapprovingly at him while tending to household chores. "Xiaoyan, our son has struck it rich. He closed a big deal, and his boss rewarded him generously. He just transferred 200,000 to me." Initially skeptical, Wang Xiaoyan was rendered speechless upon reviewing the message. Tears welled in their eyes. Their son had truly prospered. This sum not only alleviated their immediate financial woes, but also allowed them a moment of respite. Lin Feng had only transferred 200,000, mindful that sending more would raise suspicions from his parents. Just then, his system refreshed, revealing today's clock-in location by Tian E Hotel. Surprised, Lin Feng realized this was a 5-star establishment, one of the finest in Deep Sea City, an auspicious opportunity for wealth. Excitedly, he hurried to Bai Tian E Hotel to clock in. However, to reach it, he had to pass Shenfeng car dealership. With new luxury cars refreshing every few days, Lin Feng was eager to see what had arrived. Upon his arrival, Chen Dehai greeted him with a broad smile. "Good morning, boss. The other employees gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, stunned that someone so young had become their superior, a clear indication of his elite background. No need for formality, hi go. Any luxury cars in today? Lin Feng cut straight to the chase, surprising Chun Dahai with his directness. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Dahai led Lin Feng inside. Yes. Today a Bentley Continental GTW 12 convertible arrived. We rarely collaborate with Bentley, and they didn't notify us in advance. They simply sent it as a gift for you. Chun Dahai recounted the situation, still in disbelief. This vehicle was not only luxurious, but also boasted top-tier specifications. An 8-speed dual-clutch transmission with a maximum speed of 333 km/h, rivaling high-speed trains. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.8 seconds, surpassing the performance of Lin Feng's current vehicle. The fact that such a remarkable automobile was gifted to Lin Feng indicated that Bentley held him in high regard. Chun Dahai's perception of Lin Feng's status deepened. It seemed that the true extent of his background remained a mystery. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Please arrange for a license. I wish to take this out for a spin immediately. I shall forego the Mercedes. He uttered these words with a calm demeanor, prompting Chun Dahai to comply without hesitation. The Mercedes was valued at over $2 million, while this Continental was nearly $1 million pricier. A staggering price of $360 million was not something an average person could afford. Once everything was settled, Lin Feng took to the streets in this eye-catching convertible. Before long, he arrived at the White Swan Hotel. As he alighted from the vehicle and entered the grand establishment, he successfully checked in. Ding. Check-in successful today. You have received a substantial gift package. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Lin Feng clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 equity in the White Swan Hotel. A broad smile spread across Lin Feng's face. At that moment, he received a phone call. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Yes, it is. I have the transfer contract for the White Swan Hotel. Where are you? Is it convenient for me to bring it over for your signature? I'm at the White Swan Hotel. There's no need for you to come. I'll find you. Lin Feng replied. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm on the 5th floor of the White Swan Hotel. My name is Chun Guangxiang, the hotel's general manager. All right, Lin Feng responded. Chun Guangxiang's voice on the other end was particularly cautious, and Lin Feng promptly ended the call. As Lin Feng entered the hotel, waiting for the elevator, a familiar voice called out from behind. Is that you, Lin Feng? The voice was unmistakable. Lin Feng turned to see a striking woman clad in a professional outfit with black high heels standing behind him. It was Wang Qianqian, his university classmate and a close friend of Lu Shaoqing. During their college days, this girl often took jabs at Lin Feng, and several times. Her meddling had exacerbated conflicts between him and Lu Shaoqing. With an air of superiority, Wang Qianqian remarked, Lin Feng, what brings you here? Why? Can I come if you can? Lin Feng replied, unimpressed. I'm here to meet your upper management. Wang Qianqian's demeanor turned icy. And with a flick of her eyes, she said, Oh, I see. The hotel is hiring cleaners today. You must be here to apply for that position, haha. She chuckled. Assuming Lin Feng, dressed casually and lacking any notable skills, was there to seek employment. Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Qianqian continued, Lin Feng, I'm now a formal employee in the HR department here. Why do you still dress so poorly? Can't you manage to look a bit more presentable? With that, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped in, quickly pressing the button before Lin Feng could follow. She smiled and said, Lin Feng, I've found you quite bothersome since university. Now you wish to share an elevator with me? Dream on. The doors closed with that, leaving Lin Feng speechless. Wang Qianqian seemed unchanged, still looking down on him. However, Lin Feng chose not to dwell on her disdain. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the general manager was already waiting, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Feng. He quickly approached, saying, Mr. Lin Feng, I presume? I am Chun Guangxiang. Come. As our new owner, once you sign this contract, the hotel will officially be under your name. Thus, in a matter of minutes, Lin Feng finalized the contract. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Everything here will remain as is. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly as he set down the pen. Chun Guangxiang nodded repeatedly. Of course, chairman, take care. Now, Lin Feng was the chairman, an entirely different status. Chun Guangxiang accompanied him to the hotel's entrance, watching as he drove away in his Bentley, letting out a sigh of relief. This new chairman was exceedingly young. At such a tender age, he possessed immense wealth. Indeed, being born into privilege is an art. Before long, Lin Feng's bank account swelled by several hundred million, reflecting the quarter's operating profits. Although he had braced himself for this, he was nonetheless astonished to see a balance exceeding 500 million. Such a sum felt surreal. Currently, Lin Feng's total assets surpassed 50 billion, with the White Swan Hotel alone valued at over 30 billion. He was truly a budding magnate. reveling in the delightful sensation of wealth. Simultaneously, Lin Feng received a notification confirming the date for his university graduation photo, tomorrow. As he read the message, Lin Feng felt a lightness in his heart. University days had swiftly passed. How quickly time flies. He speculated that none of his classmates could have anticipated that a mere summer vacation would transform him from a rural lad into a millionaire. Hey, did you hear? Today I saw Lin Feng at the White Swan Hotel applying for a job as a cleaner. He's still the same loser. I couldn't resist teasing him. It almost drove him mad. Haha. Wang Qianqian shared her encounter with her university friends. Lin Feng. That's to be expected. He's just a rural boy, after all. Back in college, he relied on Xiaoqing for financial support. She covered his living expenses. What success could he possibly achieve? Finding a job as a cleaner is already a stroke of luck. Xiaoqing, you should really break up with Lin Feng. There's no need to support such a waste. Seriously, he's in his 20s, capable of working, and yet he chooses to be a freeloader. It's utterly disgusting. I can hardly bear to admit he's my classmate. The group chat erupted with comments as 8 or 9 girls chimed in, sharing tales of Lin Feng's misfortunes. Lu Xiaoqing, upon seeing the messages on her phone, was filled with disappointment. Lin Feng hadn't contacted her in days nor apologized. Lin Feng, can't you achieve something? With so many jobs available, why settle for being a cleaner? Can't you find a more respectable position? Lu Xiaoqing murmured to herself, shaking her head in a bitter smile. You've truly embarrassed me. Meanwhile, Lin Feng drove his Bentley with an air of confidence. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Curious, he answered the call. On the other end, a gentle female voice greeted him. Hello, are you Lin Feng? Yes, that's me, Lin Feng replied. I'm Nie Yunju. Do you remember me? I was a waitress at the Crown Restaurant. Of course, I remember, Lin Feng responded. Nie Yunju was indeed a stunning beauty, rivaling Lu Xiaoqing, and perhaps even surpassing her. How could Lin Feng forget her? Lin Feng, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Are you free? Asked Nie Yunju. Today I'm off. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng decided that since he had no pressing engagements, he would seize the opportunity to meet this enchanting woman. Sure, send me the address, and I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Feng soon found himself at a quaint little restaurant, following the directions provided by Nie Yunju. Though modest in size, this quaint restaurant boasts a rather luxurious decor, exuding a sense of warmth upon entry. Lin Feng, over here. As Lin Feng stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to Nie Yunju, who was waving at him from a prominent seat. Hello. Lin Feng calmly took a seat, engaging in conversation with Nie Yunju. Since the incident that transpired last time, Nie Yunju's status at the Crown Restaurant had significantly elevated. The once domineering senior employees, who frequently bullied her, now treated her with a newfound respect. Dressed in a knee-length skirt paired with pristine white canvas sneakers, she radiated a refreshing aura, complemented by the lingering essence of youth from her recent internship. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but steal an extra glance. Such charm is not easily cultivated. Lin Feng, thank you. Today, it's my treat, so feel free to order anything, Nie Yunju generously offered, her eyes sincere. Really? In that case, I might just indulge in some abalone, shark fin, and bird's nest soup. Anything goes. Lin Feng jested. Nie Yunju's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. That's a bit pricey, isn't it? I don't have that much money on me. Just kidding. I'm not one to waste. Lin Feng thought highly of Nie Yunju. Unlike other duplicitous girls who feign pride despite their financial constraints, she was refreshingly genuine. As Lin Feng perused the menu, a sudden voice interrupted from behind them. Yun Yunju? A dapperly dressed man appeared beside them, exuding a certain charm. Li Wenhua, what are you doing here? Upon seeing him, Nie Yunju's expression turned slightly unwelcoming. Yet she managed a polite smile. Hee, this restaurant is mine. How could I not be here? Li Wenhua replied nonchalantly. What a coincidence. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let me treat you today. Order whatever you like. His gaze completely disregarded Lin Feng's presence. No, I'm here to treat my friend. I'll be paying, Nie Yunju asserted. Glancing at Lin Feng, it was only then that Li Wenhua acknowledged Lin Feng, dismissively shaking his head. With a scoff, he remarked, someone like Lin Feng, dressed so casually, surely isn't a successful individual. Yunju, are you still hung up on the past? Li Wenhua pressed, his demeanor revealing a hint of irritation. Not at all. Why bring that up? Nie Yunju replied, her tone displeased. Let bygones be bygones. I've moved on. Yunju, is he your boyfriend? Li Wenhua inquired, his expression revealing frustration. No, but it doesn't concern you. Since he isn't your boyfriend, how about we rekindle our relationship? I was wrong, and I promise I won't let you down again. Li Wenhua, impeccably dressed, suddenly adopted a more obsequious demeanor, his eyes earnest as he implored Nie Yunju. Let us get back together, shall we? I'm now successful. With assets worth millions, I can provide you with happiness. Li Wenhua, what are you saying? I've told you I don't want to revisit the past, nor will I reconcile with you. Do you understand? Nie Yunju could hardly tolerate Li Wenhua's desperate pleas. Stop groveling, you mean nothing to me. Yunju, I know you must still be angry with me. I can sense you still care. Our meeting here signifies we are fated. Suddenly, Li Wenhua seized Nie Yunju's hand, declaring, I swear to cherish you from now on. Please give me another chance. Lin Feng could no longer bear the scene. Li Wenhua's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. He had an inkling that the two had once been in a relationship, likely ending due to Li Wenhua's wrongdoing. Now, encountering her again, he was relentlessly pursuing her, employing the classic tactics of a cad seeking sympathy. No, let go of me. I have no intention of entangling with you any longer. Give up, Li Wenhua. Nie Yunju forcefully broke free. At that moment, Li Wenhua's expression darkened. He pointed angrily at Lin Feng. Yunju, is he your boyfriend? Do you feel embarrassed with someone else present? Yes, he is my boyfriend. What's it to you? Nie Yunju confirmed assertively. You see, I already have a boyfriend, Li Wenhua. Stop pursuing me. What? Li Wenhua's rage ignited upon hearing her affirmation. You actually chose such an inferior boyfriend? Yunju, what can this guy offer you? Look at him. No money, no looks. Have you been deceived? Yunju, having just graduated, you may not understand the dangers of this world. Men like him are mere playboys, living off women. You need to be more discerning. Lin Feng, visibly displeased, retorted, Am I really as worthless as you suggest? How dare you belittle me? Listen here. Lin Feng stood up, pulling Nie Yunju into his embrace with a flourish. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Yunju is with me now. Pursuing my girlfriend in front of me is rather inappropriate, don't you think? You, Li Wenhua, witnessing Lin Feng's audacity in holding his former girlfriend, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Fury consumes you. I'm superior, wealthier. How could Yunju possibly be interested in you? You must be deceiving her, leeching off her. Li Wenhua, enraged, laughed bitterly. A forced fruit, though not sweet, is still worth the bite. Yunju, I know you still have feelings for me. Lin Feng was taken aback. He thought himself conceited, only to encounter someone even more self-absorbed. Truly, they were two sides of the same coin. What are you insinuating? Lin Feng challenged Li Wenhua. Listen here, you pathetic loser. Relying on a woman for sustenance is no achievement. I'll give you 5,000. Leave Yunju at once. Is Yunju worth only 5,000 to you? Upon hearing Li Wenhua's words, Nie Yunju's anger flared. What are you saying? 20,000. Li Wenhua slammed the table. Lin Feng shook his head. I genuinely love Yunju. 50,000. Love cannot be measured in monetary terms. 20,000 is my final offer. Take it and leave. I don't wish to see you harassing Yunju again. Furious, Li Wenhua tossed 2 coins onto the table before Lin Feng. Take these for bus fare and return tomorrow for the money. Lin Feng, exasperated, replied, I've stated, matters cannot be resolved with a mere upfront payment. Your 20,000 holds no value to me. You little gold digger, what did you just say? Li Wenhua's rage escalated, drawing the attention of other diners in the small restaurant, who began to murmur and point at Lin Feng. This gold digger is truly shameless. Stealing someone else's girlfriend and demanding 20,000. Such a skewed perspective. First of all, I am not a gold digger. At this moment, Lin Feng was decidedly displeased. He approached Li Wenhua with an air of authority. Firstly, Yunju is now my girlfriend. Take your filthy money and go play in the alley. Secondly, this restaurant now belongs to me. Please ensure you vacate the premises by tomorrow. Lin Feng's commanding demeanor left Li Wenhua momentarily stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. Ha ha. You pathetic leech. Have you lost your mind? This restaurant has been operational for 3 years. How dare you claim it as yours? Your audacity is astonishing. Li Wenhua pointed at Lin Feng, deriding him. Not only are you a soft-handed prince, but you're also a habitual liar, aren't you? You've deceived Yunju more than a few times, I presume. Is this indeed your rented space? I am now buying it outright. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Wangchu Ambiao. Please find out who owns the property at number 18. Haiban District. I wish to purchase it. Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to buy it? Indeed, money is not an issue. Make it happen swiftly. Understood. I'll send someone to investigate immediately. After hanging up, Li Wenhua erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you've got to be kidding. You really think you're a billionaire? Do you have any idea what the rent is here? 50,000 a month. Can you afford that? Just then, Li Wenhua's phone rang. He answered it hastily. Hello, what? His expression turned to stone. What had he just heard? The call was from the head of the local property company. You need to vacate the premises by this afternoon. As for the penalty for breaking the lease, we will compensate you threefold. The voice on the other end was icily authoritative. If I don't see you moved out by this afternoon, I will send people to forcibly clear the place. Manager Fong. What is going on? A bewildered Li Wenhua attempted to inquire further, but Manager Fong retorted curtly, Don't question me. This is a directive from the boss. And you have no right to know. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. The shop has changed ownership, and the new owner has a short temper. Don't drag me into your mess. Manager Fong, Manager Fong. But with a sharp reprimand, the call was disconnected, leaving Li Wenhua in a daze. No. This must be a prank. It has to be a prank call. Li Wenhua struggled to accept the sudden turn of events. He glanced at Lin Feng and suddenly smirked. Kid, this is definitely your little trick, right? Don't think you can scare me with this. How could you possibly afford this establishment? Ha. This place is in a prime location. You can't buy it for less than $1 million. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharply dressed man hurriedly entered from outside. Approaching Lin Feng, he said, "Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Feng?" "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" "I'm a friend of Mr. Wang and the property manager for this area. I didn't expect you to purchase it. I have some contracts here for you to sign." Brother Xiong. Li Wenhua realized the man before him was Brother Xiong, the one who usually collected rent. Chapter 20, a hasty conclusion. Now, he was genuinely here to meet Lin Feng? Oh heavens, this can't be real. Li Wenhua was taken aback, feeling as if he were in a surreal dream. Lin Feng swiftly signed several documents, and Brother Xiong nodded with a smile. "From this moment on, this place is yours." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, Brother Xiong approached Li Wenhua, speaking in a calm tone. "You must vacate the premises by this afternoon. The manager just called me. You understand what I mean?" I. Li Wenhua felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I won't waste any more time." Brother Xiong turned and left, leaving Li Wenhua in a state of utter confusion. Lin Feng then addressed Li Wenhua. "I told you I would purchase this place. It was as simple as drinking water. Don't think your wealth impresses me. Before me, you are but a mere fly. You have only until this morning, by afternoon. I do not wish to see you again." After saying this, Lin Feng gently turned to Nie Yunju. "Shall we go? Let us find somewhere else to eat." Nie Yunju, seemingly in a daze, snapped back to reality only when Lin Feng called her name. This entire episode felt like a dream. Lin Feng truly bought this place. No, Yunju, this cannot be real. It was only after Lin Feng and Nie Yunju had departed that Li Wenhua finally emerged from his stupor and chased after them. However, by then, Lin Feng and Nie Yunju had already boarded a Bentley, with Lin Feng himself at the wheel. Wow, the latest European sports car. My goodness. This guy is indeed extravagantly wealthy. This car starts at 360,000. How ostentatious. Jealousy surged within Li Wenhua. The patrons in the restaurant observed this scene. Their expressions filled with envy. Just moments ago, they had dismissed Lin Feng as a mere braggart, misled by Li Wenhua's words, viewing him as a gigolo. And now, Lin Feng had not only acquired the restaurant, but was also driving a luxurious sports car. The value of just one of his tires likely surpassed the monthly wages of these working-class individuals. Watching the sports car speed away, Li Wenhua felt a bitter pang. He had underestimated Lin Feng far too much. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Lin Feng and Nie Yunju took a leisurely drive before he dropped her off at her residence. Nie Yunju lived in a modest rental in an urban village, showcasing her frugality, likely due to financial constraints. "I'm leaving. Let us hang out again when we have the chance. Take care." Nie Yunju waved goodbye, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. That evening, at Lu Xiaoqing's home, a gathering of several close friends took place. These were Lu Xiaoqing's friends from high school to university, one named Lu Yu and the other was Wang Qianqian, whom Lin Feng had encountered earlier at the Swan Hotel. "Xiaoqing, I must ask, tomorrow is graduation photo day. Are you really going to let Lin Feng join you for the group photo?" "Yes." "Xiaoqing, you're going back to school tomorrow. Aren't you going to break up with him? What are you waiting for?" Lu Yu and Wang Qianqian urged Lu Xiaoqing to end her relationship. Truly, it echoed the saying, friends advise reconciliation, while girlfriends advise separation. Lu Xiaoqing clutched her teddy bear, vacillating. "Oh, Xiaoqing, you and Lin Feng are from entirely different worlds. You've been interning for over half a year now. You should know what society demands, right? What can he offer you?" "He has nothing but a pauper." Lu Yu disparaged Lin Feng vehemently. "Trust me, you won't regret it. Ask yourself, do you truly love Lin Feng?" At this, Lu Xiaoqing's eyes flickered, as if struck by a revelation. "See, I was right. You don't love Lin Feng as much as you thought. And Lin Feng, he is merely using you as an ATM. A grown man with hands and feet. Yet he applied for a janitor position at the Swan. Can you believe that?" Wang Qianqian stifled a laugh, adding, "Xiaoqing, just break up with him, otherwise he will drag you down. Didn't you mention that a wealthy young man named Zhang has been pursuing you?" The two of them continued to press Lu Xiaoqing, leaving her in contemplative silence. Indeed, it was only after he entered the workforce that he realized his affections for Lin Feng were not as profound as he had once believed. In fact, he found Lin Feng somewhat inept and lacking in concern for his well-being. "Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, it seems we are ultimately from different worlds." Lu Xiaoqing felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Feng received a text message. Tomorrow, we will take graduation photos. All students are requested to gather at the alma mater. Graduation photos, huh? Well, I suppose I'll just go through the motions and leave afterward, as it is merely a formality. The following day, upon rising, Lin Feng refreshed his check-in system. Today's check-in location, youth gym. Thankfully, it was quite nearby. This gym was a mere 5-minute drive from Lin Feng's location. Since it was the day of the graduation photos, he made a point to dress appropriately, putting on a tailored outfit before heading out. First, he would go to the gym to check in. The gym was sparsely populated and of modest size. As soon as Lin Feng stepped inside, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired top-tier ordinary human body. Immediately, Lin Feng noticed a significant transformation in his physique. Although he would not grow taller, he had developed visibly defined muscles, and his physical fitness was evidently on the rise. It seemed that his strength had increased dramatically. Is this some kind of joke? Lin Feng thought as he examined his arms and approached a 150 kilograms barbell, lifting it effortlessly. My strength has indeed changed, haha. Not only had Lin Feng become more handsome, but his physical prowess had also undergone a remarkable enhancement. Previously, he could barely run 1,500 meters without gasping for breath, but now he could likely run 5,000 meters without breaking a sweat. Not only was he attractive and wealthy, but he was also strong. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would reach such heights, huh? With great satisfaction, Lin Feng left. Arriving at the Shinfeng car dealership, he found that there were no new luxury cars available to test drive today. Driving a Bentley to the graduation ceremony would be rather ostentatious. Perhaps I should opt for a more modest vehicle. Consequently, Lin Feng chose a moderately priced sedan, opting for discretion. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was attending the graduation ceremony, Chen Dehai and the others were taken aback. This boss is still in his internship period. How different their fates are. Some are born into wealth, effortlessly possessing fortunes worth billions, while they struggle tirelessly, unable to afford even a modest apartment in the big city. Such is the disparity. Driving to Deep Sea Academy, Lin Feng entered discreetly. Meanwhile, on the university lawn, the students from the computer science department had already gathered, with Lin Feng being the only one absent. Where on earth is Lin Feng? Why must we wait for him? Wasn't it agreed that we would assemble at 9 o'clock? This guy is truly dragging his feet. I heard he was dismissed from his internship and, in desperation, had to work as a janitor at the Swan Hotel. Is that true? Wang Qianqian stepped forward to confirm the rumor. Of course it's true. I work at the hotel, and yesterday I saw Lin Feng applying for a job as a cleaner. He must have been seeking that position. My goodness, Lin Feng's aspirations are truly lofty. It's laughable. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng will be the most successful among us in the future. Ha! Many handsome boys and beautiful girls chuckled, while some glanced knowingly at Lu Xiaoqing, as she was Lin Feng's nominal girlfriend. Lu Xiaoqing's expression flickered, revealing her displeasure, clearly embarrassed by Lin Feng's situation. After a while, Lin Feng finally arrived. As soon as he did, he was met with various criticisms and mockery. The graduation photos were hastily concluded amidst this atmosphere. After finishing, Lin Feng prepared to leave, intending to avoid any further entanglements with Lu Xiaoqing. After all, the next segment involved couples or family members taking photos, which held little relevance for him. The relationship between him and Lu Xiaoqing was essentially non-existent. Only a parting word was needed to make it official. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure approached. Zhang Yu, holding a bouquet of roses, made his way to Lu Xiaoqing in full view of the crowd. Xiaoqing, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Chapter 21, South City Commercial Street Property. Xiaoqing, I'm here to accompany you for the photos. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Zhang Yu knelt gracefully, prompting many girls to scream in delight, declaring it romantic. They overlooked Lin Feng, Lu Xiaoqing's nominal boyfriend. It appeared that Zhang Yu had deliberately come to undermine Lin Feng. Seeing Zhang Yu's sudden appearance, Lu Xiaoqing paused for a brief moment before asking, Zhang Yu, how did you get here? I came to accompany you for the graduation photos. It was your mother who asked me to come, Zhang Yu replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Lin Feng and, noticing his lack of response, felt compelled to accept Zhang Yu's advances. She was profoundly disappointed in Lin Feng. Today was supposed to be their graduation photo day, yet he remained unresponsive. How could she be satisfied with him? It was utterly disheartening. Xiaoqing, there is also the graduation ceremony with the school leaders today. Let us go. I'll accompany you, Zhang Yu said, his expression warm, and Lu Xiaoqing did not refuse. Thus, the group made their way to the seating area for the graduation ceremony. This graduation ceremony was not only for the current university graduates, but also welcomed many distinguished alumni returning. Lin Feng attended the ceremony as well, sitting at the edge with minimal presence. The stage was already set for the speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the graduation ceremony for our esteemed graduates and the donation ceremony for our alumni. The principal announced from the stage, "Our outstanding alumnus Mr. Zhang Yu has generously donated 500,000 yuan. Let us applaud him and learn from his example." Applause erupted as many began clapping. Although 500,000 yuan was not a substantial amount, it was remarkable that he had achieved such success just 2 years post-graduation. Countless younger students looked at him with admiration. Even Lu Xiaoqing felt a stir of interest. Zhang Yu was indeed impressive, so generous. She began to reconsider whether to accept Zhang Yu's pursuit. Look at how generous Zhang Yu is, and then look at Lin Feng, that good for nothing. Xiaoqing, how can you still endure? Wang Qianqian chimed in, if I were you, I would have already broken up with Lin Feng and moved on. Xiaoqing, what are you still considering? Zhang Yu truly loves you. Not only is he wealthy, but he also possesses a kind heart. He can bring you happiness. Lu Yu, the beautiful girl with a ponytail, fanned the flames. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, overhearing, smiled subtly. The 500,000 yuan was merely his allowance from his father. Donating it would only require a few months of frugality. Winning over Lu Xiaoqing, a beauty of her caliber, would be the ultimate prize. He had been calculating this for quite some time. Soon, the graduation ceremony concluded, and a crowd gathered around Lu Xiaoqing, offering various compliments and congratulations, treating her as if she were Zhang Yu's girlfriend. Just then, a voice directed itself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, did you see that? Lu Xiaoqing is not someone you can match. Why don't you hurry up and leave? If I were you, I would be utterly ashamed and seek a place to hide. What do you have to compare with young Master Zhang? The speaker of these words is class leader Chen Jiping, who has long been envious of Lin Feng for having such a beautiful girlfriend, Lu Xiaoqing. Now, witnessing Lu Xiaoqing being pursued by Zhang Yu, right in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't resist mocking. A country bumpkin like you is unworthy of city folk. Oh, does that concern you? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Heh. Still so defiant after being cuckolded. This has nothing to do with us, but everything to do with you, huh? Chen Jiping laughed heartily, while the athlete beside him chimed in. Lin Feng, you should hurry and roll off to the hotel to be a cleaner. Don't be late. Cuckolded? Lin Feng shook his head, and even if I were, so what? I'm tired of it. Isn't it better to change partners? Besides, what is there to be proud of as a rebound? Lin Feng smiled and added, by the way, I almost forgot, you all don't have girlfriends. So it seems you're not even qualified to be a rebound, haha. Upon hearing this, both Chen Jiping and Chen Tai were furious. Lin Feng, how dare you call us rebounds? Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson. The two erupted in rage, and Chen Tai, who had long held a grudge against Lin Feng, seized the opportunity and charged at him. If they didn't fight now, they might never have another chance. Let us see. Lin Feng smiled as he watched Chen Tai and Chen Jiping approach. The onlookers turned their gaze to this scene, astonished that Lin Feng dared to oppose Chen Jiping. Was he courting death? It's worth noting that both Chen Jiping and Chen Tai were members of the Taekwondo Association at school, with Chen Tai being particularly formidable. Taking on one was no problem, let alone two. Now Lin Feng was provoking two prominent figures at once. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Lin Feng, what madness is this? Lu Xiaoqing exclaimed, attempting to intervene. However, Zhang Yu stopped her, saying, Xiaoqing, it's too dangerous, you can't go in, or you might get hurt. He secretly hoped to see Lin Feng get beaten up, preferably to the point of incapacitation. Wang Qianqian smirked, thinking that Lin Feng was about to kneel and beg for mercy. I've been annoyed by him too. Not only is Lin Feng thick-skinned, but he also has a sharp tongue. He deserves a beating. Many onlookers chuckled, and no one attempted to mediate. Lu Xiaoqing hesitated, realizing that Lin Feng had indeed overstepped. Just then, two loud crashes echoed through the air, and two figures were hurled away. The two who flew back were none other than Chen Jiping and Chen Tai. Lin Feng, you. Chen Jiping's face twisted in disbelief as he attempted to rise for another round, but Lin Feng had already stepped forward. With a powerful kick, he struck Chen Jiping, making him cry out in agony. Meanwhile, Chen Tai attempted a sneak attack from behind, aiming a punch at Lin Feng's skull. If that punch landed, Lin Feng would surely be hospitalized for over a month. At that moment, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lin Feng raised his hand to block and quickly seized Chen Tai's wrist. You think you can sneak attack me? Lin Feng shook his head, yanked Chen Tai up, and slammed him forcefully onto the ground. As Chen Tai felt the sharp pain coursing through his body, he prepared to flee, but Lin Feng's foot came crashing down. Bang! Lin Feng stomped on both their bodies, leaving them nearly incapacitated, devoid of any fighting spirit. The crowd watched in wide-eyed shock. So this is Lin Feng's true prowess? It's important to note that both Chen Jiping and Chen Tai were over 6 feet tall and incredibly strong, akin to semi-professional fighters. It was said that one would need at least 7 or 8 people to stand a chance against them. Yet now, Lin Feng had single-handedly defeated both. Remarkable. Is this all? Lin Feng stepped onto Chen Jiping's hand and delivered 2 swift slaps. Slap, slap. The two were left utterly stunned. What a disaster. The pain was excruciating and humiliating. However, they had completely lost the will to fight, utterly outmatched by Lin Feng, rendered speechless by the pain. Is there anyone else who wants to teach me a lesson? Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, and those who had previously mocked him dared not utter a word. With his now superior physique, Lin Feng could easily handle not only these two semi-professional fighters, but even a world champion, if he so desired, having used less than 30% of his strength. If he had unleashed his full potential, these two wouldn't be lying on the ground, but rather in coffins. The arena fell silent, astonished by Lin Feng's strength, leaving them disappointed. Next time, watch your mouth, otherwise, it won't just be a simple beating. Lin Feng glanced back at Chen Zhiping and Chen Tai before turning to leave. At that moment, Lu Shaoqing stepped forward, saying, Lin Feng, who told you to be so impulsive? Is fighting all you know? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? She scolded him fiercely, completely disregarding that it was Chen Zhiping and Chen Tai who initiated the conflict. Consequences? Lin Feng replied, Isn't this self-defense? Are there supposed to be consequences for that? Lin Feng, have you learned to talk back? You truly disappoint me. Do you still have me in your eyes? Lu Shaoqing was extremely angry. Realizing that Lin Feng had dared to confront her in front of so many people, she felt utterly humiliated. Chapter 22, Deliberate. I don't want to entangle with you right now. From now on, I want to care about you, and you shouldn't care about me, understood? Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Lu Shaoqing and simply shrugged her off. Lin Feng, you. Lu Shaoqing was nearly beside herself with rage. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yu stepped forward, saying, Shaoqing, do you see now? Lin Feng not only doesn't he love you, but also talks back to you. When he was with you before, it was all for your living expenses. Now that he has a job, he doesn't care about you anymore. Exactly, Shaoqing, break up with him, cut the cord decisively. Their words fueled Lu Shaoqing's determination. Lin Feng, it seems there's truly no turning back now. Seeing Lu Shaoqing's despondent expression, Zhang Yu quickly approached her, showing concern. Shaoqing, tonight is your birthday. I've reserved a large private room at the White Swan Hotel for the celebration. Zhang Yu. Upon hearing that it was the White Swan Hotel, Lu Shaoqing's eyes glimmered with gratitude. She hadn't expected Zhang Yu to be so considerate. The White Swan. Wow, how enviable. My goodness. Booking a private room at the White Swan is incredibly extravagant. Young Master Zhang is indeed handsome, wealthy, and kind-hearted. That's the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Deep Sea City. Young Master Zhang is so cool. Many handsome men and beautiful women displayed expressions of envy. Astonished that Zhang Yu had reserved a large private room to celebrate Lu Shaoqing's birthday. A 5-star hotel. Renting a private room would cost at least 50,000 or more, excluding drinks and other expenses. All in all, hosting a birthday party at the White Swan would easily set one back by 100,000. How extravagantly inhumane. Shaoqing, don't say that. I'm sincere with you. You're the most precious person in my heart. Money means nothing as long as you're happy. Zhang Yu spoke passionately to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing felt touched and immediately informed her friends and family to gather at the White Swan Hotel that night. She also made sure to notify Lin Feng. Lin Feng, tonight I'm going to publicly sever ties with you, so you realize that only Zhang Yu is worthy of me, Lu Shaoqing thought to herself. In this moment, Lin Feng was driving when he suddenly received a text message from Lu Shaoqing. Tonight at 7 o'clock, at the White Swan Hotel, it's my birthday. The brevity of the message caused Lin Feng to hesitate slightly. However, upon reflection, he recalled that the White Swan Hotel was precisely the asset he had checked in on the previous day. What could Lu Shaoqing be up to? Regardless, the situation had reached this point, and he believed it was time to bid farewell. Nodding to himself, Lin Feng drove away. After leaving, Lin Feng returned to his rental apartment, only to receive a call from his father. Oh, Mom and Dad, you're coming to Shenhui City for a visit? Of course. That's wonderful. On the other end, Lin Huayan's voice resonated. Your uncle and aunt will be joining us as well. Is that convenient for you? Absolutely convenient. Please come without hesitation. I won't be a bother, Lin Feng replied. If even his parents found him unworthy, then he would cease to be human. His parents had raised him with immense effort, and now that he possessed assets worth tens of billions, accommodating them was hardly a problem. Moreover, his parents had never truly indulged in luxury throughout their lives, so it was high time they enjoyed some comfort. However, his uncle and aunt were rather vain and often treated Lin Feng's family with a sharp tongue. To be honest, he wasn't particularly keen on their company. Yet, considering it was his parents who had spoken up, he decided to overlook it. After all, they were still family. Perhaps it would be nice for his uncle and aunt to bask in his parents' blessings for a change. All right, I'll notify you once your mother and I purchase the train tickets in a few days. Dad, please don't buy train tickets. Flying is much quicker. I'll book you first-class tickets, Lin Feng interjected, displeased at the thought of his father opting for a train. Trains were crowded and slow. His elderly parents certainly shouldn't endure such discomfort. Isn't that a bit expensive? A single ticket costs several hundred yuan. Lin Huayan expressed reluctance. Not at all. You needn't worry about that. Your son is not short of money, Lin Feng assured him. After hanging up, he shook his head, realizing his parents' frugality remained intact. They were still hesitant about purchasing a first-class ticket, but it was understandable. Having grown up in the countryside, they were accustomed to being frugal and modest. Changing such deeply ingrained habits overnight was unrealistic. Later that evening at the White Swan Hotel, one of the medium-sized private rooms was bustling with numerous young men and women, all remarkably attractive. The atmosphere was vibrant and filled with envy, as they reveled in the opulent decor of the hotel. Lu Xiaoqing and her mother, Wang Qin, were present as well. This evening marked Lu Xiaoqing's birthday celebration, with her as the center of attention. Xiaoqing, nearly everyone has arrived. We can start, Wang Qin proclaimed. Her appearance heavily adorned with makeup that rendered her look rather comical, lacking the elegance one might expect from a wealthy matron. She was eager to celebrate her daughter's birthday and hastily arranged for her to be with Zhang Yu, hoping to gain more benefits from the union. At 7:30, with everyone gathered, Zhang Yu casually remarked, "I'm here as well." He cast a gentle glance at Lu Xiaoqing and said, "Xiaoqing, wait for me a moment. I will return shortly." With that, he stepped outside, only to return a minute later. As the crowd sang and engaged in games, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. Instantly, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped the space, creating a dreamlike scene. The singular spotlight fell upon Lu Xiaoqing, and the crowd fell silent. Aware that this was part of Zhang Yu's planned surprise, he intended to give Lu Xiaoqing an unforgettable birthday celebration. As the light illuminated Lu Xiaoqing, she resembled a princess in a simple white gown, gracefully becoming the focal point as delicate music played. "Wow, how romantic. I envy Xiaoqing for having such a thoughtful admirer," murmured the crowd. "Xiaoqing is so beautiful. She and Zhang Xiao are a match made in heaven." The audience cast envious glances at Lu Xiaoqing, wishing to take her place in the spotlight, yet they knew it was an impossible wish. Zhang Yu, being handsome, wealthy, kind, and romantic, was a rare gem, and to be pursued by him was undoubtedly a stroke of luck from a past life. "Xiaoqing, tonight is your birthday. You are the most beautiful princess in the world, deserving of the most romantic celebration. You are like a gentle breeze and a bright moon, nourishing the earth, forever etched in my memory." Holding a grand bouquet of 999 red roses, Zhang Yu approached her, softly proclaiming, "Happy birthday, Xiaoqing." His gesture was courteous and charming, captivating all present. Across the room, Lu Xiaoqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She had never experienced being the center of attention or receiving such a princess-like treatment before. Nor had she anticipated becoming the protagonist of such a romantic evening. It was a dream every girl secretly yearns for. "Thank you, Zhang Yu," she said, covering her mouth, nearly brought to tears by the gesture. At that moment, confetti of various colors fell from the ceiling, reminiscent of celestial beings scattering flowers, transforming the room into a romantic haven. This spectacle incited joyous screams from the young girls in attendance, who exclaimed how romantic it was. The atmosphere was electric. Some felt a pang of jealousy, reflecting on Lu Xiaoqing's extraordinary fortune in receiving Zhang Yu's attention in such an extravagant celebration. From that moment forward, countless young girls secretly wished for a romantic love story of their own. Unfortunately, not everyone had the chance to encounter a wealthy young master like Zhang Yu. "Zhang Xiao is so handsome. If only I could meet someone like him," they sighed, filled with envy. "Oh, tonight is just too much. Xiaoqing is so lucky. I wonder if Zhang Xiao has any good friends to introduce to me. I want to experience a passionate romance as well." Amidst the admiration, someone suddenly recalled Lu Xiaoqing's boyfriend. "By the way, where's Lu Xiaoqing's boyfriend? That useless Lin Feng?" Someone exclaimed loudly. "Right. I almost forgot Xiaoqing invited Lin Feng. Why isn't he here?" Wang Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Turning to Lu Xiaoqing, she teased, "Xiaoqing, Lin Feng is still your nominal boyfriend. Haven't you broken up with him yet?" Lu Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. She indeed thought of Lin Feng, disappointed that he hadn't even shown up for her birthday celebration. Wang Qin, overhearing, remarked irritably, "Xiaoqing, are you still with that useless Lin Feng? Didn't I tell you to break up with him? Zhang Xiao has genuine feelings for you. Don't let his affection go to waste. That useless fellow can't compare to Zhang Xiao." Despite the embarrassment Zhang Yu faced last time at their home due to Lin Feng, he had visited Wang Qin multiple times afterward, bringing valuable gifts that restored her favorable impression of him. Hence, Wang Qin now hoped for Lu Xiaoqing to be with Zhang Yu. As Wang Qin spoke, a flicker of joy sparked within Zhang Yu's heart. It was only to be expected that Lu Xiaoqing would undoubtedly choose him, wasn't it? He awaited Lu Xiaoqing's response. However, at that moment, a figure entered from outside. I apologize for my tardiness. The door to the private room swung open, and Lin Feng walked in. Upon his arrival, all eyes turned towards him. This good-for-nothing actually showed up. Lu Xiaoqing glanced up at Lin Feng, who, in turn, noticed the rose in her hand. He then saw Zhang Yu standing closely before her. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. Indeed, Lu Xiaoqing had accepted Zhang Yu's pursuit. Previously, he had doubted his own apprehensions, but tonight, everything became crystal clear. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Wang Qin interrupted Lu Xiaoqing's contemplation and stood up, displeased. Lin Feng, tonight is Xiaoqing's birthday. You can just drop off your gift and leave. I'm terribly sorry. I forgot to bring a gift. Lin Feng realized he had rushed in without one. What? Wang Qin's expression soured immediately. You didn't bring a gift? What are you even doing at a birthday party? Just here to mooch off the food? Get out. At this, everyone couldn't help but feel amused. Lin Feng had indeed disappointed Lu Xiaoqing's parents. As Lu Xiaoqing's nominal boyfriend, to show up without a present was laughable. Lin Feng, unperturbed, decided to ignore the situation. He hadn't anticipated such a crowd tonight. He never favored such gatherings and turned to leave. Stop, Lin Feng. Do you even care about me? At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing called out to him. What is the matter? Lin Feng turned back, puzzled. You know today is my birthday. Yet you couldn't even spare the thought to buy a gift? Lu Xiaoqing could no longer contain her frustration. Is this how you act as my boyfriend? I just said I forgot, Lin Feng replied. Forgot? Huh. Lin Feng, it's clear you haven't held me in your thoughts at all. Even if you don't have money for a gift, a gesture would suffice. Right now, you've let me down. You can say whatever you wish. I'd rather not argue with you. We can discuss this privately without raising our voices, Lin Feng suggested, sensing Lu Xiaoqing's agitation. Raise our voices. Lu Xiaoqing's face trembled with anger. Lin Feng, let us break up. Fine, Lin Feng replied curtly. Lin Feng, you truly don't love me. Lu Xiaoqing was incensed to see Lin Feng so unflustered, not crying or begging for reconciliation. She had intended to end things dramatically in front of everyone, expecting Lin Feng to plead and beg not to break up. Yet, to her surprise, he seemed utterly unfazed. Indeed, I no longer love you. If we are to part ways, there is no need for public declarations. Lin Feng met Lu Xiaoqing's gaze with unwavering resolve. From this moment on, you shall tread your own path, and I shall walk mine. It is best we owe nothing to each other. Lin Feng, you are truly not a man. Lu Xiaoqing retorted, her expression one of disappointment. Logically, Lin Feng should be the one suffering, yet it felt as if Lu Xiaoqing had been the one cast aside. This scene left everyone feeling uncomfortable. Had Lin Feng ceased to be the devoted suitor? Seeing Lin Feng depart so nonchalantly, Lu Xiaoqing's face turned crimson with fury. Nearby, Wang Qin immediately interjected, berating Lin Feng. What are you saying, Lin Feng? You've been deceiving Xiaoqing all along, haven't you? I have never deceived her. Lin Feng shook his head. While Lu Xiaoqing had indeed helped him tremendously during their time together, particularly academically, he had never taken a single cent from her. In contrast, Lu Xiaoqing had numerous demands, taking advantage of his easygoing nature. Lin Feng spent his days studying and his nights working to earn money, most of which he used to buy gifts for Lu Xiaoqing. It could be said that she had taken a considerable amount from him. The rumors of Lin Feng being a kept man were far from the truth. Yet, he found it difficult to change others' perceptions. He would let nature take its course. You still deny it? Now that Xiaoqing no longer fancies you, you plan to find someone new to deceive, right? Wang Qin's aggression was palpable. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, breaking up tonight is fine, but you must compensate my daughter for her losses with 100,000 yuan. No, you should return every penny you've taken from Xiaoqing. That 100,000 was originally ours. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not suppress a slight smile. 100,000 as a breakup fee? Wang Qin was indeed being unreasonable. Even if it were a bride price, he wouldn't frivolously part with such a sum. Was a mere breakup fee truly so exorbitant? I owe you nothing. Why should I give you money? Lin Feng outright rejected Wang Qin's unreasonable demands. Lin Feng, how dare you be so defiant? You've hurt our Xiaoqing and now wish to wash your hands of it. You must pay 100,000 for emotional damages. Wang Qin clung to Lin Feng's arm, adamant about the compensation. Lu Xiaoqing stood silently by, clearly believing the fault lay with Lin Feng. Others watched with bated breath, eager to see how Lin Feng would navigate this predicament. Now you see the consequences, don't you? We are not related. And the last time I gave you an extra 50,000 in interest. Are you still so greedy? Lin Feng finally lost his patience. Don't blame me for the warning. Let me go immediately. I respect Xiaoqing and prefer not to make this situation any more unpleasant. Wang Qin was utterly shameless, her audacity unparalleled. Throughout his years with Lu Xiaoqing, Lin Feng had never engaged in any intimate actions with her. The closest they had come was holding hands. Financially, he had contributed far more and felt no guilt towards Lu Xiaoqing. Yet Wang Qin, the woman, was far too greedy. Lin Feng, if you refuse to pay, you will not leave. Wang Qin clung to him like a piece of gum. Ultimately, Lin Feng could no longer tolerate it. He gently pushed her away, breaking free from her grasp. Ouch! However, Lin Feng had clearly underestimated the situation. As he gently pushed Wang Qin aside, she seized the opportunity to fall dramatically to the ground, letting out a loud wail. Oh, Lin Feng, you've injured me. Wang Qin clutched her backside and cried out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was evident to all that she was merely attempting to extort money. Lin Feng's push had been light and could not have caused her to fall, yet Wang Qin was undeniably a crafty fox. Mom, are you alright? How are you? Lu Xiaoqing rushed over to help Wang Qin up, but Wang Qin maintained a pained expression. She sat on the ground, wailing dramatically. You've hurt me, Lin Feng. You must pay. I demand 150,000, not a cent less. 150,000. Chapter 24, Whispers of Suspicion. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. One must admit that Lu Xiaoqing's mother is indeed a formidable woman. With that fall, an immediate sum of 50,000 yuan was added. Many cast glances at Wang Qin, their expressions subtly shifting. If this were to occur outside, it could easily lead to a fortune through deceit. Even real estate developers would hesitate to confront Wang Qin's mother, as they could swiftly find themselves bankrupt from her schemes. However, the thought of the unfortunate victim being Lin Feng rendered their concern rather minimal. This good-for-nothing Lin Feng certainly deserved a proper lesson. Are you trying to scam me? Lin Feng glared at Wang Qin, his irritation palpable. If you continue this nonsense, I will not hold back. Lu Xiaoqing defended her mother fiercely. Lin Feng, despite your shortcomings, you ought to treat a defenseless woman with respect. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but do not direct your ire at my mother. Are you even a man? Lu Xiaoqing stepped forward, her disappointment in Lin Feng transcending mere words. Hatred and disdain were the sentiments she harbored towards him. Lin Feng, having assaulted someone, still dared to escape unscathed. He was no true man. Lin Feng, you have discarded your dignity as a man. Why not hurry and take Aunt Wang to the hospital? You should at least compensate her with 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, you truly are devoid of worth. Furthermore, apologize to Aunt Wang immediately. The crowd collectively admonished Lin Feng, deeming him a wretched soul in dire need of correction. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. Addressing Wang Qin, he stated, you claim to be injured, correct? Very well, I can take you to the hospital for an examination, but this matter will require police intervention. We will review the hotel's surveillance footage and let the authorities determine the severity of the situation. If you truly are injured, I shall compensate you generously. However, should you be lying, I will have my lawyer sue you. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin fell silent, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's words. She had indeed sustained no injuries. Her intent was merely to extort money from him. After all, Lin Feng had previously managed to produce 200,000 yuan, so it was reasonable to assume he had further funds. At that moment, Zhang Yu, who had been an observer for quite some time, finally stepped forward. With a mocking tone, he suggested, Lin Feng, how about we each take a step back? You can simply compensate Aunt Wang with 50,000 yuan, which would benefit everyone involved. Zhang Yu recognized Wang Qin's ulterior motives and sought to lend her support. Not a chance, Lin Feng firmly rejected, asserting, I will let the police mediate this situation. You are bullying me. Wang Qin cried out in a fit of rage. Fine, today I will forego compensation. But you must apologize to my daughter and me. She understood that should this incident escalate, it would not bode well for her. After all, the methods for assessing injuries today are exceedingly sophisticated. If deemed an attempt at fraud, she could face imprisonment. Aunt Wang, this scoundrel has certainly swindled money from Xiaoqing. Allow me to handle this, Zhang Yu said with a calm smile, reassuring Wang Qin. Seeing this, she hesitated for a moment before nodding, placing her trust in Zhang Yu's capabilities. He was, after all, a wealthy young man with a good family background and extensive connections, capable of easily dealing with Lin Feng. You won't leave this place without paying 50,000 yuan today, Lin Feng. Do you not yet acknowledge your mistake? At that moment, Zhang Yu, Lu Xiaoqing's prospective boyfriend, approached Lin Feng and softly warned, you had better consider the consequences of refusing to compensate. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng replied softly. Zhang Yu leaned in closer, whispering in Lin Feng's ear, I have some connections with the manager here. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, you should hand over 50,000 yuan to Aunt Wang. Otherwise, you know what will happen. With his network, even if Lin Feng called the police, Zhang Yu could easily twist the narrative and extort him for a substantial sum. With the manager's backing, Zhang Yu felt confident in his ability to manipulate Lin Feng. Is that so? Lin Feng's anger boiled over. Zhang Yu, you think you have the upper hand? I refuse to pay anything today. Let me see what you can do. Thus, Lin Feng sank into the sofa, declaring, if you can extort even a single cent from me today, I shall consider myself defeated. Oh, Lin Feng, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what happens next, Zhang Yu thought to himself, finally seizing the opportunity he had long awaited. Everyone, please act as witnesses for Aunt Wang. Lin Feng assaulted someone and is refusing to compensate. I will now call the manager to handle this. Zhang Yu stepped outside to make a phone call, and shortly thereafter returned with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Qin continued to berate Lin Feng, exclaiming, Lin Feng, I want you imprisoned. I will make your life miserable. You worthless piece of trash. Have you grown wings, daring to defy me? Just wait for your doom. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoqing, however, ignored her mother's moment of triumph and instead glared at Lin Feng with resentment. Had Lin Feng apologized immediately and begged for her forgiveness, she might have let him go. But now, there was no chance. Since you show no mercy, I shall reciprocate, Lu Xiaoqing thought bitterly. The crowd watched Lin Feng with derision, as if he were a pitiful creature. Humph, a parasite living off others, and now you realize your mistakes? They mocked. Ha ha ha. Soon Lin Feng will find himself in jail. How could he ever compare to young Master Zhang? Shameless fool. Xiaoqing is right. One must be ruthless with such a treacherous face. Do not indulge him. Both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yu reveled in their satisfaction at the unfolding drama. Just then, a figure entered, the manager, known as Zhou Haifu. Uncle Fu, this man assaulted someone here and is refusing to apologize or compensate. Please, uphold justice. Zhang Yu hastily conveyed as he approached Zhou Haifu. The two had already colluded. Should Zhou assist Zhang, he would receive a handsome sum as a reward. Zhou Haifu was quite straightforward, casting a glance at Lin Feng seated on the sofa. Listen here, kid. I will ask you once more. Will you choose to compensate and apologize, or will you continue down your reckless path? Manager, upon your arrival, you immediately demand I apologize and pay, without even inquiring into the matter? Lin Feng retorted, staring defiantly at Zhou Haifu. Is this how the Baiswan Hotel treats its guests? Inquire? Zhou Haifu let out a laugh. Forgive my candor, but a person like you is not worthy of my time. Pay up immediately and get out of here. You are not in a position to issue commands to me. From this moment on, you are fired. Holding a glass of red wine, Lin Feng gently shook it, saying with an air of nonchalance, Let me add one more thing. I demand your general manager come here to see me. Witnessing Lin Feng's audacity, refusing to pay or leave, and daring to address Zhou Haifu in such a manner, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Finally, Zhang Yu burst into laughter. He approached Lin Feng, grinning broadly. Lin Feng, do you seriously consider yourself significant? It appears you are quite immersed in your role. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat it. In response to Zhang Yu's derision, Lin Feng reiterated, I said your manager friend has been dismissed. Let his general manager come to meet me. Initially, there was silence. The next moment, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. This guy is saying he LL have the deputy manager of Baiswan fired? Is he serious? Lin Feng, do you think today is April Fool's Day? Chen Tai and Chen Jiping, along with others, clutched their stomachs, nearly succumbing to laughter in the private room. Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? I have no time to bicker with you right now. Apologize immediately, compensate, and then get lost. Zhou Haifeng strode up to Lin Feng, reprimanding him fiercely. With your level of incompetence, do you think you can fire me? Dream on, Mr. Lin. At that moment, a voice of astonishment sounded from outside. A middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and hurried into the room, greeting Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Oh, I merely came to attend a birthday celebration. Although the experience has been rather unpleasant, Lin Feng replied coolly, glancing at Chen Guangqiang, the general manager of the White Swan Hotel. Also, this fellow claims to be the deputy manager, and he dares to say I lack the authority to dismiss him. I wish to inquire, am I indeed unqualified to do so? Chapter 25, Deep Sea International Airlines. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on Zhou Haifeng. In that instant, Zhou Haifeng appeared as if petrified, for the man before him was none other than Chen Guangqiang, the general manager of the White Swan. Zhou Haifeng was about to offer an explanation when Zhang Yu impatiently interjected. Hey, who do you think you are, pretending to be someone important? Stop your theatrics and get out of here. Zhang Yu turned to Lin Feng, saying, You worthless fool. Do you think bringing someone in to act will intimidate us? Deputy Manager Zhou is the head of the White Swan Hotel. Don't think he is just some country bumpkin. And you, do you even know who he is? He is the deputy manager of the White Swan Hotel, so get lost before you cause yourself trouble. Believing Chen Guangqiang to be an actor hired by Lin Feng to save face, Zhang Yu unleashed a tirade against him. Zhang Yu, Zhou Haifeng's face turned pale, preparing to intervene, but Chen Guangqiang interrupted him, calmly turning to Zhang Yu, and inquired, And who might you be, sir? Humph. Our young master Zhang is the heir of the Baixing family group. Surely you've heard of it? Wang Qin interjected, exuding an air of superiority. Soon, they will be my sons-in-law, and we will frequently patronize the White Swan. You have no reason to envy us. Now, Shouldn't you make your son-in-law apologize? She took pride in Zhang Yu, the wealthy heir. Hearing his future mother-in-law's approval, Zhang Yu beamed with delight. Oh, Baixing, what a worthless company. I've never even heard of it. Its assets can't be more than a couple $100 million, right? Chun Guangxiang scoffed, sneering, with your level of filth. Do you even deserve to compare yourself with Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, you're still pretending? Zhang Yu could no longer contain himself. Don't tell me he is actually Mr. Lin, the owner of the White Swan Hotel? Ha! Upon finishing, not only did Zhang Yu burst into laughter, but the rest of the onlookers also stifled their amusement. It must be said, the actor Lin Feng had hired was truly dedicated, managing to maintain his facade before the deputy manager of the White Swan, truly deserving of an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor, Zhou Haifeng. This is the owner of the White Swan Hotel I mentioned to you, Mr. Lin. His words are commands. You may leave now, Chen Guangxiang declared, his voice laced with fury. Furthermore, inform your dim-witted companions to treat Mr. Lin with respect, or I shall have the security throw them out. What? Upon hearing Chen Guangxiang's words, Zhou Haifeng's face turned ashen. This young man was truly the owner of the White Swan Hotel? General Manager, I was blind. Please grant me a chance, I was foolish. Zhou Haifeng hastily pleaded, not daring to show a hint of negligence. Forgetting about others' gazes, preserving his job was paramount. How could he have known that Lin Feng was indeed the boss of the White Swan Hotel, his superior's superior? This was a disaster. Humph. You can explain yourself to Mr. Lin, Chen Guangxiang said, visibly irked. Without another word, Zhou Haifeng fell to his knees before Lin Feng. As this scene unfolded, the previously boisterous laughter abruptly ceased. Manager Zhou, what are you doing? Zhang Yu finally sensed something was amiss and meekly inquired. Zhang Yu, you blind fool. Do you know who you were just speaking to? What? When Zhou Haifeng's words slipped out, Zhang Yu's face drained of color. Lu Xiaoqing, Wang Qin, Chen Tai, and the others stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Only Wang Qianqian, who had been stunned the moment Chen Guangxiang entered, revealed a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Upon hearing Chen Guangxiang address Lin Feng as Mr. Lin, she had already resigned herself to despair. This Lin Feng was indeed the boss of their hotel. It was utterly unexpected. The crowd was left in shock. Zhou Haifeng, however, knelt before Lin Feng, desperately begging for mercy. Mr. Lin, I was blind to your greatness. Please, in light of my ignorance, grant me another chance. Lin Feng remained silent, seated on the sofa, slowly gazing at the red wine in his glass. Seeing this, Zhou Haifeng continued his supplication. I will work diligently for the group from now on, unflinchingly, even if it means toiling like a beast. Please, Mr. Lin, grant me this opportunity. Moments later, Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on Zhou Haifeng as he spoke slowly. I do not care how much you have contributed to the White Swan, but as long as you remain, our hotel will not surpass its limits. Therefore, you may leave. Mr. Lin, I leave. Lin Feng barked, causing even Chen Guangxiang to shudder. Mr. Lin had quite the temper. Or rather, he was exceedingly resolute. Zhou Haifeng had no chance left, only able to exit in shame. At this moment, the room was left with the original group. Manager Chun, within 5 minutes, please gather information on the Baixing family group. I wish to see if I can acquire it. Lin Feng instructed Chen Guangxiang. Chen Guangxiang nodded. I will have someone look into it immediately. As he exited, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yu. Knowing this kid was finished, to offend Mr. Lin was to invite disaster. How could the son of a small group's owner dare to oppose the boss of the White Swan Hotel? It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gulp. Once Chen Guangxiang left, Zhang Yu and the others finally regained their senses. And the way they looked at Lin Feng transformed entirely. The owner of the 5-star White Swan Hotel. What an impressive identity. Wang Qin paused, quickly approaching Lin Feng with a beaming smile. Mr. Lin, those words I said earlier were merely in anger. Please do not take them to heart. You are still our Lu family's son-in-law. In truth, Xiaoqing still has feelings for you. Saying this, she nudged the dazed Lu Xiaoqing, who finally responded, nodding. Lin Feng, I still love you. Let us not break up, shall we? I promise to listen to you from now on. You tell me to go east, I'll go east. I'll entrust the family finances to you. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile gently. One must admit, Wang Qin and Lu Xiaoqing truly shared a common trait. Their ability to shift with the winds was remarkably swift. Ah, my good son-in-law, I shall help you choose an auspicious date to hasten the marriage. As for the betrothal gift, 80,000 is sufficient. We are not greedy, Wang Qin declared decisively. Seeing Lin Feng smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's face turned green as he exclaimed, Xiaoqing, what are you saying? You are my girlfriend. How can you betray me? Just moments ago, Lu Xiaoqing confidently declared Zhang Yu to be her boyfriend, graciously accepting his roses and birthday celebration. Even Wang Qin sang praises for Zhang Yu. Her prospective son-in-law. How swiftly has she changed her tune? Zhang Yu, unable to contain his anger, confronted Lu Shaoqing. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Shaoqing disdainfully retorted, "Humph, Zhang Yu. A worthless person like you cannot even be compared to Lin Feng. I have merely been utilizing you, without you serving as a bridge in my relationship with Lin Feng. How could we have ever met? Spare me the embarrassment. I have only ever loved Lin Feng. You should give up." "Shaoqing Yu." Zhang Yu stammered. "Zhang Yu, do you still have any shame? No one is worthy of our Shaoqing but Lin Feng." As Zhang Yu continued to cling on, Wang Qin erupted, "Shut your mouth. If you were to become my son-in-law, I would find you utterly shameful." Zhang Yu was infuriated. How could Lu Shaoqing treat him this way? Others silently shook their heads, but they too would likely choose Lin Feng over Zhang Yu. After all, Lin Feng's worth spoke for itself. The value of this white swan exceeded 50 billion. 50 billion. Lin Feng's worth is 50 billion. Zhang Yu was merely a wealthy heir, and even his father wasn't particularly affluent. At most, his assets amounted to 1 or 2 billion. How could he compare to Lin Feng? "Seeing how earnest you are, I shall forgive you. I'm tired and need to rest," Lin Feng said lightly. Chapter 26. Interjections. Lu Shaoqing immediately replied, "Lin Feng, I will accompany you." After glancing at the enthusiastic Lu Shaoqing, Lin Feng nodded. "All right, let us go." Thus, Lu Shaoqing linked arms with Lin Feng as they exited the private room, leaving Zhang Yu with a face full of despair. The others also regretted their decisions. Lin Feng was a true millionaire, and they had just offended him, missing yet another opportunity to connect with a wealthy individual. In the car, Lin Feng drove leisurely, with Lu Shaoqing, her face aglow with sweetness, seated beside him. "Wow, Lin Feng. I never imagined you were the owner of the White Swan Hotel. Were you hiding this from me all along? Also, I've considered it, and the 3rd of next month is the perfect date for our wedding. I only require an 80,000 dowry." Facing the chattering Lu Shaoqing, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, responding with nonchalance. He certainly did not disclose his secrets. He kept silent about being a billionaire with various identities. After all, for a woman like Lu Shaoqing, who was enamored with vanity, Lin Feng had no intention of treating her genuinely. "If I had no money tonight, would you have chosen to be with Zhang Yu instead?" Lin Feng glanced at Lu Shaoqing. She quickly shook her head. "How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. I love you, not your wealth. Besides, Zhang Yu was merely a way to provoke you. My love for you, Lin Feng, is sincere." "That is good to hear." Lin Feng smiled gently. At that moment, he received a phone call. "Mr. Lin, we have investigated the Baixing Group. It is merely a company with assets just over 100 million. And that Zhang Kid's father is just a minor shareholder." On the other end, Chun Guangqiang reported, "All right, acquire all the other minor shareholders aside from his father. And then we can dismiss him," Lin Feng instructed. "Understood, I will take care of it." After hanging up, Lin Feng's expression remained impassive. Zhang Yu had just humiliated him, and now Lin Feng would ensure his downfall. "Lin Feng, where are we going now?" Lu Shaoqing inquired curiously, observing Lin Feng's demeanor. "I'm tired. Let us head to the hotel to rest." You've never touched me before. Let me accompany you tonight," Lu Shaoqing thought joyfully, as she had previously never considered allowing Lin Feng such liberties. Back then, her feelings towards him had been rather ambiguous. As he was merely a rural boy she didn't particularly care for. Now that Lin Feng was a wealthy man, what did it matter? After all, being with him meant she could become a noble lady, enjoying a life of luxury, soaring to new heights, she thought. At a certain hotel, Lin Feng employed his usual tactics, directly booking the most luxurious presidential suite, costing several tens of thousands for the night. He immediately turned to Lu Shaoqing. It must be said that Lu Shaoqing's figure and beauty were exceptional, reminiscent of a budding star. The only regret was that she had been with others before. Nevertheless, Lin Feng reluctantly accepted her. After all, he was merely indulging himself. The following morning, Lin Feng rose early, tidying up his belongings before heading to the front desk to check out. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoqing remained lost in her dreams, indulging in her ridiculous and pitiable fantasy of being a princess. "Hello, could you tell me the total expenses for room 666? Lin Feng inquired. Last night, he had ordered various high-end drinks and extravagant items, so the bill was surely substantial. "Good morning, sir. Room 666 is the presidential suite, with total expenses of 56,300. With a discount, it will be 56,000, the front desk attendant replied with a sweet smile. Lin Feng, displeased, stated, "Do I look like the type who needs a discount? Charge me in full. I'm not short on money. When my girlfriend wakes up, please deliver the bill to the room." "Of course, sir," the attendant responded. As Lin Feng donned his coat and stepped out, he turned back momentarily. "By the way, bring me 2 bottles of your finest foreign wine to the room, and add the cost to the bill. I'll return for them at noon." "Sir, we have several types of foreign wine, with the most expensive being 17,000 a bottle." "Are you sure? 17,000? Then bring me 4 bottles to the room." Lin Feng replied without batting an eye. striding out confidently while the staff complied. Ding. Today's check-in location, South City Commercial Street. As Lin Feng drove away, the location flashed in his mind. But which company was it? How was he supposed to find it? He felt somewhat exasperated. This South City Commercial Street was one of the premier shopping districts in Deep Sea City, lined with numerous luxury brand stores, at least 20 to 30 grand international shops. Yet, which specific store was not indicated? Was he to search blindly? Without further hesitation, Lin Feng drove his car worth over 100,000 towards South City. At that moment, in the hotel's presidential suite, Lu Xiaoqing had just awakened to receive the hotel bill. What did you say? Ma'am, your boyfriend instructed that this bill be paid by you. After deducting last night's 1,000 deposit, you still owe 100,806. The male attendant politely held a tray, which also contained several bottles of red wine. These 4 bottles of wine were specifically requested by your boyfriend. Their cost has been included. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Wait, no? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing nearly turned pale, hastily pulling out her phone to call Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had already blocked her number. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing trembled with rage. Lin Feng, you bastard. I'll kill you. Even the cunning Lu Xiaoqing realized she had been played by Lin Feng. She looked pitifully at the male attendant, saying, young man, my boyfriend consumed this. It has nothing to do with me. You should ask him to pay. I have no money. Madam, I must express my displeasure at your words. The information displayed at the front desk is registered under your identification card. Should you wish to evade responsibility, I will have no choice but to involve the manager. The male attendant's countenance was far from amiable. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing felt her mind go blank, as if struck by thunder. Indeed, last night, Lin Feng had checked into a room using her ID, claiming he had forgotten his own. It turned out Lin Feng had plotted this all along. Lin Feng, you deceitful scoundrel. Lu Xiaoqing could no longer contain her fury and began to unleash a torrent of curses. This detestable Lin Feng had not only taken advantage of her, but had also left her in a financial bind of 100,000 yuan. The blow was utterly devastating, leaving Lu Xiaoqing at a loss for tears. Thus, she hastily retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Zhang Yu, where are you? What do you want with me? Zhang Yu, let me explain. Lin Feng has played me for a fool, and I urgently need 100,000 yuan. Could you possibly bring it to me? Lu Xiaoqing pleaded into the phone. If you don't help me, I'm truly finished. I'm at the 6th floor of the Xing Sheng Hotel. Are you out of your mind, Lu Xiaoqing? Do you take me for a fool? You are telling me Lin Feng has deceived you, and now you expect me to deliver money? Do I seem like someone who would act as your lapdog? Zhang Yu could not restrain his vitriol. With your kind of disgraceful behavior, do you really think I would spend 100,000 yuan for an abortion? Not a chance. You wretched girl, just stay as far away from me as possible. Zhang Yu was incensed, his face turning a shade of green with anger. The very thought that Lu Xiaoqing claimed to be victimized by Lin Feng and required such a sum was unbearable. Even if Zhang Yu were a fool, he was not foolish enough to entertain such nonsense. Hello, Zhang Yu, I am serious. But Zhang Yu had already hung up, leaving Lu Xiaoqing in a state of utter confusion and disarray. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had arrived at the South City Commercial Street, contemplating the designated location for check-in when suddenly a notification chimed. Check-in successful. You have received a check-in gift pack, valid for 1 day. Please use it promptly. What? I just entered here and already checked in successfully? Lin Feng was taken aback. The surprise was quite unexpected. Without further ado, he promptly opened the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired permanent ownership of South City Commercial Street. What the? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly expressing his disbelief. Permanent ownership of South City Commercial Street? My goodness, this is one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Deep Sea City. He marveled at the sudden stroke of fortune, realizing that any property here could rival that of his Angel's Covenant company. As he stood on the bustling street, his gaze swept across the magnificent buildings that adorned the area, marveling at the sheer abundance of structures and the vast expanse they occupied. Most importantly, this locale was situated in Deep Sea City's prime real estate, its value immeasurable. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed the familiar pattern of an unknown number. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? Who is this? I am Wang Dajuan, the director of the property management company for South City Commercial Street. We have just confirmed that the ownership of the commercial street now belongs to you, and we require your signature on the transfer contract. Where are you? I will bring the contract to you immediately. I am at Zhang's beverage shop on South City Commercial Street. Please come over. Lin Feng hung up and entered the nearby Zhang's beverage shop. The establishment was quite lavishly decorated and spacious enough that, despite the constant influx of customers, every patron found a seat. I would like a cup of pearl milk tea, Lin Feng ordered at the counter. A rather attractive waitress glanced at him and then inquired, just 1 cup? Yes. Is that not enough for 1 person? Lin Feng replied. But he felt a flicker of recognition as he gazed at the fair-skinned waitress. However, He could not recall where he had seen her before. The waitress, with a dismissive look, shouted into the back, "1 cup of pearl milk tea for takeout." "Wait, I didn't say takeout," Lin Feng exclaimed, bewildered. Why had she assumed he wanted it to go? "You're alone and only ordering 1 cup. It would be in the way. Hurry and take it to go. We have a high customer turnover here, and more people will be arriving soon." The waitress expressed her disdain. 30 yuan. Pay up and leave. 30 yuan. Lin Feng was taken aback by the price. In the suburbs, a cup of milk tea cost only 7 or 8 yuan. Here, it was 3 times that amount. This was utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, having placed the order, he had no choice but to pay. He lamented his earlier carelessness in not checking the price. Otherwise, he would never have spent money in such an establishment. Though he was a billionaire, it did not mean he would waste money frivolously. Unnecessary expenditures were best avoided, for they amounted to sheer waste. With his pearl milk tea in hand, Lin Feng stepped outside to a nearby chair. He felt no need to argue with the staff. It would be beneath his dignity. Moments later, a perspiring gentleman in a suit approached. Just as he was about to enter the shop, he paused at the entrance, regarding Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. After seemingly recognizing him, he inquired, "Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Feng?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a slight nod. Wang Dajuan smiled slightly. "Greetings, I am Wang Dajuan from the property management company. Here is your contract." Having become somewhat accustomed to the process, Lin Feng soon completed the transfer agreement, and the commercial street now belonged to him. "Mr. Lin, yesterday was the day for collecting rent, and once the funds are settled, they will be transferred to your account. Is there anything else you need to address?" Wang Dajuan inquired respectfully. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us continue as it has always been done." "Very well. You may go about your business. I will take a stroll here." Lin Feng dismissed Wang Dajuan and leisurely sipped his milk tea, wandering down the street. Previously, he had accompanied Lu Xiaoqing on shopping trips, serving as her laborer. Now, experiencing the joy of solo shopping felt quite delightful. No longer was he a mere servant, nor a sycophant. It was liberating. As he reminisced about Lu Xiaoqing, a smile spread across Lin Feng's face. The cost of the presidential suite would surely drain half of her mother's savings. "In the past, I toiled as your lapdog, giving my all, yet could not even hold your hand," Lin Feng mused to himself. "But once I became indifferent, you showered me with affection. Lu Xiaoqing, how could you be so shameless?" Indeed, it seemed that in reality, only by embodying the role of a scoundrel could one attract the attention of beautiful women. For the first time, Lin Feng experienced a sense of joy in this realization. Yet, upon reflection, he could hardly be deemed a scoundrel. It was merely that Lu Xiaoqing had toyed with him far too much in the past. Now, he was merely repaying her in kind. Just as Lin Feng was lost in his thoughts, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Lin Feng." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Feng looked up abruptly and was met with the sight of Monkey. "Monkey, what brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired curiously. "I." The monkey appeared somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, "I am here for a blind date today." "Goodness, I can't believe you actually agreed to a blind date," Lin Feng exclaimed, incredulously. Previously, during their time at the KTV in Huajing City, Lin Feng had lent the monkey a significant sum to improve his situation, an astonishing 1 million. "So, how are things going for you now, monkey?" "Not too bad, thanks to your million. My father's company has stabilized," the monkey replied, expressing profound gratitude. "I will repay you soon, Lin Feng." "Oh, come on, we're brothers. There's no need to mention that. You can pay me back when you have the funds." Lin Feng chuckled. "Are you going to have the date here?" "Yes, it's a family arrangement. Apparently, she is the daughter of one of my father's classmates. They are well off and own several shops here," the monkey explained, lowering his gaze shyly. "Lin Feng, would you mind accompanying me? I feel a bit awkward going alone." "How can I? This is your blind date. Aren't you a grown man? Why feel shy?" Lin Feng teased. "Just consider it as me seeking your advice. Come on, let's go." "All right then." Thus, the two made their way to the rendezvous point, Oasis Cafe, a mid-range establishment. After sitting down, they soon noticed 2 young women entering. One, sporting a baseball cap, was a short-haired girl with a refreshingly youthful appearance, while the other, a petite beauty clad in Adidas shoes, carried a designer handbag. Both women were striking, with looks rated at 85, elegance at 70, and figure at 70. Indeed, the monkey's blind date prospects. "You must be Uncle Lei's son?" "Yes." "And you are Yang Xiaoyan?" the monkey inquired, eyeing the girl in Adidas. She nodded and, along with her friend, settled in effortlessly. "It's possible for us to get along, but first, you must share your personal circumstances." "Personal circumstances?" The monkey looked bewildered, glancing at Lin Feng, who smiled and clarified. "She is asking about your income and such." Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the straightforwardness of modern blind dates, where practical matters were addressed without preamble. After all, women approach blind dates like shopping for goods, always seeking the best option. "You look so dazed. with such a slow reaction. Do you really think you are worthy of my friend? The girl in the baseball cap interjected bluntly, devoid of any subtlety and respect. Lin Feng and the monkey nearly bristled at her words. However, the monkey managed to contain himself and replied, I currently help my father run a small clothing design company. I plan to establish my own brand, and I have just over 30,000 in savings. The company profits around 40 to 50,000 each month, and during peak times, it can reach over 100,000. I own a car and have a house in the suburbs with a mortgage of over 4,000 monthly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyan and her friend burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, is this guy serious? The girl in the baseball cap stifled a giggle, turning to Yang Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, how can your blind date be such a weirdo? With these conditions, he dares to go on a blind date? You look utterly displeased, she continued mockingly. My servant earns more than that. Yang Xiaoyan shook her head in disappointment. You are not my type. You may leave. The monkey felt humiliated, while Lin Feng coolly remarked. Miss, your choice of words seems rather disrespectful. Even if you are not interested, there is no need to treat my brother this way. How have I disrespected him? Yang Xiaoyan retorted, clearly irritated at their audacity to respond. If it weren't for Uncle Lei's favor, I would have been blunt ages ago. Oh, Lin Feng's expression grew serious. With a monthly income of 30,000, how do you think we can relate? And you still have a mortgage? You are wasting my time. Yang Xiaoyan interrogated. You don't expect me to believe your car is a Civic, do you? How did you know? The monkey's car was indeed a Civic. Huh, a man like you, so vain, would buy such a shabby vehicle. You think a car worth over 100,000 makes you a rich heir? Let me tell you. If your monthly salary is less than 500,000, don't even think about dating me. Hearing this, the monkey felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was clear he had harbored excessive hopes for his blind date. She clearly held disdain for him. May I ask what your monthly salary is? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Me? Yang Xiaoyan laughed coldly. I am a wealthy heiress. My father is a captain at an airline, earning $1 million annually. Do you think I need to work? So, you are living off your parents, Lin Feng stated flatly. What do you mean living off my parents? It's only natural for men to earn while women spend. You common folk wouldn't understand our high society dynamics, she replied dismissively. You clearly come from the countryside. Her friend chimed in with a laugh. With a poverty-stricken background like yours, how could you possibly pursue my friend? You're just a frog dreaming of swan meat. You two are truly the epitome of laziness, Lin Feng defended the monkey. My brother earns 30,000 through his own efforts. What right do you have to disrespect him? I bet earning a single penny is a monumental task for you. With no income to speak of, you have the audacity to make such demands? It's laughable. Angered by Lin Feng's rebuttal, Yang Xiaoyan and her friend glared at him. What are you saying, you impoverished fool? My family's monthly revenue is in the hundreds of thousands. You will never earn that much in your lifetime. Ah, I see. You're just envious of the wealthy. That's typical of the poor. Blame your parents for being incapable of giving you the golden key, leaving you to wallow in resentment. Yang Xiaoyan's friend blurted out, unfiltered. At that moment, Lin Feng's patience snapped. Insulting him was one thing, but disparaging his parents crossed a line. Though they hailed from humble beginnings, they had sacrificed immensely for him. To Lin Feng, his parents were not inept, but rather the most admirable individuals in his life. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, Damn it. I've tolerated you long enough. Try insulting them again, and I won't hesitate to give you a taste of your own medicine. With a hint of disdain, he continued. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't give you the right to look down on others. You lack basic manners. Do you want to find out how quickly I can flatten you right here? Witnessing Lin Feng's fury, Yang Xiaoyan and her friend decided it was time to leave. Yang Xiaoyan pulled out a large bill from her luxury handbag and tossed it onto the table. Encountering two impoverished fools like you is truly unfortunate. We will cover this meal. Lan, let's go. There's no need to engage with such individuals. With that, the two departed. I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't hold back. Lin Feng turned to the monkey, apologizing. It's not your fault. Those girls are far too pragmatic. If I had pretended to be someone I'm not to impress her, it would have ended in disaster. The monkey shook his head and smiled, acknowledging that it was only natural for others to overlook him given his circumstances. Brother, do not be disheartened. What others possess, you too shall acquire, Lin Feng reassured the monkey. The monkey nodded, and the two enjoyed a brief coffee chat before bidding farewell. Lin Feng felt speechless about the matchmaking he had just facilitated for the monkey. The modern women, he mused, were excessively materialistic and unreasonably pragmatic. Despite their own limited capabilities, they demanded others to possess great wealth, requiring a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands just to be deemed worthy of their company. Yet, these women contributed nothing, living off their families while holding onto a sense of entitlement. Were it not for the public setting, Lin Feng would have slapped her for her audacity. Such women truly deserved a lesson. Ding ding ding. Lin Feng's phone rang at that moment. It was Wang Dajuan, the property manager, calling. Lin Feng answered, What is it? Mr. Lin, We've compiled the rental income received by the company. We will transfer a total of $8.64 million to your account shortly. However, 3 tenants are in arrears. We will expedite their payment, Wang Dajun reported. Oh, do as you see fit, Lin Feng replied. After hanging up, his phone buzzed with a text message. Industrial and Commercial Bank, April 10, 2020, 11:26. Your account ending in 666 has received a transfer of 8,640,561 yuan. Current balance, XXXXXXX yuan. The sudden influx of over 8 million yuan filled Lin Feng with exhilaration. In just a year of straightforward rental collection, the income had surpassed 100 million. Moreover, if he were to sell all these properties, their value would be staggering, well over 10 billion. This street was a commercial hub in a prime location, making sales a certainty. Yet, Lin Feng was not foolish enough to sell. Relying on this commercial street could provide ample cash flow, which he would need for expanding other businesses and preparing for unforeseen circumstances. As Lin Feng perused the list of 3 delinquent shops sent by Wang Dajun, he recognized one of them as the beverage store where he had bought milk tea previously. The notes indicated that all 3 shops were run by members of the same family, notorious for their late payments. They had attempted to negotiate reduced rents, but due to their status as long-term clients, the property management had opted for a gentler approach, trying to persuade them to pay up. I'll check out this beverage store and see what's going on, Lin Feng decided as he made his way there. Upon arrival, he noticed a car parked in front of the milk tea shop. It was none other than the Mercedes-Benz he had instructed Chun Dehai of Shunfeng Car Dealership not to sell. Chun had readily agreed. Now, it seemed he had disregarded those instructions. Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Observing further, he saw a fair-skinned, leggy beauty emerge from the driver's seat, while the girl in a cap, Yang Xiaoyan's friend, got out from the passenger side. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng approached the fair-skinned girl and inquired, "Excuse me, did you obtain this car from Shunfeng Car Dealership?" Chen Lingyun glanced up at Lin Feng with suspicion and replied, "Why do you ask that? You again?" Wang Xiaoxiao, wearing the cap, interjected with evident annoyance. "Lingyun, this is the peculiar guy I was telling you about." Upon seeing Lin Feng, she was visibly irked. "I'm not talking to you," Lin Feng retorted, uninterested in conversing with such an absurd woman. It was ludicrous that she would place the blame on him when she was the one acting strangely. "What does it matter to you where my car came from?" Chen Lingyun scoffed, dismissing Lin Feng outright. "I don't think I've sold this car yet. It's mine." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Yours?" Chen Lingyun appraised him from head to toe before bursting into laughter. "Oh my, you're killing me. With your appearance, you dare claim this car is yours?" Lin Feng glanced at the license plate. Indeed, it was the same car from Shunfeng Car Dealership. "No doubt about it, this car is mine. Now tell me how it ended up in your possession." "Hey, you absurd man. How shameless can you be? What do you mean it's your car? You, a poor country boy, do you even know what brand this car is?" Wang Xiaoxiao interjected with disdain. "This car costs over 3 million. You'll never be able to afford it. Besides, do you have any proof that it's yours?" "I have proof," Lin Feng asserted. Wang Xiaoxiao erupted into laughter. "Are you serious? You actually think I'll take you seriously?" Seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, she nearly doubled over in laughter. Chen Lingyun sneered. "Do you know who I am? I've driven almost every luxury car in Deep Sea City. You claiming this car is yours? Have you lost your mind? Who are you?" Lin Feng replied sternly. "Lingyun is the hidden owner of Shunfeng Car Dealership. Her brother manages the entire operation. Who do you think you are to waste our time?" Wang Xiaoxiao boasted proudly about her friend. "Hurry up and leave. Don't show your face around here again." "She's the owner of Shunfeng Car Dealership?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Then what am I? You? Just a boastful braggart who doesn't know his place." Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, belittling Lin Feng. "Someone like you could never afford such a luxury car, let alone buy the milk tea sold at my family's store." Surprised, Lin Feng asked, "This milk tea shop is yours?" "Indeed. My family owns 3 shops on this South City commercial street. The profits combined could rival your family's annual income. Now do you see the gap between us? That is fine. But are you certain this beverage store belongs to your family?" "Absolutely. I'm a bona fide rich girl, a second-generation heiress. You wouldn't dare have feelings for me, would you?" Wang Xiaoxiao boasted, flaunting her designer handbag as a symbol of her privileged status. Lin Feng nearly choked at her arrogance. "Why would I be interested in someone like you? Absurd. I won't waste more time with you. Since you claim to represent this store, have your father come speak with me. He has been in arrears on the rent for quite some time. This is the final notice. If payment is not made on time, we will unilaterally terminate the lease." Lin Feng addressed Wang Xiaoxiao, arms crossed. "My family owes you rent." Wang Xiaoxiao exchanged glances with Chun Lingyun, unable to suppress her laughter. "Who do you think you are? Owing you rent? You're making me laugh. I'm the owner of this commercial street. Who do you think you are? You're the owner?" Wang Xiaoxiao regarded Lin Feng with incredulity. "You? Just you? Reincarnating 100 times would never allow me to become the proprietor of this establishment. Do you take me for a fool?" Huh. I am well aware that speaking to you is futile. Summon your father instead. Lin Feng had no desire to engage in idle chatter with this ignorant young woman, as conversing with her was akin to a chicken attempting to communicate with a duck, utterly nonsensical. At that moment, the beverage shop owner, Wang Duiyu, fortuitously returned from outside. Upon witnessing his daughter embroiled in a dispute with a stranger, he approached and inquired, "Xiao Xiao, what transpired here?" Wang Xiaoxiao cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng and recounted his previous remarks to her father in detail. After finishing, she added, "Dad, this brat is even demanding rent from us. Do we owe him any rent? Nonsense. Our family owes no one a dime. Do not listen to his absurdities." Wang Duiyu shot a wary glare at Lin Feng and, in a tone typically reserved for dismissing beggars, commanded, "You, boy, leave this place at once. Keep your distance from my shop and do not obstruct our business." Lin Feng glanced at his phone, then at the shop entrance, affirming that he had not erred. "You must be Wang Duiyu, correct?" he queried. "I am. What of it? How do you know my name?" Lin Feng replied, "That's right. You frequently default on your rent payments. I warn you, whether you are an old client or a new one, if you continue to neglect your obligations, I shall resort to legal measures." "Oh, you intend to resolve this through legal means?" At that moment, a waitress emerged from within the beverage shop. She was Wang Xiaoxiao's sister. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, she scoffed, "Look at this pathetic pauper, pretending to be someone important. Just moments ago, he complained about the 30 yuan price for a large cup of milk tea, claiming it was too expensive. Can you believe that someone who cannot even afford a single drink would be the owner of a commercial street? Xiao Xiao, stop wasting time with him. Get rid of him. He is disrupting business." Wang Duiyu concurred without hesitation. He indeed frequently delayed rent payments, as the longer he could postpone, the more interest accrued in his bank account. As a man who valued wealth above all, he would not wish to lose even a single cent. If he could defer 2 months' rent, the tens of thousands stored in the bank would yield hundreds in interest, an invaluable sum for someone who cherished money. "Scram, kid, or I'll make you regret it," Wang Duiyu said brusquely. Meanwhile, Chen Lingyun cast Lin Feng a derisive look, her expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. "He just claimed my car belongs to him. How laughable. This guy seems to believe that everything he sees is his. Do you not believe me?" Lin Feng replied calmly. "I have stated that not only am I the owner of the South City Commercial Street, but I also oversee the Shinfeng car dealership. Doubt me, and you shall witness the consequences." He issued one final warning, yet Wang Duiyu and the others remained incredulous, merely regarding Lin Feng as a simpleton. "Leave now, or I'll make you wish you hadn't tea," Wang Duiyu threatened, pointing at Lin Feng. "If I catch you following my daughter again, I will end you." Just then, a convoy of cars arrived at the milk tea shop, from which emerged a cadre of individuals clad in black, led by Wang Dajuan. Today, Wang Dajuan had come to collect rent. Upon unexpectedly encountering his boss Lin Feng, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng?" Wang Duiyu and the others froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as they recognized Wang Dajuan. "Oh, I happened to be passing by, merely instructing them to settle their rent," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The expressions of Wang Duiyu and his companions shifted dramatically. They could scarcely fathom that Lin Feng was indeed the owner of the South City Commercial Street. You truly are." Wang Xiaoxiao and her sister gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, their words faltering. Lin Feng ignored the two and turned to Wang Dajuan, asking, "Wang Dajuan, are they the ones who owe us rent?" Wang Dajuan promptly bowed and responded, "Yes, Lin Feng. All 3 shops in South City Commercial Street that are in arrears belong to their family. They are notorious for evading payment." "And how much do they owe us?" Lin Feng inquired. "A total of 120,000. "Very well," he nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Wang Duiyu. "Mr. Wang, your repeated failure to pay rent constitutes a breach of contract. I am now unilaterally terminating our agreement, and I require you to vacate this premises by the end of today. Furthermore, the outstanding rent must be settled today, otherwise, I shall be compelled to pursue legal action against you." "What?" The gravity of Lin Feng's words jolted Wang Duiyu back to reality in shock. "Move out today? Terminate the contract? I rely on these 3 shops for my livelihood. Without them, my stock and equipment will go to waste, resulting in catastrophic losses, at least 500,000. Wang Xiaoxiao and her sister were left in a daze, realizing that this young man was indeed the owner of the commercial street. "This is disastrous." Wang Duiyu quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading with Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, I was momentarily foolish. Grant me another chance. I have tens of thousands worth of stock in my shop. If I leave today, my business will collapse, and the losses will be immense. I beg you, consider our decade-long partnership and give me one more opportunity. I promise I will never default on rent again. I will pay on time from now on." He resembled a contrite student, while Wang Dajuan glanced at Lin Feng, seemingly advocating for Wang Duiyu. However, Lin Feng resolutely responded, "Give you a chance? Who do you think you are for me to grant you a chance? Your behavior might have been excusable to previous landlords, but I shall not extend you the same courtesy. There will always be clients here. Once you leave, I can easily rent it out again without concern for your opinion. Lin Feng, with an air of confidence, chuckled at Wang Xiaoxiao's family. Do not waste my time with your empty words. If you do not comply today, I will hire a lawyer to ensure your complete financial ruin. Upon hearing this, Wang Duyu regretted his past actions. They had misjudged Lin Feng. He was indeed the clandestine owner of South City Commercial Street. Unbeknownst to them, their derision had antagonized someone of considerable influence. Just moments ago, they had mocked Lin Feng and demanded he leave, yet the tables had turned. Now it was they who were forced to depart. Wang Dajuan observed Lin Feng's unwavering resolve and decisive demeanor. Such a powerful young boss, it seemed, had the wealth and audacity to disregard offending clients. One could not help but admire the audacity of this young entrepreneur. Did you all hear that? If you do not resolve this today, prepare for ruin. Wang Dajuan reiterated Lin Feng's words, causing Wang Duyu and his family to pale visibly. Resigned, they reluctantly retreated into the shop to contact a moving company. After dealing with Wang Duyu's predicament, Lin Feng turned to Chun Lingyun and stated, "You owe me an explanation as well. How did my car come into your possession?" Lin Feng was genuinely curious, as he had not yet listed the vehicle for sale. It was impossible for anyone to have acquired it. Recovering from her earlier astonishment, Chun Lingyun sneered, "So, you are Mr. Lin? While you may possess great wealth, do not presume that everything in Deep Sea City belongs to you." With an air of arrogance, she proclaimed, "I have told you, my brother is the clandestine owner of Shinfeng Automobile, and this car is the only one in Deep Sea City. To claim it as yours is rather ignorant, wouldn't you agree?" Upon finishing her statement, she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. "Despite your wealth, my family is not lacking either. You may bully my friend Wang Xiaoxiao, but you cannot impose your will upon me." Witnessing her friend stand up for her with such fortitude, Wang Xiaoxiao raised her chin in defiance and interjected, "Exactly. What if you were the CEO of Nanjing Commercial Street? Lingyun's brother is also the secretive owner of Shenfeng Automobile, and his assets are not inferior to yours." Shenfeng Automobile? Wang Dajuan, who was nearby, exhibited a look of astonishment upon hearing that Chun Lingyun was the sister of the owner of Shenfeng Automobile. That establishment is the most luxurious and high-end car dealership in Deep Sea City, featuring an array of prestigious automobile brands. To purchase a luxury vehicle from there is a symbol of status in Deep Sea City. The owner of Shenfeng Automobile must possess assets of at least 1 billion, if not 20 billion or more. Although his wealth may not rival Lin Feng's commercial empire, he is certainly a billionaire. Wang Dajuan felt compelled to weigh his words carefully, addressing Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, I have heard that the owner of Shenfeng Automobile is quite formidable. Perhaps you should." He intended to suggest that Lin Feng show some leniency towards Chun Lingyun. At that moment, an Audi A5 came to a halt before them. A burly middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle. Upon sighting him, Chun Lingyun's expression shifted dramatically, and she inwardly exclaimed in dismay, "Brother, what are you doing here?" As she recognized the man as her brother, her demeanor fluctuated, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, the newcomer was Chen Dehai, the director of Shenfeng Automobile. After stepping out of the car, Chen Dehai first shot an angry glare at his sister before abruptly redirecting his attention towards Lin Feng, approaching him with a slight bow. "Boss, it's a pleasure to see you here." "What?" Chun Lingyun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets upon witnessing her brother greet Lin Feng with a smile and refer to him as boss. Wang Dajuan and Wang Xiaoxiao were equally astonished. Chun Lingyun stammered in disbelief. "Brother, what did you just call him?" Assuming she had misheard, she sought clarification. Chen Dehai replied nonchalantly, "Boss, he is the new owner of Shenfeng Automobile I mentioned to you last night." Chun Lingyun's face flushed with embarrassment as she felt a wave of mortification wash over her. Wang Dajuan, equally bewildered, queried Chen Dehai, "Aren't you the owner of Shenfeng Automobile?" "Certainly not. I am merely the director. Mr. Lin is our boss," Chen Dehai clarified. Realizing that Lin Feng was indeed the proprietor of Shenfeng Automobile left Wang Dajuan in a state of shock. Goodness, what kind of person is our boss? Not only is he the financier of Nanjing Commercial Street, but he is also the renowned owner of Shenfeng Automobile. This status is remarkable. Wang Xiaoxiao and Chun Lingyun were lost in their thoughts, their eyes wide with disbelief, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chen Dehai, with a face full of regret, addressed Lin Feng. "Boss, my sister acted impulsively by taking your beloved car out for a spin. I kindly ask for your understanding." He then shot a reproachful glance at his sister. "I have warned you numerous times that 3 cars in the dealership are off limits, yet you insisted on taking one. Now that you've caused trouble, how do you plan to explain this to the boss? Hurry and apologize." Chun Lingyun, thoroughly chastised, felt genuine fear as she prepared to apologize to Lin Feng. acutely aware of her loss of face. Just moments prior, she had boasted about her brother being the owner of Shinfeng Automobile, yet now, a string of astonishing revelations had left her utterly bewildered. At a loss for words to describe her inner turmoil, she understood that she had landed herself in serious trouble and, in a bid to safeguard her brother's job, she lowered her head and approached Lin Feng, saying, "Be boss, I was wrong. I should not have taken your car without permission, nor spoken to you disrespectfully. I take full responsibility for my actions. This matter has nothing to do with my brother." Witnessing her friend apologize to Lin Feng like a chastened chick made Wang Xiaoxiao feel an overwhelming sense of despair. They had both engaged in mutual boasting. Yet Lin Feng was the only one who truly held the title of big boss. The embarrassment was palpable. In response, Lin Feng slowly nodded, adopting an elder's tone as he admonished her. "Considering your apparent sense of responsibility, I shall overlook this incident on this occasion. However, should there be a next time, you are well aware of the consequences, correct? Thank you for your magnanimity, boss. I acknowledge my mistakes and assure you it will not happen again," Chen Lingyun replied, too intimidated to retort, accepting the reprimand with her head hung low. Chen Dahai, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this affluent boss chose not to hold a grudge. Otherwise, his livelihood would be at stake. After resolving the matter, Lin Feng felt fatigued and returned to his rented accommodation to rest. Presently, Lin Feng still resided in a rental property, as he had yet to find the time to purchase a home. After all, with daily surprises unfolding, who could predict what tomorrow might bring? If he were to buy a property today only for a villa to be offered tomorrow, it would be a waste. Lin Feng had no intention of frivolously spending money that should not be squandered. He was not one to live extravagantly. His parents had instilled in him the virtues of frugality and diligence from a young age, and he held their teachings close to heart. As the saying goes, poverty cannot sway one's principles, nor can power bend one's will. If Lin Feng were to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle after acquiring wealth, his life would be irrevocably ruined. "Xiao Feng, you're back." Just as Lin Feng reached the foot of his apartment building, he encountered his landlady, Sister Xiaoyun. Chapter 31, A Sudden Urgency. Ji Xiaoyun was dressed modestly, exuding a mature and refined charm. Lin Feng paused momentarily upon seeing her, then smiled sheepishly. "Oh, right. I almost forgot today is the rent due date." He was required to pay rent monthly for his accommodation. Previously, Ji Xiaoyun had shown great concern for Lin Feng. Knowing he was a student and struggling financially during his internship, she often waived parts of his rent and was lenient even if he was late in payment. In many ways, she served as a caring older sister figure to Lin Feng, the only person in this city who showed him kindness. For this, Lin Feng felt immense gratitude. "Oh no, I'm not rushing you for rent," Ji Xiaoyun quickly clarified. "Please don't misunderstand, Xiao Feng. If you're short on funds, it's perfectly fine to pay later. I appreciate that, but Sister Xiaoyun, I've been doing well at work lately and just received my salary. So I'd like to settle the rent now." With that, Lin Feng took out his phone and scanned the QR code to transfer the payment to Ji Xiaoyun. However, just then, a voice filled with indignation erupted from a middle-aged man nearby. "You little brat. How dare you try to seduce my wife at such a young age?" The speaker was none other than Ji Xiaoyun's husband, the male landlord, Zhou Qingshui. He staggered over, reeking of alcohol, and without a word, he raised his hand and aimed a slap at his wife. "Ah!" Ji Xiaoyun gasped, instinctively covering her head in shock. Her husband frequently resorted to violence against her, a reality she had grown accustomed to. However, as she squinted her eyes, a hand intervened to shield her from a slap. Lin Feng struck like lightning, seizing Zhou Qingshui's large hand and gently twisting it. With a sharp crack, Zhou Qingshui's face drained of color as Lin Feng forcefully pushed him away. "Ouch!" he cried out in agony, astonished that a mere boy could thwart his brutish intentions. Yet, Zhou Qingshui's anger intensified. He pointed a finger at Lin Feng and shouted, "You've got guts, kid. Not only do you dare to undermine me in front of my face, but you also have the audacity to strike me. Just wait. And you wretched woman, when I return tonight, I'll make sure you suffer." With that threat, he staggered off, leaving behind the shocked Ji Xiaoyun and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was bewildered. He had been misunderstood. Even if he were a beast, he would never dream of disrupting someone else's family. It was clear that Zhou Qingshui, in his ignorance, had wrongly assumed Lin Feng was involved with Ji Xiaoyun. Now, reason had faltered. "Sister Xiaoyun, I'm so sorry," he stammered. "Xiaofeng, I've grown used to it," Ji Xiaoyun whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing her distress, Lin Feng felt a surge of compassion. He invited Ji Xiaoyun into his home. "Sister Xiaoyun, could you please tell me what happened? You have bruises on your face." Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dark marks on her profile, undoubtedly inflicted by Zhou Qingshui. Once inside, Lin Feng poured her a glass of water. Ji Xiaoyun, with a voice tinged with sorrow, confessed, "To be honest, Xiaofeng, My husband and I have lost all affection for one another. He, unable to cope, drowns his sorrows in alcohol and blames me for everything, even seeking solace in the arms of other women. As she spoke, her voice quivered with suppressed sobs, revealing her profound sense of injustice. I tried to turn a blind eye, but I never expected him to doubt me so. When I take a little longer to buy groceries, he accuses me of being unfaithful. Just like earlier, he misinterpreted our interaction. Xiaofeng, it's all my fault. I've dragged you into this. Lin Feng fell silent, realizing that Zhou Qingshui had a serious flaw. His incompetence led him to project blame onto Ji Xiaoyan. Sister Xiaoyan, rest assured, I do not hold you accountable. Lin Feng reassured her with a heavy sigh. Furthermore, I can assist you in suing him for the violence he has inflicted upon you. You have no obligation to continue living with him. Sister Xiaofeng, I am in the process of preparing for a divorce, but if I do, my family will definitely not welcome me back. They think I bring shame upon them. Ji Xiaoyan sighed repeatedly, adding, moreover, my husband has threatened that if I dare to divorce him, he will leave me with nothing, forcing me to fend for myself. Her current worries weighed heavily on her. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. A man who consistently resorts to violence against his wife and coerces her in every aspect is hardly a man at all. Sister Xiaoyan, do not worry. You are like a sister to me. I will help you resolve this matter. Lin Feng declared with conviction. I will ensure you receive what is rightfully yours, and I will enlist the most reputable lawyer in Deep Sea City to assist you in your case. The most renowned lawyer? Ji Xiaoyan felt a flicker of hope, but quickly grew somber. But all my finances are controlled by my husband. I currently have no means to hire a lawyer. Do not fret. My lawyer is my closest friend. He will assist you pro bono, Lin Feng assured her. In truth, with Lin Feng's current status, a single phone call could resolve numerous issues. Hiring a lawyer would undoubtedly provide evidence of Zhou Qingshui's domestic abuse, liberating Ji Xiaoyan from her torment. Although Lin Feng was aware of the saying that it's better to let someone beat your child than to let them take your wife, Ji Xiaoyan's life was far too tragic. Not only was she devoid of happiness, but she also had to endure her husband's abuse and infidelities. Her plight resembled a living hell, prompting Lin Feng to wish to offer her assistance. That was all. Of course, if Ji Xiaoyan did not wish to divorce, he would not interfere. However, it was clear she yearned to escape Zhou Qingshui. Therefore, Lin Feng felt compelled to intervene. Sister Xiaoyan, if you don't mind, you can stay in my rented apartment tonight. I'll find somewhere else to stay for a while, Lin Feng suggested, providing her with a safe haven. Considering it would be unwise for her to return home immediately. How can I impose on you, Xiaofeng? You've already helped me so much. I can't let you move out, Ji Xiaoyan replied, visibly embarrassed. You are the owner here, and since there are 2 rooms, you need not move out. Don't waste money. Well, I suppose it's fine, considering there are 2 rooms, Lin Feng conceded, acknowledging that his rental was a 2-bedroom apartment. Previously, Lu Shaoqing had stayed with Lin Feng for a time, and in order to avoid any complications, they had always slept in separate rooms. Reflecting on it, Lin Feng felt somewhat foolish. After all, Lu Shaoqing had been living with him, cooking and doing laundry, yet she had treated him like a fool. After tidying up Lu Shaoqing's room, Lin Feng invited Ji Xiaoyan to settle in. During dinner, they shared takeout together. Xiaofeng, you're already in your 20s. It's time to find a girlfriend. Eating takeout every day isn't good for your health, Ji Xiaoyan remarked with concern. Lin Feng chuckled softly. With my circumstances, women wouldn't look my way. Where could I possibly find a girlfriend? Who says that? Sister Xiaoyan likes your type, gentle, considerate, and helpful, with a strong sense of masculinity. Ji Xiaoyan unabashedly compared Lin Feng to her husband. Compared to mine, you are infinitely better. If I were 5 years younger, I would certainly pursue you. Upon uttering those words, Ji Xiaoyan's face flushed, leaving Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Later that night, Lin Feng received a call from his parents, informing him of their early morning flight and requesting him to pick them up. He nodded in agreement, determined to treat them well during their visit to Deep Sea City. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to turn off the lights and retire for the night, a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. It was Ji Xiaoyan's voice. Alarmed, Lin Feng rushed over. Sister Xiaoyan, what happened? As Lin Feng spoke, Ji Xiaoyan burst from the bathroom, leaping into his arms and shrieking, "There's a mouse! Xiaofeng, hurry! There's a mouse!" In her panic, she forgot she was only clad in a bathrobe, and as she flung herself into Lin Feng's embrace, her heart raced. Sister Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. I'm here, Lin Feng reassured her, striding into the bathroom. Within moments, he dispatched the little intruder and tossed it outside. Only then did Ji Xiaoyan realize her state of undress, her heart pounding fiercely as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. Xiaofeng, I'm so tired. She finally confessed, her emotional walls crumbling as she spoke softly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then he said, Sister Xiaoyan, However, before he could finish his sentence, Ji Xiaoyun had already embraced him. At that moment, Lin Feng, being an ordinary man, found it difficult to react. The following morning, he woke up naturally. Last night, Ji Xiaoyun had been exceptionally considerate, far surpassing the other materialistic women. Moreover, her charm was something that ordinary women lacked. Ji Xiaoyun's beauty, personality, and figure were the epitome of what countless men yearned for. That he, Lin Feng, could be so fortunate to have her was truly a stroke of luck. He felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his previous life to be graced with the presence of such a stunning beauty as Ji Xiaoyun. Xiaofeng, get up for breakfast, Ji Xiaoyun called out cheerfully. She had prepared breakfast for him early, her complexion glowing. Lin Feng nodded and replied, Sister Xiaoyun, you've worked hard. It must be said that Ji Xiaoyun was indeed a remarkable woman. He could not fathom why Zhou Qingshui failed to cherish her, since he did not appreciate her. Lin Feng would have to reluctantly accept her affections. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a precious opportunity. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng headed out. Ding. Today's check-in location, Deep Sea International Airport. What a coincidence. Upon observing the system refresh, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed headed to the airport to pick someone up. Unexpectedly, the system's check-in location was the airport, which was perfectly on his way. At Deep Sea International Airport, Lin Feng soon arrived. Ding. Check-in successful for today. Ding. You have received a large check-in gift package. Would you like to open it? Note, the gift package is valid for today only. It will expire thereafter. Even a fool would not miss out on such a large gift package. Open it. He hurriedly opened the gift package. Ding. You have received 100 equity in Deep Sea International Airlines. When Lin Feng beheld this, he felt utterly incredulous. A 100 stake in Deep Sea International Airlines? Did that not mean he was the owner? The entire airport was his. Was the system really playing such a grand game? Deep Sea International Airlines was a major corporation, renowned throughout Huaxia. He muttered to himself that not only was it famous in Deep Sea City, but it also ranked among the top 10 airlines globally, with an estimated valuation of no less than 50 billion. System, who will be contacting me? Lin Feng inquired curiously. As in the past, there had always been designated individuals to liaise with him regarding contract matters. As if on cue, his phone rang shortly thereafter. A melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Feng? That's me. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. I will be at the airport shortly to meet you and deliver the contract. Lin Feng acknowledged and hung up the phone. At that moment, his parents' flight also arrived. Before long, Lin Feng spotted his parents and his aunt emerging from the passenger terminal. Mom, Dad, over here. Lin Feng waved, smiling as he saw them. Xiaofeng is over there. His father, Lin Huayan, and his mother, Wang Xiaoyun, recognized their son at once and walked over with reassuring smiles. Behind them stood Lin Feng's uncle and his family, making a total of 5 people. Lin Feng, why are you still wearing such shabby clothes? You're practically a city person now, yet you look so dowdy. During their casual conversation, Lin Feng's cousin, Lin Yu, stepped off the plane and immediately mocked him. However, Lin Feng did not take offense. His cousin had always been academically inclined, striving to be first in everything, but he had an unfortunate penchant for comparisons, especially since he had often looked down on Lin Feng in the past, mocking him for attending a lesser university in Deep Sea City. It seemed that his cousin's personality had not changed at all. Ignoring Lin Yu, Lin Feng turned to his parents and said, Mom, Dad, you must be tired. Let us get you to the hotel to rest. I've arranged accommodations. The hotel. Wang Xiaoyun paused, her expression shifting. That must be quite expensive, right? It's not expensive. A friend of mine owns the hotel. It's the off-season, so there aren't too many guests. And he can provide me with a few rooms for free, Lin Feng explained with a smile. The hotel he had in mind was the Baitianswan Hotel, a 5-star establishment, but he refrained from disclosing that it was his property, as he found it difficult to explain to his parents. Lin Feng, we've come all the way to Deep Sea City. You can't let us stay in some dingy, cramped hostel. Lin Feng's aunt interjected. Though she hailed from a rural background, ever since her son Lin Yu graduated from a prestigious university and secured a local executive position, she had adopted an air of superiority, as if she belonged to high society. Once you see it, you'll understand. Although Lin Feng felt quite displeased, he suppressed his irritation and maintained a smile. Oh, it's you. What a surprise. Have you become successful and started bringing your hometown folks along for a visit? Just as Lin Feng and his family were preparing to leave, a sarcastic voice rang out behind him. Turning around, Lin Feng recognized the speaker as Yang Xiaoyun. The date of the monkey from yesterday. Today, Yang Xiaoyun was dressed in a charming green floral dress, carrying an LV bag and donning a casual, refreshing hat. She exuded an air of elegance, clearly the daughter of privilege. Lin Feng recalled her mentioning that her father was a pilot, prompting him to smile and say, Ah, Miss Yang, how serendipitous. Who said we are enemies? You think you're worthy of being compared to me? Yang Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively, her expression dripping with disdain. She scanned Lin Feng and his family with a condescending gaze, then smirked. It's clear you all come from the countryside, bringing your rustic charm along. Enjoy yourselves. But today my dad is off duty and has to pick up his flight. Yang Xiaoyan deliberately boasted. By the way, my dad is a pilot. I can roam freely in this airport, unlike your kind. You should hurry back to the suburbs and find an amusement park to visit. It's cheaper and gives you a taste of the world. Her words were clearly intended to mock Lin Feng and his family, insinuating they were too poor and lacking in taste to be anywhere but a suburban amusement park. Lin Feng felt a surge of displeasure. Insulting him was one thing, but he would not tolerate any disrespect toward his parents. This was a slight he could not endure. At that moment, Lin Yu chimed in from behind. Mom, Dad, I told you not to come to Deep Sea City with Uncle and Andy. Look at how we're being looked down upon now. He blamed Lin Feng, stating, it's all your fault. You knew we were coming, and yet you didn't dress appropriately, making us all look bad. You really can't do anything right. Lin Yu's words only added to Lin Feng's frustration. Mom, Dad, I just remembered that I have a friend to pick up. You should head back first. Someone will be there to attend to you at the hotel. Lin Feng guided them outside the airport and called for 2 taxis. Lin Feng, are you really making us take a taxi? Isn't that lowering our status? Lin Feng's aunt expressed her dissatisfaction upon discovering that they were being picked up by a taxi, immediately launching into a tirade of complaints. Chapter 33, a major incident. Lin Feng's parents felt a wave of exasperation. Their older brother and sister-in-law seemed to be endlessly restless. After enduring the incessant grumbling from his aunt and Lin Yu, Lin Feng finally managed to escort them to the White Swan Hotel. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Feng returned to the airport. His contract remained unresolved, and it was imperative he addressed it. The timing was convenient. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fong Ting, the legal representative of Deep Sea International Airlines. Shortly after Lin Feng settled in the lobby, a young woman clad in a sleek black uniform approached him, clutching a thick stack of documents. Let us proceed with the contract signing. Lin Feng nodded, noticing that Fong Ting appeared quite attractive. She seemed to be around 26 or 27, and the sight of her in uniform was undeniably enticing. Even Lin Feng found himself stealing an extra glance. However, he was not the type to be swayed by appearances. Having encountered many beautiful women, he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room. Thus, Fong Ting led Lin Feng through numerous checkpoints, presenting various credentials until they finally arrived at the airport's administrative office. In the VIP room, Lin Feng's prior experience with contract signing allowed him to swiftly conclude the matter. Everything is in order, correct? Indeed, Mr. Lin. The company has now officially transferred to your name. Henceforth, you are the head of Deep Sea Airlines, with the authority to manage all personnel matters, Fong Ting explained sweetly. That's excellent. I wish to take a stroll here. You may attend to your duties. Lin Feng gently suggested. Fong Ting hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. He wandered around the office area, perusing the company's asset overview. Presently, the company boasted over 50 aircraft worldwide, with a total asset valuation of approximately 48 billion. All these assets belonged solely to Lin Feng, granting him a 100% equity stake, a remarkable feat unbelievably. In his lifetime, he could preside over his own commercial empire, and at merely 22 years of age, a time typically associated with frivolity, he found himself in possession of 100 billion in assets. Lin Feng marveled at his fortunate circumstances, realizing that he had not just been born into privilege, but had also carved out his own path to success. My life is indeed extraordinary. What pampered rich second generation could possibly compare to me? Even that wealthy heir surnamed Qin from Zhonghai City would likely defer in my presence. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his triumph, he encountered Yang Xiaoyan. You? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Yang Xiaoyan's face contorted with disdain. What a pitiful pauper. I can't believe you actually followed me here. You must have quite the audacity. Who is following you? Lin Feng responded, visibly displeased. Yang Xiaoyan had just insulted his parents, and he was already irked. Now, she was accusing him of stalking her, displaying an alarming level of arrogance. Huh, still in denial. Are we, you pitiful wretch? Yang Xiaoyan looked down on Lin Feng. Do you even know where you are? This is the airport's administrative area, and unauthorized individuals aren't permitted entry. You better explain how you slipped in here. Oh, I see. You must have snuck in while the shift was changing. Bold move for a pauper, she sneered. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyan's father, Yang Yu, approached, dressed in a pilot's uniform, confirming Yang Xiaoyan's claims. Dad, this penniless boy sneaked into your office area and has been harassing me. Yang Xiaoyan complained vehemently to her father. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Harass you? How shameless. What? Yang Yu's anger flared instantly. You dare to harass my precious daughter? I will have security remove you immediately. He beckoned, and security personnel promptly approached. The security captain, accompanied by several officers, rushed over and, upon seeing Yang Yu, displayed a respectful demeanor. Master Yang, is there a problem? Captain, this wretch is an intruder and has harassed my daughter. I suggest you apprehend him and call the authorities. Yang Yu commanded, his fury palpable. He was fiercely protective of his daughter and would not permit anyone of lesser means to approach her. The security captain, recognizing Yang Yu's status, immediately shifted to a deferential stance, well aware of the influence pilots held. Without seeking further clarification, he approached Lin Feng. Get this guy out of here. Wait. He is not an intruder. I saw him enter with Sister Fong Ting just moments ago, a female airport staff member named Chinya interjected. Chinya, who permitted you to speak out of turn? Just as she attempted to defend Lin Feng, a dapper young man with slicked back hair strode over. Upon seeing him, everyone lowered their heads and greeted him in unison. Hello, Supervisor Zhang. Even Yang Xiaoyun and Yang Yu treated Supervisor Zhang with utmost respect, particularly Yang Xiaoyun, who gazed at him as if he were a prince, her eyes turning heart-shaped. Zhang Fan, though young, had ascended to the position of airport supervisor, a testament to his elite education from a prestigious foreign university. Who could not admire such a young overseer? Zhang Fan approached Fong Ting and, squinting slightly, addressed Chinya. Is there an issue with this individual who has infiltrated from outside, and should the security captain escort him out? Actually, Supervisor Zhang, I was just, You must be trying to protect this guy, right? He couldn't possibly be someone you brought in, could he? Before Chinya could finish, Zhang Fan hastily accused her. Well, you, Chinya, as an employee of this company, have repeatedly disregarded company regulations. Effective immediately, you will be reassigned to the security department, and furthermore, your bonus for this month is hereby revoked. Lin Feng observed the scene, finally understanding that Zhang Fan had a vendetta against Chinya. His entrance signaled a relentless pursuit of vengeance, likely stemming from past grievances. Chinya's face turned pale with fear, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Feng approached her and quietly inquired, Is there a history between you two? Yes, Chinya nodded, her voice barely above a whisper as she recounted her past with Zhang Fan. It turned out that Zhang Fan had harbored intentions of exploiting her, having repeatedly invited her on private outings, all of which she had declined. Once she rebuffed his advances, Zhang Fan found reasons to demote her from her former position as a flight attendant, relegating her to a mere office worker at the airport. Now, upon hearing Zhang Fan's order to transfer her to the arduous security role, Chinya's spirit was utterly crushed. Zhang Fan was indeed targeting her. Ah, I see. Lin Feng replied, a smile forming as he looked at Zhang Fan. You wouldn't be seeking personal retribution, would you? Personal retribution? Zhang Fan cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng. What are you, to presume to speak before me? An intruder like you has no right to converse with me. Captain, throw him out. In his eyes, Lin Feng was merely a layabout, caught red-handed in the act. Chinya spoke up on his behalf, and thus, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to take a jab at Chinya as well, achieving two objectives with one stroke. Let us see if you, Chinya, will seek my favor. If you do not kneel at my feet, I shall make it impossible for you to survive in this place. A cold smile curled upon Zhang Fan's lips. You, a mere supervisor, indiscriminately dismissing people without discernment, who bestowed upon you such authority. Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat. Questioning, has the management of this airport sunk to such depths of corruption? Upon hearing a mere boy speak to him in such a manner, Zhang Fan was immediately displeased. Enraged, he barked, Kid, who do you think you are to point fingers at me? Do you even know who I am? A country bumpkin. Zhang Fan was the airport supervisor. Who do you think you are, to challenge a supervisor? Yang Xiaoyun cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, saying, Why don't you get lost? Be careful, Supervisor Zhang might call the police on you. Indeed, according to airport regulations, he could easily summon law enforcement to detain you. Chapter 34, Attitude. Yang Xiaoyun's father, a captain, was quite pleased with himself. Zhang Fan, flanked by admirers, instantly wore a smug expression, especially upon seeing the lovely Yang Xiaoyun. His pride swelled further. Captain, as per Master Yang's suggestion, hurry and report this brat to the police. Yes. The head of security's gaze blazed with intensity as he prepared to apprehend Lin Feng. Oh, you intend to hand me over to the police? Lin Feng chuckled. Realizing the corruption festering within the airport's ranks, it was time for a thorough cleansing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he addressed Zhang Fan with gravity. From this moment forth, you are no longer the supervisor of this airport. He then turned to Yang Yu and her father, as well as the head of security, stating, You are dismissed as well. Shortly, I will have someone investigate you. Should any embezzlement or corruption be discovered, you will be held accountable under the law. As he spoke, everyone momentarily froze in disbelief. The next second, Zhang Fan and the others erupted in laughter. Kid, have you lost your mind? You think you can fire me? Ha ha. You must be joking. Yang Xiaoyun joined in the laughter. Country bumpkin, do you even know who my father is? He is the chief pilot of the airport. Even the board wouldn't dare to dismiss him at whim. Who do you think you are? She dismissed Lin Feng's words as a mere joke. Just because the board wouldn't dismiss your father doesn't mean I want. Our company has no shortage of pilots. Lin Feng's expression remained solemn. From today onward, you are no longer employees of Deep Sea International. Prepare for an investigation. Seeing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Zhang Fan could no longer contain himself. Captain, throw this fool out and hand him over to the police. At that moment, Fong Ting happened to emerge from the office area. Upon witnessing the scene, she hurried over and asked, Director Lin, what has happened? Lin Feng was now the sole chairman of their company, holding 100 of the shares, hence the title Director Lin. Director Lin? Supervisor Zhang Fan momentarily froze. Fong Ting wielded considerable influence within the company, rivaling his own authority. He then asked her, Sister Ting, what did you just call him? Fong Ting replied, I forgot to mention, he is our company's chairman and the only owner. Boom. What? As soon as Fong Ting's words escaped her lips, everyone was taken aback, especially Zhang Fan, who nearly leaped in shock, hastily asking, Sister Ting, you can't be joking, right? Yet, Fong Ting was exceedingly serious. Is there any falsehood in what I said? If you don't believe me, confirm with the HR department. The contract had just been sent to HR, making them the first to know about the new chairman. Some higher-ups, like the general manager and CEO, were also in the know, while a minor supervisor like Zhang Fan had yet to receive the latest updates. I refuse to believe it. How could this kid possibly be the chairman? Zhang Fan stubbornly dialed a number on his phone. Hello, Manager Su. I wanted to inquire if we changed ownership. How did you find out? I was planning to discuss it in the afternoon meeting, but since you already know, I'll skip it. A voice on the other end replied, Let me tell you. Our new boss's identity is shrouded in mystery. Even I don't know his background. You must be extra vigilant and ensure your work is impeccable. As Zhang Fan hung up the phone, he stood frozen in place, as if petrified, his breath caught in his throat. Yang Xiaoyan and Yang Yu exchanged glances, their faces draining of color. Lin Feng was indeed their boss. It was over. Fong Ting, notify the Anti-Corruption Bureau. I want an investigation into these individuals. Show no mercy and handle this according to company policies and the law. Lin Feng said no more, entrusting Fong Ting with the task. Fong Ting was momentarily stunned, but then quickly nodded, Understood, Director Lin. It turned out that Zhang Fan and Yang Yu had crossed Lin Feng. These oblivious individuals were in for a world of trouble. At that moment, Yang Yu hastily spoke up, Director Lin, I've been a loyal employee of the company for over 20 years. Even if I haven't made significant contributions, I've toiled tirelessly. Please consider my dedication and don't dismiss me. Yang Xiaoyan, in a panic, rushed to Lin Feng, pleading, Director Lin, my father is a good person. Please spare him. Huh? A good person? Lin Feng dismissed her with indifference. Would a good person tremble in fear like this? He glared at Yang Yu, sternly admonishing. I don't care how much you've done for the company. If you have a guilty conscience, you will be investigated. Moreover, the company owes you nothing. You receive your salary each month without delay. Who do you think you are, trying to leverage your seniority against me? Let me tell you, that won't work. Prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. With that, Lin Feng turned and left, leaving Zhang Fan and the others in a state of despair. In truth, they had benefited significantly from their position, undoubtedly violating company policies in the process. The previous board had turned a blind eye, considering their diligence. But now that Lin Feng was in charge, a thorough purge was inevitable. No matter how capable you are, if your conduct is corrupt, I will ensure you reap the consequences. Such was Lin Feng's resolve, decisive and unwavering. Fong Ting, from today onward, you will temporarily assume the position of supervisor. Lin Feng instructed. Report any matters to me. Yes. Fong Ting was overjoyed. Lin Feng then turned to Chunya, saying, As for you, it seems you have been underutilized here. Return to your previous position as a flight attendant. Thank you, Director Lin. Chunya's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly nodded. In her heart, she began to harbor limitless admiration for Lin Feng. This Director Lin was so youthful and handsome, not to mention wealthy and kind-hearted. Unlike Zhang Fan, who wielded authority like a tyrant. As Lin Feng returned to the Shinkai car dealership, he was greeted at the entrance by Chun Dahai, who had arrived early. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Do we have any new cars today? Lin Feng inquired directly. Chapter 35, The Heart-Wrenching Scene. Chun Dahai nodded, promptly gesturing towards a sleek white sports car nearby. Mr. Lin, this one just arrived this morning. A McLaren P1, said to be a gift for you. Chun Dahai's eyes sparkled with admiration as he beheld the exquisite luxury of the vehicle. This sports car was a marvel, far surpassing any Mercedes in opulence. It boasted an acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in merely 2.8 seconds, with a top speed reaching 380 km/h, its aerodynamic body exuding elegance, resembling a machine crafted for professional racers. Truth be told, this McLaren was primarily designed for the racetrack. However, It would perform admirably on city streets as well. In sum, the price tag for this masterpiece was a staggering 12 million. 12 million, gifted to Lin Feng. Who exactly was this Mr. Lin? Chen Dehai and the other employees found themselves at a loss for words, utterly astonished. Their boss's background was beyond their imagination. Give me a license plate. I want to take it for a spin today. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. He had a deep affection for sports cars and was familiar with such supercars, having never even seen one in person before. Today, the opportunity to drive one was indeed a dream come true. Before long, all the paperwork was completed, and Lin Feng settled into the luxurious McLaren. At that moment, he felt like the prince of sports cars. With a swift motion, he drove back to the White Swan Hotel. As Lin Feng parked in the hotel lot, he attracted the attention of countless onlookers. This vehicle was a globally limited edition. Acquiring one required considerable means. How are my parents? Lin Feng asked a hotel staff member. The front desk attendant, having recognized her boss, respectfully replied, Mr. Lin, your parents have been assigned the best room and are currently resting. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng wished to see his parents, only to find that they were taking an afternoon nap. Understandably, at their age, after a long journey, they needed some rest. I'll take them out to see the night scenery later. Lin Feng nodded, then drove away. The front desk staff, upon witnessing their boss's car, gazed at it with admiration, their eyes filled with hearts. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend, they mused. A young man, handsome and affluent, was the epitome of a dream partner. What girl wouldn't be enamored? While in the car, Lin Feng received a phone call. Xiao Feng, can you come help me? Sister Xiaoyan, what happened? Xiao Feng, The call abruptly ended. It was Ji Xiaoyan calling, but she hung up mid-sentence, causing Lin Feng to feel a pang of unease. He feared something had gone awry with Ji Xiaoyan and resolved to address it immediately. He pressed the accelerator and soon arrived at his rental unit. As he approached the building, he could hear a fierce argument emanating from his apartment. Without hesitation, he rushed upstairs. You wretched woman, keeping a toy boy in the house. Hurry up and come back so I can teach you a lesson. Inside Lin Feng's apartment, the landlord, Zhou Qingshui, was viciously pulling Ji Xiaoyan's hair while hurling insults at her. I am not keeping a toy boy. I want a divorce. I can no longer endure this life with you. Ji Xiaoyan protested, struggling against Zhou Qingshui. She was utterly disillusioned with her husband, who spent his days indulging in debauchery, only to return home and unleash violence upon her. If she didn't divorce him soon, he would surely beat her to death. Humph. A wretched woman like you doesn't even listen to me anymore, does she? Zhou Qingshui seethed, raising his hand to strike Ji Xiaoyan. Just as she closed her eyes in anticipation of the blow, a strong hand seized Zhou Qingshui's wrist. Are you even human for laying hands on a woman? The voice belonged to Lin Feng, who had arrived just in time to intervene in this domestic violence. You little brat, are you looking to die? Not only are you renting my apartment, but you're also renting my woman. You truly are a worthless scoundrel. Zhou Qingshui's fury intensified upon seeing Lin Feng. The fact that Ji Xiaoyan was living in Lin Feng's home only fueled his rage, believing that his wife had cuckolded him while being supported by this so-called toy boy. First of all, I am indeed renting your apartment, but I pay my rent every month, Lin Feng replied calmly. Secondly, I have no relationship with Sister Xiaoyan. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. No relationship? You think I'm an idiot? Zhou Qingshui's face twisted with rage. If I don't kill you today, I might as well not live. He then grabbed a bottle of liquor and swung it towards Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng shattered the bottle with a punch and seized Zhou Qingshui, tossing him out of the apartment. With a crash, Zhou Qingshui hit the ground, wincing in pain. His expression filled with trepidation. You soft-hearted loser. And you wretched woman. Tonight, I will sue you and have you thrown out of here. You're nothing but a woman I've played with for 5 years. Don't think you can take a single cent from me. With that, Zhou Qingshui stormed off. He had already contacted a legal team to sue his wife for a divorce, ensuring she would leave with nothing, so he could marry a beautiful woman without spending a dime. Xiao Feng, are you all right? After Zhou Qingshui's departure, Ji Xiaoyan asked, concern etched on her face. Noticing the blood on Lin Feng's hand from where he had blocked the bottle, she immediately tended to his wound. Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry about this. I'll have my lawyer friend help you with everything right away. Lin Feng contacted Fong Ting, knowing she was well versed in such matters. All right, Mr. Lin. Leave it to me. Although I've switched careers, I still know a few lawyers, and I'll get this sorted out for you by the afternoon. Fong Ting assured him. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work. Oh Xiao Feng, if it weren't for you, I would have been in dire straits today. As soon as Lin Feng hung up, Ji Xiaoyan threw herself into his arms, sobbing like a quail, looking utterly pitiful. It's all right. I promised I would help you. And I will assist you in reclaiming your assets here. Yes, Xiao Feng, thank you. Ji Xiaoyan wiped her tears. The tear-streaked beauty before him was undeniably captivating. Thus, Ji Xiaoyan took another step closer to Lin Feng. He had initially intended to resist, but ultimately relented. Comforting a woman was Lin Feng's intention. If sacrificing his own comfort could bring her happiness, then he saw no reason not to oblige. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. An hour later, Lin Feng emerged from the rental unit. He couldn't help but reflect on how Ji Xiaoyun was a true beauty, gentle and considerate. It was truly a shame that Zhou Qingshui failed to appreciate her. The gently falling maple leaves resemble longing. Why must one strive to mend what is broken before winter arrives? Just as Lin Feng was about to board the vehicle, his phone rang again. Lin Feng, it's Yunju. Oh, Yunju. It's been a while, Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Do you have some free time today? My sister is attending a freshman party at a high-end 5-star restaurant in East City. But I've never been to that area and would like someone to accompany me. East City. Lin Feng paused. It was indeed a rather chaotic place. For a girl to venture there alone would likely be unsafe. Considering this, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll accompany you tonight. Thank you, Lin Feng. Just make sure to bring me back afterward. I'll message you once I arrive. No problem. Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Nie Yunju. This innocent girl would likely attract the attention of many wealthy suitors in such a place. He had heard that the area was rife with entertainment venues, a gathering spot for the extravagant elite. He couldn't bear the thought of her being swept away by someone else. By afternoon, Lin Feng received a call from Fang Ting, who informed him that everything had been settled. Ji Xiaoyun had acquired 50% of the assets, including a rental building worth tens of millions, sufficient to sustain her for the rest of her life. Collecting rent monthly would be more than enough. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. As long as he could assist Ji Xiaoyun, that was what mattered. As night fell, Lin Feng's parents awoke. He decided to take them out to explore the night market. Mom and Dad, let us go for a stroll. Sure. We've never experienced the nightlife of a big city. It should be quite lively, and we can see something new. Lin Huayan was overjoyed. However, Lin Feng suddenly remembered he needed to attend Nie Yunju's sister's birthday party, leaving him in a quandary. He couldn't leave Yunju in the lurch. And with his parents visiting Deep Sea City, it was imperative not to disappoint them. As Lin Feng deliberated, a figure approached. Mr. Lin. It was none other than Lu Xiaoqing's friend, Wang Qianqian, who was also Lin Feng's university classmate. At Lu Xiaoqing's birthday party, Wang Qianqian had mockingly ridiculed Lin Feng, claiming he was applying for a janitorial position at the Swan Hotel, which led to much laughter at his expense. However, Lin Feng's subsequent revelation as the hotel owner left her regretting her past insolence. Thankfully, Lin Feng bore no grudge, and Wang Qianqian remained an intern server at the hotel. Now, encountering Lin Feng, she felt a tinge of awkwardness. They were classmates. Yet the Lin Feng she had scorned was now the president of the Swan Hotel, with assets worth billions, while she was merely an employee earning a modest salary. Perfect timing, Qianqian. I have something to attend to tonight. Could you take my parents and my aunt out for a stroll? I'll reimburse you for any expenses. Lin Feng addressed Wang Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she agreed. Of course, Mr. Lin. She understood Lin Feng's words were not to be dismissed, and his request provided her with an opportunity to atone for her earlier behavior. Thus, Wang Qianqian took Lin Feng's family out to the night market. When Lin Feng's uncle's family saw that he had arranged a van for transportation, Aunt frowned immediately. Lin Feng, you claim to be doing well, and this is how you choose to host us? Indeed, Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to be so stingy, using a shabby van to take us out. It's quite embarrassing, Lin Feng's cousin Lin Yu added, visibly displeased. They sought every opportunity to criticize him. You could at least have booked 2 cars for us. I really can't stand this van. It's too ugly. Before even boarding, Lin Yu displayed a disdainful attitude. Wang Qianqian, standing nearby, interjected, Dear uncles and aunts, this isn't just a van. It's an MPV Alphard, worth over $1 million. She emphasized that this vehicle was a luxury car, no less than an Audi. Over $1 million? Lin Feng's aunt approached, skeptical. But upon inspecting the interior, her expression quickly shifted to one of admiration. Lin Yu, too, felt embarrassed. He had only heard of the Alphard through colleagues, but had never seen one in person. Now, realizing his earlier short-sightedness, he felt humbled. Lin Feng ignored the disparagement from his uncle's family. Mom and Dad, enjoy yourselves. All right, Xiao Feng, you go about your business, they replied. Lin Feng then pulled Wang Qianqian aside, speaking softly, Don't let them know about my status as the hotel owner, understood? Mr. Lin, what are you? Just do as I say and don't complicate matters, understood? Understood, Mr. Lin, Wang Qianqian nodded, not daring to ask further questions. Lin Feng was now her superior, and she had to comply with his wishes. Perhaps Lin Feng wished to keep his parents unaware of his true status. After sending off his parents, Lin Feng drove his McLaren toward the East City Entertainment Center. As his sports car roared down the street, it drew the attention of countless admirers and car enthusiasts. However, Lin Feng paid them no mind, parking outside the entertainment center before entering. Though it was only a little past 8 in the evening, the venue was already bustling with excitement. Many heirs, wealthy young men, and various attractive women had gathered to revel in the festivities. On the third floor of the entertainment center was the KTV. Yunju, where are you? Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed Nye Yunju. On the other end, she replied, Lin Feng, you're here? So soon? I'm in room 1 of the KTV on the third floor. All right, I'll be right there. Upon arriving on the third floor, Lin Feng found that room 1 was already filled with over a dozen young men and women singing and drinking. As he opened the door, he immediately caught the attention of several people. Hey, did you come to the wrong room? Who are you? Some young men questioned him as he stepped in. Noticing this, Nye Yunju hurriedly interjected. P.S. my friend. A boy wearing a cap chuckled. Oh, so you're Lan Dai's friend. I thought some beggar had wandered in. Laughter erupted in the room. Lin Feng's expression darkened at their words. Just then, a pretty girl with a ponytail spoke up. Zhang Xiaodong. Can you speak properly? This is my sister's friend. My apologies, just a joke, the boy named Zhang Xiaodong said, extending his hand to Lin Feng. Buddy, I was just kidding. No hard feelings, right? I'm Zhang Xiaodong. However, Lin Feng merely glared at him, choosing to ignore his outstretched hand. If they weren't in such a public setting, he would have slapped him for his insolence. How dare this presumptuous youth provoke him? Lin Feng, let us sit over there, Nye Yunju suggested. Sensing the atmosphere turning uncomfortable, Nye Yunju pulled Lin Feng aside to sit down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaodong wore an awkward expression, which soon morphed into a slight scowl. Throughout his life, he had seldom encountered anyone who dared to disregard his authority, and Lin Feng was the very first. Donggo, let's enjoy some drinks. His companions quickly ushered him away to alleviate the tension. A burly man beside Zhang Xiaodong scoffed lightly. Donggo, it seems this lad is not particularly fond of you. Humph, if it weren't for Lan Dai's sake, I would have dealt with him already, Zhang Xiaodong retorted, his countenance darkening as he downed a glass of liquor in one go. Indeed, tonight Donggo is treating us. That fellow looks like he hails from the countryside. Lacking in sophistication, let us not lower ourselves to his level, one of his subordinates advised. As a group of revelers sang and drank, Lin Feng remained in the corner, accompanying Nye Yunju. Yunju, those young men appear to be of dubious character. How does your sister know such individuals? Lin Feng remarked, glancing at Nye Yunju's beautiful younger sister not far away, shaking his head in disbelief. Nye Yunju echoed his sentiments with a look of exasperation. I too am baffled that Lan Dai has associated herself with them. She has only been here for a couple of weeks, and I fear she might be led astray. Despite their youthful appearance of merely 17 or 18, Zhang Xiaodong and his crew exhibited a level of sophistication and behavior akin to that of seasoned socialites. The adage one is influenced by their surroundings held true. Should this continue, Lan Dai would undoubtedly be led down a misguided path. Thus, while Zhang Xiaodong and his entourage indulged in karaoke and libations, they completely disregarded Lin Feng and Nye Yunju. During the revelry, Lan Dai approached, sizing up Lin Feng. So, you are my sister's boyfriend? Come join us. I am not your sister's boyfriend, merely a friend, Lin Feng clarified directly. You all carry on. I do not quite fit in. Oh, just a friend, is it? Lan Dai expressed a hint of disappointment. Shaking her head, she raised her glass and turned to leave, muttering, pretending to be aloof, claiming he doesn't fit in. Umph. What are you saying, Lan Dai? Nye Yunju overheard, immediately confronting her sister. Nothing, sis. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I am now in college, an adult. Lan Dai replied impatiently. I would appreciate it if you all left. I will return on my own later. Lan Dai, what are you talking about? Sis, just go home first. I'll hang out with my friends a bit longer. It would be embarrassing for you to stay here, Lan Dai insisted. Are you embarrassed by me? Nye Yunju thought she must have misheard. Chapter 37. He is my boss. Her sister had always been rebellious, but now she seemed more defiant than ever. Sis, this is a party for young people. Your presence here makes me feel as though you're monitoring me, Lan Dai stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Do you realize that your tuition is funded by your sister as hard work? And now you're embarrassed by her? He stood, confronting Lan Dai. Lan Dai, equally fiery, retorted, You're not my father. You have no right to lecture me. Exactly, kid. This is a gathering for our generation. Lan Dai doesn't welcome you. You should leave. Zhang Xiaodong seized the opportunity to intervene, finally able to dismiss Lin Feng. Lan Dai, he heard her say, Oh, sister, I'm mature enough now. Please go home. I'll manage just fine. Lan Dai impatiently insisted to Nye Yunju, who, in a fit of anger, left, while Lin Feng could only shake his head in dismay. This Lan Dai was far too rebellious. She was naive and would undoubtedly face consequences. However, he chose not to intervene any further and instead pursued Nye Yunju to offer her comfort. Yunju, let us take a stroll. The scenery here is quite lovely. Your sister is merely acting on impulse, Lin Feng encouraged, catching up with Nie Yunju, who nodded in agreement. They walked hand in hand, exploring the nightscape. Upon exiting the KTV, they were greeted by a plethora of vibrant nightlife. After Lin Feng departed, one of Zhang Xiaodong's friends donned a sinister grin. TSK, that kid has finally been ousted. Now we can truly enjoy ourselves. Rat, go fetch me 2 bottles of strong liquor to mix with the beer, Zhang Xiaodong instructed a scruffy-looking lad by his side. The youth grinned slightly and then departed. This evening, Nie Yunju donned a stunning black floral dress that complemented her figure beautifully. Lin Feng and Nie Yunju visited an amusement park, riding roller coasters and the Ferris wheel. In the haunted house, Nie Yunju clung tightly to Lin Feng, their hands interlocked. Emerging from the attraction, her face flushed, she said, Lin Feng, I apologize for earlier. Not at all. It is a natural reaction, I understand, Lin Feng replied. Do you have a girlfriend? Nie Yunju inquired again. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. I recently broke up. Then why not find another? I wonder what kind of girl you envision as your ideal partner, she mused. Gazing at the colorful Ferris wheel, surely, she must be an outstanding young woman to be worthy of you? My ideal girlfriend? Someone like you, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Stop teasing me, Nie Yunju responded. Yet Lin Feng's sincerity prompted her to turn and meet his gaze. Before he could process her intentions, Nie Yunju leaned in and kissed him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The night was breathtaking, stirring Lin Feng's heart. The sensation was tender and fragrant. He found himself unaccustomed to such a bold display of affection from a girl. It's getting late. Let us fetch your sister. I'll drive you home, he suggested. Okay, Nie Yunju replied, quickly lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed. She realized her impulsiveness and now felt somewhat shy reflecting on the moment. At the entrance of the entertainment complex, as Lin Feng and Nie Yunju arrived, they spotted Nie Dai being supported by Zhang Xiaodong, or rather, being carried out. Master. To the Four Seasons Hotel, Zhang Xiaodong instructed as he hailed a cab, placing Nie Dai inside before getting in himself and driving away. Oh no, my sister. Nie Yunju, despite her innocent demeanor, grasped Zhang Xiaodong's intentions. This was a classic playbook of a scoundrel. Quick, let us pursue them. Lin Feng and Nie Yunju resolved to follow, unwilling to let Zhang Xiaodong have his way. Otherwise, Nie Dai would undoubtedly fall into a precarious situation. These youngsters displayed a distinct lack of morality, just as they prepared to chase after them. Zhang Xiaodong's friends noticed and stepped forward to block Lin Feng and Nie Yunju. Step aside, Lin Feng commanded without hesitation. A particularly burly youth regarded Lin Feng with disdain. What's the rush, kid? Where are you off to? What have you done with my sister? Nie Yunju demanded. One of the boys jested, Don't worry, Yunju Jia, Donggu is taking Lan Dai home. She'll be fine. Besides, Lan Dai is an adult now, not a child. With that, the group exchanged glances before breaking into sinister laughter. Lin Feng discerned that these individuals were intentionally delaying time. Lacking patience, he barked, Step aside. However, it was already too late. The taxi had vanished from their sight, and they could no longer pursue it. Let us go, my car is over there. We'll drive after it, Lin Feng instructed Nie Yunju. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaodong's companions momentarily froze, but soon one robust man appeared before Lin Feng, blocking his path. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his gaze and, with a somber countenance, inquired, What do you intend to do? Brother, we haven't had enough to drink yet. How about we share a few more drinks together? No need to rush. Get lost. Lin Feng retorted. Heh, brother, after all, you are a friend of Sister Yunju. Aren't you? The burly man, believing himself to be formidable, dismissed Lin Feng's words and brazenly provoked him. Lin Feng reiterated, Get lost. Oh, you dare to tell our bull to get lost? A scrawny youth approached, poking Lin Feng in the chest with his finger, dismissively stating, Our brother bull is the sports representative of the athletic class. Do you dare to speak to him like that? Believe it or not, you'll regret it. Earlier, in the private room, he had already taken a disliking to Lin Feng. Now, seizing the opportunity, he felt compelled to bully this ungrateful fellow. Although they were merely university students, they had already become quite streetwise, showing no fear towards someone like Lin Feng, who had just graduated. However, just as the rat finished his taunt, he was suddenly sent flying backward, landing headfirst into a garbage bin, spewing white foam from his mouth. The group of young men stood dumbfounded, particularly Bull, who was instantly engulfed by rage. You're courting death, he bellowed, launching a punch towards Lin Feng. This punch, formidable enough to carry at least 200 pounds of force, could have sent an ordinary person to the hospital for weeks. Lin Feng, Nie Yunju exclaimed in alarm, her face paling as she hurriedly warned him. Yet, Lin Feng was no weakling. With a swift motion, he effortlessly intercepted the punch, clenching his fist tightly. He retaliated with a powerful blow to Bull's abdomen. The latter's expression turned from surprise to horror as he attempted to brace himself. but he had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Finding himself sent sprawling like a lifeless dog. With a resounding thud, Bull collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain as if his very insides had shattered. The other youths, witnessing this, hesitated to make any further moves. At that moment, the KTV manager, having observed the commotion, rushed over, exclaiming, "Who are you to fight in my establishment? Stand still." Lin Feng, about to lead Nie Yunju to his car, was halted by the manager's command. Noticing the fallen patrons, who were regulars with a close rapport with him, especially as they were friends of Zhang Xiaodong, the manager approached Lin Feng with disdain. "Hey, country bumpkin. You think you can just hit people? I'll have you arrested and handed over to the police. I warn you, if you don't want to die, get out of here." Lin Feng, having no time for idle chatter, shot a fierce glare, exuding an aura of menace. The manager shivered in response, momentarily rendered speechless, as if confronted by a super soldier. The palpable killing intent was enough to intimidate these sheltered citizens. "You'll regret this," the manager stammered. "Fine. Once I settle this matter, I'll return to discuss life," Lin Feng declared, brazenly leading Nie Yunju to his McLaren. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's choice of vehicle, the manager's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this your car? Get lost." Lin Feng dismissed him, revving up his McLaren and speeding off in pursuit of Zhang Xiaodong, leaving the manager and the rat in a state of astonishment. My goodness, his car. The rat, having seen the world, was aware that none present could fail to recognize such a top-tier sports car. This McLaren, worth over 12 million, was a super luxury vehicle, and it belonged to Lin Feng. This revelation suggested that Lin Feng's status was even more impressive than Zhang Xiaodong's. This was disastrous. While Zhang Xiaodong came from a decent background, he only drove cars worth around 100,000, hardly qualifying him as a member of the elite. At best, he was a newly minted second-generation rich kid, with a monthly allowance of only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Affording a McLaren was beyond his father's means. Now, they had surely offended a wealthy heir of considerable standing. "Zhang Gu is in trouble," Bull lamented as he watched the luxurious McLaren drive away, despair consuming him. Meanwhile, the KTV manager wore a look of utter defeat, realizing that in aiding Zhang Xiaodong's friends, he had unwittingly antagonized a powerful figure. He understood the ramifications. Should the matter escalate, a compensation of 1 or 2 million would be more than sufficient to ruin him. Regret washed over him as he pondered the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, inside the car, Nie Yunju occupied the passenger seat of the McLaren, her anxiety palpable. She was no longer astonished by Lin Feng's extravagant vehicle, for she recognized him as a concealed wealthy individual, making the acquisition of a McLaren entirely plausible. In no time, Lin Feng followed the taxi to the exterior of a grand hotel. "Lan Dai is inside. They just went in," Nie Yunju observed keenly. "All right, watch me." Without further ado, Lin Feng accelerated his McLaren, driving straight into the hotel lobby. "Sir, you." The hotel security and reception staff were taken aback as Lin Feng alighted from the vehicle and inquired, "Did a pair of young men and women just enter? Tell me their room number." "Why yes, room 602, the receptionist stammered, daunted by Lin Feng's imposing presence. Recognizing that someone driving such an expensive car must have urgent business, she promptly complied. "Quickly, let us go," Lin Feng urged Nie Yunju, and they hurried upstairs. Once they were gone, the hotel staff excitedly took out their phones to capture the moment for social media. "My goodness, a top-tier sports car. There's probably only one like it in the entire deep-sea city. Who is this young man? So impulsive, it's simply dazzling." In room 602, Zhang Xiaodong had already carried Nie Lan Dai inside. "Zhang Xiaodong, what are you doing?" Nie Lan Dai, regaining some clarity, felt utterly weak. She had consumed potent liquor, rendering her dizzy and defenseless. Upon awakening to find herself in a room with Zhang Xiaodong holding her, panic surged within her. "Heh, Lan Dai. It's just the two of us tonight. What do you think I want to do?" Zhang Xiaodong grinned wickedly. "Zhang Xiaodong, don't touch me, let go of me." Nie Lan Dai struggled weakly, her fear escalating as she realized the sinister nature of Zhang Xiaodong's intentions. She had once believed that Zhang Xiaodong was a charming gentleman, yet he had deliberately intoxicated her with the intent to commit unspeakable acts. How treacherous! Go ahead and scream, even if you shatter your throat. No one will come to disrupt us. Zhang Xiaodong placed Nie Lan Dai on the bed, his gaze fixated on the pure beauty before him, igniting a tempest of desire within his heart. Nie Lan Dai's beauty was such that she could easily be crowned the campus belle, and the thought of possessing her filled him with exhilaration. "Zhang Xiaodong, you scoundrel!" Nie Lan Dai protested, striking him with her small hands. But it was akin to a mere tickle. In that moment, despair enveloped her entirely. She was utterly despondent, for she harbored no feelings for Zhang Xiaodong, and certainly did not wish to be sullied by him. "Hey, Lan Dai, from now on, you shall be mine, and I shall treat you well." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaodong reached out to touch her. Nie Lan Dai, overwhelmed, closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Lin Feng appeared in the doorway. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Lin Feng, Zhang Xiaodong's composure shattered. And without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby lamp and hurled it at Lin Feng. "Is this how you assert your manhood, resorting to such despicable tactics?" Lin Feng calmly dodged, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a punch that sent Zhang Xiaodong crashing to the floor, unconscious. Just one punch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaodong was defeated. You came. Thank you for saving me." Nialandai, trembling and shaken, gazed at Lin Feng, her heart warming as if she had glimpsed the light. Overcome with emotion, she began to weep. Fortune smiled upon her with Lin Feng's timely arrival. Otherwise, her purity would have been lost. "Had it not been for your sister, I wouldn't have bothered to rescue you. This time, I came solely out of respect for her." Lin Feng replied with a cold glance at Nialandai. "Do not presume too much. I do not require your gratitude." Lin Feng was irritated. Nialandai had previously chased them away at the KTV, and he had no inclination to save her. If not for Nie Yunju's connection, he would have turned a blind eye. Realizing Lin Feng's displeasure, Nialandai felt a pang of anxiety and meekly apologized. I was wrong." "Wrong?" Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "You are not at fault. You are fully aware of the situation. Spare me the pretense. I have no time for your games." With that, Lin Feng strode out, just as Nie Yunju arrived. Lin Feng had departed too swiftly for Nie Yunju to keep pace. Upon confirming that Nialandai was unharmed, she exhaled deeply, relieved. "If there's nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. You both can take a taxi back, all right?" At that moment, Lin Feng, in a rather sour mood, addressed Nie Yunju. She nodded in agreement. "No problem. Thank you, Lin Feng." Subsequently, Lin Feng departed. That evening, at the Baiswan Hotel. Upon his return, Lin Feng found his parents and uncle enjoying themselves. Seeing them so content eased his mind. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Ji Xiaoyan. Filled with gratitude, Ji Xiaoyan had successfully divorced Zhou Qingshui and had been awarded a 7-story rental building as compensation, while Zhou Qingshui was detained for domestic violence. In essence, Lin Feng had saved this vulnerable woman, granting her a new lease on life. "Xiaofeng, why don't you come over tonight and keep me company?" Ji Xiaoyan's voice on the phone was soft and inviting. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Sister Xiaoyan, perhaps another time. I am a bit fatigued tonight." "All right then, good night." He truly was weary after the day's events and needed rest. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to take his parents out the following day. The next morning, Lin Feng's check-in system refreshed once more. Today's check-in location was Lakeside Scenic Villa. Upon seeing the location, Lin Feng smiled. It had finally arrived. He had long anticipated the villa, having grown weary of residing at the Baiswan Hotel, which, despite its 5-star rating, lacked the warmth of home. He yearned for a place to call his own. At last, it was time for the villa. "Wang Qianqian, please continue to take my parents out today. Just let me know how much you spend, and I will reimburse you," Lin Feng instructed as he approached Wang Qianqian. She nodded in compliance. Recognizing that Lin Feng's request would allow her to pocket a small sum, exaggerating expenses by a few thousand would likely be effortless, making this arrangement far more lucrative than her internship at the hotel, especially since she would have a private vehicle at her disposal, requiring little effort on her part aside from acting as a local guide. After entrusting his parents to Wang Qianqian, Lin Feng drove his supercar to the Shinfeng car dealership, eager to see if any new vehicles had arrived. "Shindahai, do we have any new cars today?" "Mr. Lin, there are no luxury cars available today." "Oh, very well." Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a couple strolled in his direction. The woman, adorned in high heels and black stockings, was tall and exquisitely dressed, reminiscent of a flight attendant. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized it was Chunya from Deep Sea International Airlines, the very person he had assisted previously. "Ah, Mr. Lin," Chunya exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she approached him with enthusiasm. Lin Feng merely nodded. "Aren't you working today?" "No, I have the day off," she replied with a smile. At that moment, the handsome man beside her grew noticeably displeased, questioning, "Xiaoya, do you know him?" "Of course, I do," Chunya replied, beaming. Before introducing the man, "Mr. Lin, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Chao." "Oh." Chapter 39, a bit too ostentatious. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly, paying little heed to Zhang Chao. The latter, however, became increasingly irate, particularly at Chunya's warm demeanor towards Lin Feng, while Lin Feng remained aloof and indifferent. How could he tolerate this? "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Zhang Chao inquired, unable to hide his disdain. "I came to return a car." "Returning a car?" Zhang Chao chuckled derisively at Lin Feng's statement, finding it amusing that a prominent CEO merely rented a car to drive. He scrutinized Lin Feng with a knowing smirk, viewing him as nothing more than a fraud attempting to deceive young women. "Forget it, Xiaoya. Let's go look at some cars. I'll buy you an Audi." Zhang Chao said loudly as he turned to walk inside. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, realized that Zhang Chao perceived him as a rival. However, this mattered little to Lin Feng. He had no connection with Chunya and saw no reason to engage in a contest with Zhang Chao. As Lin Feng was preparing to depart, suddenly, Zhang Chao, driving an Audi A5, careened out, nearly colliding with him. With a screech, the vehicle halted abruptly before Lin Feng, leaving the staff of Shunfeng car dealership and Chun Dahai in a state of astonishment. Was this lad being deliberate? Indeed, Lin Feng was nearly startled, and thus inquired, "Are you attempting to run me over?" Zhang Chao alighted from his car, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "Brother, I'm not accustomed to driving this inferior Audi, so it was merely a mishap." His face bore a grin, unmistakably indicating his intent to provoke Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had been flirting with Chunya right in front of him. It was no surprise that Zhang Chao was irked. He had hopped into the Audi A5 and driven out to intimidate Lin Feng, harboring a belly full of ire. At that moment, Chun Dahai was about to stand up for Lin Feng when Lin Feng waved him off, prompting Chun Dahai to retreat. Chunya hurriedly exited the vehicle, apologizing to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry, Zhang Chao didn't mean it." "Xiaoya, there's no need for excessive explanations. We are here to purchase a car, not to rent one." Zhang Chao cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng, chuckling. "Kid, if you had collided with this car, you'd be liable for several months' wages." "What did you say?" Lin Feng's temper flared. It was evident that Zhang Chao had come looking for trouble. Although he initially intended to overlook the incident, Zhang Chao's incessant provocations were intolerable. "It's nothing. I have no desire to engage in verbal sparring with you. Step aside. I wish to test drive the car. Do not obstruct my path." Zhang Chao continued his taunts. Observing this, Chunya tugged at Zhang Chao's sleeve, urging, "Zhang Chao, cease your words. Lin Feng is the president of Deep Sea International Airlines. Offending him is akin to courting disaster." However, Zhang Chao remained skeptical of Lin Feng's status, believing it to be merely a jest by Chunya. He waved dismissively. "What has to fear? I speak the truth. A man merely living off others will resort to petty tricks. If I don't run him over today, someone else will tomorrow. Who are you calling a freeloader?" "Who?" "Indeed," Zhang Chao retorted boldly. At last, Chun Dahai could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, declaring, "Please leave this place. Indeed, vacate the premises, you rental car brat. Do not obstruct my purchase of an Audi." Zhang Chao beamed smugly at Lin Feng. He then turned to Chun Dahai. "Manager, please expel this fellow." Chun Dahai shook his head. "I fear I cannot fulfill that request." "Why not?" Zhang Chao inquired, perplexed. "Is my status insufficient?" He introduced himself. "My father is the owner of Huaxing Supermarket." Huaxing Supermarket, with several branches in Deep Sea City, boasted assets of around 1 billion, a modest reputation indeed. Zhang Chao was convinced this would sway Chun Dahai. Chun Dahai continued to shake his head. "Owner of Huaxing Supermarket? What of it? My uncle is the chairman of Deep Sea Taxi Company, with assets exceeding 10 billion. Does that suffice?" Zhang Chao, still brimming with arrogance, questioned. "Are you unwilling to grant me face?" "Kid, I care not who you are, but today you have offended Mr. Lin. You must leave this place," Chun Dahai bellowed, his anger palpable. "Get out." "Mr. Lin?" Zhang Chao stared at Lin Feng in disbelief as Lin Feng approached him. "You seem rather inflated to think you can drive into me at my own car dealership. Depart now, lest I be compelled to eject you myself." Lin Feng, aiming to avoid a fury today, especially considering Chunya's presence, spoke civilly to Zhang Chao. Had it been any other day, he would have already slapped Zhang Chao twice. Zhang Chao, feeling embarrassed, realized he was indeed confronting the owner of Shunfeng car dealership. To demand someone vacate their territory was rather humiliating. "Fine, I did not expect you to truly be Mr. Lin, but remember, if you expel me from Shunfeng today, be prepared for the consequences." With that, Zhang Chao departed with Chunya. Chunya, astonished, remarked, "Lin Feng, you are indeed the owner of Shunfeng car dealership. This is quite impressive." Initially, she thought Lin Feng merely acquired Deep Sea Airlines, but he also possessed this car dealership valued over 1 billion. Truly unfathomable. "You ought not to have crossed Mr. Lin. He is my Xiaoya. No need to elaborate. A mere Shunfeng car dealership, while commendable, pales in comparison to my family's wealth." Outside, as Chunya attempted to explain to Zhang Chao, she was interrupted by his confident voice. "You are my woman, and I will not permit you to be affectionate towards other men, understand?" Enough. Take a taxi back. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Chao, irate, drove away, leaving Chunya in silence. After exiting Shunfeng car dealership, Lin Feng headed straight for Lakeside Community, the most upscale residential area in Deep Sea City. Each villa here is valued at over 10 million, inhabited solely by the affluent. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Feng's system signaled the completion of his check-in. Ding. Check-in successful, granting 1 super gift package. Open. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring 1 Emperor Villa. At the entrance, Lin Feng had just completed his check-in when a stunning woman in her 30s, exuding allure, approached in her vehicle. Upon noticing Lin Feng's modest Honda Civic parked at the entrance, she became impatient and began honking incessantly. Beep. Lin Feng had recently switched to the Civic, opting to avoid excessive ostentation, but now it seemed his choice was ill-fated. The woman in the BMW was clearly displeased and continued her honking. Lin Feng spoke up. "What is the matter? Do you not see I am getting into my car?" The beautiful lady, displeased, removed her sunglasses and disdainfully remarked, "Kid, you are not a resident of this villa area, are you? I have never seen anyone here driving a car worth less than 300,000. What do you mean? Do you look down upon me?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. The BMW lady retorted, "No, you misunderstand. I do not even regard you. It is not a matter of looking down upon you. You lack the qualifications to enter my site." At that moment, the impatient BMW lady called out to the security guard in the booth, "Security, remove this brat obstructing my way." From the security booth, 2 guards rushed out. Glancing at Lin Feng before speaking curtly, "Hello, please present your ID. If you are not a resident here, kindly leave." It must be noted that these guards exhibited commendable professionalism, unlike other guards who might resort to expulsion at the slightest provocation. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and explained, "I just purchased the Emperor Villa here. My information might not yet be registered. May I enter to take a look?" Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter. Chapter 40. Resolutely unwilling to compensate. The BMW lady, stepping out of her car, pointed to the most conspicuous and luxurious villa in the area, saying, "Kid, you bought the Emperor Villa, did you? Do you know how much it costs?" The magnificent imperial villa, constructed by a local real estate magnate last year, has only recently undergone its final renovations. The secretary of that grand entrepreneur happens to be my dear friend. And as for me, she declared with arms crossed and an air of superiority, "I am the property manager here, specifically tasked with overseeing this villa community. Do you truly expect me to believe you are the owner of the imperial villa?" With that, she couldn't help but laugh, signaling to the security guards to escort him away, not wishing to waste her time. The 2 guards nodded, fully aware that they could not offend the property manager. "Xiaoyan, sir, please do not obstruct the way. We kindly ask you to leave at once, or we shall be compelled to take further action." At this point, the guard's tone turned somewhat harsh. They were eager to expel someone like Lin Feng, who appeared to be nothing more than a fraud. Lin Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, reiterated, "I truly am the owner of the imperial villa. Is it too much to ask to at least see my home?" "Huh. If you are indeed the owner of the imperial villa, then I must be the developer of this estate," Xiaoyan scoffed, unable to suppress her derision at Lin Feng's continued denial. However, at that moment, she received a phone call. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "All right. Yes, I understand. I will contact Mr. Lin," she concluded. After hanging up, a look of uncertainty crossed her face, for her friend had just informed her that the real estate tycoon had sold the property. This meant that the imperial villa had changed hands. She glanced at Lin Feng anew, her curiosity piqued. "You Lin Feng?" Earlier, her friend had mentioned that the new owner of the imperial villa was named Lin Feng, prompting her to probe further. Lin Feng presented his identification before her. "Of course. Do you think I would forge such a document?" Upon closer inspection, she indeed found his name was Lin Feng. However, she remained skeptical, doubting that he could be the affluent owner capable of affording the imperial villa. Just then, she received a text message containing Lin Feng's contact number from her friend. Eager to confirm, Xiaoyan quickly dialed the number, muttering to herself, "I refuse to believe you are truly Lin Feng." Ding, ding, ding. Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon answering, Xiaoyan's face fell into sheer astonishment. "It turns out you really are the new owner of the imperial villa," she exclaimed, her earlier arrogance evaporating. "I was blind to your worth, Mr. Lin. Please, allow me to escort you." Upon realizing that the young man before her was indeed Lin Feng, her shock was palpable. Goodness gracious, this is the imperial villa, a property valued at over 100 million. How could it be that Lin Feng purchased such an estate? In that moment, she dared not mock him any longer and hastily apologized for her previous behavior. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to hold a grudge. It was only natural for security to be stringent in such a high-end villa community, home to the elite, ensuring safety and order. Thus, Lin Feng understood their caution. "Shouldn't you open the gate and let Mr. Lin in?" Xiaoyan bellowed at the 2 guards, who snapped back to attention and hurried to unlock the entrance. "Mr. Lin, please follow me. I shall guide you." At this juncture, Xiaoyan had shed her earlier haughtiness, adopting a humble demeanor as she led Lin Feng. Previously, she had looked down upon him, unaware that he was, in fact, a significant figure, the owner of the imperial villa. Such wealth surely amounted to at least 20 billion, if not more. Anyone capable of purchasing such a property must be extraordinarily wealthy, and given Lin Feng's youth, he likely belonged to a prominent conglomerate. Once inside the imperial villa, Lin Feng took in his surroundings, and indeed, it was worthy of its name. An outdoor swimming pool, a basketball court, a golf course, an indoor game room. Everything imaginable was present. The estate sprawled over 3,000 square meters, exuding opulence. This villa was undoubtedly the most luxurious in Deep Sea City. Even Xiao Yan felt a thrill of excitement upon witnessing the grandeur of the villa. Although she was the property manager, she could only afford a modest 100-square-meter apartment in the suburbs, having no home of her own within the villa community. Now, seeing the imperial villa, how could she not feel envy? Mr. Lin, the villa has been fully renovated for 2 months and is ready for you to move in. If you require assistance, I can arrange for a moving company to help. Standing beside Lin Feng, Xiao Yan spoke with utmost respect. Lin Feng nodded, I understand. He had little interest in engaging with her, merely surveying the villa before departing. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent demeanor stirred unease within Xiao Yan. Having previously belittled him, she feared he might harbor resentment. Offending someone like Lin Feng, a powerful figure, could lead to dire consequences. It was all my fault. Why did I act so thoughtlessly? She lamented, shaking her head in regret. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng drove, he received a phone call from Wang Qianqian. What? What did you say? My parents are in trouble? Lin Feng pressed for details. They are unharmed, right? That is a relief. I will head there immediately. After hanging up, he accelerated to 100 miles per hour, racing toward Yuhu Scenic Area. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd gathered. Mom, Dad, what happened? He inquired, approaching the scene where Chun Huan explained, I am fine. But your aunt accidentally knocked over this lady's watch, and she demands 200,000 in compensation. At least you were all right. I initially thought it was something serious. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Wang Qianqian whispered, Mr. Lin, her watch is a Vacheron Constantine. Regardless of the brand, what matters is that my parents are unharmed. Lin Feng stated resolutely. As long as his parents were safe, everything else was negotiable. At that moment, his aunt, noticing Lin Feng's arrival, snapped, Lin Feng, why did you arrive so late? This woman insists we pay her 200,000. You must intervene. Indeed, Lin Feng, why do you always appear so carefree? You have ruined my good mood for the day, his cousin chimed in. We still have several attractions to visit. Do you intend for us to leave empty-handed after coming all this way? Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Why was he being blamed for a situation that was not of his making? Aunt, this predicament was caused by you. Shouldn't you be the one to resolve it? My parents are fine. You all should handle your own affairs. He chose not to engage further, feeling that his aunt had overstepped. Across from him, a stylish young woman wearing blue sunglasses interjected. Could you resolve my issue before continuing your quarrel? Immediately compensate me with 200,000, not a cent less. 200,000? How greedy you are. For a mere broken watch, you dare to extort such a sum? Who do you think you are scaring? Lin Yu, filled with indignation, stepped forward to confront her. The beautiful woman, regarding him with an expression of disdain, retorted, a country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Have you ever heard of Vacheron Constantine? If you don't understand, go look it up online instead of behaving like someone who's never set foot in the city. If you refuse to compensate today, none of you shall leave. I don't believe that for a second. I refuse to pay, Lin Yu declared resolutely. Chapter 41, Acknowledging Defeat. Although he had attended university, his mindset was rather antiquated, and he had little exposure to high-end brands, making it impossible for him to believe that this worthless watch could be worth 200,000. Do you dare? The woman, sensing his defiance, issued a warning. Slap. Lin Yu, with his fiery temper, retaliated immediately with a resounding slap to her face, leaving everyone in shock. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. His foolish cousin truly lacked any discernment, resorting to violence over a disagreement. This was escalating quickly. Lin Yu had this disposition. He was too cowardly to confront men, but felt emboldened to act violently towards women. You dare strike me? At this moment, the affluent woman was utterly enraged and pulled out her phone, declaring, just wait, I'll make you regret this. Lin Yu, still unrepentant, sneered, oh no, I'm so scared. What are you going to do? I'm a trained fighter. Why don't you call your father over? I'll gladly deal with him too. He spoke the truth. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he was muscular and had practiced martial arts throughout his school years, giving him a fair amount of skill. Overall, he was quite formidable. This was why he felt so audacious in slapping the woman, believing he was merely teaching her a lesson. Lin Yu's mother chimed in, exactly. You think you can extort us for hundreds of thousands over a broken watch? Do you really think we're easy prey? Lin Feng's parents quickly interjected, oh dear, sister-in-law. Let's not escalate this. Even if she is trying to con us, we cannot resort to violence. Huaiyan, it's one thing if your family is cowardly. But must we endure this indignity? Lin Feng's uncle continued to urge caution. Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward with good intentions, saying, Uncle, Aunt, we really shouldn't resort to violence. Allow me to handle this. Upon hearing Lin Feng speak, his aunt waved dismissively. Lin Feng, what can you, a spineless waste, possibly handle. You wouldn't expect us to go bankrupt compensating her for a watch, would you? This isn't your problem, so just step aside. In his aunt's eyes, Lin Feng was nothing but a useless burden, just as he had always been. Observing Lin Feng's speechlessness, Lin Yu felt a surge of pride. Humph, Lin Feng. With your cowardice, how can you call yourself a man? It's one thing to be bullied back home, but now in the big city, you still cower like this. You're truly a disgrace to us rural folk. Hearing these words, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Fine, I'm the coward. Your problems are yours to resolve. However, with my parents here, I won't make a scene, I'll simply step aside. Just then, 5 burly men in black approached, standing before the affluent woman. Upon seeing them, Lin Yu felt a tremor of dread. These men were clearly trained fighters, towering and robust, unmistakably emerging from a boxing gym. One of the young men asked, "Sister, what happened?" The beautiful woman pointed at Lin Yu and the others, saying, "Brother, they broke my watch and even assaulted me." The young man, upon hearing this, became immediately displeased and rolled up his sleeves, marching toward Lin Yu. "You dare lay a hand on my sister? Who do you think you are, seeking death?" Lin Yu sensed an ominous foreboding. By the time he gathered his wits, the 5 men had already encircled his family. Instantly, Lin Yu and his aunt trembled in fear. These were men clad in black, each as strong as an ox. One punch could easily prove fatal. Lin Yu forced himself to remain composed and stammered, "Bro, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The young man delivered a sharp slap to Lin Yu's face. The resounding crack echoed through the air as he bellowed. "What do you mean misunderstanding? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might actually think you're someone important." Thus, the men began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lin Yu. Please, don't hit my face." Despite his decent skills, Lin Yu was utterly defenseless against the onslaught of these trained fighters. Their strikes were precise and powerful, swiftly bringing him to the ground, unleashing a storm of blows that left him howling in pain. Seeing this, Lin Yu's uncle and aunt panicked, urgently calling out, "Quick, call the police." "What are you waiting for? Lin Feng, why aren't you helping? Your cousin is being beaten. What are you standing there for?" Lin Feng's aunt scolded him fiercely. Lin Feng, however, chuckled at their misfortune, replying, "This seems to have nothing to do with me, right? You said I shouldn't get involved. Wouldn't it be a bit pathetic if I did? Lin Feng, do you even have a conscience?" His aunt pointed at him. "You claim to be thriving in Shunhui City, yet you act like a coward." Wang Qianqian, witnessing this, felt speechless. What kind of eccentric family was this? They had just criticized Lin Feng for being a hindrance and for being timid, yet now that Lin Yu was getting beaten, they turned to blame him. "Little Feng, Lin Yu is your cousin. You should help him." At this moment, Lin Feng's mother stepped forward, and upon hearing her words, Lin Feng nodded. Since his mother had spoken up, it would appear heartless not to act. Moreover, he merely intended for Lin Yu to learn a lesson, not to be beaten to a pulp. Thus, Lin Feng stepped forward, saying, "All right, is this enough?" The young man glanced at Lin Feng, sneering, "And who might you be?" "Brother, they're all in cahoots." The beautiful woman pointed at Lin Feng, clearly wishing for him to be dealt with as well. Lin Feng paused before replying. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Can we discuss it reasonably?" The beautiful woman scoffed. "Today, I could forego the compensation for the watch. But I want to show you bumpkins what happens when you cross me. Brother, let's deal with him too. Give him a lesson." The young man grinned. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Feng's expression darkened. "As you can see, this matter has nothing to do with me. What is your intention now?" This woman was indiscriminately targeting him. The young man waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean? Obviously, we're going to teach you rural folks a lesson." With that, the men shifted their focus onto Lin Feng. As several burly men surged toward him, Lin Feng's patience wore thin. "So this is how it is? Then let us go?" Unfazed by the skilled fighters, Lin Feng was confident in his superior physical abilities. Even in the prime of their careers, he could have taken on the likes of Tyson or Stallone, let alone these mere boxers. With precision, Lin Feng dispatched each of them with a single blow. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, he had taken down all 5, leaving the onlookers stunned, particularly Wang Qianqian, who was utterly astonished to witness Lin Feng's remarkable prowess. In her recollection, Lin Feng was hardly athletic during his university days, aptly described as frail and delicate. Yet now his prowess is astonishing, embodying the ideal man. Wang Qianqian's heart is already stirred. "So, do you wish to continue this fight?" Lin Xiu asserts, placing a foot on the young man's back. "Do you prefer a civilized discussion or a proper contest?" The young man clutches his chest, nearly speechless with pain. "You wait. Do you even know who I am?" Lin Feng dismisses him with a wave. "I don't care who you are. If you provoke me, I will see this through to the end." Just then, the affluent young woman steps forward, warning Lin Feng, "If you dare to harm my brother, I will ensure your ruin." "Very well. I am more than willing to entertain that challenge." The young man rises from the ground, pulling out his phone to summon reinforcements. Hey, Dad, you need to come quickly. I've run into some trouble. After hanging up, he glares at Lin Feng. Just wait. Soon you will regret this. Oh, I'm curious to see whom you'll bring. I have never been afraid, Lin Feng retorts, uninterested in the young man's threats. At this moment, Lin Yu, battered and resembling a swollen pig, rushes in and reproaches Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you coward. Why didn't you help me just now? Are you still a man? Could you possibly refrain from speaking? If I hadn't intervened, you would have been dead long ago. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Feng snaps back. Don't think for a moment that you hold any significance. Am I your servant? Chapter 42. No choice left. Is it not you who escalated this situation? Why should I clean up your mess? If you have the capability, resolve this on your own. Otherwise, kindly hold your tongue. Lin Feng has endured Lin Yu's antics for far too long. He had previously advised Lin Yu against resorting to violence, yet Lin Yu chose to ignore him. Now, having landed in trouble, he turns the blame onto Lin Feng. What kind of logic is that? One should have some sense of decency, at the very least. Oh, Lin Feng, have you now learned to talk back? At this juncture, Lin Feng's aunt approaches, pointing an accusatory finger at him and delivering a scathing reprimand. Do not forget how we aided your family in the past. Had I not lent your father money, your family would not even have a house. Lin Feng pays her no mind, for at that moment, a cadre of men clad in suits and black attire approaches. The leader, donned in sunglasses, is unmistakably a middle-aged man. Both Lin Feng and Wang Qianqian narrow their eyes upon recognizing him. The visitor is none other than Chen Guangxiang, the general manager of the Baitian E Hotel. Chen Guangxiang, upon spotting Lin Feng, is taken aback, accompanied by over 10 imposing bodyguards. The young man and the affluent young woman, seeing their father arrive, instantly feel as though they have found a lifeline, their demeanor shifting to one of arrogance. Huh, my dad is here. You're finished now. His father, being the general manager of the Baitian E Hotel, is well connected. It is common knowledge that those who manage a five-star hotel are acquainted with individuals from various circles. Thus, the young man's father can be considered a figure of influence, now arriving with a small entourage. As soon as Chen Guangxiang arrives, his son, filled with indignation, points at Lin Feng and exclaims, Dad, this is the guy who assaulted me. You must deal with him. The daughter, adopting a sweet tone, implores, Dad, you have to stand up for your precious daughter. These country bumpkins are bullying me. Slap. Before she can finish her sentence, Chen Guangxiang strikes his son, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone stands in shock. Chen Jian looks up at his father, bewildered. Dad, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Chen Guangxiang shakes with fury. How dare you refer to Mr. Lin and your uncle and aunt as country bumpkins? Is this how I have taught you to address people? He is my boss. What? The faces of the two siblings drain of color. Chen Jian and Chen Ran are momentarily stunned. The individual before them is their father's superior? Does that mean he is the owner of the Baitian E Hotel? The realization sets in, and their expressions turn pale. Chen Guangxiang, exasperated, admonishes, You two useless good-for-nothings, always causing trouble. Now hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. You'll face my wrath when we return home. The Chen siblings hastily approach Lin Feng and offer their apologies. Mr. Lin, we were wrong. Please don't be angry. Yes, Mr. Lin, I had no idea you were. Chen Ran is at a loss for words. Lin Feng remains silent, merely observing them. At this moment, Chen Guangxiang, with a steadfast demeanor, approaches Lin Feng with a contrite expression. Mr. Lin, it is my failure as a parent. We will provide you with an adequate resolution to this matter. My children were thoughtless. Please, what do you suggest? Seeing Chen Guangxiang speak up, Lin Xiu feels compelled to relent. After all, Chen Guangxiang is also his subordinate, effectively managing the Baitian E Hotel. Lin Xiu isn't inclined to ruin Chen Guangxiang over this incident. Very well, this matter was initially instigated by my cousin. I shall not pursue it further. As for compensation for the watch, it is of no concern to me. Lin Feng smiles slightly. You may address my aunt regarding the compensation. Chen Guangxiang pauses momentarily before swiftly grasping the implication. After decades of dealing with people, he understands that Lin Feng is hinting at using this opportunity to teach his aunt's family a lesson. At this moment, Lin Feng's aunt and her family stand frozen in disbelief. To think that Lin Feng is the owner of the Baitian E Hotel is quite unexpected. Understanding the unspoken message, Chen Guangxiang approaches Lin Feng's aunt with an air of authority. While Mr. Lin has chosen not to hold this against us, the matter of the damage to my daughter's watch remains unresolved. Now, let us discuss compensation. As he speaks, Chen Guangxiang picks up the broken watch from the ground and presents it to Lin Feng's aunt. This is a Vacheron Constantine gold watch, valued at 228,000. Now, please compensate at the original price. 228,000? Lin Feng's aunt nearly faints at the revelation. However, recalling that her nephew is the owner of the Baitian E Hotel, She quickly adopts an arrogant tone. What do you think you are, a mere manager? My nephew is your boss. Do you dare to demand compensation from me? Principles must be upheld in business, Chen Guangxiang asserts firmly. If you do not compensate today, I will have no choice but to report you to the authorities. I believe a 3 to 5 month detention should not pose an issue. What? You really intend for us to compensate? Upon hearing the threat of imprisonment, Lin Feng's uncle and aunt are instantly alarmed. Lin Feng's aunt rushes to Lin Feng, pleading for help. Xiaofeng, please assist us. He is your employee. Can't you speak with him? Lin Feng, wearing an expression of indifference, responds to his aunt. Aunt, I'm afraid this is a legal matter. You indeed damaged his watch, and his request for compensation is within legal bounds. Furthermore, I cannot deprive him of his rightful compensation simply because he is my employee. That would tarnish my integrity. With every word Lin Feng utters, his aunt's expression becomes increasingly desperate. Finally, Lin Feng concludes, you also mentioned earlier that I am worthless. Why then do you seek assistance from someone you consider a waste? Xiaofeng, I was wrong. I take back my words. Please help us. I will never do it again. At this moment, Lin Yu, hearing of the exorbitant watch compensation, can no longer contain himself and begins to plead for Lin Feng's mercy. Lin Feng's expression darkens. Had you known this day would come, why not act differently from the start? I warned you before, yet you refused to listen, repeatedly calling me worthless. Should I humiliate myself to come to your aid? Lin Feng resolutely declined, leaving his aunt and her family looking utterly despondent. Chen Guangxiang took out his phone, applying pressure on them. If you don't compensate soon, I will have no choice but to report this to the authorities. Damaging someone else's property and resorting to violence could lead to imprisonment for several months if proven. The mention of jail sent waves of fear through his aunt's family, prompting his uncle to hastily approach Chun Huayan and his wife, pleading, Huayan, for the sake of our brotherhood, please let Xiaofeng help us. Indeed, we once lent you money to build your house and have assisted you in many ways. Can you really bear to see us in prison? His aunt wailed. If we are truly detained, we would have no face to return to our hometown. We wouldn't be able to hold our heads high before our fellow villagers. Hearing his own brother in such distress softened Chun Huayan's heart, and he turned to Lin Feng, saying, Xiaofeng, just help them this once. That's right, Xiaofeng. We are family, Wang Xiaoyan added, casting a glance at her son. Faced with this, Lin Feng found himself at an impasse. He had always heeded his parents' wishes, and with their voices now raised, to refuse assistance would seem inhumane. As the saying goes, one must not defy their parents' commands. Although Lin Feng had acquired wealth, he could not forsake his roots. Besides, he had merely intended to frighten his aunt's family a little, imparting a lesson. Now that he had achieved his goal, he felt satisfied. I can help you, but our family still owes you 100,000. After I assist you, consider that debt cleared, Lin Feng stated to his uncle. Upon hearing this, his uncle's expression soured immediately. His aunt interjected, Xiaofeng, you are now a billionaire. What's the harm in helping us with 200,000? Is it really that difficult for you? What does my wealth have to do with you? Lin Feng retorted, barely containing his anger. To be honest, I've tolerated you for quite some time. Should I simply hand over 200,000 for your compensation? I am only clearing our debt of 100,000 by helping you settle this matter. If you are unwilling, then handle it yourself. I have no desire to engage with you. Chapter 43, A Disobedient Dog. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads at his aunt's audacity. Here she was, demanding Lin Feng assist her in settling a 200,000 issue while still keeping account of the 100,000 his family owed them. Who could withstand such a relative? Some people, once they perceive your wealth, feel entitled to your assistance. Please, Xiaofeng, we promise to repay you. His uncle rushed forward, pleading. If you help us resolve this matter, we will consider the debt your family owes us wiped clean. Xiaofeng, I implore you. Lin Yu, too, bore a pained expression. Xiaofeng, I work in a state-owned enterprise. I cannot afford any blemish on my record. If I end up in prison, I will be dismissed. He began to worry about his job, realizing that a criminal record would make it exceedingly difficult to secure future employment. I will help you one last time. But if you cause any more trouble, do not come seeking my assistance again. Lin Feng relented and approached Chun Guangxiang, inquiring for his bank account number. Just as Chun Guangxiang was about to speak, Lin Feng interjected. Although we are in a superior subordinate relationship, this 200,000 is equivalent to your 2-month salary. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Upon hearing this, Chun Guangxiang had no choice but to accept the offer. Once the matter was resolved, Lin Feng's parents lost their appetite for leisure and returned to the hotel to rest. Meanwhile, his aunt's family was left in a state of fear towards Lin Feng, particularly Lin Yu, who had never anticipated that his younger brother would be the owner of a 5-star hotel. Their circumstances were now worlds apart. The once self-assured Lin Yu found himself plunged into despair, his confidence crushed. At this moment, he could hardly compare himself to Lin Feng. not even capable of keeping pace with the taillights of Lin Feng's car. His aunt and uncle were filled with regret, having squandered an opportunity to associate with a wealthy relative and offend their affluent nephew. This was a classic case of a single misstep leading to eternal regret. Otherwise, they could have benefited immensely from Lin Feng's wealth, but now they had irreparably severed ties. Lin Feng explained to his parents, "I am not actually the owner of this hotel. It belongs to a friend of mine, and I happen to be well acquainted with the manager, which allowed me to put on a show to intimidate my aunt and uncle. Mom and Dad, if you doubt me, you can ask Manager Chen to confirm." "Xiao Feng, you are truly not the owner of this hotel?" Chen Huayan asked, slightly surprised, but soon regained his composure. "I really am not. I am quite familiar with the staff here and have helped them in the past, which is why they are so accommodating." Lin Feng fabricated an excuse to reassure his parents. Upon hearing this, both Chen Huayan and Wang Xiaoyan sighed in relief. "It's good that you aren't. If you suddenly became a billionaire, we wouldn't quite believe it either," they expressed with satisfaction. Seeing that his parents believed him, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Explaining oneself can indeed be quite tedious. After returning to the hotel and taking a shower, Lin Feng received a call from Xiaoyan. "President Lin, we are hosting a networking event at the Lakeside Villa community tonight. Could you possibly attend?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment, feeling it unnecessary, but Xiaoyan persisted in her request. Reluctantly, he agreed. For dinner, Lin Feng dined with his parents, ordering abalone and various exquisite dishes. His aunt's family had become noticeably subdued, no longer daring to be disrespectful to Lin Feng. After their meal, Lin Feng took a moment to rest before heading to Shinfeng car dealership to exchange his Civic for a McLaren. After all, the Civic was rather uncomfortable to drive. A sports car was far more enjoyable. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the Lakeside community in his McLaren, prompting the two young security guards to eagerly open the gate for him upon sighting the car. In the parking lot, numerous luxury vehicles were present: Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, and Porsche among others. Yet, none could rival the opulence of Lin Feng's McLaren, the only vehicle in the entire gathering valued at over 10 million. After casually parking, Lin Feng made his way to the event venue. As he entered, he noticed a plethora of well-dressed individuals in suits and elegant evening gowns engaging in conversation. Owners of properties in the Lakeside Villa district, each a millionaire. A true representation of high society. In contrast, Lin Feng appeared exceedingly ordinary, clad in a simple t-shirt and casual pants, complemented by a pair of shoes worth only a few hundred. Despite his newfound wealth, Lin Feng had no inclination towards frivolous spending on branded items. He dressed for comfort rather than to impress, eschewing the need to don a suit and tie like others. This very choice drew the attention of many upon his entrance, as his attire was so unassuming that many likely mistook him for a staff member. "Have you heard? The owner of the Emperor Villa will be attending the gala tonight." "Surely not. The owner of the Imperial Villa is present as well. This cannot be true. Such a person is worth billions." "It is indeed true. It was Manager Xiaoyan who informed me. I must see what the owner of the Imperial Villa looks like. It would facilitate future business exchanges." Individuals of this caliber, millionaires, are exceedingly rare connections, and the Imperial Villa itself is valued at nearly 200 million. It must be a major entrepreneur or the chairman of a conglomerate who possesses the means to acquire such a property. Consequently, if I could forge a connection with someone of the Imperial Villa's standing, it may lead to lucrative business collaborations in Deep Sea City. One could easily earn hundreds of thousands from such a partnership. Everyone is eagerly awaiting this encounter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng finds himself largely overlooked, his presence almost negligible. Approaching the beverage station, he feels a thirst and grabs a cup of juice, just as a striking woman strides over. Adorned in red high heels and dressed in an alluring manner, she approaches Lin Feng and, with a commanding tone, instructs, "Bring me a glass of orange juice." Lin Feng, taken aback, remains motionless. The woman, noticing his inaction, snaps, "Are you deaf? I asked you to fetch a drink for this young lady. Why do you stand there like a statue?" Lin Feng, narrowing his gaze, replies, "Can't you fetch it yourself?" The woman retorts, "What sort of service are you providing? Do you want me to complain and summon your manager?" At her words, Lin Feng's irritation flares. Rising to his feet, he asserts, "I am not a server. Do not glare at me like that." Slap. In an instant, the woman strikes him across the face before he can react, declaring, "When I ask you to work, you should comply. Dare to defy me, and I will have your manager dismiss you." The woman, having struck Lin Feng, continues to regard him as a mere servant. Judging him by his attire, she dismissively orders him to fetch her drink once more. Suddenly, as she crosses her arms, Lin Feng seizes the moment. With lightning speed, he retaliates and delivers 3 sharp slaps to her face, the sound echoing throughout the venue, drawing numerous curious gazes. The woman's face reddens and swells as she stares at Lin Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, You dare hit me?" Lin Feng, with his head held high, responds, What of it? Must I consult an almanac before striking? She initiated the altercation by slapping him first. He is no fool to simply stand by. Look at this fellow, resorting to violence against a woman. Such a lack of gentlemanly conduct. Indeed, he is merely a servant, yet dares to act so brazenly in our circle. He should be fired immediately. He deserves a lesson and an apology. Many attendees begin to whisper and point fingers at Lin Feng, all too aware of his status as a servant. Furthermore, he had the audacity to strike a woman. What use is a disobedient dog? At that moment, a man strides toward them, approaching the beautiful woman with concern. Xiaoling, what happened? Zhang Chao, he hit me. Xiaoling points at Lin Feng as she recounts the incident. Zhang Chao looks up, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Lin Feng. It's you? Lin Feng, upon seeing Zhang Chao, glances at Xiaoling and offers a faint smile. Not long ago at the Shenfeng car dealership, he had a confrontation with Zhang Chao, who was then with Chunya. Now he finds himself flirting with Xiaoling. Clearly, Zhang Chao is straddling two boats. You know him? Xiaoling, nestled in Zhang Chao's embrace, inquires. Zhang Chao pauses, then chuckles. Well, sort of. He recalls Lin Feng as the owner of Shenfeng car dealership, a man of considerable means, with assets exceeding 10 billion, certainly not to be underestimated. However, glancing at the affluent Xiaoling, whose family boasts a fortune of 40 to 50 billion, he feels emboldened. With his own wealth, he can easily disregard someone like Lin Feng, a mere small-time boss with a fraction of that fortune. He steps forward, asserting, listen here. Last time I respected you on your turf, but today you strike my girlfriend. This is unacceptable. Apologize at once, or you will regret it. Lin Feng smiles slightly. She struck first. Why should I concede? Moreover, do I need to consult a calendar to justify my actions? Zhang Chao, incensed, retorts, you wait. So you're the boss of Shenfeng car dealership, huh? Don't think your few coins make you invincible. If you don't apologize, prepare to be thrown out. As Zhang Chao points derisively at Lin Feng, several figures enter the venue. At the forefront is a dignified middle-aged man, exuding authority and a commanding presence, imbued with the essence of the business world. Upon sighting this man, many attendees turn their attention to him. It's President Xiao. Which President Xiao? Are you unaware? He is Xiao Nantian, the chairman and CEO of Tianhong Group. What? The chairman of Tianhong Group? Goodness, he is also here. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd at the mention of Xiao Nantian's name. His reputation in Deep Sea City is legendary, with a fortune exceeding 70 billion. His company is recognized as one of the most promising enterprises and is expected to rank among the top 20 on next year's wealth list. Despite the wealth of the villa owners present tonight, few can rival Xiao Nantian's stature. His arrival instantly captivates everyone's attention. Xiaoling, spotting her father, rushes forward, her face a mask of grievance. Dad, you finally arrived. Father? Gasps ripple through the crowd. Xiaoling is the daughter of Xiao Nantian? In that instant, the gravity of Lin Feng's earlier actions hits hard. Having struck Xiaoling, he is now in dire straits, facing inevitable retribution. The consequences will surely be severe. Xiao Nantian, softening his authoritative demeanor, gazes fondly at his daughter. What happened? Who has wronged you? Xiaoling immediately points at Lin Feng, her face a portrait of distress. Dad, he hit me earlier. Hit you? Zhang Chao interjects, rushing to explain. Uncle Xiao, that man struck Xiaoling 3 times for no reason. I demanded he apologize. But he dismissed me arrogantly, believing his status as the boss of Shenfeng car dealership grants him immunity. Xiao Nantian's gaze narrows as he focuses on Lin Feng. The boss of Shenfeng car dealership? After a moment, he shakes his head in derision before his expression turns grave. Is it that a mere boss of Shenfeng car dealership believes he can bully others? He strides toward Lin Feng, asking, young man, who is your father? My father is of no consequence to you, and I have no obligation to disclose that information. Lin Feng, unwilling to back down, confronted Xiao Nantian. If you're going to stand up for her, then there's no need to investigate my father. I come from a rural background. Oh, Xiao Nantian's expression darkened slightly with anger. How arrogant of you. As he spoke, he pointed a warning finger at Lin Feng. A distinguished guest will be arriving shortly. So I will let this slide for now. After the event, we shall settle this. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and took a seat. All right, let's see what you can do. The onlookers shook their heads, casting pitying glances at Lin Feng. This guy was far too arrogant, thinking that being the owner of a car dealership made him exceptional. His assets barely reached 10 billion, while Xiao Nantian had been entrenched in Deep Sea City for years, with extensive connections that someone as inexperienced as him couldn't hope to contend with. One must admit, Lin Feng's youthful confidence was excessive. At that moment, Xiaoling asked, Dad, who is this distinguished guest coming? Why are you hesitant to teach that kid a lesson? Xiao Nantian, sitting at a table, replied nonchalantly. An old friend of mine is bringing his boss over shortly. He is the hidden owner of the South City Commercial Street and is reportedly the young president of the Grand Swan Hotel. I happen to have some projects that require collaboration with them, and it would be much easier if I could get acquainted. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The owner of the South City Commercial Street. My goodness, that was a veritable gold mine within the city. Selling all the land would require at least hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Moreover, the Grand Swan Hotel was also a renowned five-star establishment in Deep Sea City, valued at over 100 billion. Such a prominent figure was indeed a super tycoon. Zhang Chao couldn't help but voice his astonishment. Now that's a big shot, compared to Lin Feng, who boasts assets of merely tens of billions and acts as if he is invincible. They are worlds apart. At Tianqing Academy, on the night of May 20th, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft, ethereal glow, enveloping the night in beauty. Lin Feng held a bouquet of roses in one hand, while the other was hidden behind his back, concealing a small box containing a platinum heart-shaped necklace worth 2,999 yuan. Clearly, he was preparing to confess his feelings to the girl he cherished on this auspicious evening. Exhaling deeply, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the entrance of the girl's dormitory, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a sense of nervousness stirred within him. Despite rehearsing countless times and reminding himself to remain calm, he couldn't shake the jitters. He knew it was because he cared deeply for the girl, and he felt that any sacrifice was worth it. Having known each other for over a month, they not only got along well, but had also been on numerous dates. She was the epitome of perfection in his eyes. As footsteps approached, a beautiful girl emerged from the dormitory, her fair skin and oval face striking, the kind of beauty that would catch the eye of most young men. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng's eyes softened with warmth as he hurriedly stepped forward to present the roses. "Where will you be my girlfriend?" However, in the tense moment of Lin Feng's anticipation, Li Yu's expression remained indifferent, even cold. Indeed, the next moment, a harsh voice cut through the air. "Lin Feng, don't harbor delusions. How could I ever be with someone like you?" "What? What's wrong?" Lin Feng was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Today, Li Yu appeared entirely different from the girl he knew, almost unrecognizable. The Li Yu he interacted with was gentle, amiable, and enjoyed joking around. Yet, the person before him now was frigid, her gaze towards him akin to that of a stranger, even laced with disdain. "Nothing. Just don't bother me anymore. I have a boyfriend now." Li Yu scanned Lin Feng with a look of utter contempt before turning away, her waist twisting as she walked through the dormitory door without a backward glance. Watching that once familiar figure vanish, Lin Feng felt as if all his strength had been sapped, wandering aimlessly towards the campus exit amidst the murmurs of the crowd. At this moment, he only wished to find solace in a bottle, to drown his sorrows in a drunken stupor. Ding! Master's gift, package system binding. Suddenly, a voice laced with mischief echoed in Lin Feng's mind. However, at that moment, his thoughts were consumed by Li Yu's heartless words, and he paid it no heed, dismissing it as mere hallucination. After purchasing an entire case of beer, Lin Feng sat by the roadside outside the campus, disregarding the curious glances from others, gulping down the drinks. He was not drowning his sorrows in alcohol, but rather trying to suppress the unbearable heartache. Li Yu was the first girl he had confessed to, and before their relationship could bloom, it had withered. Time passed, and the street grew quieter. An Audi sedan emerged from Tianqing Academy, slowly approaching Lin Feng. As the window rolled down, a young man's head poked out, surveying Lin Feng with a mocking expression. "Oh, looking rather disheveled? Heartbroken?" Lin Feng looked up in confusion, scrutinizing the newcomer for a moment before muttering, "Wang Daikong, get lost. I don't want to talk to you right now, little loser. Do you think you can speak to me like that? Believe me, I'll teach you a lesson." Wang Daikong's eyes flared with anger as he glared at Lin Feng. He was a classmate of Lin Feng, a wealthy second-generation heir whose family dealt in medicinal herbs. He was accustomed to being domineering in class, often bullying students like Lin Feng from rural backgrounds. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would have endured it, but today he was disoriented and intoxicated. And in a moment of heated impulse, he retorted, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you. You're just a coward." Wang Daikong, unable to tolerate the insult, roared back, "Get out of the car. I'll make you regret it." As his words fell, the car door swung open, and 3 young men stepped out. Alongside them was a girl. Lin Feng squinted through his drunken haze, feeling a vague familiarity in her face, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but could not quite place it. "Little loser, do you recognize who this is? This is the Li Yu you've been pining for, but now she is my girlfriend." "Ha ha ha," Wang Daikong declared as he stepped out, not bothering to give orders for violence, instead pulling the girl close and laughing triumphantly, like a bucket of cold water poured over him. The mention of Li Yu snapped Lin Feng back to reality, the weight of her name hitting him like a spell. Gazing in astonishment at the familiar visage before him, Lin Feng felt as if his heart were being mercilessly pierced by 1,000 tiny daggers. Unable to contain his fury, he erupted, "Li Yu, why?" "Because what I desire. You could never provide. Yet Song Gu can, Liu retorted coldly, her expression devoid of warmth, laced with scorn, as she casually revealed a bracelet adorning her wrist. She sneered at Lin Feng. See this? It's worth 30,000. Can you afford it? You err. Why waste your breath on this penniless fool? Dongzi, you three. Deal with him. Wang Ditsong interjected, motioning for the trio beside him. I'll kill you, Lin Feng, regaining his senses, roared as he grasped a bottle, ready to hurl it at Wang Dekong. However, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, he found himself unable to rise, swiftly subdued by Wang Ditsong's entourage. After enduring a brutal beating, Wang Ditsong and his companions sped away, leaving Lin Feng battered and bruised. Staring blankly at the night sky, Lin Feng felt as though the pain coursing through his body was but a distant memory, failing to elicit even a groan from his lips. Yet, from the corners of his eyes, 2 tears silently traced down his cheeks, not from physical agony, but from the anguish festering within his heart. Ding! The heavens have bestowed a great responsibility upon this individual, and thus must first subject them to heartbreak, followed by a merciless beating. Congratulations, esteemed one. You have successfully bound to the esteemed one package system. Ding! The system has detected the pitiable state of the esteemed one, rewarding you with a novice gift package. Would you like to receive it? At that moment, 2 audaciously crisp voices echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Startled from his despondency, Lin Feng exclaimed, "What on earth? What is this esteemed one package system?" His eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, contemplating a tantalizing possibility. As a product of the new generation, he was no stranger to the concept of systems. After all, countless novels had mentioned them. Could it be that such a phenomenon truly existed in the world? And by some stroke of luck, he had encountered it? If this were indeed genuine, did it not imply that Lin Feng's life was on the verge of a dramatic reversal? Those who had bullied and betrayed him could be repaid in kind, and revenge would soon be his. If that is the case, Lin Feng is destined to rise from the ashes. The mischievous voice returned, tinged with playful mockery. Indeed, it is you who has stumbled upon this fortuitous fate. Henceforth, you shall be the protagonist of the world, marrying the beautiful and affluent, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Lin Feng stood in bewilderment, his face a portrait of confusion. This was no mere dream. He, Lin Feng, would soon bask in unparalleled glory, vanquishing all who dared oppose him. He chose to ignore the faint taunting undertone in the voice. System, I wish to claim the novice gift package. Open it for me. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng eagerly awaited the response. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed one. You have acquired a esteemed one's revitalizing elixir. Upon consumption, you shall become a true man in an instant. Ding! Would you like to extract the revitalizing elixir? What is this? The tone seems off. Lin Feng was momentarily perplexed by the unexpected advertisement. He shrugged it off. Extract it, I must. His heart raced with anticipation, akin to seeing a breathtaking beauty in the flesh. With a whisper, a small emerald pill materialized in Lin Feng's hand. What is this? He pondered, observing the object with a puzzled expression. Revitalizing elixir, a remedy that aids in healing injuries and restoring normalcy, with no side effects. Consumption is at your own risk. Initially, the description sounded reasonable, but the latter part ignited a flicker of apprehension within him. What do you mean at your own risk? This thing isn't poisonous, is it? Lin Feng felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. Was this system truly reliable? However, given his grievous state, he could not afford to be picky. There was no logic in a system designed to deliberately harm its host. With great effort, he raised his hand and, without hesitation, swallowed the revitalizing elixir. A comforting warmth surged from his throat to his abdomen, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. To his astonishment, he watched as the bruises and wounds inflicted upon him vanished before his eyes. Were it not for the tatters of his clothing, he might have doubted that the previous events had ever transpired. Pushing himself off the ground, Lin Feng sprang to his feet, a brilliant light igniting in his eyes. Although the system seemed somewhat unreliable, its contents appeared genuine. With the system at his side, Lin Feng would no longer be the same. He would become a figure of reverence, a resplendent beacon in this world. Casting his gaze toward the direction in which Wang Ditsong and Liu had vanished, Lin Feng spoke coldly. You wretched couple, I shall make you regret this. You will kneel before me, begging like dogs. Chapter 46, A Stinging Slap. Retracting his gaze, Lin Feng silently resolved. System, I seek vengeance. Grant me the opportunity to open more gift packages. Not so fast, esteemed one. The first is a novice package. To gain further chances, you must complete system tasks. Tasks. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, though it was hardly surprising. Nothing in life comes without a price. Very well. What is the task? I shall complete it. Just let me have my revenge. With determination, he bit his lip, ready to comply. The task is simple, esteemed one. Bark like a dog twice to amuse this system. Lin Feng's expression darkened in an instant. He had anticipated various possibilities, yet never imagined the task would be so humiliating. While it was not difficult, the thought of a grown man barking like a dog was mortifying. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and declared, "Woof woof. For the sake of avenging the beating I just endured, I shall do whatever it takes." A fiery determination sparked within him as he eagerly awaited the forthcoming gift package. Well done. This system is pleased. Task completed. You are rewarded with an opportunity to open another package. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed one. You have acquired a esteemed one's tracking charm, an artifact that enhances your olfactory senses to that of a dog. Ding. Would you like to extract the tracking charm? Indeed, there was yet another advertisement. And Lin Feng felt as though he were being mocked. He frowned, yet curiosity about the tracking charm overcame him. Without a moment's hesitation, he mentally commanded extraction. In silence, a charm adorned with crooked, tadpole-like runes appeared in his hand, as though it had always belonged there. For a moment, Lin Feng stared in wonder before inquiring about the charm's function. Understood. Wang Ditsong, Li Yu, I shall seek retribution. Affixing the tracking charm to his forehead, he conjured the images of the two individuals, swiftly discerning their location. Following the mental directions, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and set off toward his destination. At the Shining Light KTV, an upscale venue in Tianqing, where patrons dared not enter without ample funds, Wang Ditsong and his companions were reveling in a luxurious private room. Alongside Wang Ditsong and Li Yu, the trio of his lackeys were also present, mingling with a throng of young revelers. Seated upon a grand sofa, Wang Ditsong embraced Li Yu, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. Li Yu, far from resisting, wore a flirtatious smile, delicately plucking grapes with her fair fingers and feeding them to Wang Dekong. Ah, Song, your new girlfriend is quite remarkable, possessing both beauty and figure, and, most importantly, she has an appreciation for romance, huh? You might not be aware, but Li Yu is the belle of our class. And today, she has finally found her way into your embrace. Such a beauty. Song, you are truly fortunate. I suddenly have a splendid idea. Instead of using hands to feed, it should be done with lips, don't you agree? Yes, indeed, with lips, with lips. As Lin Feng approached the extravagant Shuangguang KTV, he frowned at the opulent building and strode inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a courteous attendant, who inquired, "Hello, how many of you?" "I'm looking for someone." Lin Feng replied indifferently, following the directions of the tracking symbol directly to the private room where Wang Dekong and the others were located. "Woof, woof system. Bring forth a gift pack." Lin Feng glanced at the door, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, as he silently channeled a dog bark. This time, the system expressed a desire for something other than a dog bark. It wanted to see the Great One spin around. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Damn, for the sake of revenge, I will endure. With a grimace, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and complied with the system's unreliable demands, spinning a few times. Afterward, he felt a bit dizzy, nearly losing his balance. The Great One performed admirably. I am quite satisfied. Task complete. Reward: 1 opportunity to open a gift pack for the Great One. Ding. Congratulations, Great One. You have received a portion of Great One's soft bone powder. Those who use it will know its worth. Ding. May I ask, Great One, do you wish to extract the soft bone powder? Despite the absurdity, Lin Feng certainly would not refuse and chose to extract it. Holding the small vial that appeared in his hand, Lin Feng inquired about the usage of the soft bone powder. A warm reminder for the Great One. It is only effective for 30 minutes. 30 minutes would suffice. A cold smile graced Lin Feng's face as he pushed open the door and strode inside. Within the room, amidst the crowd's cheers, Li Yu reluctantly held a grape in her mouth and fed it to Wang Dekong. A lascivious smile emerged on Wang Dekong's face as he leaned in to kiss Li Yu. Just then, Lin Feng pushed the door open and immediately witnessed the two locked in an embrace, lips touching. What a pair of shameless lovers, so eager. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he shouted. His voice was loud enough to startle both Li Yu and Wang Dekong. In the aftermath of the shock, Li Yu's teeth inadvertently clamped down, biting Wang Dekong's tongue fiercely. Realizing what had happened, Li Yu's face changed rapidly, and she hurriedly released her grip. Damn, that hurt. You little. Li Yu, are you a dog? Wang Dekong yelled in pain, delivering a resounding slap in retaliation. Li Yu had not anticipated Wang Dekong's aggressive reaction and did not evade in time, taking the blow squarely on her cheek. So, I didn't mean to. Li Yu stared at Wang Dekong, covering her face, her expression one of injustice. Wang Dekong, although he recognized the situation, remained silent, dark clouds shadowing his face as he glared at Lin Feng. The entire scene unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes, and as he watched the girl he cherished being struck, he felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. When Liu rejected him and chose to be with Wang Dekong, Lin Feng's heart had turned to stone, completely and irrevocably. He admitted that he had misjudged this woman. She was not the person he had envisioned. Little punk, what brings you here? Do you not think the lesson I taught you previously was sufficient? Wang Dekong glared at Lin Feng with a dark expression, speaking menacingly. Lin Feng scoffed. Wang Dekong, I am here to settle the score with you. Oh, really? Just you? Wang Dekong dismissed him with a sneer, contempt evident in his gaze. As he spoke, a burly youth named Dongzi and several others approached with ill intentions. Just wait, you will be the ones crying. What I am owed, I shall reclaim tenfold. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he hurled the vial containing the soft bone powder to the ground. The vial shattered instantly, releasing an invisible gas that swiftly enveloped the entire room. One by one, everyone in the private room, except for Lin Feng, collapsed, devoid of strength. However, they remained conscious, fully aware of their predicament. What have you done, little punk? What was in that bottle? Wang Dekong exclaimed in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. He found even the simplest movement of his fingers to be a Herculean task. What am I doing? You should be more concerned about what I plan to do next. Lin Feng sneered, striding toward Dongzi, bending down to grasp his collar. Locking eyes with the terrified Dongzi, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, You were the one who hit me the hardest, right? Slap. I'll let you return the favor. Without further ado, he delivered a stinging slap across Dongzi's face. You're seeking death. I'll ruin you. Dongzi roared. Oh, still so arrogant? Another slap. Lin Feng was unyielding, returning with a swift strike to the other side of Dongzi's face. Both sides now bore symmetrical red marks, creating a peculiar beauty in their symmetry. I'll kill you. Ah, slap. I want you dead. Slap. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of slaps, relishing the moment, albeit his hands were beginning to ache. Initially, Dongzi remained defiant, but after receiving a thorough beating, he gradually became subdued, even begging for mercy. Wang Dekong and the others were petrified by Lin Feng's ferocity, holding their breath, too frightened to make a sound. When Lin Feng deemed it sufficient, he released Dongzi and approached the other two who had previously attacked him, delivering a relentless barrage of slaps regardless of their pleas for mercy. Those who had struck him must face retribution. Finally, Lin Feng stood before Wang Dekong and Liu. Lin Feng, please, don't hit me. It was my fault. I apologize. Liu, I'll return her to you. Wang Dekong, nearly wetting himself in fear, pleaded with a panicked expression. Lin Feng cast a cold smirk, disdainfully glancing at the pale-faced Liu, and retorted, Don't even mention her. I was blind before. Then what do you want? I can pay you. I have money. Just don't hit me. Wang Dekong stammered. I have no interest in your filthy money. Do not presume it to be omnipotent. Today, your face shall be my target. Lin Feng scoffed, seizing Wang Dekong and unleashing a series of blows upon his chubby face. Slap, 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 slap. He continued for a full 10 minutes until Wang Dekong was left unrecognizable. Noticing that the effectiveness of the soft bone powder was nearly expired, Lin Feng stood up. Please, Lin Feng, don't hit me. As Lin Feng rose, Liu feared she would be next, her face paling in terror as she cried out for mercy. Lin Feng regarded her with indifference, stating coolly, Lin Feng, do not strike women. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned and strode out of the private room, exuding an air of confidence. The Great One's commanding presence was much to the system's liking, earning Lin Feng an additional opportunity to open a gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, Great One. You have received a Great One's strength pill, an essential for real men. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome from thrashing Wang Dekong and his companions, and he felt a wave of elation. As for the system's nonsensical promotional phrases, he ignored them. One might think it was selling some sort of potion. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Feng felt invigorated, contemplating the properties of the strength pill as he prepared to exit the KTV. At that moment, he noticed a group of flamboyantly dressed youths, adorned with dyed hair and tattoos, unmistakably delinquents, entering through the door. However, what captured Lin Feng's attention was the girl being supported by two of these ruffians. She was a beautiful and innocent young woman, seemingly intoxicated and in a semi-conscious state. The crucial detail was that Lin Feng recognized her. She was Li Ruoxi, one of the 3 campus beauties of Tianqing Academy. In Lin Feng's mind, Li Ruoxi was as pure as snow. How could she possibly be mingling with such unsavory characters? Driven by curiosity, he halted his steps, intending to observe the situation further. Ma Ge, what are you up to? Upon seeing the group of ruffians, the KTV staff immediately approached them, wearing a respectful expression, clearly recognizing them. Among the delinquents, a young man with a tattoo of a soaring Pegasus on his arm impatiently instructed, Get a private room for my brothers. All right, please wait a moment, Ma Ge. The staff member cast a puzzled glance at Li Ruoxi but said nothing further, moving to the front desk to check which room was available. Soon, the front desk provided the necessary information, informing the staff member, "Ma Gu, room 1008 is ready for you." The staff member led the way, followed by Ma Gu and his entourage. Room 1008 was not far from the entrance, and as the ruffians stepped inside, Lin Feng distinctly heard the last of them warning the staff member to mind his words. It was clear that something was amiss. A flicker of concern flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Since he had encountered this situation, how could he stand idly by? Especially since the girl in question was Li Ruoxi, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. He swiftly extracted a strength-enhancing pill without hesitation and swallowed it. A wave of warmth surged through his body, igniting an overwhelming surge of energy within him. Only 5 minutes? That should suffice, Lin Feng murmured, aware that the effects of the strength pill were limited, and even more so than the bone-softening powder, lasting merely 5 minutes. As the staff member returned from the corridor, he was taken aback to see Lin Feng striding boldly towards room 1008. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly intercepted Lin Feng. "Stop. What do you think you're doing? Get out of my way." With the thought of Li Ruoxi possibly facing violation, Lin Feng forcefully shoved the staff member aside, nearly sending him crashing into the wall. In the face of the staff member's stunned expression, Lin Feng reached room 1008 and kicked the door open. The moment it swung open, he beheld Ma Gu, the ruffian, lifting Li Ruoxi's shirt, intent on committing an unspeakable act. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, a blaze of fury ignited within Lin Feng. He stepped forward to the sofa, seized Ma Gu by the collar, and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Boom. Ugh. With a resounding crash, Ma Gu was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, mingled with a few of his dislodged teeth. Without sparing a glance at Ma Gu, Lin Feng promptly bent down to help Li Ruoxi pull up her pants and adjust her shirt to cover her exposed skin. Who the hell is this little punk? How dare he strike our Ma Gu? Is he tired of living? The ruffians, their expressions darkening, began to encircle Lin Feng menacingly. Ma Gu struggled to rise from the ground, fury evident in his eyes as he spotted his fallen teeth, bellowing, "Beat him to a pulp." At his command, several ruffians surged forward, charging at Lin Feng. "You scoundrels, today I shall teach you a lesson," Lin Feng retorted coldly, seizing a nearby crystal table and smashing it towards the oncoming ruffians. Whoa, what immense strength. Get out of the way. No way. With a single-handed, 360-degree spin, Lin Feng forced all the charging ruffians back, with 2 unfortunate souls sent flying by the impact. With a defiant glare at the remaining ruffians, Lin Feng roared, gripping the table leg and advancing into the crowd. Terrified, the ruffians fled, huddling together in a panic. "You bunch of worthless fools," Lin Feng scoffed, lifting Li Ruoxi onto his shoulder and striding towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, he turned back and hurled the table in Ma Ji's direction, nearly shocking him into submission. Nonchalantly exiting the KTV, Lin Feng walked over 100 meters before heaving a sigh of relief, noticing that the ruffians had not pursued him. To be honest, he had felt quite anxious facing such a multitude of thugs, but the contents of the package had not let him down. Although the system had its quirks, the results were undeniably impressive. The system acknowledged Lin Feng's manly performance with a reward of an additional package opening opportunity. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a Great Master Brand, Wind-Chasing Talisman. The Great Master Brand, Wind-Chasing Talisman ensures you are always a step ahead. Lin Feng blinked in surprise, followed by a surge of joy. Despite the system's unreliability, it was indeed generous. He couldn't help but feel that his earlier display had been quite commendable. "System, what does the Wind-Chasing Talisman do, and how do I use it?" he inquired with curiosity. "Great Master, your intelligence needs a recharge. As the name implies, the Wind-Chasing Talisman increases your speed, allowing you to escape. To use it, simply affix it to your chest." Lin Feng's forehead twitched in irritation. He couldn't believe the system had the audacity to belittle him. This maddening system was both infuriating and endearing. Standing at the roadside, Lin Feng prepared to hail a taxi to take Li Ruoxi away from this perilous place. Just then, he heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. "Over there. Catch him and finish him off. Hurry, don't let him escape." With shouts echoing, a group charged towards Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Ma Gu and his companions from the KTV. However, each one of them was armed, which explained their audacity to pursue him. "Damn it, I'll deal with these scoundrels sooner or later." Without waiting for a taxi, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he reluctantly activated the Wind-Chasing Talisman, pressing it to his chest. With a push off the ground, he shot forward, remarkably swift despite carrying a person. Not even the fastest sprinter could hope to catch him. What the hell? Is that guy part rabbit or something? This isn't scientific. How can he run that fast while carrying someone? The ruffians gaped in disbelief, realizing they could not keep up. After sprinting for over 10 meters, they gradually slowed down. Mogul approached with a grim expression, clutching his injured face. His eyes filled with murderous intent. After sprinting for what felt like thousands of meters, feeling the ruffians falling behind, Lin Feng finally slowed to a stop. At that moment, the wind-chasing talisman on his chest disintegrated into ashes with a soft poof. Chapter 48. A Change in Countenance. Just then, Lin Feng heard a soft moan by his side. Turning to look, he saw Li Ruoxi had awakened. The wild run had blown away the remnants of her intoxication. Where's this? How did I end up here? Ah, who are you? Why are you carrying me? As her senses returned and she assessed her surroundings, Li Ruoxi immediately began to scream. Lin Feng, amused, set Li Ruoxi down and replied, Li de Xiaohua, please calm down. Surely, you're not completely oblivious to what just transpired? What happened? Who are you? Li Ruoxi, still shaken, regarded Lin Feng with suspicion. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. After you got drunk, a group of ruffians brought you to a KTV with ill intentions. This handsome fellow risked being beaten to a pulp to rescue you from their clutches. Honestly, I have no recollection of it at all. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? Li Ruoxi replied with a hint of skepticism. With a sense of helplessness, Lin Feng prepared to explain the situation to her. However, even after half a day of parched throat, Li Ruoxi still maintained a guarded demeanor towards him. With a darkened expression, Lin Feng pondered, does my brother appear so untrustworthy? In his desperation, he turned to the system for assistance, believing that with its intervention, no problem was insurmountable. If I can't even convince a little girl, how disgraceful. If the system were truly a grandmaster, it would have already met its demise. On the verge of losing his temper, Lin Feng snapped, enough of your nonsense, system. Hurry and grant me an opportunity to open a gift package. The chance to unlock the package could be granted in advance, as this time. The grandmaster aimed to win over the girl standing before him within a month. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to refuse, a series of notifications rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the grandmaster. You have obtained an opportunity to open a gift package. Ding! You have received one grandmaster charm pill, which will make both men and women fond of you. Ding! Would you like to extract the charm pill? Stunned, Lin Feng thought. The system is forcing me to pursue romance? What a ridiculous system. How should I deal with this? Stealing a furtive glance at Li Ruoxi, he ultimately decided to extract the charm pill. After all, she was one of the most beautiful girls in school. To say he was unmoved would be a lie. With the system on his side, there was no reason he couldn't succeed. Frowning at him, Li Ruoxi remarked, you can't possibly be deceiving me, can you? You don't seem like a good person. Lin Feng silently retorted, not a good person? Just wait until I have the chance to pursue you. I'll make sure to give you a good scolding. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Lin Feng discreetly popped the charm pill into his mouth. Under his watchful gaze, the previously skeptical Li Ruoxi now wore a gentle expression, her suspicion fading as she said, suddenly you don't seem like a bad person anymore? Before Lin Feng could respond, she expressed her gratitude. I'm Li Ruoxi. Thank you for saving me. I will repay your kindness. Lin Feng felt a wave of elation wash over him, grinning broadly. It seemed the system truly did provide valuable gifts. Given the current situation, it appeared that she had developed a fondness for him. Starting is always the hardest part. With her fondness, how could I possibly fail? He thought, smiling and waving his hands. No need for thanks. When I see a beautiful girl in trouble, how could I, a hero, stand by idly? Hee, you're quite witty. But you still haven't told me your name. Li Ruoxi's eyes curved as she smiled. Lin Feng, from the philosophy department, class 1905 at Tianqing Academy. Wow, we're from the same school. I'm from the art department, class 1902. If you don't mind, you can call me Ruoxi. Sure, that would be my honor. As they strolled down the street, engaging in light conversation, Lin Feng learned the reason behind Li Ruoxi's drinking and subsequent abduction by ruffians. She explained that it was all due to her family arranging a marriage for her, which she vehemently opposed, leading her to drown her sorrows in alcohol, resulting in her drunken state. Seriously? In this day and age, arranged marriages? Besides, Ruoxi, aren't you still in school? There's no rush. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Li Ruoxi shook her head slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng, you don't understand. The two meandered back to the school, settling by the lakeside on campus, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water as they continued their casual chat. It was already past 4 in the morning, and the dormitory doors wouldn't open until at least 6. It seemed they shared an unspoken connection, as neither mentioned the idea of renting a room for a while. Li Ruoxi's brows furrowed with worry, troubled by her family's insistence on an arranged marriage. Great beauty, although I may not fully grasp your plight. If you trust me, I can find a way to assist you. Observing her distress, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. If it weren't for this predicament, She wouldn't have resorted to drinking and nearly fell victim to those ruffians. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon her, it could have resulted in an everlasting sorrow. You'll help me? Li Ruoxi gazed at Lin Feng in surprise. Truthfully, she doubted his ability to assist her, as she could tell at a glance that he came from a humble background. Given his status, altering the decisions of her influential family seemed nearly impossible. This was why she believed Lin Feng couldn't possibly understand her situation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she looked at Lin Feng's smiling face, a flicker of uncertainty began to take root in her heart, suggesting that perhaps he could truly help her. How peculiar. Why do I feel this way? Li Ruoxi mused. Bewildered. Even though Lin Feng had saved her, it didn't warrant such an unrealistic notion. However, she was unaware that this change in her perception stemmed from Lin Feng consuming the charm pill. The charm pill, as its name suggests, significantly enhances one's allure, naturally fostering trust. Although Lin Feng merely uttered a few simple words, Li Ruoxi found herself inexplicably believing him. Of course, I can help you. I am the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, the strategist who rivals Zhang Liang, the great military advisor Lin Feng. He boasted, eyes closed, puffing himself up. Li Ruoxi chuckled at his antics, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she shot him a playful glare. How shameless. A dog-headed military advisor, indeed. Lin Feng hardly registered her teasing, utterly captivated by the beauty of her smile. This was the epitome of beauty, the dream of countless men. Compared to Li Ruoxi, Li, you seem trivial, like the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. Hey, stop staring so intently. Your eyes might pop out. Li Ruoxi teased, observing Lin Feng's foolish expression. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng felt no embarrassment as he jested. The campus belle is so beautiful. Such an opportunity is rare. Of course, I must feast my eyes. Well, would you like to see me every day? Li Ruoxi shot him a playful glare. Absolutely. Not only do I want to see you every day, but every hour, every minute, every second. Lin Feng blurted out. Li Ruoxi was left speechless, playfully scolding him. You wishful thinker. I'm not your girlfriend, so hurry and tell me how you plan to help. Isn't it simple? Since your family has arranged it, just bring back a boyfriend for them. Why not me? I, Lin Feng, love to help others. When Li Ruoxi inquired, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to reveal the plan he had already concocted. Li Ruoxi, bewildered, pouted her lips in disbelief. If you want to pursue me, just say so. No need for beating around the bush. Hey, don't misunderstand. I genuinely want to help you, and this is undoubtedly a good idea. Lin Feng insisted, maintaining a serious demeanor. Your face is thicker than the corner of a city wall. Li Ruoxi scoffed, having turned down countless suitors. She could easily discern Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, great beauty. I have only this one merit, and you've discovered it. Truly, you possess a discerning eye. Calling you fat is still an understatement. Sigh, your idea is decent. It might work for an average family, but mine is different. Li Ruoxi glared at Lin Feng, her brows knitting together as she sighed. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng asked, why not? What makes your family so special? The Li family, a vast and affluent dynasty, boasts assets exceeding 100 billion. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If I were to casually bring someone home, do you think it would be feasible? Although Li Ruoxi did not wish to dampen Lin Feng's spirits, she spoke candidly. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he inhaled sharply. 100 billion. How long would it take to amass such wealth? He had never anticipated that Li Ruoxi, one of the three renowned campus beauties, would hail from such a prestigious background. However, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. In the past, he might have felt unworthy. But times had changed. He was now a favored child of destiny. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng feigned nonchalance and chuckled lightly. A mere 100 billion? In my eyes, it is akin to a pile of refuse. If I so desired, I could acquire it with ease. What? You could obtain it effortlessly? Have you lost your mind? Li Ruoxi exclaimed, placing her cool hand on Lin Feng's forehead. She had expected him to withdraw in the face of such a statement, but to her surprise, Lin Feng seemed unfazed. Amused, Lin Feng gently removed her hand and, with a glimmer in his eyes, declared proudly, of course not. I, Lin Feng, am destined to soar like a dragon in the heavens. How could I be measured by ordinary standards? Is boasting a necessity? Li Ruoxi thought to herself, feeling a blend of incredulity and inexplicable belief in Lin Feng's words, etching his current demeanor into her memory. One day in the future, when Lin Feng truly made his mark, she would reflect on this moment and consider herself astute. All right, I must admit your boasting skills are quite impressive. I shall take you home, but do not falter when the time comes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoxi made her decision, smiling cheerfully. Lin Feng patted his chest in assurance. A man must not show fear. Wait and see. I will surely rescue you from your plight. Very well, I shall be waiting. If you accomplish this, I might consider becoming your girlfriend. Best of luck. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had broken, and shadows began to populate the campus as Lin Feng accompanied Li Ruoxi back to the girls' dormitory. Along the way, many noticed the lively exchange between the two. And due to Li Ruoxi's fame, they quickly garnered attention, with several individuals even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Lin Feng paid them no mind. After escorting Li Ruoxi back, he returned to the boys' dormitory. Upon entering, Lin Feng climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Rubbing his throbbing head, he sat up. Third brother, you're awake. Where did you run off to last night? You scared us to death. A voice called out. It was Zhao Xiaoshu, the youngest of the dormitory. Right, third brother, it was just a woman. Don't be too disheartened, chimed in Ren Kai, the eldest, along with Chang Hu, the second oldest, their tones filled with indignation. They had witnessed Lin Feng's pursuit of Li Yu and knew how much he had invested emotionally. Let us not speak of her. That chapter has closed. Lin Feng replied coolly, shaking his head, not wishing to linger on the subject. The 3 roommates, perceptive to his demeanor, fell silent and instead shared various jokes to uplift Lin Feng's spirits. Do I truly resemble someone who cannot move past heartbreak? Lin Feng chuckled, feeling a wave of gratitude. He understood their intentions were rooted in care. Ren Kai looked puzzled, questioning, Third brother, are you really all right? Of course, I am perfectly fine. Lin Feng affirmed confidently. At that moment, Chang Hu, who had been scrolling through his phone, suddenly exclaimed, Quick, check the school's Weibo. One of the 3 campus beauties, Li Ruoxi, is rumored to have a boyfriend. What? Really? Ren Kai and Zhao Xiaoshu hurried over, brimming with curiosity. Li Ruoxi, one of the 3 campus beauties and the dream girl of countless boys, having a boyfriend was monumental news. They all wished to discover who this fortunate individual was that could win her heart. Wait, no way. This person looks so much like third brother. Indeed, although somewhat blurry, it certainly resembles third brother. The clothing is similar as well. Listening to his roommate's discussion, Lin Feng awkwardly touched his nose, thinking, what do you mean it resembles? That is clearly my brother. At that moment, the 3 of them seemed to piece together the puzzle, realizing the uncanny similarities in both appearance and attire. Third brother, could that person truly be you? Zhao Xiaoshu inquired, eyeing Lin Feng suspiciously. Yes, indeed. It is I, without a doubt. Do you believe me? The 3 shook their heads vigorously, replying in unison, not a chance. Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed dramatically. Alas, why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? Ding. The Great One has successfully shown off. The system rewards the Great One with an opportunity to open a gift package. Just then, a voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. After a moment of bewilderment, an expression of pure joy spread across his face. Under the bewildered gaze of Zhao Xiaoshu and the others, Lin Feng leaped onto his bed, sitting cross-legged with utmost seriousness. Hey, third brother, what on earth are you doing? Chang Hu asked, perplexed. Lin Feng, preoccupied with claiming his reward, brushed them off. I must focus on my cultivation. Do not disturb me. Seriously, you're acting as if it's all real. Chang Hu chuckled, shaking his head. Silently urging himself to receive the reward, Lin Feng eagerly accepted the gift package. Ding. Congratulations, Great One. You have received a copy of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Art. Ding. Would you like to extract the 9 Heavens Mysterious Art? Wow. That name sounds like a cultivation technique. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had always thought that cultivation was merely a legend, that immortals were fictitious. It seemed he was mistaken. Perhaps this world held truths unknown to ordinary people. Cultivators and immortals truly existed, hidden from the knowledge of the masses. However, the system, unusually, did not advertise or engage in nonsensical chatter, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat unsettled. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng wrapped himself in his blanket and chose to extract the art. Contrary to his expectations, what appeared in his hand was not an ancient tome, but a square jade tablet. System, how does one utilize this? Lin Feng silently inquired. Oh, foolish Great One, have you never seen a pig run? Stick it to your forehead and concentrate. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The system was as infuriating as ever. He had never encountered such an object before. How was he to know how to use it? Muttering under his breath, Lin Feng took the jade tablet and pressed it to his forehead. A slight dizziness washed over him as a torrent of information flooded into his mind, as if it had always existed within him. The 9 Heavens Mysterious Art was a method of cultivation. Although it did not specify whether it pertained to Taoism or Buddhism, Lin Feng felt it was a technique for cultivating immortality. Practicing the 9 Heavens Mysterious Art would manifest 9 heavenly gates within his body, but they would not all appear at once. Rather, they would emerge sequentially as his cultivation progressed. Each heavenly gate corresponded to a different realm, with the jade tablet detailing the 9 stages of cultivation: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement. 5 chi, 3 flowers, and tribulation crossing. After the 9 realms, one could transcend and become a legendary immortal. Each realm was further divided into 9 levels. From 1 to 9. Cultivation. I, Lin Feng, shall embark on the path of immortality. Following the instructions in the 9 heavens' mysterious art, Lin Feng assumed the posture for cultivation, ready to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe. To embark on the path of cultivation. The comprehension of spiritual energy is the foremost step. Without grasping this essence, the discourse of transcending mortal limits is naught. Perseverance bears fruit, and after much endeavor, Lin Feng finally discerned the wisps of ethereal white energy wafting through the heavens and the earth. Yet, he soon found himself somewhat disheartened. The energy seemed rather scant. Or perhaps the dormitory was not conducive to cultivation. Regardless, he resolved to proceed with his practice, aiming at the very least to initiate himself into the rudimentary realm of qi refinement, the first layer of cultivation. As he began his meditative practice, the invisible strands of white energy instinctively gravitated towards him, surging into his being. This energy permeated through his skin, blood vessels, and meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian to gradually form an illusory portal. However, due to the insufficient supply of spiritual energy, this portal appeared tenuous, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Undeterred, Lin Feng focused intently on his cultivation. Before he realized it, 2 hours had elapsed. He was lost in the depths of his practice. As dinner time approached, Chang Hu and his companions prepared to summon Lin Feng. No way. Old 3 has maintained that posture for 2 hours. His dedication is commendable. I'll go wake him, Chang Hu exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Before he could proceed, Zhao Xiaoshu seized his arm, shaking his head. Second brother, do not disturb third brother. The 2 of us can go. What do you mean, Xiaoshu? How can we leave old 3 behind for dinner? Chang Hu retorted with dissatisfaction. Zhao Xiaoshu elucidated. Did you not notice that third brother's state is different from usual? It might indeed be true cultivation. Do not interrupt him. Old 3 is being foolish, and now you too, Xiaoshu? There are no immortals in this world. It's all a ruse. Chang Hu scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. It was Lin Feng. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, his visage radiating joy. He had finally and unequivocally condensed his first layer of the heavenly portal, stepping into the realm of qi refinement. From this moment forth, Lin Feng was no longer an ordinary mortal, but a genuine cultivator. Old 3, why the fuss? Wake up quickly and come down for dinner. Chang Hu admonished, startled by Lin Feng's sudden presence. Lin Feng sheepishly scratched his head and hurriedly donned his shoes. Third brother, you seem different. Congratulations. Zhao Xiaoshu beamed, surveying Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng paused, perplexed. Different? Congratulations? What do you mean? Zhao Xiaoshu offered a mysterious grin without further explanation. Lin Feng pondered. Could Old 4 have discerned his transformation into a cultivator? Yet, that seemed implausible. Old 4 was an ordinary person. How could he perceive Lin Feng's current state? What riddle are you 2 playing at? I don't see anything different. Chang Hu approached, his brow furrowed in confusion. All right, let us go eat, Zhao Xiaoshu dismissed, cheerfully leading the way out. Ren Kai had long departed with his girlfriend, not joining them. Upon reaching the dining hall, Lin Feng, in high spirits, ordered several additional dishes, relishing the feast. A cultivator, a dream for many, and now he was one among them. Look over there. That boy. Isn't he the one who was with Li Ruoxi this morning? Oh my god, it seems to be him. He Li Ruoxi's boyfriend? The murmurs around him grew, and as Lin Feng listened closely, he realized they were indeed discussing him, leaving him somewhat speechless. The impact of his transformation was greater than he had anticipated. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the chatter and continued his meal. Suddenly, a group approached, carrying plates of food, among them a tall boy whose demeanor was anything but friendly as he glared at Lin Feng. Are you the one who was with Li Ruoxi this morning? Lin Feng looked up, puzzled, and frowned. Who are you? Do we know each other? We do not. But you need only answer my question, the tall boy replied coldly. I'm sorry, but I have no desire to answer, Lin Feng retorted with a smirk, his tone deliberate. What attitude is this? Why should I answer you? The tall boy as fury ignited. He shouted, listen here. Li Ruoxi is someone I Gao how have set my sights on, and I won't allow anyone to interfere. Get lost, and take a good look in the mirror. Lin Feng shot back, unyielding, for he was not one to shy away from confrontation. All right, so you're feeling bold, are you? There are many people here. I won't hold it against you, but mark my words, you'll regret it. Gao Hao seethed, his fingers trembling in rage. Lin Feng shrugged. I'm always ready for a challenge, so prepare yourself for a bout. We shall see, Gao Hao grunted, retreating with his entourage. Yet, as the last boy passed Lin Feng, He feigned a stumble, sending the remnants of his plate crashing onto Lin Feng's head. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to rise and not only deflect the leftover food, but also smack the boy squarely on the head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remnants cascaded down, splattering the boy's face, some even finding their way into his gaping mouth. Second brother, Xiaoshu. You've ruined your meals too, Lin Feng remarked apologetically to Chang Hu and Zhao Xiaoshu, who had been seated at the opposite end of the table and managed to dodge the flying food. However, their meals had been lost in the chaos, now adorning the unfortunate boy instead. Old 3, it's nothing. We can order more, Chang Hu chuckled, waving it off, though his expression turned serious as he glanced at the fallen boy. At this moment, the boy finally regained his composure, staring at his soiled attire. He pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, "What is the meaning of this? It should be I who asks that. Why did you douse me with leftover food?" Lin Feng replied, refusing to back down. "You overturned the table for no reason. You must explain yourself," the boy retorted angrily. From behind, Gao Hao and his group approached. Standing beside the aggrieved boy, their expressions dark as they glared at Lin Feng and his companions. "Kid, why are you bullying my brother? You better explain yourself," Gao Hao demanded, his brows knitted in anger. He had intended for the tall boy to embarrass Lin Feng, but it was the boy who ended up humiliated. Nonsense. It was that fool who had ulterior motives, forcing our old 3 to retaliate, Chang Hu and Zhao Xiaoshu chimed in, defending Lin Feng against Gao Hao's accusations. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wore an immensely pleased smile, popping something into his mouth. Moments earlier, a voice had echoed in his mind. The system expressed satisfaction with his recent performance, granting him a chance to open a gift pack, which yielded a charm pill. Lin Feng had already tested the effects of the charm pill. They were remarkable. It was thanks to such a pill that he had earned Li Ruoxi's trust and affection. In this situation, the charm pill was perfectly suited. Even if Lin Feng were at fault, under the influence of the charm pill, many would side with him. The discerning eyes of the crowd would see the truth. Who was in the right and who was in the wrong? Yet would anyone step forward to clarify? After consuming the charm elixir, Lin Feng wore a smile as he surveyed the onlookers around him. Under the influence of the elixir, many had developed a heightened fondness for Lin Feng, and upon witnessing his genial expression, numerous girls felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Amidst the disapproving glances from Gao Hao and his companions, a girl with a ponytail was the first to speak up. "I can attest that he was the one who wanted to pour food over someone else's head." Another voice chimed in, "What garbage. Just leave already." Chapter 51 saw the tension dissipate. If I were that classmate, I would ensure he couldn't be recognized by his own mother. With one person leading the charge, others quickly followed suit, and soon a multitude of students voiced their support for Lin Feng. He reveled in his triumph and cast a disdainful glance at Gao Hao, saying, "Need I say more? You've brought this upon yourself. You vile creature, humph. Don't get too pleased with yourself. You will regret this one day." Gao Hao's face darkened with fury as he left in disgrace, dragging along the boy reeking of food, amidst the laughter of the crowd. After reloading his plate, Lin Feng settled at a table. Chang Hu regarded Lin Feng with curiosity. "Third brother, you seem different somehow. I inexplicably feel inclined to trust you." "I feel the same," Zhao Xiaoshu added, examining Lin Feng with keen interest. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng declared, "This handsome fellow has always possessed charm. Otherwise, how could I have captured the heart of the illustrious Li?" "What? Third brother? The person who was seen with Li Ruoxi on Weibo in the morning couldn't possibly be you, right?" Chang Hu was astounded, his face a mix of disbelief. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. "Didn't I mention it in the dormitory? You simply didn't believe me. Come on, it really is you. Share your secrets with me. I must pursue one of the 3 school beauties, Lin Wanyue. Get lost. With your current state, no secret could possibly salvage you." Lin Feng laughed. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, intent on furthering his cultivation. Having witnessed the wonders of training, he was eager to elevate his skills. His swift reactions earlier in the cafeteria were a direct result of his practice. Upon stepping into the first layer of qi refinement, he discovered a notable improvement not only in his reflexes, but also in his vision and hearing. Previously, he had slight myopia, yet now he could see clearly even from dozens of meters away without his glasses. "System, grant me a task. I seek an opportunity to open a gift package." Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, mentally entreating. Having experienced the benefits of cultivation, Lin Feng was impatient and wished to hasten the process. He fantasized about one day soaring through the skies on a sword, circling the school multiple times. Just the thought made him restless. Then, the system's voice echoed in his mind, stating, "This system desires to hear the great immortal speak in a feminine voice. Satisfaction will yield a gift package opening opportunity." Fuming, Lin Feng nearly cursed aloud. How could I stoop to such a shameless act? He pondered whether it was worth it for a mere chance to open a gift package. After a moment of internal conflict, he gritted his teeth. Deciding that for the sake of strength, moral integrity mattered little, he would settle scores with this wretched system later. "Hey there, do you like me? I'm your little phone," he said quickly, his voice pitched high. As the words left his lips, Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, rendering him utterly embarrassed. Across from him, Chang Hu and Zhao Xiaoshu stared at Lin Feng in bewilderment, their mouths agape. What on earth was third brother up to? Ding. The great immortal has performed extraordinarily. Reward. 2 opportunities to open gift packages. Ding. Congratulations, great immortal. You have obtained 10 immortal spirit pills. With these, Mother need not worry about my cultivation anymore. Ding. Would you like to extract the spirit pills? Lin Feng, frowning, chose to extract them, finding the advertisement awkwardly phrased. 2 jade vials appeared in his hands. Upon uncorking them, he found 5 glowing pills within each. Just a whiff of their aroma made him feel a surge in his cultivation. What a treasure! I thought I would need to seek a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate, but it seems that is unnecessary. Lin Feng could hardly contain his joy. Knowing full well the purpose of the spirit pills, he eagerly consumed one. As the pill melted in his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged directly into his dantian. After painstakingly refining the effects of a single spirit pill, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, nearly bursting with excitement. To his astonishment, he had broken through. Just one pill had propelled him to the second layer of qi refinement. Third brother, why are you so excited? You sat cross-legged for 4 hours this time, longer than before. You're not seriously considering becoming an immortal, are you? Chang Hu's voice broke through his thoughts, laced with confusion. He had always thought Lin Feng was joking, yet sitting still for 4 hours was no small feat for the average person. Second brother, just mind your own business. I'll find Li, the school beauty, and have her introduce you to one of her roommates. Lin Feng replied, exasperated, as this guy seemed to have nothing better to do than watch him. Among the 4 in their dormitory, Rin Kai had a girlfriend and was often absent. Zhao Xiaoshu was a straight A, a student who buried himself in books, rarely engaging in conversation. Only Chang Hu, seemingly aimless and without a girlfriend, had taken to observing Lin Feng. Really? Haha, third brother, I love you, Chang Hu exclaimed, positively elated by Lin Feng's suggestion. Lin Feng was speechless, retorting, get lost, you homophobic idiot. I'm merely offering to help with introductions. Whether it works out depends on you. Reflect on your strengths and work hard in that regard. Don't let the girl look down on you. Hee, I understand. I'll make an effort. Starting tomorrow, I'm hitting the gym, Chang Hu declared excitedly. That night, Lin Feng, for the first time, eschewed sleep. After all, he was a cultivator now. Why waste time sleeping? Throughout the night, he refined 3 spirit pills, and after breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement, his refining speed had noticeably increased. The effects of the 3 pills were remarkable. He had now ascended to the third layer of qi refinement. He mused happily that refining the remaining 6 pills would surely allow him to break through to the 4th layer. Today was Monday, with classes scheduled for the morning, and he had a particularly strict teacher known for taking attendance. Despite being a cultivator, Lin Feng resolved to be respectful of his teachers. Driven by a fear of failing due to absences, arriving at the classroom with a few dorm mates, they found themselves with over 20 minutes to spare before class. Students gradually trickled in, many casting curious glances at Lin Feng. Some approached him with questions, naturally concerning his connection with Li Ruoxi. 5 minutes before class began, several figures appeared at the classroom door. Leading the group was none other than Wang Dekong, who had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Feng just the previous night. Yet, at this moment, his swollen face had remarkably returned to normal. It was hard to tell he had ever been struck. One must admit, wealth has its advantages. Even a face that had nearly resembled a pig's could be healed so swiftly. Chapter 52 bore a mocking curve. Beside Wang Dekong stood a woman, her demeanor sweet and delicate. It was none other than Li Yu. Wang Dekong strode into the classroom, possessively embracing Li Yu, his head held high and oblivious to the stares of his peers. Within the classroom, a wave of astonishment erupted among those privy to the relationship between Lin Feng and Li Yu. The events of that fateful night, when Lin Feng confessed his feelings to Li Yu, were widely known. However, none had anticipated that after rejecting Lin Feng, Li Yu would end up with Wang Dekong. Wang Dekong's haughty gaze swept across the students, seemingly reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Lin Feng, and his countenance turned a deep shade of crimson. He would never forget the humiliating defeat he suffered at Lin Feng's hands that night, a shame that would forever haunt him. Lin Feng, I will make you pay, Wang Dekong bellowed, releasing Li Yu and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Behind him, 5 lackeys rushed toward Lin Feng, eager to demonstrate their loyalty. However, among these 5, none were the ones who had previously faced Lin Feng's wrath. Dongzi and his companions belonged to a different department and were not in the same class. Oh, does your face still hurt? It seems to have healed quite quickly. Lin Feng smirked, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Wang Dekong, entirely unfazed by his threats. Now a practitioner of the third level of qi refinement, Lin Feng could easily subdue dozens of adversaries with mere physical prowess alone. You're seeking your own demise, you insufferable little wretch. How dare you poison us? Wang Dekong's face flushed with rage as he spat, like a man. Let's meet in the school's grove after class. Sure, if you want to get beaten, I can oblige, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Dekong, gritting his teeth in frustration, understood that he could not act out in class and instead led Li Yu to a nearby seat. As they passed Lin Feng, Wang Dekong made a point of caressing Li Yu, seemingly to provoke Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng paid him no mind, maintaining an imperturbable expression. After enduring a lengthy lecture, the 10-minute break finally arrived. As the class ended, Wang Dekong, with an insidious glint in his eye, approached Lin Feng while draping an arm around Li Yu. What do you want? Lin Feng inquired, a frown creasing his brow, a flicker of displeasure evident in his gaze. Were it not for the confines of the classroom, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Wang Dekong a lesson. Wang Dekong, undeterred by Lin Feng's demeanor, sneered, I heard you confess to my girl, where? On the night of May 20th? Get lost, don't provoke my ire, Lin Feng retorted, his eyes glinting with menace. Though this incident lay in the past, it remained a deep wound in his heart. Wang Dekong's deliberate mention of it felt like an unwarranted provocation. Oh, so you dare not admit to your actions? What a coward, Wang Dekong taunted. Li Yu, though silent, wore a haughty expression, looking down upon Lin Feng, utterly oblivious to her earlier desperation when pleading for mercy. Lin Feng frowned, coldly stating, I do not deny what transpired. It was a moment of blindness on my part. But thankfully that night allowed me to see the true nature of this woman. You, Lin Feng, how dare you speak to me like this? Is it a crime to have rejected you? Li Yu retorted angrily. Lin Feng smirked derisively, his tone indifferent. I trust you understand my point. Do not pretend to be virtuous in my presence. It offends my sensibilities. What do you mean by that? Li Yu's face flushed with indignation, her teeth clenched. The choice of your lifestyle is your prerogative, and I have no right to interfere, but please do not flaunt it before me. I fear it may taint my vision. Lin Feng's words were delivered with a calmness that belied their sting, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, this very demeanor only served to incite Li Yu's fury, particularly the last remark, which she perceived as a blatant insult. However, she found herself unable to retort, as it was they who had approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're simply envious and resentful, pretending to be unfazed while seething inside, right? After chasing after Li Yu for over a month, witnessing her swiftly fall into Wang Dekong's embrace must be infuriating. One of Wang Dekong's lackeys chimed in. Indeed, a mere peasant like him dares to vie with Wang Dekong. How laughable. As Li Yu faced humiliation, Wang Dekong, with a nod, urged his lackeys to step forward. Lin Feng, already displeased, retorted coldly, just a pack of curs. You have no place to speak here. Who are you calling a dog? The lackeys bristled, their faces contorted with anger. Lin Feng merely scoffed. Do you not know your own insignificance? Must I spell it out for you? All right, just wait until the grove. We'll see how you handle this, the lackeys threatened, seething with rage. Wang Dekong raised a hand to silence them, casting a derisive glance at Lin Feng. You little pauper, sharp-tongued as ever. I concede we cannot best you in words, but I can claim the woman you cannot. As he spoke, he shamelessly rubbed Li Yu's waist, pressing his face close to hers. A scoundrel like you isn't worthy of her. At this moment, Chang Hu, who had remained silent in the adjacent seat for quite some time, suddenly spoke, his words striking like thunder. Both Li Yu and Wang Dekong's expressions soured, as if they wished to devour him whole. Chang Hu's implication not only belittled Li Yu, but also subtly questioned Wang Dekong's judgment. What are you glaring at? Not satisfied? Compared to Li Da, the campus belle, Li Yu is nothing but a mere trifle, Chang Hu boldly challenged. Stunned into silence, Wang Dekong exploded. Why are you comparing her to Li Da? There are only 3 of her kind in the entire school, and no one has managed to win her affection. That is nonsense. Our brother has already won over Li Ruoxi, Chang Hu declared with disdain, his expression serious. The moment those words left his lips, Wang Dekong, Li Yu, and even Lin Feng stood in disbelief. Lin Feng, the very person in question, was utterly unaware. Chang Hu, it seemed, had spun an outrageous tale. Indeed, our brother is favored by a campus beauty like Li Ruoxi. He wouldn't even glance at someone like Li Yu, another voice chimed in, as Zhao Xiaoshu stepped forward. Li Yu and Wang Dekong were incredulous, scoffing at such preposterous claims. Wang Dekong, with a mocking laugh, retorted, Go on, keep blowing smoke. It sounds almost convincing. You clearly have no idea about Li Ruoxi's background. Her family is worth at least 100 billion. Do you really think she would fancy a peasant like Lin Feng? As those words echoed through the classroom, a wave of shock rippled through the students. Many only knew Li Ruoxi as one of the top 3 campus beauties, unaware of her affluent background. So now you see why I say no one could ever win her over, especially not Lin Feng. What a joke. Wang Dekong mocked mercilessly. His words struck fear into Chang Hu and Rin Kai, who had just been about to speak. Yet one person remained unfazed, Zhao Xiaoshu, the 4th member of Lin Feng's dormitory. He regarded Wang Dekong with a knowing smile. Ah, that may not be the case. What did you say? Wang Dekong nearly shouted, astonished, as he glared at Zhao Xiaoshu. I mean to say, Li Ruoxi is indeed interested in our brother. Did you finally comprehend? Zhao Xiaoshu asserted. Ridiculous. A wretch like him isn't even worthy to carry her shoes. Wang Dekong scoffed, visibly enraged. That's right. Even someone like me wouldn't look his way. How could Li Ruoxi possibly be interested? Li Yu chimed in, her tone dripping with disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, perplexed by the audacity of this woman. What was her issue? Who cared if someone liked Lin Feng? What business of hers was it? Furthermore, just because Li Yu did not harbor any affection for him, did that imply that no other worthy girl could possibly take an interest? Truly, a narrow-minded perspective. Having endured repeated insults, Lin Feng resolved not to tolerate any further disrespect. With a cold smile, he retorted, this so-called petty farmer you speak of had a heartfelt conversation just the other night by the small lake at school with your esteemed Li Xiaohua. As Lin Feng spoke, Zhao Xiaoshu had already pulled up Weibo, brandishing the content in front of Wang Dekong and Li Yu. Look here, it's all over Weibo. Some people just cannot face the truth, haha. What? Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Li Yu shouted in rage, reaching out to snatch Zhao Xiaoshu's phone. Zhao Xiaoshu instinctively withdrew his hand, coldly stating, don't touch it. I find your hands unclean. Use your own to check. You. Li Yu's face turned an ashen hue, but she had no time to argue. She swiftly retrieved her own phone and began to search. Before long, she discovered a recent post from the school flower garden, featuring images of Li Ruoxi and Lin Feng laughing and chatting, accompanied by numerous speculations from the poster. Enlarging the images with fervor and scrutinizing them closely, Li Yu's expression darkened considerably, and she hurled her phone to the ground with a resounding thud. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Lin Feng be worthy? He is merely a lowly farmer, with no wealth to his name. Li Yu, mind your words. If you continue to insult Lin Feng, do not blame me for being unkind. Lin Feng's face darkened, his eyes glinting with coldness. He had never imagined that he was perceived in such a derogatory light by this woman. Brother Tsong, don't believe them. Those pitiful images could easily be doctored. One of Wang Dekong's lackeys interjected, unwilling to accept the truth. Indeed, they had a point. As of now, Lin Feng and Li Ruoxi had not developed any significant relationship. They were merely acquaintances, not even close friends, let alone romantic partners. Exactly. You almost fell for that petty trick. How could someone like Li Ruoxi possibly be interested in you, you piece of filth? Wang Dekong regained his confidence and mocked Lin Feng once more, while Li Yu's eyes sparkled with derision. Chapter 53, an eye-opener for the classmates. I knew it. How could someone like Li Ruoxi ever fancy the one Li Yu rejected? Lin Feng shot a frigid glance at Wang Dekong and Li Yu, his eyes flickering slightly. You don't believe me? Just wait. After this class, I will have Li Ruoxi come over. Really? Wang Dekong's expression momentarily froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Brother Tsong, don't buy into his bluster. This is just an empty show of bravado. If he is telling the truth, I'll live stream from the restroom. One of the lackeys exclaimed loudly. Lin Feng cast a disinterested glance at them and nodded. Just wait. When I, Lin Feng, make a promise, I keep it. You better remember your words. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, Wang Dekong felt a twinge of unease. Could it be true? If Lin Feng actually summoned Li Ruoxi, wouldn't he be inviting trouble for himself? Ultimately, it would be Wang Dekong who would suffer the humiliation. However, the lackeys behind him remained unperturbed, even emboldened. The one who had made the bet declared, let us see who is afraid of whom. If you can't bring her, you'll have to admit you're a coward and live stream it. Care to take that bet? There is nothing I, Lin Feng, cannot do. You'll see today. Lin Feng was resolute, unhesitatingly accepting the challenge. The rest of the class, witnessing such a daring wager, were left in shock. While they marveled at Wang Dekong's lackey's audacity, they couldn't help but acknowledge Lin Feng's audacity as well. Perhaps it was his confidence that made him believe he could actually summon Li Ruoxi. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, signaling the end of the 10-minute break. Wang Dekong shot Lin Feng a deep glance before returning to his seat, accompanied by Li Yu and his lackeys. Do you think you can pull this off? Zhao Xiaoshu leaned closer to Lin Feng, whispering. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, managing a wry smile. even if I manage to bring her over. I don't have such heavy tastes. After saying this, he took out his phone, intending to contact Lee Ruashi. However, he suddenly froze, realizing he had completely forgotten to ask for her contact information when they parted ways yesterday. How could he commit such a juvenile blunder? Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was he really going to have to endure this humiliation today? No way. Just the thought of seeing that person made him want to vomit. If anyone was going to eat that dish, it should be that brother. System, I need urgent assistance. Grant me an opportunity to unlock a gift package. In his moment of desperation, Lin Feng turned to the system for help, confident that its magic would surely help him connect with Lee Ruashi. As for the tasks, they were trivial. At worst, he'd embarrass himself a bit. But that would incur no real loss. Currently, there were no tasks at hand, but he could prepay for gift opportunities. The system required him to pursue another school flower-level beauty in addition to Lee Ruashi, leaving him indebted for 2 beauties. The system's voice chimed in with a hint of mischief, and Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Being compelled by the system to pursue girls was absurd enough. But school flower-level beauties? It was as if they were a dime a dozen. Lin Feng was exasperated, but there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to navigate through this immediate crisis first. Fine, I accept. Grant me the opportunity to unlock the gift package. Ding. Congratulations. You have received one opportunity to unlock a gift package and acquired a divine connection, talisman, an unparalleled choice for pursuing the girl of your dreams. Ding. Would you like to extract the heartfelt connection talisman? Yes, absolutely. Lin Feng disregarded the subsequent irrelevant promotional phrases, sensing their dubious nature. With his hand slipping beneath the desk, Lin Feng quietly procured a talisman. When no one was watching, he pulled it out, discovering it resembled the previous wind pursuit talisman, adorned with an array of intricate and chaotic symbols. After holding the heartfelt connection talisman for a moment, Lin Feng inquired about its usage from the system. Moments later, a smile graced his face as he picked up a pen and diligently inscribed the name Lee Ruashi onto it. As he wrote, he focused on recalling the image of Lee Ruashi in his mind, as this was one of the conditions for the talisman to work. Once the image of Lee Ruashi became vivid in his mind, he silently contemplated his purpose of seeking her out. After a short while, the heartfelt connection talisman vanished as if it had never existed. Lin Feng observed this with a mix of anxiety, uncertain if it would prove effective. However, based on past experiences, it should indeed work. Otherwise, if it didn't, he would have to face the consequences. In a quiet piano room within the arts building of Tianqing Academy, a stunning beauty was engrossed in playing the piano. Suddenly, her hands halted mid-motion as she lifted her enchanting face, murmuring in confusion, "How strange. Why do I suddenly see Lin Feng in my mind? He wants me to go to classroom 508 in the comprehensive building to find him?" Tilting her head in contemplation, the breathtaking beauty seemed to arrive at a decision and stepped out of the piano room. This enchanting beauty was none other than Li Mengxi, one of the 3 school flowers. In the classroom, Lin Feng sat as if on pins and needles, his anxiety mounting over the prospect of consuming that repulsive item. He was determined to avoid any misstep. Yet, no matter how fervently he inquired of the system, it remained obstinately silent regarding his success, leaving him utterly perplexed and helpless. His distress did not escape the keen eyes of Wang Dekong and his companion, who, despite being in class, covertly observed Lin Feng's every move. Witnessing his frantic expression sparked immense delight within them. They had already concluded that Lin Feng had lied. Clearly unfamiliar with Lee Ruashi, he still pretended to maintain a facade. Surely he was destined to lose this bet, huh? They had long suspected that the little nobody could never secure an audience with the campus belle, and today, he was bound to face defeat. Wang Dekong and his companion reveled in their triumph, their faces blooming with joy, as if victory was already theirs. Unbeknownst to them, only a mere 10 minutes remained until class ended when a graceful figure suddenly appeared outside the classroom, though she did not enter immediately. Lin Feng and Wang Dekong, seated against the wall, failed to notice the visitor. However, numerous students within the room caught sight of the enchanting silhouette through the open door. Instantly, many eyes widened in astonishment, casting furtive glances at Lin Feng. They could hardly believe that one of the 3 campus beauties, Lee Ruashi, had truly come to their classroom. Oh my, is she watching me? Is she here to witness my embarrassment? Lee, the campus beauty, you simply must come in, Lin Feng thought, bewildered, as he clasped his hands together in silent prayer. The sight of his disarray only fueled Wang Dekong and his companion's arrogance. At last, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the teacher exited. Huh, Lee Ruashi hasn't come. Lin Feng, are you ready? His companion exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he strode over to Lin Feng, a smug grin plastered across his face. Wang Dekong and the other sycophants followed closely behind, their expressions radiant with glee. Little nobody, what more can you say at this moment? A gentleman honors his bets, they jeered, encircling Lin Feng without a hint of restraint. Lin Feng was left speechless, wondering if his esteemed reputation was about to be tarnished today. Just then, a voice more melodious than a lark's chimed in from the doorway. "Excuse me, is Lin Feng in this class?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Feng felt as if he had encountered paradise. His expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. He pushed past Wang Dekong and rushed to the entrance, beaming as he exclaimed, "Ruoshi, you really came. This is wonderful." He leaned in close to Li Ruoshi's ear, whispering a few words. Her face registered surprise, but she nodded gently before suddenly taking hold of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng froze, utterly bewildered. What was happening? "Fool, how else will they believe in our relationship?" Li Ruoshi murmured. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a smile, and, amidst the astonished stares of everyone present, he led Li Ruoshi over to Wang Dekong and the others. "Who was it that claimed I had lost? Who said they would honor the bet? Step forward." With a mocking gaze directed at Wang Dekong and his companion, Lin Feng scoffed. At that moment, Wang Dekong and his sycophants, as well as Li Yu, gaped in disbelief, watching Lin Feng and Li Ruoshi's intertwined hands. The notion of losing the bet paled in comparison to the surreal scene unfolding before them. Could it be true? Had Li Ruoshi genuinely developed feelings for this little nobody, this rural peasant? Wang Dekong, unwilling to accept such a reality, pinched his own arm hard. The pain was real, an undeniable reminder that this was no dream. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Someone explain this to me. It defies all logic. Wang Dekong's mind screamed, his heart heavy with despair. "Step forward. Who has wronged our Lin Feng? Stand up like a man. Don't let Li Ruoshi look down upon you." Li Ruoshi said coldly, casting a stern gaze at Wang Dekong and his crew. Her words landed like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples of disbelief among those present. If there had been doubts before, they vanished in an instant with her declaration. The legendary beauty, one of the 3 campus flowers, had indeed fallen for Lin Feng. Wang Dekong's entourage wore expressions of shock, particularly the one who had wagered, his lips pale and trembling, nearly on the verge of tears. "You made the bet. Now you must face the consequences," Wang Dekong said, kicking the bet-wagering companion aside, secretly relieved he hadn't impulsively joined in earlier, lest he find himself in a similar predicament. "Are you ready?" Lin Feng asked, a mischievous grin lighting up his face as he looked at the unfortunate companion. "You were shouting rather boldly earlier. Now, you seem at a loss for words." I Lin Feng, don't be too harsh." The companion stammered, his complexion ashen. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Who is truly being unreasonable? I did not provoke you. You are the ones who insisted I gamble. What is this? You plan to back out now, with so many witnesses? Indeed, you were quite the bully earlier. Today, you shall eat your words," Chong Hu interjected, eager to support Lin Feng. Having already crossed Wang Dekong, he had little to lose. Furthermore, he had never held a favorable view of Wang Dekong or his lackeys, who regularly bullied others. "Yes, act like a man and fulfill your bet. Don't let us look down on you. Not only will you disgrace yourself, but you will also sully your master Wang Dekong's reputation." "Wang Dekong, your lapdog is out of line. You're bringing shame upon yourself," Chong Hu added, prompting many others to join in the chorus, emboldened by the presence of individuals whose status was not inferior to Wang Dekong's. Wang Dekong's face turned a shade of iron as he glared at the crowd, furious that he had been dragged into this mess. His ire shifted back to the unfortunate companion. "You disgraceful fool. A bet is a bet. Go to the restroom, or don't expect to hang with me again." "Bro. I, the companion stuttered, his face drained of color, regretting his reckless bravado. "Hurry. I don't want to be associated with your humiliation," Wang Dekong snapped, his expression darkening ominously. The bet-wagering companion, terrified by Wang Dekong's reputation, turned his frustration towards Lin Feng. "Fine, I'll do it. But just wait. I'll deal with you later." Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead, let us see how this unfolds." With that, the unfortunate companion stomped off towards the restroom, and Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if he had gone too far. But seeing Wang Dekong and Li Yu nearby, he shook his head. After all, one could only blame the misguided loyalty to the wrong leader. The crowd erupted in cheers, following the unfortunate companion to witness this rare spectacle. While they had seen dogs eat refuse before, they were curious to see a human do the same. Excitement surged through many as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. "Huh. Old 3, you truly outdid yourself. You actually managed to bring in Li, the campus beauty." At that moment, Ren Kai and Zhao Xiaoshu approached Lin Feng, grinning broadly as they admired Li Ruoshi. Lin Feng chuckled. "Hee. After all, losing a bet means consuming that I'm not that adventurous." "Huh. Only those sycophants following Wang Dekong would have the stomach for it." Ren Kai and Zhao Xiaoshu shared a hearty laugh, having opted not to witness that historic moment. It was sufficient for Chong Hu to attend alone, as he was quite enthusiastic about such spectacles. Before long, Changhu returned, accompanied by a group of friends who were laughing uncontrollably. As soon as he entered, he rushed over. Lao San, it's truly a pity you missed that scene. That guy turned green from eating. He was both consuming and regurgitating at the same time. Haha. All right, enough about that. He fulfilled his bet, and that's what matters. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling nauseous at the mere thought of such a sight. Too much for the eyes. Li Ruoxi sat beside Lin Feng, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. She couldn't contain her amusement at the unexpected turn of events, especially since it was related to her. After a few minutes, Wang Dekong and Li Yu, along with his sycophants, returned to the room. The one absent was the unfortunate fellow who had partaken in the unpleasant experience. It was likely he was too embarrassed to show his face for a while. Little beggar. Don't get too cocky. The little forest will have its revenge on you, Wang Dekong said, his face darkened with anger. He then turned to Li Ruoxi, a smirk forming on his lips. Your choice in companions leaves much to be desired. If your admirers were to find out, oh dear. Wang Dekong. What do you mean by that? Li Ruoxi frowned, her tone icy. What do I mean? Nothing much. Just a pity for a beautiful flower to have found itself in such a pit. Wang Dekong's lip curled in disdain, utterly unconcerned. Lin Feng, easily recognizing the provocation, retorted mockingly. If anything, you seem more like that. Otherwise, why would your lackeys have gone for it? Haha, well said. Like master, like servant. Could it be that the esteemed Wang family heir has such peculiar tastes? Chang Hu and Zhao Xiaoshu chimed in, their barbs sharper than the last, inciting Wang Dekong's ire to the brink of fury. Preferences? You lot are the ones with peculiarities. Humph, if I can't best you in words. Just wait until the little forest sees you three. Wang Dekong's eyes flickered with rage as he surveyed Lin Feng's three companions. Let us go then. Who's afraid? If you want to mess with our Lao San, I, Chang Hu, will take you down. Chang Hu and the others displayed no hesitation, standing firmly in support of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked gratefully at his friends. Such camaraderie was invaluable. Although he could handle Wang Dekong's associates on his own, he appreciated the loyalty of his good brothers. Wang Dekong's cold smile returned as he wrapped his arm around Li Yu and returned to his seat, ignoring Lin Feng and the others. The remaining bystanders, however, were eager for the unfolding drama, sensing that a grand spectacle was imminent. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and another trainer walked in, one with a more lenient demeanor. He would not intervene unless things got out of hand. Li Ruoxi remained seated beside Lin Feng, while Zhao Xiaoshu was pulled away by Chang Hu to another side. Having helped you so much, how do you plan to thank me? Li Ruoxi asked with a playful smile. Lin Feng, taken aback, replied with a grin. How about offering yourself in gratitude? Get lost, that's an old trick. Is that so? Then I shall be the gallant knight, serving as your loyal protector. Scram, you're more like a frail old man. Lin Feng gazed at Li Ruoxi in exasperation, playfully threatening. If you keep this up, I might just have to devour you. Humph, if anyone is to be devoured, it would be me consuming you, since you owe me. All right, let us see if you can. Lin Feng chuckled brightly. Li Ruoxi, momentarily stunned, took a moment to process before playfully biting his arm in mock retaliation, revealing her small canine teeth. Lin Feng was caught off guard, feeling the light nip leave a few faint marks that quickly faded. Yuck, that's so smelly, both foul and hard. Li Ruoxi made a face. Lin Feng stood frozen, utterly charmed by her antics. If only one could have such a delightful companion in life. Hey, what are you staring at? Can't you tell I'm joking? Li Ruoxi blushed slightly, noticing Lin Feng's unwavering gaze. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Whether you're joking or not, I've clearly spotted a little puppy. Puppy? Where? Li Ruoxi looked around, confused. Haha, you're the puppy. Lin Feng stifled a laugh, thoroughly amused. Realizing she had been teased, Li Ruoxi huffed in indignation. Oh really? How dare you call me a puppy? I'll bite you. Wait, don't. You actually bite? Lin Feng exclaimed, dodging her playful attempts. Their playful banter drew attention, prompting the speaker on stage to clear his throat. Quiet down. Please don't disturb others. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Li Ruoxi obediently quieted down. While most were engrossed in their phones or dozing off, a handful were genuinely attentive. And they certainly didn't want to disrupt that. It's all your fault. Li Ruoxi shot a glare at Lin Feng, fuming. All right, I'll take the blame. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, unfazed. Their playful antics had not gone unnoticed, leading many to firmly believe that Lin Feng and Li Ruoxi were indeed a couple. Some keen observers even captured photos, sharing them online across various platforms. This little beggar truly had luck on his side. Wang Dekong, witnessing the scene, ground his teeth in frustration. He once pursued Li Ruoxi, yet she had never acknowledged him, let alone engage in such playful banter. Why does your image suddenly invade my thoughts while I'm practicing? It feels as if you are beckoning me to find you here, Li Ruoxi pondered, her thoughts drifting back to Lin Feng's presence. After some time, Li Ruoxi remembered the matter at hand and asked Lin Feng, "What does Wang Dekong want with you after school in the little forest? What does he want?" "Obviously to find someone to beat me up." Lin Feng shrugged off, nonchalant. "Oh no, you mustn't go?" Li Ruoxi exclaimed in alarm. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Big schoolflower, is this your way of showing concern for me?" "Enough with the pleasantries, let's discuss serious matters," Li Ruoxi remarked, her tone laced with exasperation. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "I shall go. A gentleman's word is as good as a bond. Once I have given my promise, I shall not go back on it." "You fool, are you made of wood? If you go, a beating will be the least of your worries. You just insulted them. How could you expect them to let you off easily?" Li Ruoxi scolded, her disappointment palpable. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Ah, the esteemed school beauty, do you doubt my capabilities?" "Of course I do. With your petite frame, how many could you possibly defeat?" Li Ruoxi scoffed. "Well, I did rescue you from a multitude of ruffians, yet you underestimate me so," Lin Feng murmured. Li Ruoxi shook her head. "That does not change the fact that it is too dangerous to go. Fear not, I am not a fool. Since you are concerned, why not accompany me? You shall witness how I deal with them," Lin Feng replied, exuding confidence, completely dismissing the likes of Wang Dekong and his associates. At this moment, he was a cultivator at the third level of qi refinement. To be bullied by mere mortals would be a disgrace to his status as a practitioner. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him and the latent power coursing through his veins, he brimmed with confidence. Having cultivated the nine-tiered mysterious art, he had not only opened the first gate of the heavenly door, but had also strengthened his body through the refinement of spiritual energy. In essence, he was still Lin Feng, yet he was no longer the same Lin Feng. Even without utilizing spiritual energy, his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Feng resolute in his decision, Li Ruoxi realized further persuasion would be futile. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes. If Lin Feng were truly outmatched, she would stand before him, repaying the debt of gratitude from that fateful night. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived, and the class bell rang. Typically, the students would have rushed out for lunch, but today, all eyes were fixed on Wang Dekong and Lin Feng. "Hey, you little punk, let's head to the grove. I'll teach you a lesson," Wang Dekong spat, his face twisted with malice. He was eager to avenge the humiliation from that night and the recent affront. "Let's be clear, I'll be the one teaching you a lesson. With your character, how can you instruct others?" Lin Feng stood up, unflinching and dismissive of Wang Dekong's threats. Wang Dekong gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine, let us see who teaches whom." With that, he pulled out his phone, presumably to summon reinforcements. Having triumphed in a bet with the celestial being, Lin Feng's relationship with Li Ruoxi grew closer, earning him 2 chances to open a gift package. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mind was jolted by the system's voice, bringing him immense joy. The system was granting him an opportunity to defeat Wang Dekong and his entourage. With his current strength, he could easily subdue Wang Dekong and his crew, yet the system seemed to demand more. "Very well. I shall thoroughly teach that dog a lesson and make him aware of the consequences of crossing me. I'll just step into the restroom, Wang Fatty." "Take your time gathering your men," Lin Feng declared, striding confidently out of the classroom. Wang Dekong, momentarily taken aback, barked, "Hey, are you trying to run?" Lin Feng was too preoccupied with claiming his rewards to concern himself with Wang Dekong's taunts. "You coward, Lin Feng. A real man does not flee from the battlefield," Wang Dekong shouted. "Coward, wimp, trash." Li Yu chimed in, mercilessly mocking him. Li Ruoxi frowned, casting an annoyed glance at them. "Mind your words. Lin Feng merely mentioned he was going to the restroom. If you think he might flee, have someone follow him." In the restroom, Lin Feng swiftly locked the door and eagerly chose to claim his reward. Ding. "Congratulations, you have opened the gift package and received the Autumn Wind Palm." Ding. "Would you like to extract Autumn Wind Palm?" "Wow, what a treasure." Yes, I'll extract it," Lin Feng thought, elated. With a cultivation technique in hand, and now a palm technique, he was well equipped to make a resounding impact. Slaps delivered using the Autumn Wind Palm should be far more exhilarating. With the jade slip in hand, Lin Feng pressed it against his forehead. A surge of information flooded his mind, and he quickly grasped the technique. Ding. "Congratulations. You have opened the gift package and received flowing light steps." Ding. "Would you like to extract flowing light steps?" Lin Feng continued to claim his rewards, this time acquiring a movement technique that perfectly complemented his palm technique. "Looks like the system wants me to make Wang Dekong and his crew regret their existence." Lin Feng beamed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. As he emerged from the restroom, he encountered a suspicious-looking fellow peering intently at the door. "Are you worried I might escape?" Lin Feng recognized him and sneered. "Humph, this is just a precaution from Brother Tsong," the suspicious individual replied. Lin Feng, uninterested in engaging with such a lowly character, returned to the classroom. By now, Wang Dekong had completed his call and was waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Wang Dekong taunted, "Oh, I thought you were too scared to come out of the restroom. Enough chatter, let's south head to the grove. Today, I intend to make your followers taste defeat." Lin Feng waved dismissively. Wang Dekong, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, laughed in frustration. "Fine. I'll make sure you regret this." Leading the way, Wang Dekong and his entourage surged towards the secluded grove in the school, a place known for its dense trees and dim surroundings, perfect for clandestine meetings or confrontations. Their arrival sent several couples fleeing, disrupting their romantic escapades. Upon reaching the heart of the grove, Wang Dekong halted first. "Everyone, spread out, leave the center clear," his minions shouted, pushing the onlooking students aside. Shortly thereafter, waves of Wang Dekong's reinforcements arrived, swelling their numbers to 4 or 5 dozen, instilling fear in many students and causing their expressions to pale. Even the fearless Chong, who was biting his lip and trembling. The only ones unfazed were Lin Feng and Zhao Xiaoshu, who stood nearby. "Lin Feng, what should we do? If we don't fight, I can take you away. Trust me. With me, Li Ruoxi, no one would dare to touch you." Li Ruoxi whispered nervously in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "Fear not, esteemed school beauty. I shall soon demonstrate my prowess. Let me share a secret. I am a martial arts master." "A martial arts master?" Li Ruoxi gaped, unconvinced by Lin Feng's claim. At that moment, Wang Dekong spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, while we are here for entertainment, do not break the rules. Anyone who dares to strike Yao Yao or Ling shall find themselves on my bad side." His threats silenced the gathered students, and Wang Dekong's gaze shifted to Lin Feng. "You little punk, step forward and prepare for your demise. I've never seen anyone as foolish and arrogant as you." In Wang Dekong's eyes, a cold glint flickered as he cast a menacing gaze upon Lin Feng. As he spoke, the individuals he had summoned gradually formed a circle, their expressions hostile as they directed their attention towards Lin Feng and his companions in the center. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and shouted, "Hold on. What, are you afraid? Even if you beg for mercy now, it will be too late." Wang Dekong retorted with malice. Lin Feng shook his head defiantly. "Who said I am afraid? I merely wish to escort Li Daxua and a few of my roommates to safety. No, third brother. We will fight alongside you. A little pain is nothing to fear." Chan Hu and Ren Kai exclaimed, their urgency palpable as they looked at Lin Feng. Deeply moved, Lin Feng was concerned for their safety, fearing that in the heat of battle, he might be unable to protect them. Before he could voice his worries, Zhao Xiaoshu interjected. "Third brother, you can fight without concern. I will protect them." "Xiaoshu, you?" Lin Feng was taken aback, puzzled. Zhao Xiaoshu grinned. "Third brother, you're not the only one with skills. All right then. Just keep an eye on them and ensure they don't intervene. I can handle these folks on my own." Lin Feng regarded Zhao Xiaoshu with a deep gaze, sensing that this fellow was no ordinary person. Zhao Xiaoshu nodded. "Then I shall witness third brother's prowess." Ren Kai and Chong, who were bewildered, asking, "What are you two talking about?" At that moment, Wang Dekong grew impatient, snarling, "Have you finished your nonsense, you little rascal? Not only you, but I will also teach your roommates a lesson." Coldly shifting his gaze, Lin Feng replied, "Since you cannot wait to be beaten, I shall grant your wish." "Oh, still so arrogant at this moment. Brothers, attack. Just leave him alive." Wang Dekong commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, those he had summoned charged forward with a deafening roar. As Lin Feng activated the flowing light step, he met them head-on, feeling as light as a feather, effortlessly executing complex maneuvers. The fists aimed at him seemed to slow down, easily evaded. "Indeed, with such footwork, I stand invincible. It will be exceedingly difficult for them to harm me." Lin Feng mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. Those who dared to follow Wang Dekong to confront him were certainly not of good character. They deserved a thorough beating. Recalling the incantation and movements of the autumn wind palm, Lin Feng unleashed the first form, Autumn Wind Rises. The energy within him flowed, converging in his palm. He raised his hand and dealt a fierce slap to the foremost assailant. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, and the man was sent flying. Blood and teeth sprang forth. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The power of the autumn wind palm was formidable. The best part was that using this technique caused no pain to his hand. This is truly advantageous. Autumn wind rises. Autumn wind blows. Autumn wind dances. Lin Feng murmured, almost singing, as he weaved through the crowd. The crisp slaps rang out like firecrackers, never ceasing. In mere moments, 4 or 5 dozen men lay sprawled on the ground. In the end, only the burly youth Dongzi remained beside Wang Dekong. "Autumn wind leaves, here I come." Lin Feng flashed towards the frightened Dongzi and delivered a resounding slap without hesitation. "Ugh!" Dongzi screamed, hurtling backwards, blood and teeth scattering in the air. His already swollen face ballooned again under Lin Feng's strike. Seemingly unsatisfied, Lin Feng rushed to Dongzi just before he hit the ground, delivering another slap to the other side of his face. Now both cheeks were swollen, transforming him into a veritable pig's head. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Quite symmetrical. At that moment, the onlookers erupted in astonished murmurs. They finally grasped the stark contrast between their expectations and the unfolding reality. Lin Feng was not the one on the ground, but rather the dozens of men brought by Wang Dekong. How fierce and ruthless was this? Is he even human? Many debated amongst themselves, finally understanding the source of Lin Feng's confidence. Chang Hu, Ren Kai, and Li Ruoxi were equally dumbfounded. Particularly, Li Ruoxi, the campus beauty, appeared utterly astonished, her charming and lovely demeanor strikingly beautiful. Unfortunately, at that moment, all eyes were on Lin Feng, leaving her unnoticed. Even Zhao Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with surprise, clearly not anticipating Lin Feng's strength. Though third brother may not be as powerful as I am, his foundation is solid, and his footwork and martial skills are commendable. Zhao Xiaoshu mused, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Dekong and Li Yu were gripped by fear. Especially after witnessing Lin Feng slap Dongzi, they could sense the tremendous force behind that strike. Had they known Lin Feng was so terrifying, they would never have dared to challenge him. Wang Dekong was filled with regret and resentment, realizing that a severe beating was now inevitable. He hoped that Lin Feng would go easy on him, at least sparing his teeth. The men now sprawled on the ground were missing teeth, some with one or two gone, others with half their mouths battered, groaning as they lay there. Who said I was incapable? Who claimed I was arrogant? Who threatened to beat me and my roommates? Lin Feng approached Wang Dekong with a smile, teasingly inquiring. Wang Dekong, utterly terrified, dared not respond, lowering his head like a frightened quail. Oh, I remember now. It was you, Wang Dekong, the young master of the Wang family, haha, right? Lin Feng wandered back and forth, feigning inquiry. Wang Dekong's face darkened, but he dared not reply, fearing a beating, especially in front of so many witnesses. Speak up. Are you ready for me to strike which cheek, or shall I strike both? Lin Feng grinned. You little rascal, don't go too far. Wang Dekong's eyes blazed with fury. He was willing to be beaten, but this was clearly a deliberate humiliation. Lin Feng snorted coldly and delivered a slap. Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? He did not use his full strength, so Wang Dekong did not fly away, only his face swelling slightly. You little rascal. I will kill you. Wang Dekong bellowed. Smack. Ah, damn it, I will end you. Smack. Smack. You little rascal, you farmer. Smack. 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 After a series of slaps, Wang Dekong dared not utter another word, obediently submitting. Although Lin Feng had slapped him numerous times, he had not struck with the same vigor as he had with those on the ground, so Wang Dekong's teeth remained intact. Can you speak now? Lin Feng inquired. His face stern. Wang Dekong, his gaze evasive, nodded repeatedly. Well done, you're making progress. I hope you remember today's lesson from now on, Lin Feng remarked. After finishing, he turned his attention to Li Yu, standing nearby. From now on, behave yourself. My name is Lin Feng. I do not strike women, but that does not mean I will always tolerate you. If there is a next time, I will ensure you regret it for eternity. With a cold snort, Lin Feng walked over to Zhao Xiaoshu and the others, departing together. The surrounding students dared not obstruct their path, respectfully parting to create a way. On their way to the cafeteria, everyone wore expressions of excitement, especially Chang Hu. Old 3, you are truly remarkable, especially with those resounding slaps. Smack, smack, so rhythmic and melodic. Chang Hu exclaimed excitedly, prancing about as he demonstrated. Chapter 57, Old Master Lin. Lin Feng was speechless. Who would have thought that even slapping someone could possess a sense of rhythm and melody? However, using the autumn wind palm for such an act was indeed quite exhilarating. Lin Feng, you are genuinely a martial arts master. I thought you were deceiving me. Li Ruoxi remarked, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Lin Feng, suddenly realizing that the young man before her was more enigmatic than she had previously assumed. When have I ever deceived you? Not in the past. And certainly not in the future, Lin Feng replied, grinning. How rude. I never asked you to guarantee that. Li Ruoxi shot back with a playful glare. As they continued their journey, Li Ruoxi's presence attracted numerous gazes, particularly from the male students, whose eyes brimmed with envy as they looked at Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng engaged in light-hearted banter with Li Ruoxi, eliciting peals of laughter from the campus beauty. Damn it, that wretched kid has indeed caught up with the esteemed Li. I, Gao Hao, shall teach you a lesson you won't forget. In the shadows, Gao Hao seethed with resentment as he witnessed the scene. After lunch, Lin Feng escorted Li Ruoxi back to the girls' dormitory before returning. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by 3 roommates, their expressions filled with ill intent. What do you want? Lin Feng asked weakly. Well, old 3, you've been hiding quite the secret. A legendary martial arts master, and you never told us? Chang Hu was the first to confront him, irritation evident in his voice. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Can I say I've only practiced for a few days? A few days? Don't try to fool us. Even if you hadn't practiced before, it's impossible to achieve mastery in just a few days. Chang Hu scoffed. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. I assure you, it has truly only been a few days. I'm not lying. Regardless, I don't believe you. Big brother, little book. Do you believe him? Chang Hu turned to Ren Kai and Zhao Xiaoshu for their opinions. Ren Kai, mirroring Chang Hu, shook his head decisively. Not a chance. I believe him. Big brother, second brother, let us not make things difficult for third brother. He isn't deceiving us. Zhao Xiaoshu interjected. After a moment, he looked at the two with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I've been keeping something from you as well. I've practiced too. What? Little book, you two? Are you pulling our leg? Chang Hu and Ren Kai were left dumbfounded. Without further ado, Zhao Xiaoshu jumped onto the upper bunk with a nimble leap. Grinning down at them, he said, So, do you believe now? Wait, are you serious? We have two legendary martial arts masters in our dormitory. Big brother. Can you believe this? Chang Hu was flabbergasted, his worldview shattered as he realized that martial arts masters truly existed, and they were right before him. Ren Kai and Chang Hu shared similar expressions, struggling to accept this revelation. Zhao Xiaoshu gracefully descended, smiling as he explained, Actually, this world isn't as simple as it seems. Just because you haven't seen a billionaire doesn't mean they don't exist. Some things can only be encountered at a certain level, like martial practitioners. Once you become one, you'll discover that many such individuals exist. However, to ordinary people, when you mention martial practitioners, they may not believe you because they've never seen or encountered them. In just a few sentences, Zhao Xiaoshu clarified this concept for Chang Hu and Ren Kai. Not only them, but Lin Feng's eyes also sparkled with understanding. Previously, he had shared their disbelief. But upon encountering the gift system in his mind, he suspected that the world was far more complex. What were martial practitioners? Perhaps cultivators and even genuine immortals also existed. Regardless, I want to train with you guys. No matter how arduous or exhausting it is, I must cultivate, knowing that there are two great masters in the dormitory. It would be foolish not to practice alongside them. Determined, Chang Hu slapped his chest resolutely. Although Ren Kai remained silent, the longing in his eyes betrayed his eagerness. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He would like to teach them, but the system deemed their aptitude too poor and refused to assist. No matter how Lin Feng pleaded, the system remained unyielding, stating that help would only be granted once Lin Feng reached the golden core stage. Yet, currently, his cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refinement. Despite possessing the methods for practicing the Nine Heavens' profound art and the autumn wind palm in his mind, he doubted that even if he wrote them down, the two would be able to cultivate them effectively. Big brother, second brother, I fear I can't assist you. My identity is special, and what I've learned is strictly forbidden from being shared, Zhao Xiaoshu said apologetically, glancing at Chang Hu and Ren Kai. The two paused, their hopeful gazes shifting to Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he said, I don't have concerns in that regard. However, I'm uncertain if you'll be able to learn. Let us allow you to try first. Great. We will definitely work hard in our training. Chang Hu exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, so he simply grabbed a pen and began to write fervently on a piece of paper. He inscribed the method for perceiving spiritual energy, emphasizing that only by first comprehending spiritual energy could one be qualified to cultivate. Follow what I've written and see if you can sense anything, Lin Feng instructed, settling onto his bed and assuming a posture for perceiving spiritual energy. Chang Hu and Ren Kai were ecstatic, committing Lin Feng's words to memory, and then began to practice as instructed. After a few minutes, they reluctantly opened their eyes, stating, We can't feel anything. Lin Feng chuckled, It doesn't happen that quickly. Keep meditating for a while longer. He recalled that it had taken him quite some time to sense the spiritual energy that floated through the heavens and the earth. Chang Hu and Ren Kai exchanged awkward smiles before settling down to continue their meditation. Lin Feng glanced at them before turning to consume a spiritual energy pill for his own cultivation. After refining the pill, he checked on Chang Hu and Ren Kai, only to find them with grim expressions, looking utterly dejected. Lin Feng sighed. Have you not sensed anything? You can't approach this with a restless heart. You must empty your mind and focus on your perception. Chang Hu and Ren Kai appeared contemplative as they began anew, following Lin Feng's advice. Before they realized it, dinner time had arrived, yet Chang Hu and Ren Kai still hadn't felt anything. It seems we're hopeless, old three. Are we really that foolish? Chang Hu and Ren Kai lamented, their voices heavy with disappointment. Lin Feng remained silent, deeply pondering where the issue lay. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshu spoke up, Third brother. Everyone's aptitude differs. Give them some time. Big brother, second brother, don't be discouraged. You must remain patient. After dinner, they returned to the dormitory to continue their training. With Zhao Xiaoshu's encouragement, Lin Feng paid no mind to the two and swallowed the last spiritual energy pill. He had already consumed 5 throughout the afternoon and felt he was on the brink of breaking through to the 4th level. Once this final pill was ingested, it wasn't long before he sensed a tremor in his dantian, a powerful sensation emanating from within. With a delighted expression, Lin Feng realized he had successfully broken through. He was now a 4th-level cultivator. Coupled with the autumn wind palm and the flowing light step, he brimmed with confidence. However, he now faced a new dilemma. He had run out of spiritual energy pills. Even more frustratingly, the system had not assigned him any tasks, cutting off his access to obtaining more pills and leaving him unable to cultivate through consumption. What a peculiar situation this is. Could it be that the system urges me to seek opportunities? Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully, realizing that in order to trigger a system task, idleness was not an option. Glancing at the encroaching darkness of the night, he resolved to take a stroll outdoors. It was unwise to remain stagnant, for relying solely on the faint spiritual energy wafting through the air would make ascension to a higher cultivation level a distant prospect. As he wandered through the campus, Lin Feng quietly began to circulate his perception of spiritual energy, hoping to discover a place rich in vitality. Yet, to his disappointment, it seemed that no such locale existed within the confines of the campus. Upon exiting the campus and noting that the surroundings were devoid of people, Lin Feng activated his flowing light steps and sprinted off, traversing the streets and alleys of Tianxing City, but still failing to locate a satisfactory spot. Many areas exhibited spiritual energy comparable to that of the school, and some were even inferior. With a furrowed brow and a grimace of frustration, Lin Feng contemplated that if the urban area failed him, perhaps the mountains and fields would hold promise. The more he thought about it, the more plausible this possibility became, prompting him to consider venturing to the outskirts of the city. Just then, he heard a commotion not far away, accompanied by the sound of a woman's cries. Frowning, Lin Feng decided not to leave immediately, but instead to investigate the source of the disturbance. Turning a corner, he arrived at the scene of the incident, which unfolded before an upscale restaurant. A crowd had gathered in a circle, and the cries emanated from within that ring. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer, weaving through the crowd, only to find an elderly man collapsed on the ground. The distressed cries belonged to 2 young women nearby, both of whom possessed considerable beauty, resembling sisters. However, upon closer inspection, one of the women bore faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, indicating that she was not as youthful as she appeared. In contrast, the other woman exuded a vibrant energy, likely indicating her youth. Next to them stood several men, one of whom was anxiously dialing a number on his phone, while another man, whose demeanor was somewhat imposing, knelt beside the elderly man, attempting to assist him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng resolved to offer his help. "Excuse me, let me have a look. Perhaps I can assist," he said, parting the crowd and approaching the elderly man. The 2 women, in their frantic state, quickly made way for him. However, as Lin Feng reached the elderly man, 2 of the younger men suddenly stepped forward to block his path. "You're just a kid. What makes you think you can help?" One of them scoffed. "Indeed. If something happens to old Lin, can you bear the consequences?" Another taunted. Lin Feng frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The stakes were too high, and these 2 were wasting precious time. He felt an urge to give them a piece of his mind. Just then, the younger girl, her face stained with tears, spoke up, forcefully pushing the 2 men aside. "Wang Xiaobing, Xiaodong, what are you doing? Step aside. What harm can it do to let him take a look at Grandpa?" At that moment, the dignified man kneeling by the elder interjected, "Gentlemen, please, do not obstruct him. Let this young man assess my father." With that, Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong had no choice but to step back, begrudgingly allowing Lin Feng access. Lin Feng cast a disapproving glance at the 2 men before hastening to the elderly man's side and placing his hand on his pulse. Truth be told, Lin Feng had no real knowledge of healing. He was merely leveraging this opportunity to negotiate with the system in his mind. "System, come forth. Grant me a reward in the form of a gift package. I did deal with Wang Daikong during the day. Didn't I deserve a reward? System, if you do not reveal yourself soon, this old man may pass away, and I will be implicated as well. Hurry up and provide me with a miraculous elixir." After numerous calls, the system finally made its appearance. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of relief, nearly convinced that the system had abandoned him. All right. It was a mere oversight. I grant you one opportunity to open a gift package. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed individual. You have obtained 1 Master S herb pill. The Master S herb pill can cure ailments and prevent sickness. Ding. Would you like to extract the Master S herb pill? Sleep? The system needs to rest. I can hardly believe it. Lin Feng grumbled, his expression darkening as he opted to extract the pill, knowing full well it was the only thing that could salvage his reputation in this situation. The elderly man, despite his ordinary attire, emanated a unique aura that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Just one glance was enough for Lin Feng to discern that the elderly man was exceptional. Furthermore, the stern man beside him, who claimed to be the elder's son, exhibited an extraordinary demeanor. One could hardly fathom that such a presence could arise from an ordinary upbringing. Silently extracting the master's herb pill, Lin Feng feigned a serious demeanor and stated, "I have assessed the situation. I possess a treasured elixir that can save his life." With that, he displayed the pill in his hand. From the system's advertisement, he had gleaned the purpose of the master's herb pill. It was a remedy for ailments and a preventative measure for health, so it posed no risk. "Kid, you must be joking. A magical elixir? You think you can pull that trick on the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans of Tianqing City?" Before the stern man could speak, a mocking voice interrupted. Lin Feng turned his gaze and saw Wang Xiaobing, his face brimming with arrogance as he looked down on him. "Mind your words. What is your relation to the elder? My attempt to save him concerns you not. If it does not, kindly keep your silence," Lin Feng retorted, not bothering to disguise his irritation. Wang Xiaobing, incensed by the response, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. "Oh, you're feeling bold, are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Get lost, or I'll show you what a slap feels like." Lin Feng scoffed. At that moment, the stern man finally spoke up. "Enough. May I see the elixir?" "Of course, but it is urgent. Please administer it to the elder immediately. The longer we delay, the worse it becomes," Lin Feng urged as he handed over the master's herb pill. The stern man nodded, examining the pill closely before even taking a whiff of it. "Father, please give it to Grandpa quickly. He doesn't seem like a fraud," the tear-streaked girl implored anxiously. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiaobing interjected, "Wanshu, do not trust him. Some people wear a facade of virtue while harboring the hearts of beasts." "Are you referring to yourself?" Lin Feng shot back coldly, a glint of ire in his eyes. Wang Xiaobing's continued provocations had successfully ignited Lin Feng's anger. Wang Xiaobing, silence. "Were it not for your father's sake, I would have thrown you out already." The stern man huffed, gradually administering the master's herb pill to the elderly man. Having checked for abnormalities earlier without discovering any, he could no longer afford to hesitate given the dire circumstances. Chastised by the stern man, Wang Xiaobing's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he dared not retaliate against him and instead directed his hatred toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded with indifference, mentally adding Wang Xiaobing to his blacklist. As the master's herb pill was ingested, the elderly man's complexion rapidly improved under the watchful eyes of the anxious crowd. And he soon awakened. "He-s awake. Grandpa-s awake. Thank you, thank you." The girl named Lin Wanshu exclaimed joyously, bouncing with excitement as she flashed Lin Feng a grateful smile. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. "It was but a trifling matter. I take great pleasure in coming to the aid of others." The young girl before him, though slightly immature in appearance, radiated beauty with her delicate features, graceful brows, a well-defined nose, and sparkling black eyes, all complemented by her flawless skin, rendering her a charming young lady. When conversing with a beauty, Lin Feng certainly aimed to leave a favorable impression. "Wow, that was amazing. You saved my grandfather. You shall be our family's benefactor. I am Lin Wanshu. You may call me Shui." The young girl was overwhelmed with joy, completely oblivious to the envious glances cast by Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong. Wang Xiaobing muttered resentfully, "Damn it, this little brat is simply lucky. I refuse to believe that was some sort of elixir. It just so happens that old Master Lin woke up." "Indeed. What kind of elixir could possibly exist in this world?" Zhao Dong concurred, his expression tinged with displeasure as he scrutinized Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Wanshu's father had helped old Master Lin to his feet and approached Lin Feng. "Young man, I hear you are the one who saved my father. I am here to express my profound gratitude for your life-saving deed," he stated, bowing in respect to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to assist old Master Lin. "Please, sir, there is no need for such formality. Anyone would have acted to save him. I merely happened to possess a solution. Haha, regardless, you saved my old man. And that is a fact. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal today," old Master Lin declared joyfully. "Oh well." Lin Feng frowned, as he was eager to find a spiritually rich place to cultivate and had little interest in a lavish dinner. "Benefactor, it is rare for my grandfather to invite someone. You should accept his invitation," Lin Wanshua chimed in, pouting and looking at Lin Feng with innocent eyes. Her father added, "Please, do us this favor, otherwise my father may feel uneasy." Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Lin Feng relented with a resigned smile. "Very well, I shall not be polite." "Excellent, excellent. Please, come inside." Old Master Lin beamed with delight, clearly overjoyed that Lin Feng had consented. Upon entering the restaurant, the Lin family chose an opulent private room and invited Lin Feng to sit. Notably, Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong followed them inside. However, given that the Lin family were the hosts, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. Come, young man, sit beside me. I do not yet know your name. Old Master Lin gestured for Lin Feng to join him. Returning to you, sir, my name is Lin Feng, he replied candidly, without any intention to conceal it. Old Master Lin chuckled, a splendid name. As free as the wind, much like your character. You're too kind, sir, Lin Feng smiled, his esteem for the old man growing. So your name is Lin Feng. I shall remember that, Old Master Lin noted, while Lin Wanxue playfully made a face. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. She was quite charming. Yet, witnessing their interaction, Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong glared at Lin Feng with seething anger, wishing they could obliterate him with their stares. Lin Feng paid them no mind, choosing to ignore their presence entirely. Where's my sister? Why hasn't she arrived yet? What time is it? After chatting briefly with Lin Feng, Lin Wanxue turned toward the door, pouting. As her words fell, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of an ethereal beauty. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, with flawless features, smooth, fair skin, and long, elegant legs, truly a goddess. Grandfather, Dad, Mom, Xiaoxue. I'm late. The girl entered, her face adorned with an apologetic expression directed toward Old Master Lin and the others. Not at all, Wanyu, your timing is impeccable. Old Master Lin replied cheerfully. Upon seeing the young woman, Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong's eyes lit up with fervent desire, hastily pulling out chairs for her to sit. Alas, Lin Wanyu paid them no mind, her gaze searching for a seat among the others. Wanyu, come, sit beside our friend Lin Feng. Old Master Lin beckoned. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself momentarily entranced by Lin Wanyu, not solely due to her striking beauty, but because of her identity. Lin Wanyu was one of the 3 campus goddesses of Heavenly City Academy. He had never anticipated that by randomly saving an elderly man, he would end up saving the grandfather of Lin Wanyu. What an extraordinary coincidence. Moreover, he had previously owed the system a task to pursue a goddess-level girl. And here one had arrived at his doorstep. Snapped back to reality by Old Master Lin's voice, Lin Feng stared in astonishment at Lin Wanyu as she approached. Recovering from his surprise, he quickly pulled out a chair, striving to exhibit some semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Brother Lin Feng, look at how my sister is practically drooling over you. How embarrassing. At that moment, Lin Wanxue suddenly interjected. Instantly, Lin Feng's face darkened. That mischievous girl. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he retorted, that is simply because I recognized your sister. Besides, I'm not drooling. You know me? Lin Wanyu inquired curiously as she took a seat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, we attend the same school. You may not know me, but I am familiar with you. Wanyu Lin Feng, what a marvelous coincidence. Wanyu, let me tell you, Lin Feng is the one who saved your grandfather. Old Master Lin beamed, recounting the earlier events with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyu's expression transformed, her demeanor becoming warm as she smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you for saving my grandfather. Please, it was a mere trifling act, Lin Feng replied, his face lighting up with joy. Lin Wanyu smiled gently. You may call me Wanyu. While it may have been a small favor for you, it is a monumental grace for our family, and we shall forever remember it. Throughout the meal, Lin Feng finally grasped what it meant to live a life of affluence and luxury. The grand array of dishes before him was largely unfamiliar, yet the flavors were undoubtedly among the finest he had ever encountered. Perhaps out of gratitude for saving her grandfather, Lin Wanyu frequently served Lin Feng food, engaging him in lively conversation, which brought them considerably closer together. However, this only served to infuriate Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong further, their glares at Lin Feng resembling that of a predator ready to pounce. Lin Wanxue's actions were one thing, but even Lin Wanyu seemed eager to associate with Lin Feng. They could hardly contain their envy. Lin Feng, unfazed by the hostile gazes directed at him, remained undeterred. As a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, he had no reason to fear 2 ordinary individuals. Wanyu, since you and Lin Feng are from the same school, you should look out for each other, Old Master Lin remarked with satisfaction. Observing the camaraderie between Lin Feng and Lin Wanyu readily understood her grandfather's insinuation, responding with a hint of resignation. Grandfather, I will do my utmost to offer my support. You young lady, you're not getting any younger. Why don't you bring a suitable son-in-law home for your grandfather? Old Master Lin chuckled. Lin Wanyu rolled her eyes. It's not that there aren't suitable candidates. I simply refuse to settle for anyone beneath my standards. My partner must be a true dragon among men. Haha, that's my daughter, Lin Jianhua's pride. I have high hopes for you. Her father laughed heartily. At that moment, Lin Feng began to comprehend the underlying message. Old Master Lin seemed to be nurturing the idea of a union between himself and Lin Wanyu. However, Lin Wanyu clearly held lofty expectations regarding her partner, and her father, Lin Jianhua, evidently shared her sentiments. His words served as a warning to Lin Feng. If he did not possess the qualities worthy of his daughter's attention, he should not entertain any notions. Even with Old Master Lin's backing, it would be futile. Lin Feng found the situation amusing. If he, Lin Feng, were to claim he was not a dragon among men, who could possibly challenge that assertion? What were mere wealthy second-generation heirs, successful entrepreneurs, or promising young gentlemen? All mere trifling nonsense. In the eyes of this cultivator, they were nothing but dross. Even among fellow cultivators, Lin Feng would not regard anyone highly. After all, he was favored by heaven itself. With that extraordinary gift in mind, who dares to oppose? Everyone shall be thoroughly defeated. Ha ha ha. After the meal, Lin Feng intended to concoct an excuse to leave, but the old gentleman insisted on having him return to school alongside Lin Wanyu. Helpless against the old man's determination, Lin Feng complied and shared a ride with Lin Wanyu back to campus. Lin Feng, I believe you have discerned my grandfather's intentions. However, you must understand that we are simply not meant to be, Lin Wanyu said quietly, casting a contemplative glance at him in the vehicle. Lin Feng, unperturbed, regarded her with curiosity, eager to hear her thoughts. My words at the table were not mere jest. I, Lin Wanyu, will only seek an exceptionally outstanding man. And at present, you are evidently not up to the mark. Oh, how can you be so certain? Lin Feng replied, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Devoid of any anger, Lin Wanyu frowned, responding, if you were truly remarkable, you would not be so obscure that I was previously unaware of your existence. That is easily remedied. I shall soon make my name known throughout Tiancheng, Lin Feng asserted with a grin. Humph, so oblivious to your own limitations. I have no fondness for arrogant individuals, Lin Wanyu retorted, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. With a smirk, Lin Feng countered. How can one know the height of a mountain without standing before it? The divine dragon of the heavens remains hidden, but when it chooses to reveal itself, the world shall take notice. Lin Wanyu was momentarily speechless, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Suddenly, she found herself unable to read the seemingly ordinary young man before her. Lin Feng, I apologize, that was not my intent. I merely wished for you to see reality clearly, to remain grounded, and to strive diligently, she expressed, a tinge of remorse in her gaze, revealing that she was not a bad person, merely taken aback by Lin Feng's bravado. Lin Feng, not one to hold grudges, chuckled, no harm done. I understand. I can see you are not that kind of person. Then, he revealed a mysterious smile and proposed, Lin Shuahua, how about we make a wager? When I gain renown in Tiancheng, will you marry me? Very well, but only after you achieve your fame, Lin Wanyu replied with a light laugh, seemingly dismissive of his proposition. Upon arriving at the school gates, Lin Feng and Lin Wanyu alighted from the vehicle. However, before they could step onto campus, they were confronted by a group of individuals emerging from several swiftly approaching vehicles. What do you want? Lin Feng asked, shielding the somewhat frightened Lin Wanyu as he frowned. There were over 10 men blocking their path, each bearing a fierce demeanor and brandishing weapons. You should blame yourself for harboring inappropriate thoughts and offending the wrong people. Some women are simply beyond your reach, one man with slanted eyes snarled, gesturing menacingly. Take care of that boy, but remember not to harm Miss Lin. I believe I know who sent you. Either Wang Xiaobing or Zhao Dong. Am I right? Lin Feng remarked with a cold smile, showing no trace of fear. Such insignificant pests posed no challenge whatsoever. So what if you know? You are doomed. The man with slanted eyes howled in rage and charged forward. Chapter 60, The Beginning of Training. Lin Wanyu panicked, stepping in front of Lin Feng and cried out. Stop. Do not harm him. The assailants hesitated, frowning as they were instructed not to injure Lin Wanyu. However, with her insistence to protect Lin Feng, they found themselves in a quandary. Come out from behind the woman. It is shameful to hide. Are you not a man, requiring a woman to shield you? I see. You're just a coward, not a man at all, the slanted-eyed man and his companions taunted, attempting to provoke Lin Feng. Little did they know, their actions were akin to an ant challenging a giant elephant, a display of utter foolishness. Lin Feng chuckled softly, pulling Lin Wanyu behind him. Leave this to me. You need not intervene. No, Lin Feng, you will get hurt. Hey, Lin Wanyu shouted in alarm, but Lin Feng had already dashed forward. Excellent. Attack. The slanted-eyed man rejoiced, raising a metal rod aimed at Lin Feng's shoulder. Overestimating yourselves shall lead to a painful lesson, Lin Feng scoffed, executing a swift maneuver to evade the descending rod, and, in a moment of surprise for the slanted-eyed man, delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Ugh. The slanted-eyed man flew backward, blood spewing as he was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend that Lin Feng had dared to strike him. Don't hold back, Make sure he pays. How could Brother Slant Eye be struck down by this boy? His subordinates shouted, rushing forward. Lin Feng sneered. Your movements are painfully slow, akin to turtles. He sidestepped to a young man wielding a baseball bat, twisting his arm to seize the bat, casting it aside before delivering a flurry of slaps. As the others approached, he sent the young man flying with a swift slap, his figure flickering as he reappeared beside another assailant, repeating his earlier tactics. Though he could have easily knocked them out with a single blow, he opted to instill fear in them instead. The sounds of slaps and pained cries formed a jubilant symphony that echoed through the now silent night sky. The school's security personnel, alerted by the commotion, emerged to witness the unfolding scene, left utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Who is attacking whom? Lin Wanyu's expression mirrored that of the security guards, her shock palpable as she struggled to process Lin Feng's formidable combat prowess. Unarmed, he single-handedly confronted a dozen armed thugs and held the upper hand. Can you believe it? The reality was undeniable, and it was no dream. Moreover, she observed Lin Feng's movements were so graceful, each action resembling a perfect work of art. Although he was fighting, it was a sight to behold. For the first time, Lin Wanyu felt her heart race, captivated by someone she had never considered before. Although Lin Feng slowed his pace to deal with each assailant, it was not long before all of them lay defeated upon the ground. Come on, rise and continue. If you are a man, stand up. You all bark so ferociously, yet turn out to be cowards, Lin Feng scoffed, strutting over to kick one here and nudge another there, brimming with arrogance. The slanted-eyed man's group clutched their swollen faces, internally lamenting, what the heck? Do you want to get up and fight again? We've already lost several teeth. Do you want to lose the rest? Had they known Lin Feng possessed such formidable fighting skills, they would not have come seeking trouble. Hey, why are you staring at me? Lin Feng chuckled, glancing at Lin Wanyu as they walked toward the dormitory. Ever since she witnessed him dispatch those thugs, she had been fixated on him. How can you fight so well? Are you a special forces soldier, a martial arts master? Lin Wanyu inquired curiously. This time it was Lin Feng's turn to be puzzled. You know about martial arts masters? Of course. I have met one. My grandfather has a friend from a sect called the Iron Fist School, Lin Wanyu replied matter-of-factly. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then displayed a mischievous grin as he quipped, you guessed wrong. I am actually cultivating immortality. What? Cultivating immortality? Lin Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng grinned, what? Do you not believe me? Of course not. If you are cultivating immortality, then show me how to fly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he truly could not fly. This girl, how audacious of her to tackle such a formidable challenge. Yet, it seems appropriate, for despite being a cultivator, he possesses nothing but a set of footwork and palm techniques. Logically speaking, a cultivator ought to wield spells and utilize magical artifacts. His current abilities appear no different from those of a martial arts master. You find yourself at a loss for words, don't you? I knew you were deceiving me, Lin Wanyu said with pride. Very well, let us say I'm deceiving you, even if I'm not a cultivator. I am indeed a martial arts expert, am I not? Lin Feng grinned. Lin Wanyu teased, even as a martial arts expert, pursuing me is no simple feat. However, at least there exists a glimmer of opportunity. You, my dear girl, have rather lofty expectations. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Wanyu declared with pride, you see, I am exceptionally gifted, a prodigy in commerce, capable of earning several million in a year. I have been managing our family business, Shuiyue International. What? That cosmetics company with numerous chains across the nation? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Although not particularly acquainted with cosmetics, he was aware of the renown of Shuiyue International. Lin Wanyu nodded, indeed. Once you graduate, you could join our company as a security guard. Sister will approve and keep an eye on you. Hee. Only a security guard? No way. I aspire to be your personal secretary. Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin. Oh dear, how unseemly of you. Have you deceived many girls? Lin Wanyu shot Lin Feng an exasperated look. Lin Feng shook his head, not at all. I've only had one girlfriend. And I was rejected when I confessed just a few days ago. I'm quite innocent. I believe that when pigs fly, well, it's getting late. Sister needs to return to the dormitory for some sleep. Goodbye. Lin Wanyu finished, waving her hand in farewell and skipping back to her dorm. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. After getting to know her, the image she presented was that of a child at heart. Glancing at the time, he abandoned the thought of seeking out a spiritual place and returned to his dormitory. As the night passed, the next day, Lin Feng decisively skipped class to search for a suitable place for cultivation. The system had no new tasks for him, and he could not afford to waste time at school. Hard work pays off. After exploring the outskirts of Tianqing, he finally sensed a rich aura of spiritual energy atop a mountain in the western suburbs. It was at least 5 or 6 times more potent than that of the school. This was the place. Overjoyed, Lin Feng decided to cultivate here. Before commencing his training, he called his roommates to inform them he wouldn't be returning for a while and asked them to manage the teachers during class. With that matter resolved, Lin Feng felt elated and made his way up the mountain. Though the spiritual energy was abundant at the peak, it was unevenly distributed, and he needed to find the most suitable spot. There's even a house here. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he suddenly spotted a beautifully adorned villa standing in the center. After pondering for a moment, he chose not to disturb anyone, instead finding a large flat stone on the mountaintop to sit cross-legged and begin his cultivation. As he journeyed up, he discovered that the spiritual energy at the peak was indeed the most concentrated, exceeding that of the school by more than tenfold. As the ninefold celestial technique circulated, a powerful suction emanated from Lin Feng, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. Upon reaching the fourth level of qi refinement, his absorption rate of spiritual energy accelerated significantly, and with the abundant energy surrounding him, visible white spirals began to manifest around him. As Lin Feng continued to cultivate, the influx of spiritual energy surged, creating quite a commotion. Although he sensed the disturbance, he paid it no mind. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a rich source of spiritual energy. He couldn't forego cultivation out of fear of making noise. Besides, this place was sparsely populated, so he had no concerns about being interrupted. Sitting atop the mountain, he unwittingly spent 3 days in meditation, experiencing the benefits of cultivation. Lin Feng was so engrossed that he nearly lost track of time. Of course, he didn't allow himself to become entirely absorbed. He retained a portion of his awareness to stay vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Feng murmured a word, and in the next moment, a formidable aura radiated from him. After 3 days of relentless cultivation, he had broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. If equated to spiritual power pills, it would amount to at least 30 of them. With his cultivation breakthrough, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He intended to continue his practice. But at that moment, he heard a grumbling sound from his stomach. I'm so hungry, Lin Feng realized, feeling somewhat vexed. Although the spiritual energy provided some sustenance and alleviated his hunger, his current level of cultivation did not allow him to forego food entirely. Once he attained a certain level of strength, whereby merely breathing would draw in spiritual energy, then he could dispense with meals altogether. Standing up from the large stone, Lin Feng stretched lazily, preparing to return to the city for a hearty meal. Just then, he heard voices coming from the mountain path. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to leave immediately. He was curious to see who would build a villa atop such a high mountain. The identity of the owner, capable of such a feat, must be anything but simple. Could they be a cultivator? Before long, 4 figures appeared before Lin Feng. To his astonishment, 2 of them were familiar faces, Old Master Lin and Lin Yu's sister, Lin Shui. The other 2 were a middle-aged man exuding an aura of refinement and a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman. Old Master Lin and Lin Shui were evidently taken aback to encounter Lin Feng there. After a moment of surprise, Lin Shui rushed over. Brother Lin Feng, what are you doing here? I'm here to cultivate. Hee. Lin Feng replied playfully, not bothering to hide the truth. Lin Shui blinked in confusion. Cultivate? Brother Lin Feng, could it be that you are also a martial artist? Sort of. Your brother Lin Feng is quite formidable, he joked, recalling his fond impression of her. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Lin Feng recognized the look as one of reverence. I now understand why brother Lin Feng was able to save my grandfather. It turns out you are a master, Lin Shui exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Old Master Lin and the other 2 approached. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. You also practice martial arts? Which sect do you belong to? Lin Feng turned to Lin Shui, seeking to discern the identity of the man. Lin Shui, perceptive as ever, promptly replied, Brother Lin Feng, this is Uncle Ming, a friend of my grandfather. Oh, Lin Feng was taken aback, recalling that Lin Yu had mentioned a certain Iron Fist sect. Could this be one of its members? Uncle Ming, this is the one I mentioned, the benefactor who saved my grandfather. His name is Lin Feng. After introducing the middle-aged man, Lin Shui turned to introduce Lin Feng to Uncle Ming. Lin Feng politely greeted, Hello, Uncle Ming. I suppose I can be considered a martial artist as well, though I lack a sect and merely practice haphazardly. Haphazardly? Uncle Ming frowned, clearly skeptical. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate. After all, he truly did not belong to any sect. I am from the Iron Fist sect. Considering your saving of old Lin, if you have any questions regarding martial arts, feel free to ask me. I have encountered many youngsters like you who practice haphazardly, and none have met with a good end. Uncle Ming did not pry into Lin Feng's background. Instead, he looked down at him with an air of arrogance, displaying a tone reminiscent of a critical educator. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. Was this how one spoke? He respected the elder as a friend of Old Master Lin, yet the tone seemed rather unkind. Lin Feng was no pushover, and he retorted without hesitation, I am well aware of my own affairs. no need for your concern or guidance. You, audacious young man. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I meant to offer you my advice, yet you treat me with such disdain, Uncle Ming exclaimed in anger. I am neither in need of your goodwill nor inclined to accept it, Lin Feng replied coolly, a hint of frost in his tone. Respecting others naturally inspires respect in return. Those who insult others can only expect the same. Although Uncle Ming was a friend of old Master Lin and deserving of respect, his condescending demeanor warranted no courtesy from Lin Feng. To him, the so-called martial arts masters and their iron fist sect were nothing but rubbish. He practiced the path to immortality, far superior to any mundane martial prowess. You insolent brat, so arrogant and dismissive of your elders. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to make you aware of your place, Uncle Ming declared, his eyelids twitching with rage, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Wishing he could incapacitate Lin Feng immediately. Unfazed, Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile. Come, I shall allow you 100 strikes, should you land a hit. I will concede my defeat. Although he had no knowledge of Uncle Ming's true strength, he sensed no threat emanating from him, and thus felt no fear. Uncle Ming bellowed in fury, his face contorting with rage as he approached Lin Feng, fists cracking ominously. Lin Feng, brother, what are you two planning? Stop this at once. Lin Wanxue exclaimed, stepping in front of Lin Feng to prevent Uncle Ming from attacking. Old Master Lin quickly interjected, Hi Ming, at your age. Why stoop to the level of a child in a petty squabble? Humph, this brat clearly disdains my iron fist sect. I shall ascertain his true capabilities. Old Master, do not obstruct me. Uncle Ming huffed angrily, turning to Lin Feng. You think yourself so formidable? Step forward if you dare. Fear you? To be honest, I do not regard you at all, Lin Feng replied, pulling Lin Wanxue behind him and casting a derisive glance at Hai Ming. Very well, I shall cripple you. And no one shall intervene, or else I shall show no mercy. Hai Ming seethed, stomping heavily as he lunged at Lin Feng. Facing a legendary martial arts master filled Lin Feng with a thrill, yet he was soon disappointed as Hai Ming's movements were rather sluggish. Despite being faster than the average person, it paled in comparison to Lin Feng's perception. As a master of the 6th level of qi refinement, dealing with someone slightly superior to an ordinary ant was of little interest to Lin Feng. Prepare to meet your end. Quaking mountain fist. Hai Ming roared, closing the distance to Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, his fist propelled by a powerful gust of wind. The force of his strike was impressive, akin to a shooting star. For an ordinary person, evading such a blow would be nearly impossible. Being struck could lead to broken bones, or even death. It was evident that Hai Ming intended to harm Lin Feng seriously. However, Lin Feng was far from ordinary. He was a man of true skill. With his flowing light step, he did not engage in a clash with Hai Ming, but effortlessly sidestepped the punch, hands tucked behind his back, as if strolling leisurely. Impressive. You managed to evade my strike. Now, receive my next move, heaven-shattering fist. Hai Ming exclaimed, surprise flickering in his eyes as he struck again. Lin Feng merely swayed to the side, dodging the blow effortlessly, not even allowing it to graze his clothing. Damn it, twin dragon fist. Hai Ming cursed, unleashing both fists in a ferocious manner. Yet, against Lin Feng, who mastered the flowing light step, it was utterly futile. Having gauged Hai Ming's strength, Lin Feng feigned a yawn and remarked, Is that all the might behind such a grandiose name? You insolent brat. It is well known that my iron fist sex techniques are lacking. It is no surprise that I cannot strike you, Hai Ming retorted. Not being able to strike me is simply a fact. Do not make excuses. In a life-and-death struggle, will your opponent simply stand by for you to hit? Lin Feng sneered, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes as he deliberately provoked Hai Ming. Not far away, old Master Lin and the others gaped in astonishment. Having previously worried for Lin Feng's safety, they had not anticipated that he possessed such abilities, evading Hai Ming with ease. Lin Wanxue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to old Master Lin, Grandfather, brother Lin Feng, is incredible. Who would have thought he was truly a master? Indeed, I underestimated him. At this rate, pairing little you with Lin Feng seems to be a splendid choice, haha. Old Master Lin chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded Lin Feng. At such a young age, to be able to match a man in his 40s like Hai Ming, he would surely rank among the martial arts elite. Chapter 62, 3 Days and Nights. Hee, I too believe that sister and brother Lin Feng are a perfect match. I have decided, he shall be my brother-in-law. Lin Wanxue joyfully announced, much to the surprise of both old Master Lin and the onlookers, who seemed oblivious to whether Lin Wanxue and Lin Feng had any mutual feelings. Nor did they consider Lin Jianhua's opinions as they made their declaration. After pursuing Lin Feng with a series of attacks, yet still failing to land a single hit, Hai Ming, in a fit of frustration, shouted, You coward! If you have any guts, don't dodge. I swear I will crush you with a single punch. Oh, you wish to be defeated quickly? Very well, I have allowed you enough time. 100 strikes have long passed. And it is time for you to witness my true capabilities. Then, to Hai Ming's astonishment, Lin Feng suddenly came to a halt, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing this expression, Hai Ming felt a twinge of unease. Yet, recalling the formidable power of his Iron Fist Sect's techniques, he steeled himself. Convinced that this young upstart could not withstand his blows. Brother Lin Feng, do not fall for his trick. Do not engage him directly. Wear him down. Lin Wanxue suddenly cried out in alarm, her frustration palpable. If they continued as such, once Hai Ming exhausted his internal energy, defeating him would be a simple task. However, she did not expect Lin Feng to halt and attempt to take him on directly. What, brother-in-law? Lin Feng was bewildered by her outburst. But even more astonishing was old Master Lin joining in, exclaiming, son-in-law, do not engage directly. At your age, evading Hai Ming's attacks is nothing to be ashamed of. Being able to dodge is a skill in itself. Wait, what is going on here? Lin Feng thought in confusion. Feeling overwhelmed as both Lin Wanxue and old Master Lin seemed to be caught up in their own excitement. He understood their intentions, but found it bewildering that they would make such assumptions about his relationship with Lin Wanxue. Just then, a voice pierced through his thoughts, young man. Do not lose focus during such a critical moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a powerful fist hurtling toward his cheek. Hai Ming, the so-called martial arts elder, had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while Lin Feng was distracted. Uncle Ming, no? Hai Ming, you despicable scoundrel. Brother-in-law, quickly evade. Lin Wanxue shouted in panic, her face contorted with anger. Hearing her voice, Hai Ming did not relent. He pressed forward, envisioning the moment when Lin Feng's cheek would swell painfully beneath his strike. Old fool, get lost. Autumn winds rise, smack. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated, followed by a sharp cracking sound. Caught off guard, Gao Ming found his fist, which was on its way to Lin Feng's face, sent flying by a swift slap. However, thanks to the protective aura surrounding him, Gao Ming's cheek merely swelled, and he did not lose any teeth or blood. Yet, even so, he was seething with rage, as this was a raw and unvarnished humiliation for him. Oh, you little brat, how dare you strike my face? I will kill you. Gao Ming bellowed as he charged towards Lin Feng, resembling a madman, unleashing a flurry of punches. Lin Feng scoffed. It seems you have yet to grasp the disparity between us. Allow me to enlighten you. With a deft sidestep, he evaded Gao Ming's attack and retaliated with a resounding slap. It must be said that the autumn wind palm technique was tailored for the express purpose of striking faces, allowing for both palm and backhand to be employed. Furthermore, this technique produced a distinctive wave of energy that effectively mitigated the backlash from the impact. In essence, while delivering a slap, it ensured that the slapper's hand remained unscathed. Such a technique could only be deemed flawless. With a swift motion, Lin Feng sent Gao Ming sprawling, then pressed the attack, not granting him a moment's respite as he unleashed the autumn wind palm in a torrential storm of strikes. The sound of slaps echoed as the technique was executed in its entirety, leaving Gao Ming's visage swollen and unrecognizable, resembling a braised pig's head, vividly crimson. Despite the protective aura enveloping him, every single one of his teeth was knocked out by Lin Feng's relentless blows. Son-in-law, please stop. Do not continue. Let us conclude this sparring session. Old Master Lin, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed in a loud voice to halt Lin Feng. Yet, it was evident that his concern was not genuine. Had he truly wished to intervene, he could have done so during Lin Feng's earlier assault on Gao Ming. His current plea stemmed from a desire to prevent Lin Feng from inadvertently causing a fatal incident, which would bring about complications later. In consideration of your age, I shall let you off this time. Iron Fist sect? Bah, it's more akin to the Tofu sect, Lin Feng scoffed, disdainfully casting Gao Ming onto the ground. Brother-in-law, you are so impressive. I admire you so much. With the battle concluded, Lin Wanxue bounced over to Lin Feng, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Lin Feng, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, replied, Xiaoxue, refrain from calling me that. There is nothing between me and your sister. Regardless, it is only a matter of time before something develops. Oh, I have already accepted you as my brother-in-law, Lin Wanxue teased with a giggle. Lin Feng, at a loss, was unsure how to respond. Just then, the thoroughly beaten Gao Ming staggered to his feet. Old Master Lin approached him, profusely apologizing and inviting him to the villa, promising to summon the best doctors for his treatment. Humph, no need for that. Lin Feng, I shall remember this grudge. One day, I will make the Iron Fist sect exact its revenge. Gao Ming shot Lin Feng a venomous glare, flicked his sleeves, and departed down the mountain without another word. Faced with such a situation, he could no longer bear to remain there. Old Master Lin called after him a few times, but Gao Ming ignored him and continued on his way. Sighing, Old Master Lin turned to Lin Feng and said, Son-in-law, a grudge has been formed. Alas. Old Master, It is of no consequence. If I can handle Gao Ming, I can certainly deal with the Iron Fist sect. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Old Master Lin nodded silently. The grudge had been established, and it was too late for further discussion. Stop calling me Old Master. From now on, just like Xiaoxua, refer to me as Grandpa. Come, let us head to the villa and converse at length. Ignoring Lin Feng's slightly awkward expression, Old Master Lin took his arm and led him toward the villa. Along the way, Lin Feng made earnest attempts to explain that there was nothing between him and Lin Wanxue, but the old man was resolute, having firmly accepted him as his grandson-in-law. Hee, brother-in-law, just give in. Do you think my sister is not worthy of you? Lin Wanxue giggled. Of course not. Wanxue is exceptional. It's just that you are so readily offering up your sister. Is that truly wise? Lin Feng replied, torn between amusement and exasperation. Lin Wanxue shot him a sideways glance. What is wrong with that? My sister will only be grateful to me for finding her such a fine husband. Hee. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, realizing that reasoning with this grandfather-granddaughter duo was futile. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before inquiring about food, expressing his hunger. In truth, he had already noticed that a middle-aged woman was carrying a considerable amount of ingredients, clearly preparing to cook. However, he had hesitated to speak up until his hunger became unbearable. Alien, please prepare the meal now. Old Master Lin instructed the cleaning woman immediately. After conversing for a while, Lin Feng learned that this woman, Elian, was the housekeeper hired by the Lin family for Old Master Lin. Yes, Old Master, I will get started right away. Elian replied before heading to the kitchen to busy herself. In the living room, Lin Wanxue looked at Lin Feng curiously. Brother-in-law, didn't you eat anything when you came up the mountain this morning? Well, can I say that I was cultivating on the mountain for 3 days without food? Lin Feng responded awkwardly. What, 3 days without eating? Lin Wanxue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression adorably naive. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. I cultivated for 3 days and nights straight. Wow, brother-in-law, you are incredible. This is not merely martial training. This is clearly cultivating immortality. Lin Wanxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. You're quite astute, indeed. I was indeed cultivating immortality. Haha. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Lin Wanxue rolled her eyes at him. You're just boasting. However, unlike Lin Wanxue, Old Master Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Son-in-law, are you truly cultivating immortality? Grandpa. Do you believe me if I say I really am? Lin Feng replied. Old Master Lin nodded. Why wouldn't I believe it? Haha, my judgment has proven correct. If that girl Xiaya finds out that her suitor is an immortal cultivator, she will surely be overjoyed. Chapter 63. The Journey of Immortal Cultivation. Hey, Grandpa. Why are you being foolish like my brother-in-law? Where does this immortal cultivator come from? Lin Wanxue pouted, exasperated. No, Grandpa is not speaking nonsense. In my youth, I had the fortune of encountering an immortal cultivator, and they even assisted me, Old Master Lin replied, shaking his head, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Upon hearing Old Master Lin's words, not only Lin Wanxue, but even Lin Feng was taken aback. While he indeed practiced a method of immortal cultivation, it was not derived from joining any sect, but rather obtained from a system gift package. He was also quite curious about the immortal cultivation sects in this world. Old Master Lin did not keep them in suspense, slowly recounting, when I was 23 years old, my family had not yet moved to Tiancheng. We were living in a small village near the Tianfeng mountain range. This story unfolded over half a day, gradually revealing the events of that time. Old Master Lin recounted how he had fallen off a cliff while foraging for medicinal herbs and was saved by an elderly man who arrived on a flying sword. It was from that moment that he became aware of the existence of immortal cultivators in the world. However, after saving him, the old man disappeared without a trace. And despite his efforts to search, he could never find him again. All I remember is that he wore clothes adorned with a green mountain on the back. That is my sole impression, Old Master Lin sighed, burdened by the fact that he could not repay the kindness of his savior, a matter that had weighed heavily on his heart for many years. After speaking, Old Master Lin smiled at Lin Feng, saying so when Xiao Feng claims to be a cultivator, I believe him. At such a young age, he has already bested seasoned martial artists with decades of experience. Rarely does the younger generation achieve such feats. Wow, then that means, brother-in-law, I want to join you in cultivating immortality, exclaimed Lin Wanxue, suddenly brightening up. She rushed over, grabbed Lin Feng's hand, pouted her lips, and displayed a pitiful expression while shaking it vigorously. Lin Feng, feeling helpless and overwhelmed, pondered for a moment and decided to write down the method of perceiving spiritual energy to give to Lin Wanxue. Here you go. Give it a try and see if you can sense the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is abundant, so it should be possible. Yay, I'm going right now. Lin Wanxue exclaimed joyfully, quickly sitting cross-legged and positioning herself as Lin Feng had instructed for cultivation. Old Master Lin hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to test it as well. To Lin Feng's surprise, within a minute, Lin Wanxue opened her eyes. He initially thought she had failed and was about to scold her when she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, is it that white mist floating in the air? I can feel it. But unfortunately, I can't absorb it." "What? You sensed it so quickly?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He had spent half a day trying to perceive it himself. Although the thin spiritual energy at school was a factor, even if he were here at that time, he doubted he could have sensed it so swiftly. This could only mean that Lin Wanxue was indeed a prodigy in cultivation. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Don't scare me. I absolutely want to cultivate immortality with you." Noticing Lin Feng's unusual expression, Lin Wanxue became worried. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he suddenly froze in place. The long silent system voice unexpectedly rang out. "The celestial being has extraordinary luck and has discovered a person possessing the innate snow spirit body, rewarding the celestial being with one opportunity to open a gift package. Ding. Congratulations, celestial being. You have obtained the cold snow technique. Ding. Would you like to extract the cold snow technique?" Lin Feng was astonished. The innate snow spirit body, what was that? This girl's extraordinary talent had even caught the attention of the system in his mind, which had granted her a cultivation technique. Just by the name, Lin Feng guessed that the cold snow technique was likely related to Lin Wanxue. Without further hesitation, he chose to accept it, eager to see what it entailed. Indeed, it was a cultivation technique, confirming his suspicions. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with admiration. Having exceptional talent was advantageous. Unlike the likes of Chang Hu and Rin Kai, whom the system refused to assist. "Brother-in-law, don't scare me. Just tell me if it's possible." Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Lin Wanxue was on the verge of tears. Who would wish to remain a mere mortal when the chance to become a transcendent being free from worldly troubles lay ahead? Even with boundless wealth and immense power, one could not escape the cycle of life and death. How could that compare to the freedom of being an immortal? Lin Wanxue was genuinely anxious, fearing Lin Feng would dismiss her feelings as erroneous or tell her she could not cultivate. "Well, of course it's possible. Brother Feng will give you a cultivation technique." Lin Feng finally snapped back to reality, smiling broadly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanxue instantly transformed her sorrow into joy, diving into Lin Feng's embrace and holding him tightly. Although the girl was still maturing, Lin Feng could feel a notable difference in their embrace. His expression stiffened slightly as he felt a bit awkward and gently pushed her away, placing the jade slip containing the cold snow technique against her forehead. "Aunt Lien, your cooking is truly delicious," Lin Feng exclaimed, devouring the feast laid out before him, having finished off more than half of it by himself. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Aunt Lien by Old Master Lin, smiled warmly at him. Take it easy. If it's not enough, Aunt Lien will make you more." "Hee, I'm full. I've had enough." Lin Feng scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. In his haste from hunger, he hadn't paid much attention to his manners. Lin Wanxue, sitting beside Lin Feng with a bowl in hand, looked at him incredulously. "Brother-in-law, you big pig. You eat way too much. You little girl, stop the chatter. Finish eating and hurry up to practice." Lin Feng replied sternly, attempting to intimidate her with authority. "Got it. Silly brother-in-law," she pouted, though her respect for him had grown since he gifted her the cold snow technique. After the meal, Lin Wanxue found a room to concentrate on her cultivation, while Lin Feng remained in the living room with Old Master Lin. "Grandpa, there's no rush. This is related to personal talent. She'll eventually sense the spiritual energy," Lin Feng advised. "Well, at my age, if I can cultivate, I will. If not, then I won't press it. Let it be." Old Master Lin chuckled, displaying a carefree demeanor. "Rest assured, even if she cannot cultivate, I will find a way to guide you both along this path," Lin Feng stated solemnly after a moment of contemplation. Old Master Lin had treated him kindly, and with Lin Wanxue and Lin Wanyu, he could not simply stand idle. Cultivation not only enhanced one's strength, but also prolonged life. For the sake of allowing Old Master Lin to enjoy more years, he would lend a hand. "Ah, Grandpa truly did not misjudge you. Keep it up. Aim to win over that little you." Old Master Lin laughed heartily. Lin Feng felt helpless. "I'll do my best, but if one you finds me unworthy, that's a must. I know that little you is proud, but you have the ability to impress her." Without giving Lin Feng a chance to retort, Old Master Lin shifted the conversation. "Xiao Feng, you came here to cultivate for a reason, didn't you?" Lin Feng paused briefly and did not conceal the truth. "The spiritual energy here is abundant and extremely suitable for cultivation. Is that so? Does that mean you will be living here often?" Old Master Lin's eyes glimmered. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he would not be leaving anytime soon. Old Master Lin declared, "All right, I'll give you the keys to this place. You and little Shui can cultivate here in peace while Aunt Lien prepares your meals." "Ah, but what about you, Grandpa? Lin Feng was taken aback, frowning slightly. Still the same old saying, let it be. Some things cannot be forced. Perhaps unexpected events will unfold naturally, old Master Lin chuckled. Clearly not planning to stay here every day. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng decided not to press the issue. He needed someone to help him with meals. So he graciously accepted old Master Lin's offer. That's the spirit. We are family, after all. But I must remind you, young man, little Shui is still young. Do not entertain any improper thoughts for now. After Lin Feng received the keys, old Master Lin smiled mischievously. Lin Feng was caught off guard by old Master Lin's comment, nearly spitting out the water he had just taken a sip of. Glaring at the old man's playful grin, he responded, Grandpa, do I seem like that kind of person? Indeed you do. Old Master Lin feigned deep thought, nodding sagely. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration and decided against further discussing the matter with old Master Lin. After seeing old Master Lin off, he and Lin Wanxue commenced their cultivation journey on the mountain. Chapter 64, Astonishing Revelations. It must be said that Lin Wanxue was indeed a prodigy. Within a single day, she had directly broken through to the second layer of qi refinement. Lin Feng, feeling speechless, began to cultivate tirelessly day and night to avoid being surpassed by her. However, 2 days later, he received a phone call from Li Ruoxi. Lin Feng, where are you? I've looked for you several times in your class and couldn't find you. Sorry, I'm not at school. I'm out here in the western suburbs having fun. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Li Ruoxi's voice resonated with a palpable hint of jealousy. With whom? Let me guess. Is it with the illustrious Lin Wanxue, the belle of the campus? A cough escaped her lips, followed by a self-deprecating remark. How could that even be possible? I hardly possess such allure. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly responded, realizing that she must have heard something. For Li Ruoxi would not have made such a remark without reason. Li Ruoxi's voice came again. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Today is Sunday, and I wish to discuss how to deceive my family regarding certain matters. It appears that plan may no longer be feasible. Sure, just name the place. And I shall be there shortly, Lin Feng replied promptly. He had committed himself to assisting Li Ruoxi and could not bear the thought of such a stunning beauty being forced into a marriage with someone she did not cherish due to familial pressures. Really? That's splendid. Let's meet at Tianqing International. I will await you there. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Li Ruoxi on the other end of the line seemed elated and quickly provided a location. Lin Feng smiled, informed Aunt Lien, and then departed from the mountain, heading toward the city. Tianqing International, the most upscale venue in the city for high-end brand sales, boasted a plethora of international labels. At the entrance stood a captivatingly beautiful woman, glancing around expectantly, embodying the essence of anticipation. Her enchanting presence naturally drew the attention of numerous men, as passers-by could not help but sneak glances, curious to discover who was fortunate enough to elicit such attention from a girl of her caliber. Hey, look over there. A stunning beauty, exclaimed a young man as he walked with a few companions several meters from the entrance. If Lin Feng had been present, he would have recognized these individuals as Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong, whom he had encountered days prior. Accompanying them were several well-dressed young men, none of whom hailed from ordinary families. As they followed Zhao Dong's pointed finger, the group caught sight of Li Ruoxi standing at the entrance, their eyes gleaming with predatory interest. Isn't that Li Ruoxi from the Li family? What is she doing here? Wang Xiaobing questioned, his expression one of confusion, evidently recognizing her. What? Is she the same Li Ruoxi who is often compared to Lin Wanxue? Zhao Dong asked, his countenance shifting. Wang Xiaobing nodded. My brother once pursued her. I have seen her photograph. Well then, since it's Li Ruoxi, what are we waiting for? Let us go over and see if we might be lucky enough to catch her interest. Zhao Dong exclaimed with excitement, raising his hand to signal his companions. But Wang Xiaobing halted him. Wait. I heard a rumor just yesterday that the Li family intends to betroth Li Ruoxi to Chu Feng from the Chu family. Chu Feng from the foremost of the 4 great families? Zhao Dong gasped, astonishment etched across his face. Which other Chu family could it possibly be? Wang Xiaobing confirmed. At this revelation, Zhao Dong and the others collectively inhaled sharply. If that were indeed the case, they would not dare approach Li Ruoxi. If that Chu Feng were to learn of their audacity, they would find themselves in dire straits. Chu Feng was known for his icy demeanor. Whatever he desired, he would not allow others to covet. There was once a formidable family in Tianqing that foolishly attempted to vie with the Chu family for control of the bike-sharing market, only to find themselves ensnared in insurmountable debt and ruin, all orchestrated by Chu Feng. Even when their adversaries withdrew, he relentlessly pursued them to the brink of destruction. The mere mention of Chu Feng conjured thoughts of ruthless severity, a man one would do well to avoid. Look over there. A young man has approached Li Ruoxi, and she is smiling at him. Suddenly, one bespectacled youth in the crowd shouted. Wang Xiaobing and Zhao Dong exchanged glances, their expressions igniting with fury. How dare he? Not only Lin Wanyue, but now he seeks to entangle himself with Li Ruoxi as well. Does he believe there are no consequences for intruding upon the elite circles of Tianqing? They gritted their teeth, their faces darkening as they marched forward with purpose. The figure standing beside Li Ruoxi, eliciting a radiant smile from the campus beauty, could only be Lin Feng. Am I late, Ruoxi? Lin Feng grinned as he approached her. You are tardy, and I shall have to punish you, Li Ruoxi replied playfully, though her radiant smile betrayed her true feelings. It was clear that she would not genuinely hold Lin Feng accountable for his lateness. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue their conversation, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he noticed several ominous figures approaching. The two leading them were all too familiar to him. I did not seek you out. Yet you have the audacity to come here. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with coldness, recalling the incident when these two had plotted to ambush him that fateful night. Well, if it isn't you again, it seems we are destined to cross paths, Wang Xiaobing remarked, adopting a nonchalant tone, yet his eyes were laced with mockery. Lin Feng's tone turned icy. Speak your mind or leave. I have no time for your nonsense. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am? Wang Xiaobing retorted angrily. Yes, merely a yapping mad dog, Lin Feng replied with disdain, his expression as indifferent as if he were addressing refuse. Wang Xiaobing seethed with fury at Lin Feng's words, wishing he could retaliate, but fear of defeat held him back. As Wang Xiaobing faltered, Zhao Dong and their entourage of sycophants could not resist chiming in. Watch your tongue, punk. Our brother is the young master of the Wang family in Tianqing. Surely you have heard of the Wang family's prestigious herbal medicine shops that span the entire city? Look at you, dressed so poorly. It seems you hail from the countryside. Do you even comprehend the wealth of the Wang family? It starts at 10 billion. To offend our brother is to invite your own demise. Lin Feng's expression darkened, if not for the public setting. He would have relished the chance to teach these rabid dogs a lesson. What of the young master of the Wang family? Does that hold any significance for me? 10 billion? Should I bow and scrape before you? Lin Feng's indignation simmered. He resolved to ensure these individuals learned a lesson they would not soon forget. Lin Feng, Wang Xiaobing is the brother of Wang Dekong. You may be formidable, but with so many witnesses here, it would be unwise to act rashly, Li Ruoxi urged, grasping his hand and whispering in his ear, anxious to prevent him from losing his temper. Lin Feng paused, realizing Wang Dekong's sibling was involved. Oh, so it's a pair of brothers. That explains their insufferable arrogance. Look at you, so boastful. Go on, continue. I dare you to speak more. Wang Xiaobing taunted, relishing the moment. Just then, he seemed to notice something, abruptly falling silent. Lin Feng, perplexed, could not fathom what was causing such a reaction. To his astonishment, he saw that not only Wang Xiaobing, but also Zhao Dong and the others were expressions of disbelief. What are you all up to? Lin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. As Lin Feng's voice broke the silence, Wang Xiaobing and his companions snapped back to reality. With a sardonic grin, Wang Xiaobing remarked, Kid, I shall observe your plight for 3 minutes. Kid, you have guts. I, Zhao Dong, commend your bravery, he declared, his tone dripping with mockery. Although I find you quite disagreeable, I must concede your prowess. You have accomplished what we dared not attempt, and to an excessive degree at that. Lin Feng grew increasingly perplexed. Had these individuals lost their minds? Ruoxi, let us depart and ignore this bunch of fools. With a huff, Lin Feng grasped Li Ruoxi's hand and turned to enter Tianqing International. Chapter 65, Li Ruoxi's test. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Kid, you may not realize your mistake, so allow me to enlighten you. Li Ruoxi is under the protection of Chu Feng, and you ought not to provoke her. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng turned, furrowing his brow. Don't tell me you're unaware. Li Ruoxi is already engaged to Chu Feng, Wang Xiaobing replied. Lin Feng instantly grasped the situation. This Chu Feng must be the one Li Ruoxi mentioned, the marriage arranged by the Li family. Understanding the context, Lin Feng sneered. Chu Feng, merely a toad, and look at how terrified you all are. You, kid, you possess some audacity. When Chu Feng seeks you out, you'll weep without the ability to cry. Wang Xiaobing was rendered speechless, his well-meaning warning unappreciated by Lin Feng. Buddy, you're quite something. I reckon by next year, the grass atop your grave will be 3 meters high. Ah, the fearless are ever present. But who would dare provoke Chu Feng? Zhao Dong and the others smirked, their gazes upon Lin Feng akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Unable to endure their mocking stares, Lin Feng retorted coldly, silence. If you utter another word, I'll ensure the grass atop your graves grows 3 meters high. How arrogant. Do you truly believe we wouldn't dare act against you? We need not rely on Chu Feng. We'll make you weep without reprieve. Fury ignited within Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with menace. It seems you wish for death. These individuals mocked him relentlessly. It was high time they received a lesson. Yet, how could he discreetly deal with these nuisances? Suddenly, the long-absent system voice echoed in his mind. having offended Chu Feng. The great sage has successfully sealed his fate, rewarding him with an opportunity to open a gift package. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Feng pondered the implication. Was Chu Feng truly a formidable threat? After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided that danger mattered not. Should anyone provoke him, they would find themselves kneeling before him. Li Ruoxi was designated by the system as his companion. None could take her from him. However, his immediate task was to swat away these buzzing flies. With the system's assistance, those who had scorned him were bound to face misfortune. Without hesitation, he claimed his gift package, eager to teach these insolent fools a lesson. Ding! Congratulations, great sage, you have acquired Sage Card, Killing God Aura. Sage Card, Killing God Aura enables rapid resolution of troubles. Ding! Would you like to extract the Killing God Aura? What on earth is this? Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom what it entailed. Yet he sensed it was an intangible force, one that could be summoned without fear of detection. Ah, so this kid is quite arrogant. Is he? He dares to threaten us. Come on, let us see what you can do. Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Wang Xiaobing and the others seized the opportunity to mock him once more. Li Ruoxi's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, Enough! Do not bully him too severely. Wang Xiaobing, have you forgotten how your brother Wang Dekong ended up with a swollen face? Do you wish to experience the same? What? This? Wang Xiaobing's expression shifted, uncertainty washing over him. He hadn't anticipated Li Ruoxi would know about his brother's misfortune. Could it be? At that moment, Lin Feng successfully extracted the Killing God Aura. However, he did not feel any immediate change. There was no sensation at all. System, how does one utilize this? He mentally inquired. The great sage remains as foolish as ever. Concentrate your mind, summon the Killing God Aura, and merely gaze at them. Listening to the system's taunts, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This wretched system would pay dearly for its insolence. Understanding how to wield the Killing God Aura, a cold smile crossed Lin Feng's lips. A group of worthless scum. Let me terrify you. Narrowing his eyes at Wang Xiaobing and the others, Lin Feng focused his thoughts, channeling the Killing God Aura that only he could perceive. Guided by his intent, the aura radiated from him, enveloping Wang Xiaobing and his companions. In an instant, their expressions transformed drastically, pallid and devoid of color. Their eyes wide with terror, they felt as though they had been thrust into a hell's cape, surrounded by dismembered limbs and seas of blood. In the distance, they imagined a figure wielding a bloody dagger, grinning coldly at them. In all their lives, they had never encountered such a sight. Fear rendered their legs weak, and they cried out, collapsing to the ground. Several with weaker constitutions were so frightened they wet themselves, a stream trickling down their legs. Others, even more unfortunate, lost control completely, filling the air with an unbearable stench. A crowd of onlookers stood agape, witnessing the spectacle unfold. The Killing God Aura had targeted only Wang Xiaobing and his companions, leaving the others oblivious to any disturbance. They merely observed the sudden change in Wang Xiaobing's group, their fearful cries echoing, and then their utter collapse. What the hell? This stinks. What is happening? Finally, they witnessed firsthand what it meant to be terrified to the point of losing control, yet they could only wonder what had frightened them so. How embarrassing, especially for the so-called young master of the Wang family. They quickly retreated, fearing they might suffocate in the stench. Lin Feng shot a derisive glance at the cowardly group before turning to leave with the astonished Li Ruoxi in tow. The Killing God Aura lasted only a mere 10 seconds, yet that was ample time. If it had persisted longer, they might have truly perished from fright. Crucially, this shock was silent and unseen. No one would suspect Lin Feng was behind it. Lin Feng, does this have anything to do with you? As they entered Tianqing International, Li Ruoxi suddenly whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly. What do you think? I believe it must be you, otherwise. How could they have reacted in such a manner? You're incorrigible. They were utterly humiliated, Li Ruoxi replied, her face lighting up with amusement. Realizing the more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more inscrutable he became. Outside Tianqing International, it wasn't long before Wang Xiaobing and the others regained their senses. Upon realizing the crowd was pointing and whispering about them, and catching a whiff of their own soiled state, their faces fell, and they shuffled away in disgrace. Those who had merely wet themselves were fortunate. Those who had lost control left behind a trail of embarrassment, creating a scene that was truly eye-watering. Lin Feng, I must discuss this Chu Feng matter with you. Inside Tianqing International, Li Ruoxi bit her lip, as though making a momentous decision, and suddenly halted, facing Lin Feng with resolve in her eyes. I'm curious as well. I want to understand how he could instill such fear in Wang Xiaobing and his group. Lin Feng remarked. He is a ruthless individual, one who harbors a vendetta for the slightest offense. His family, the Chu family, is the foremost among the 4 great families of Tianqing, Li Ruoxi explained, her lips pressed together in earnest. Following this, she recounted various tales of Chu Feng's exploits, hoping to provide Lin Feng with deeper insight. Once she finished, Li Ruoxi looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I hadn't considered this before. I didn't mean to. Ruoxi, I place my trust in you. This Chu Feng is merely a mad dog in essence. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Lin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile, a blend of amusement and irony. Li Ruoxi, momentarily taken aback, recalled the earlier scene where Lin Feng single-handedly dealt with Wang Dezong and his entourage, a smile of genuine joy unconsciously gracing her features. To others, Chu Feng was indeed a formidable adversary, yet to the man before her, he appeared inconsequential. No matter how formidable Chu Feng may be, he only instilled fear in Wang Xiaobing and his ilk, while Lin Feng could terrify them to the core. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. You little minx, were you just contemplating whether to have me withdraw, to spare you the pretense of having me as your boyfriend? Lin Feng remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes, softened by a hint of tenderness. Her willingness to consider his well-being made her worthy of his protection. Lin Feng, how did you guess? Li Ruoxi inquired, astonished. Hee. It's simply because I'm clever, Lin Feng replied, grinning. Li Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him, cautioning, while I am aware of your prowess, do remain wary of that Chu Feng. Open confrontations are easy to evade, but the hidden daggers are treacherous. Of course, I'm not oblivious to these matters, but I will graciously accept the concern of our esteemed school beauty, Lin Feng responded, his smile deepening, sensing that he was not far from winning over Li Ruoxi. Yet, thoughts of the system, as well as Lin Wanshui and the elder Lin, plagued him. He also had to win over Lin Wanyu. Uncertainty loomed regarding the repercussions of neglecting the system's tasks, a notion that did not bode well. As two of Tiancheng Academy's most illustrious school beauties, each possessed unique charms and similar backgrounds, Lin Feng harbored a desire to captivate them both. After all, as a cultivator, he was unfettered by the constraints of worldly laws. His only concern was whether the two women might harbor reservations, which could complicate matters. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Li Ruoxi waved her porcelain hand before his eyes after noticing his dazed expression. Lin Feng, jesting, replied, I was contemplating how to make Ruoxi my little bride. How obnoxious. If you assist me in having my family annul the engagement with Chu Feng, I might consider your proposal, Li Ruoxi playfully retorted, a smile lighting her face. That was your statement, so there is no backing out. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously. Li Ruoxi beamed, but then a thought struck her. Lin Feng, what is going on between you and Lin Wanyu? Did something occur? Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt and asked, what do you mean? School forums, Weibo, and all those places are buzzing with photos of the two of you together, she explained, pulling out her phone to show him. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, unsure how to respond. After some contemplation, he resolved to keep certain details under wraps, merely recounting their encounter that evening without mentioning the elder's matchmaking intentions. And so, I met her and we returned to school together, he concluded. Is it really that simple? I feel like there's something missing. You saved the elder Lin. Could he be inclined to unite you with Lin Wanyu out of gratitude? Li Ruoxi inquired, a teasing glint in her eyes. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How did she know? Had she guessed? You've hit the nail on the head. Now tell me, whom would you choose between Lin Wanyu and me? She tossed out the challenging question, relishing the look on his face. Lin Feng felt the weight of the dilemma. Such questions from a woman were notoriously difficult to navigate. If it were a typical girl, he would undoubtedly proclaim Li Ruoxi as his choice without hesitation, adorned with flowery declarations of affection. However, with the illustrious school beauty whose family background was equally impressive, he sensed the complexity of the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng grinned. Why must I choose? I want both. What? You shameless rogue. You heartbreaker. Why not just say you want all three school beauties? Li Ruoxi exclaimed, rolling her eyes at him, though not genuinely upset. Lin Feng, having observed her reaction, knew her ire was feigned. Adopting a serious demeanor, he quipped, that's a brilliant idea. Brilliant? You mean the mysterious Zixuan, who is on par with me and Wanyu? We haven't even laid eyes on her. She remains shrouded in mystery, Li Ruoxi scoffed. Lin Feng chuckled. Speaking of Zixuan, you know Lin Wanyu, right? Of course. What of it? So you're aware that when you sent me to test you? Li Ruoxi replied, feeling a tinge of betrayal. Lin Feng shook his head. Not quite. I merely sensed your inquiry was layered with complexity. However, if both of you... Hey, stop dreaming. Wake up. Li Ruoxi, realizing she couldn't outmaneuver Lin Feng, dragged him toward a high-end suit store. Lin Feng, disinterested in suits, was reluctant to make a purchase. Eventually, he acquiesced to Li Ruoxi's insistence, allowing the store's designer to take his measurements. Good day. That will be 88,000 in total. Will you be paying with a card? Card. Li Ruoxi extracted a card and handed it over. Lin Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. For a mere suit, the cost was exorbitantly high. Ruoxi, this is far too expensive. I refuse to buy it. Sir, we are an international brand. Our prices are consistent worldwide, and there is not a cent added. If you cannot afford it, you are welcome to refrain from purchasing. The attendant remarked, sizing him up. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Why the disdainful glance? What did it matter the brand? He found the price outrageous. 88,000 is what an ordinary family might struggle to earn in an entire year. Lin Feng, he has a point. I am quite familiar with this brand. Li Ruoxi interjected. I understand. I never claimed it wasn't worth the price. I merely find it excessively costly, Lin Feng retorted, feeling a pang in his heart at the thought of spending such a sum on a single piece of clothing. Surely, those funds could be better utilized aiding those in need. Mortal beings were destined to be mere mortals, consumed by vanity and status, seeking to impress others with expensive attire. A far cry from his identity as a cultivator. As Lin Feng pondered this, he felt increasingly elevated, as if surveying the world from a lofty perch, looking down upon mere ants. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Stop spewing nonsense, you pretty boy pretending to be a wealthy heir. The attendant scoffed, unable to contain his disdain for Lin Feng. What the hell? Lin Feng could no longer tolerate the insult of being labeled a pretty boy. This was utterly unacceptable. Yet, how could he prove otherwise? System, are you just going to stand by while your host is belittled? Come on, step in. In that critical moment, Lin Feng called upon the system, exasperated. What kind of system would merely watch its host suffer embarrassment without intervening? It was high time for some retribution. In light of the fact that the great sage had skillfully responded to Li Ruoxi's test, the system begrudgingly granted Lin Feng a chance to open a gift package. Ding. Congratulations, Great Sage. You have received the Great Sage card, Wealth God Aura. Experience the sensation of being a tycoon. It's as simple as that. Ding. Would you like to extract the Wealth God Aura? A gift package contained this. Lin Feng was skeptical. Wasn't this supposed to be a cultivation package? What on earth was this? While the aura of a killing god might suffice, as it could intimidate others, what was the purpose of the Wealth God Aura? Would it make others perceive him as a wealthy tycoon? No matter, he decided to extract it and see what transpired. As the thought crossed his mind, the aura of the god of wealth was summoned, and after comprehending its function, Lin Feng activated it directly. The staff member, who had initially intended to continue mocking Lin Feng, suddenly wore a face of astonishment, displaying an expression of utmost reverence and flattery. It was not only the staff member. Li Ruoxi was also taken aback, feeling as though Lin Feng had transformed into an affluent magnate, eliciting a desire to embrace him. Although her family was not lacking in wealth, she could not shake off this sensation. Furthermore, this feeling intensified, and she could no longer restrain herself. Walking over and nestling into Lin Feng's embrace. What an extraordinary effect. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure and turned to the staff member, asking, "What did you just say?" "Sir, I was mistaken. I was blind to your true worth," the staff member stammered, trembling with fear, her face contorted with desperation. Upon seeing Lin Feng's indifference, she fell to her knees with a thud. With two resounding slaps to her own face, she declared, "Sir, I should not have called you a gigolo. You are indeed a true tycoon, the god of wealth. Humph, from now on, do not judge others by your narrow perspective. Some individuals are not as simple as you perceive." Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction within. The aura of wealth was indeed powerful. Without uttering a word or taking any action, the other party believed they had offended someone of immense stature, begging for forgiveness. "Now, be gone and process the payment," Lin Feng commanded, taking the card from Li Ruoxi and handing it to the staff member. She scrambled to her feet, cautiously and with utmost respect, gazing at Lin Feng, no longer daring to utter a single word. After retrieving Li Ruoxi's card, the two embraced and proudly exited the store. Once they were a distance away, the staff member suddenly jolted back to reality, bewildered and unsure of what had just transpired, yet vividly recalling her actions, her drastic change in attitude, her pleas for forgiveness, her kneeling, and her respectful farewell. However, the reason behind her behavior eluded her. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she muttered to herself, "Strange. Could he genuinely be a wealthy tycoon?" Exiting the suit store and walking over 100 meters, Li Ruoxi blushed and broke free from Lin Feng's embrace. "Lin Feng, what just happened? Why was I uncontrollably drawn into your arms? And why did I perceive you as a super-rich magnate?" "Shu Ruoxi, I'll let you in on a secret. I am a cultivator, and what you witnessed was a celestial technique. You must keep this confidential and not disclose it to anyone," Lin Feng whispered, gesturing for silence as he leaned closer to Li Ruoxi's ear. Inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, he felt a stir of emotions and quickly distanced himself, fearing he might act inappropriately. What? Lin Feng. Yuli Ruashi's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. She did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Inexplicably, she believed him outright. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly teased, Great Immortal, do you require a warm bed servant? I could fill that role. Cough, cough. Ruashi, don't jest with me, Lin Feng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she were intentionally tempting him into wrongdoing. Li Ruashi smiled sweetly. I never would have imagined you possessed such a background. Are you not the least bit suspicious that I might be deceiving you? Lin Feng inquired curiously. I harbor no doubts, for I have personally witnessed your capabilities. Li Ruashi replied with a shake of her head and a smile. Lin Feng displayed a hint of approval. She was indeed clever. After their shopping, Li Ruashi purchased a pair of exquisite leather boots for Lin Feng and even changed into a new outfit. Almost done. Next week, I shall take you to my home. I refuse to marry that Chu Feng, Li Ruashi declared, counting on her fingers and pouting. Absolutely, for Ruashi is mine. If that Chu Feng dares to covet her, it would be fortunate if I didn't deal with him severely, Lin Feng jested. You're insufferable. When did I become yours? Li Ruashi rolled her eyes. Lin Feng chuckled. You just nestled into my arms, and besides, you declared that if I annul this engagement, you would marry me. You cannot go back on your word. Well, that is a matter for the future, Li Ruashi countered. Even so, does that not count as being in a relationship now? Lin Feng grinned, taking Li Ruashi's hand. She feigned a struggle, but upon realizing she could not break free, she allowed him to hold her hand. Oh yes, we've taken the first step in a long journey. How delightful. Lin Feng reveled in his excitement, admiring the enchanting figure beside him. She was indeed a stunning campus beauty, breathtakingly exquisite. After purchasing their items, Lin Feng personally escorted Li Ruashi back to the school. As they strolled along a tranquil path, they encountered a few individuals, one of whom appeared exceedingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng recognized it was Gao Hao, whom he had met at the restaurant. This Gao Hao was evidently one of Li Ruashi's suitors, who had previously threatened Lin Feng to stay away from her. How dare this insolent fellow hold hands with my esteemed campus beauty? I shall teach him a lesson today. Gao Hao seethed with rage, flanked by several companions. He approached with a sinister expression. Lin Feng frowned. He was curious to see what this young man intended to do. Step aside, do not obstruct my path. Lin Feng commanded coldly, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. The narrow path could only accommodate 3 people side by side, yet the group blocked it entirely. If Lin Feng wished to pass, he would have to detour through the adjacent garden, but he did not wish to disturb the flowers. Nor did he feel it necessary to evade these individuals. What do you intend to do, Gao Hao? Li Ruashi interjected, her brow furrowed in anger. What do you mean by that? Tell me how I am inferior to this penniless wretch. Why have you chosen him? Gao Hao's face contorted with rage as he shouted. Having pursued Li Ruashi for several months since the start of the semester, he was enraged to see Lin Feng establish a relationship with her in less than a week, with their actual time together barely amounting to 2 days. It was no wonder he was furious. In such a moment, Lin Feng would not allow Li Ruashi to face this confrontation alone. As a man, he had to step forward. With a mocking gaze directed at Gao Hao, Lin Feng sneered. Do you wish to know why? Let me enlighten you. It is because you are nothing but trash. Lin Feng had witnessed Gao Hao's character firsthand. During their first encounter, he had threatened Lin Feng in the restaurant and ordered someone to dump leftover food on him. What kind of decent person could he be? Damn it. Do you dare to challenge me? I shall make you aware of who the real trash is. Gao Hao's face darkened, glaring menacingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng found it amusing and replied disdainfully, Just you? Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you lose, you will leave Ruashi and never come near her again. Gao Hao roared defiantly, What if you lose? Lin Feng smiled, What if I win? What do you propose? Gao Hao hesitated, his anger boiling. That is impossible. I will never lose. What if, by chance, you do lose? I will willingly leave Ruashi and cease my pursuit. Lin Feng chuckled. You speak as if you and Ruashi are already together. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. If you lose, you must bow 10 times. Suppressing his urge to laugh, Lin Feng realized that Gao Hao was practically inviting him to teach him a lesson. Fueled by rage, Gao Hao did not contemplate the consequences as he declared, All right. With that, he lunged forward, aiming a powerful kick at Lin Feng's chest. Towering over Lin Feng by a head, he was filled with confidence, certain that if his kick landed, Lin Feng would be unable to rise. Little did he know that he was facing a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement. In a fleeting moment, Lin Feng's figure flickered, his toes barely grazing the ground as he appeared before Gao Hao. Incredulity filled Gao Hao's gaze as Lin Feng merely pressed lightly on his chest, causing him to tumble to the ground as if struck by a powerful force. It seems I've emerged victorious, Lin Feng proclaimed with a mischievous grin. Yet, Gao Hao refused to concede, shouting, This doesn't count. I can still fight. Oh, Do you imply that the contest continues until one party is incapacitated? Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke indifferently. Indeed, are you frightened? Gao Hao retorted with a sneer, brimming with arrogance. Lin Feng scoffed. Fear? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. To ensure your satisfaction, why don't you and your companions come at me together? Very well, you've issued the challenge. If we lose, we cannot blame anyone but ourselves. Gao Hao paused. Then his expression transformed into one of unrestrained excitement. He envisioned Lin Feng being mercilessly beaten, leaving in shame before Li Ruoxi. However, Li Ruoxi, fully aware of Lin Feng's combat prowess, paled slightly and rushed forward to grasp his arm, whispering urgently, "This is still school. There are no deep-seated grudges here. Do not harm them." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he could not disregard the words of his beloved schoolflower. Yet to Gao Hao and his companions, this seemed a jest, an insult to their pride. "Fear not, Ruoxi. We shall thoroughly deal with this brat," Gao Hao declared. "He intends to challenge us alone. We must honor his wish." Li Ruoxi frowned, perceiving them as a group oblivious to their own peril. Had she not intervened, it would have been a miracle if they could rise today. Lin Feng, undeterred by Gao Hao's provocations, pondered how to teach these ruffians a lesson without inflicting severe harm. "System, where are you? Surely, you wish to witness these fellows' misfortune?" He contemplated a more serious dialogue with the system, feeling it was far more adept at dealing with such matters than he was. The system had previously granted him an awe-inspiring aura of a killing god, leaving Wang Xiaobing and his crew utterly bewildered. "Congratulations, Great One. Your relationship with Li Ruoxi has deepened, granting you one opportunity to open a reward package. Ding. Congratulations, Great One. You have received one, Great One's token, Misfortune Talisman. Utilizing it to bring misfortune upon others is as simple as that." The voice in his mind swiftly conveyed the message, not allowing Lin Feng to haggle. The system appeared equally eager to witness Lin Feng's confrontation with Gao Hao. Upon hearing the description, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. It seemed an excellent item with potentially unexpected effects. "System, how does one utilize this?" Lin Feng silently inquired. "Just crush it quickly." The system's voice was tinged with urgency, as if it could hardly contain its anticipation. With a playful smile, Lin Feng discreetly retrieved the Misfortune Talisman and crushed it, his hand casually positioned behind his back. Chapter 68, Exuberance. To Gao Hao and his companions, Lin Feng's actions appeared as if he was deliberately trying to show off. "Let us teach him a lesson. Smash him until he loses his teeth," Gao Hao bellowed, launching himself forward. To an ordinary observer, Gao Hao moved swiftly. However, to Lin Feng, it was akin to watching slow motion, like an elderly man performing Tai Chi. He caught Gao Hao's fist effortlessly and, with a gentle flick, sent him sprawling. As Gao Hao landed, he miraculously found his mouth facing downward, landing directly in a pile of foul-smelling dog excrement. Realizing his predicament, Gao Hao's eyes widened in horror as he desperately attempted to evade the impending disaster. However, he was powerless to alter his course, and time was against him. Thud! Gao Hao's mouth met the ground, resulting in an intimate encounter with the dog feces. Lin Feng, Li Ruoxi, and Gao Hao's companions stood in stunned disbelief, marveling at the sheer improbability of the situation. "Ah, you little brat, I will kill you." Gao Hao quickly scrambled to his feet, emitting a wretched wail. In his haste to shout, he inadvertently swallowed several particles of the foul substance, and the overwhelming stench soon caused him to retch uncontrollably. Lin Feng was astonished. The power of the Misfortune Talisman was truly formidable. After a brief moment of vomiting, Gao Hao glared at Lin Feng with malevolence, roaring, "What are you all standing there for? Surround him and beat him up." Having been humiliated in front of his beloved, Gao Hao was consumed with the desire to exact revenge on Lin Feng. At his vehement command, his companions snapped back to reality and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned mischievously and threw a few punches into the air, intending to intimidate them. To his surprise, even his casual gestures triggered the power of the Misfortune Talisman. One chubby boy charged forward, only to trip over his own feet and tumble, rolling several times. Another tall, lanky individual approached Lin Feng, preparing to strike, when suddenly, a loud crack echoed as his arm dislocated. A third assailant attempted to deliver a flying kick, but was inadvertently tripped by his companion, landing in an awkward split, his face paling as cold sweat dripped down. The remaining few who had intended to join the fray witnessed the chaos and hesitated, their faces drained of color. Fear etched across their features. "Come on, why are you stopping?" "Haha," Lin Feng taunted, enjoying the spectacle. What kind of sorcery is this?" Gao Hao stared at Lin Feng. Horrified, Lin Feng shot him a disdainful glance, pulling Li Ruoxi further away. "Don't speak to me. Your taste is unbearable." "You," Gao Hao, infuriated and still reeking of the foul odor, began to retch once more. With no face left to remain, he turned crimson and dashed away, disappearing from sight. Scram. Don't ever come looking for trouble with that fool again. It's self-inflicted suffering. Lin Feng waved dismissively at the stunned onlookers before leading Li Ruoxi away. As they walked, Li Ruoxi regarded Lin Feng with curiosity, finally asking, Lin Feng, what technique did you use? I can't shake the feeling it wasn't mere coincidence. Of course it wasn't coincidence. Haha, as I've told you, I'm a cultivator. Naturally, I wield celestial arts. Lin Feng scratched his head, grinning impishly. Li Ruoxi rolled her eyes. You're just boasting. If you're truly a cultivator, show me your flying skills. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why was the school flower's first thought upon hearing about cultivation to ask him to fly? Seeing Lin Feng's confusion only confirmed Li Ruoxi's belief that he was fabricating stories. She regarded him with a haughty expression, delighting in her perceived superiority. Forget it. I want to argue with a little girl. Lin Feng sighed, his expression darkening. It's just flying. I will master it soon enough. When the time comes, I'll astound you all. After escorting Li Ruoxi back to her dormitory, Lin Feng made a brief detour to his own quarters. After several days of absence from class, Lin Feng was uncertain whether any issues had arisen or if there had been any repercussions. Within the dormitory, everything remained unchanged. Chang Hu, Ren Kai, and Zhao Xiaoshu were all present. However, Lin Feng noticed that both Chang Hu and Ren Kai appeared dejected and despondent. What is the matter? Have you not yet sensed any spiritual energy? Lin Feng observed the two, pondering their lack of aptitude, which might explain why the system had chosen to ignore them. Chang Hu and Ren Kai nodded, their gazes cast downward, unwilling to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Brothers, it has been said that such matters cannot be forced. One must allow nature to take its course, Zhao Xiaoshu interjected, having repeated this sentiment numerous times over the past few days to no avail. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Xiaoshu speaks wisely. You need not be overly concerned. Once my strength has grown, I will undoubtedly find a way to assist you in your cultivation. Is that truly the case, third brother? Upon hearing this, Chang Hu and Ren Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Feng smiled and offered them an encouraging glance. After all, the system had assured him that it would intervene to assist them once he reached the golden core stage. Thus he felt no anxiety. With Lin Feng's words, Chang Hu and Ren Kai's spirits lifted once more, their earlier gloom dissipating. As long as hope remained, they could wait patiently, whether it took a little longer or not. Lin Feng looked at the two with a smile before inquiring about recent happenings at school, including whether the teachers had mentioned his name. Rest assured, nothing has occurred. Should there be any issues, we will concoct an excuse to cover for you. You just focus on enhancing your cultivation, Chang Hu said cheerfully, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, taking it upon himself to reassure him. Lin Feng smiled, feeling grateful for such supportive brothers, knowing he had nothing to worry about. Although he was aware that both of them hoped he would quickly elevate his strength to take them along in their cultivation journey, he remained unconcerned. After bidding farewell to the trio, Lin Feng hastily made his way back to Xishan. He needed to devote himself to cultivation, otherwise, being surpassed by that girl Lin Wanxue would be quite embarrassing. On his way back to Xishan, Lin Feng engaged in a negotiation with the system. Having dealt with Gao Hao and his companions, is it unreasonable to expect at least 3 or 5 opportunities to open gift packs? Lin Feng boldly made his demands. Feeling no shame in his assertiveness, Great Immortal, have you awakened from your dream? Do you still wish to remain in slumber? In dreams, one can have anything. The system retorted mercilessly. What a joke. 10 or more opportunities. Do you think it would devalue your system to grant such requests? Lin Feng countered. 3 chances should suffice. Considering I have dealt with so many people, Lin Feng felt somewhat defeated. This system was not easily swayed. Just 1 opportunity. Whether you take it or not depends on whether the Great Immortal can amuse this system. The system's proud voice echoed in his mind. Humph, challenging this system? You are still quite inexperienced. 1 chance is better than none. Lin Feng grumbled, realizing that if he wanted additional opportunities, he would have to make some sacrifices. He decided to allow Gao Hao and the others to take action, thereby earning a chance to open a gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, Great Immortal. You have obtained a copy of the comprehensive guide to basic spells. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. At last, he had unlocked spells. No one would dare to question his identity as a cultivator after this. Eagerly, he extracted the comprehensive guide to basic spells, disregarding the curious glances of passers-by as he sat cross-legged in the middle of the street, pressing the jade slip against his forehead. In a brief moment, Lin Feng grasped the contents within. The guide contained a limited number of spells, with each of the 5 elements represented by 1, Golden Sword Technique, Wood Transformation Technique, Water Healing Technique, Fire Serpent Technique, and Earth Spike Technique. The Golden Sword Technique, as its name suggests, allows the user to condense a small golden sword from their mana to strike at enemies. Among the 5 elements, metal is known for its sharpness. And in terms of sheer offensive power, the golden sword technique surpasses the others. In addition to the golden sword technique, the fire serpent technique and earth spike technique also serve as offensive spells. The wood transformation technique fortifies the body, making it as resilient as solid wood. As for the water healing technique, it is undoubtedly a healing spell, remarkably effective for treating injuries. Resisting the urge to experiment immediately, Lin Feng hurried back to Shishan. He had only a rudimentary understanding of these 5 spells, and to unleash their full potential, dedicated practice was essential. Upon returning to the mountain, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Feng immediately began his experiments. The first spell he attempted was the fire serpent technique, yet after considerable effort, he could only conjure a flame the size of a finger. Stunned, Lin Feng realized that he felt as though he had merely practiced a fire bug technique instead. While he was frustrated, he also understood that to wield the power of these spells, he needed to practice diligently. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng resolved to focus on spell practice rather than cultivation. In combat, having both ranged and close-quarters capabilities would provide options for offense and defense. More importantly, mastering spells would validate his identity as a cultivator. He felt unjustly accused of being an imposter by the 2 beautiful schoolmates, as he was indeed a genuine cultivator. Even if he could not fly, "You are so foolish, great immortal. After practicing for so long, you could barely summon a fire bug. This is truly amusing. Let me give you another opportunity to open a pack." The system's mocking voice rang in his mind, prompting Lin Feng to suppress the impulse to retaliate. With a scowl, he chose to open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, great immortal. You have received dice magic, from novice to master. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, almost ready to curse. The system was utterly shameless, clearly gifting a spell to Lin Wanxue, while masquerading it as an opportunity for him. Although feeling aggrieved, Lin Feng reluctantly accepted the gift. Very well, let that girl spend some time cultivating spells, lest she surpass me one day. He sent the ice magic, from novice to master to Lin Wanxue, and continued his journey of spell practice. He persisted with the fire serpent technique, believing that practice makes perfect. He refused to accept that he could not master it. Engaging in continuous attempts to condense the spell, he lost track of time until darkness enveloped the sky. During this period, Lin Feng paused several times to replenish his spiritual energy at his current level of cultivation. He could only sustain spell casting for about an hour before his energy was depleted. Atop a large stone on the mountain, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within. After spending over half an hour restoring his energy, he stood and focused his mind. "Fire serpent, coalesce," he shouted. In the next instant, a fire serpent several feet long manifested at his fingertips. Lin Feng flicked his finger, sending the serpent crashing to the ground. With a soft explosion, the fire serpent created a black hole the size of a bowl in the ground, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Lin Feng approached and inspected the result, nodding in satisfaction. His efforts had borne fruit. His fire serpent technique had finally taken shape, even if its power was still modest. "Brother-in-law, dinner is ready." From a distance, Lin Wanxue bounded toward him, seemingly eager to show off her own prowess as she conjured an ice ball in her hand, hurling it directly at Lin Feng. To his astonishment, she had also mastered a spell. Sensing the potent energy emanating from the ice ball, Lin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized that her attack was not much weaker than his fire serpent technique. After all, he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, while Lin Wanxue was only at the 2nd level. This indicates that Lin Wanxue's mastery of the ice bullet technique surpasses his own. Lin Feng, his countenance darkening, felt the overwhelming impact of a genius's prowess and hurriedly employed his fire serpent technique to shatter the ice bullets. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing," Lin Wanxue exclaimed as she rushed over, linking her arm with Lin Feng's, her eyes gleaming with admiration. She was well aware of the immense effort she had invested in mastering the ice bullet technique, and was astonished to discover that Lin Feng was even more formidable than she. The disparity in their cultivation levels was something she simply overlooked. Lin Feng's lips twitched, a sense of weariness washing over him. He suddenly felt disinclined to engage with this girl, as her brilliance was rather disheartening. "Great sage, what does it feel like to be overshadowed?" A voice echoed in his mind from the system, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Feng's expression darkened even further. He felt surrounded by mischief makers, be they humans or the malevolent system. Upon returning to his room, he gazed at the lavish spread laid before him and transformed his frustration into a ravenous appetite, devouring 3/4 of the meal. "I'm stuffed, Aunt Lien, you've worked hard," he said contentedly, patting his belly as he addressed Aunt Lien, who approached to clear the dishes with a beaming smile. "Little Feng, as long as you enjoy it, I was worried you might not find it to your liking, Aunt Lien replied, her face radiating warmth. Lin Wanxue shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, muttering, I can't shake the feeling that I've raised a pig. You eat so much. What are you saying, you little rascal? Lin Feng retorted, his face darkening as he ruffled Lin Wanxue's hair, leaving it in disarray. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Lin Feng had noticed a significant increase in his appetite, consuming several times more than before. Perhaps this was related to the enhancement of his physical constitution, necessitating greater energy replenishment. Post-meal, Lin Feng refrained from practicing spells. While they were undeniably important, neglecting his cultivation was not an option. A crucial factor was that he could not allow Lin Wanxue to surpass him. He simply could not afford the humiliation. Once in his room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged but did not begin his meditation immediately. He intended to converse further with the system, hoping to procure a few opportunities to open gift packages. It would be foolish to neglect such a potent support and simply engage in cultivation. System, I have perfected my fire serpent technique. Won't you grant me an opportunity to open a gift package? Perfected? Great sage, are you certain? Your proficiency in the fire serpent technique is barely below 10. How can that be considered perfected? The system's voice cut in mercilessly, delivering a blow to Lin Feng's pride. Lin Wanxue has mastered her ice bullet technique to 20. You can't even compare to a little girl, it continued. At this, Lin Feng's countenance froze, his expression becoming a vivid tapestry of emotions. His proficiency in the fire serpent technique stood at 10, while Lin Wanxue's ice bullet technique had reached 20. Was this not a crushing blow, suggesting that her innate talent was at least double his own? He rubbed his forehead, feeling fatigued by the presence of such an extraordinary girl in his life. When one plan failed, Lin Feng resolved to devise another. He was unwilling to concede so easily. Lacking talent, he would compensate with audacity. Today, he was determined to secure several opportunities to open gift packages. System, what must I do to earn a gift package opportunity? Are there any tasks? No tasks. This system is going to sleep, the system's voice declared without room for negotiation. Lin Feng's face darkened to the color of burnt coal, exclaiming, You're a system, not a pig. What do you need to sleep for? However, the system's words sparked an idea in him. Perhaps telling a bedtime story would entice the system. System, you see, in our human world, we always listen to stories before bed. Shall I tell you one? Lin Feng suppressed a laugh, sounding like a wolf trying to coax a little girl. The system, intrigued, responded, A bedtime story? Is that true? Then, great sage, tell one. And if I find it satisfactory, I might consider granting you an opportunity to open a gift package. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, the chance had arisen. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and began, Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain, there was a temple, within which resided an old monk and a young nun. At this point, Lin Feng abruptly halted, eager to gauge the system's reaction. To his surprise, the system appeared captivated. And then, what happened next? What did the old monk and the young nun do? Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter, stifling his amusement as he coughed, and replied, Well, the gift package, just one opportunity, granted to the great sage. Without hesitation, the system bestowed upon Lin Feng an opportunity to open a gift package. Overjoyed, Lin Feng reveled in the ease of it. Had he known it would be this simple, he would have regaled the system with more stories earlier. As a modern individual living in an era of rapid information exchange, surely he possessed a wealth of stories in his mind? Ding. Congratulations, great sage. You have received a great sage's insight pill. The practice of spells is made astonishingly simple with this. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. This was a splendid acquisition. With the insight pill, surpassing Lin Wanxue would be easily attainable. However, night had fallen, and it was not an opportune time for spell practice. He decided it would be best to wait until dawn to test the effects of the insight pill. Come on, come on. What did the old monk and the young nun do? The system's eager voice broke through, and Lin Feng could easily imagine the system's impatience. Just you wait. I will indeed keep you on the edge of your seat. However, he resolved not to overindulge. Should the system become spiteful and refuse to grant him further opportunities, he would find himself regretting it. Cough, cough. One day, the old monk said to the young nun. Once he had the system thoroughly engrossed in the infinite loop of the old monk and the young nun, Lin Feng commenced his cultivation. He had to admit, the western mountains were exceptionally conducive to cultivation. By the end of the night, Lin Feng sensed a significant increase in the spiritual energy within him. It seemed that within a few days, he would break through to the 7th level of qi refinement. As dawn broke, Lin Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of white mist, releasing it like a dragon. A gentle smile graced his face as he rose and stepped outside. He retrieved the insight pill, examined it briefly, and swallowed it whole. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and Lin Feng felt his mind sharpen and invigorate. Not wishing to waste any time, he hurriedly began practicing spells. The insight pill had a limited duration of 5 hours. Wasting even a moment would be regrettable. He resumed with the fire serpent technique, which he had already begun to grasp the previous day. However, upon attempting it again, Lin Feng quickly recognized issues he had overlooked before. I see now, the condensation speed must be swift, the power must be concentrated, and the eruption must be rapid. Lin Feng felt his mind racing as he unraveled the queries that had eluded him yesterday. With a low growl, he executed the fire serpent technique, and a fire serpent nearly 10 feet long erupted from his fingertips, coiling around his arm. Go! Lin Feng commanded, flicking his wrist, and the fire serpent shot forth, crashing into the ground. Moments later, a circular pit, the size of a basketball, appeared before him, its power at least several times greater than the day before. Haha, this is exhilarating. I feel like I haven't even unleashed my full potential yet. Lin Feng laughed heartily, filled with joy as he continued his practice. Seizing the moment before the effects of the insight pill faded, he aimed to master all 5 elementary spells. As time trickled by, half an hour later, Lin Feng fully mastered the fire serpent technique. Next, he turned to the golden sword technique, using a radiant little sword to stab at targets, which appeared rather impressive. Since it was his first encounter with this technique, the golden sword technique took him a bit longer, mastering it within an hour. Following that, he approached the earth spike technique, which differed slightly as it required footwork to execute. After spending a bit more time, Lin Feng mastered the technique of attacking with his feet, taking an hour and a half in total. With 2 hours remaining, he had 1 hour each for the water healing technique and the wood transformation technique, so the situation seemed manageable. The wood transformation technique is a spell that hardens the body, primarily focused on defense. After an hour, Lin Feng successfully grasped it, gazing at his dark green skin with a sense of bemusement. If one were unaware, they might mistake him for the Hulk, though, to be fair, he was more of a green man, not quite giant enough. Regardless of his appearance, Lin Feng was quite pleased with the power of the wood transformation technique. Initially, he thought it was purely defensive, but through practice, he discovered its potential for offense as well. This technique fortified his body, significantly enhancing the destructive power of his punches and kicks compared to before. Next, he turned to the water healing technique, a spell focused on healing. When injured during combat, a swift application of this spell could restore his health, making it indispensable. However, practicing this spell proved to be somewhat troublesome, as it required a nuanced understanding of healing. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Feng enlisted Lin Wanxue to repeatedly inflict injuries upon him. Just as the time for his comprehension elixir was about to run out, he finally mastered the technique amidst the trials of pain. It was no easy feat. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Feng mused that even with the comprehension elixir, he had endured considerable hardship. Does it hurt, brother-in-law? Lin Wanxue, her eyes reddened, gazed at Lin Feng, who was covered in blood and ice shards, feeling a pang of sympathy. The injuries adorning his body were all inflicted by her hands. Although the water healing technique could mend his wounds, it wouldn't remove the bloodstains, leaving Lin Feng looking quite tragic. Don't worry, Schwer, I'm fine. I've already mastered the water healing technique, Lin Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head and brushing off the ice shards as he moved to comfort the young girl. Mastering 5 spells in such a short span was somewhat unexpected for Lin Feng. The following days were spent in rigorous training. He occasionally joked with Lin Wanxue and engaged in a battle of wits with the system in his mind, making his days quite enjoyable. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived, marking the day of his appointment with Li Ruoxi. After donning the outfit that Li Ruoxi had purchased for him, Lin Feng hurried back to school. Hardly had he returned when Li Ruoxi called, preparing to take him to the Li family residence. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Feng quickly spotted Li Ruoxi. Today, she wore a floral mini-skirt, her fair legs on display, captivating all who beheld her. Seeing Lin Feng, she hurried over, taking his hand as they exited the campus. As the school's prominent beauty, her fame attracted many gazes, and she could hardly endure the scrutiny. There's no need to rush. Lin Feng chuckled, pulling her hand back. And Li Ruoxi did not resist. After all, they had held hands before. It mattered little whether they were in a romantic relationship or not. It was just a matter of convenience. During this outing, Lin Feng was to play the role of her boyfriend, and the more genuine it felt, the better. Within the campus, numerous students watched in astonishment, a buzz of chatter rippling through the crowd. Many pulled out their phones, snapping pictures. The news of the school beauty, Li Ruoxi, having a boyfriend was not mere rumor. It was a fact. Many gazed enviously at Lin Feng, particularly the boys, while the girls were mostly curious, wondering about Lin Feng's identity that allowed him to win the affections of someone they deemed beyond their reach. Once outside the school, Lin Feng and Li Ruoxi prepared to hail a taxi to the Li residence when a sleek Rolls-Royce Phantom sped towards them, coming to a halt before the two. The driver exited and respectfully rushed to the back, opening the door. A slender, pale-faced man emerged from the vehicle, his shadowy gaze locking onto Lin Feng. Ruashi. Who is he? The man inquired, his voice cold, especially upon noticing the interlaced fingers of Li Ruashi and Lin Feng. He is my boyfriend. Chu Feng. What do you want? Li Ruashi replied, momentarily stunned, instinctively shielding Lin Feng behind her with a wary expression. Lin Feng stood perplexed, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him as he stood side by side with Li Ruashi. Was she truly worried that Chu Feng would harm him? Boyfriend? He thought. At the mention of this, a fleeting glint of frost appeared in Chu Feng's eyes, his lips curling into a sinister smile. He was aware of the rumors regarding Li Ruashi having a boyfriend, which had been circulating fervently. The Chu family intended to arrange a marriage with Li Ruashi, and he had been paying close attention to her affairs. A mere nobody daring to contend with him for Li Ruashi was tantamount to courting disaster. What are you staring at? Not satisfied? Lin Feng retorted, his irritation rising as he noticed Chu Feng's unwavering gaze. He had learned about Chu Feng from Wang Xiaobing and Li Ruashi, but he felt no fear. If he was left alone, it would be fine. If provoked, he would not hesitate to teach this Chu Feng a lesson. Casting a chilling glance at Lin Feng, Chu Feng ignored him and addressed Li Ruashi. Our families are preparing to arrange a marriage. I am the one destined for you. I don't care if your relationship is genuine or an act. It must be severed cleanly. Otherwise, I trust you understand the consequences of defiance. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng stared incredulously at Chu Feng. Who gave you the audacity? In his mind, he silently urged the system to spring into action, ensuring that this arrogant man would understand their true capabilities. Although he could easily overpower Chu Feng, that would be too mundane. True prowess lay in making the opponent realize their demise without understanding how it came to be. Not a problem. The audacity displayed earlier was quite satisfactory. I shall grant you a package opening opportunity, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a Master's Charm, package of affection. Utilizing the Master's Charm will compel love, even in the absence of it. Would you like to extract the charm? Charm? Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, a wicked grin creeping across his face. System? Are you serious? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Chu Feng. He deserved to suffer the consequences for seeking trouble with Lin Feng. System? How does one utilize this charm? Lin Feng inquired, extracting the charm, which appeared as a fine white powder, uncertain if it needed to be dissolved in water for consumption.